When Xiao Xingyun awoke once more, 2 days had already passed. As he opened his eyes, he beheld a young and beautiful nurse diligently changing his bandages. A blush instantly crept across his cheeks, for in his eyes, the nurse appeared to be entirely unclothed, her graceful form radiating purity. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Had someone played a trick on him, orchestrating a scene straight out of a Risku film? Xiao Xingyun, you're awake. Are you feeling any discomfort? The nurse inquired gently, her demeanor warm and amiable. Oh, why is your face so flushed? Who would have thought that a man of your stature would be so shy and reserved? I may be big, but I am certainly not shy or reserved. Xiao Xingyun hastily sat up, his eyes wide with anticipation, fixated on the enchanting nurse, fearful of missing any crucial moments. Huh, you are indeed not shy the moment you speak. You sound like a seasoned veteran. Well, you can assure the police that you're fine and ready for discharge. You've been in a coma for 2 days, and Captain Wang has been quite worried. What do you mean? Xiao Xingyun momentarily struggled to recall the events leading up to his unconsciousness, his memories of the incident slipping away. The nurse offered no further clarification, swaying her curvaceous hips as she busied herself with his medication. Just then, a police officer, alerted by the commotion, entered the room. Xiao Xingyun, you've finally awakened. Our captain was quite anxious about you. It's strange, only a minor external injury, yet you were unconscious for 2 whole days and nights. Hello, officer. What is happening? Xiao Xingyun began to inquire, only to be struck by an even more bewildering sight. The middle-aged male officer, too, was clad in nothing but his skin. This is quite awkward. Could it be that the wrong scene was broadcasted? He found it far more tolerable to gaze upon the beautiful nurse than the officer. Take a moment to recall you were at the City God Temple setting up your stall when we apprehended a tomb raider. You were knocked unconscious by jade artifacts scattered by the assailant. We rushed you to the hospital, and you have been in a coma for 2 days. The hospital expenses will be covered by our police force, and your belongings have been taken care of. They are under your hospital bed. The middle-aged officer succinctly recounted the sequence of events. Only then did Xiao Xingyun grasp the situation. He reflected upon the peculiar circumstances before his unconsciousness. It dawned on him that he might have acquired an extraordinary vision. Suppressing his elation, he rubbed his eyes, attempting to control his newfound ability and prevent it from manifesting uncontrollably. Indeed, it proved effective upon looking at the nurse again. She had returned to normalcy, adorned in her white nurse's uniform, appearing even more divine and beautiful, as if the earlier vision had been but a fleeting illusion. Miss Nurse, am I truly able to be discharged? Is the injury to my eye resolved? Fortunately, you were brought in promptly. Had you arrived any later, the scar on your eye would have healed on its own. There's nothing to worry about after 2 days of nutrient injections. The wound is nearly healed. I'm relieved to hear that. Thank you for your care over these past 2 days. Perhaps we could exchange WeChat details? When you're off duty, I would love to treat you to a meal as a token of my gratitude. WeChat is not necessary. Your indifference is the greatest affirmation of my work. The young nurse smiled brightly, her eyes momentarily blinded by the headlights as she departed, tray in hand, to report on Xiao Xingyun's latest condition. The rejection felt all too familiar. One could easily surmise the countless patients who must have wished to add her on WeChat. But whether or not to add her was inconsequential. He had grown accustomed to it. Xiao Xingyun, possessing a resilient heart, had been single for quite some time and remained steadfast in his solitude. Half an hour later, following the attending physician's examination, Xiao Xingyun was discharged from the hospital, and paperwork was required. The police had taken care of everything. Dragging his wheeled suitcase, he hailed a taxi outside the hospital, returning to his rented accommodation. Earlier, while in the ward, he had checked the contents of his suitcase, ensuring that all valuables, such as jade, emeralds, and agate, were intact, albeit somewhat disordered. He felt assured by the police's efficiency. His rented apartment was conveniently located near the Chenghuang Temple, which, though expensive, was ideal for his stall. To manage the rent for a well-furnished 3-bedroom apartment, he had to share with others. During the taxi ride, Xiao Xingyun contemplated how to monetize his ocular abilities, not yet considering a move, as he enjoyed a pleasant rapport with his current roommates. One of his female roommates, Su Qing, was a third-year student at the conservatory, strikingly beautiful and in great shape, who engaged in online streaming, singing, and dancing, garnering a modest following. The other roommate was a male, working at an auction house. Due to their overlapping interests, they occasionally shared exquisite seeds among themselves. Lost in thought, the taxi arrived at the entrance of the residential complex. After scanning to pay, he smoothly entered the premises. Selling jade and emeralds at Changwon Temple brought inconsistent earnings with good fortune. He could earn 20 to 30,000 a month, but during lean times, he might only make a few thousand in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. Such income was indeed challenging. As he opened the door, a terrified scream pierced the air from Su Qing's room. "Ah, no. Help. Landlord, please stop. If you don't, I will call the police." Xiao Xingyun's heart raced with urgency. The landlord was an old lecher who often leered at Su Qing and would occasionally invade her privacy under the guise of inspections, his words suggestive and bothersome. Yet, he never anticipated the man would dare to cross the line. "Stop. If you lay another hand on her, I will break your legs." Xiao Xingyun bellowed, discarding his suitcase as he rushed forward. The door to Su Qing's room stood ajar, and he burst in to find the landlord pinning her to the carpet. Intent on his vile intentions, Su Qing cried out desperately, struggling against her assailant, but the disparity in strength rendered her efforts futile. Her face was pale with fear, tears streaking down her cheeks as she curled up, trembling. In her moment of despair, she caught sight of Xiao Xingyun bursting in. He kicked the landlord away, allowing her a flicker of strength to rise from the floor and seek refuge. Behind him, "Please call the police. The landlord is trying to." "Preposterous. You are slandering me. You have no evidence, and the police cannot do anything to me. On the contrary, you should prepare to move out." The landlord, with a dismissive gesture, rose swiftly and darted out of Su Qing's room, making his way to the living room. With hands on his hips, he resumed his semblance of cunning and resentment. An elderly man in his 50s, his face was creased with wrinkles resembling chrysanthemum petals, his pallid skin emanating an aura of decay and excess. "Moving out? So be it. I refuse to believe that with money, one cannot find a place to rent. However, something suddenly comes to mind." "What is it?" the landlord inquired, his tone laced with suspicion. "Since you claim there is no evidence, does that mean I can kick you a few more times without consequence?" As he spoke, Xiao Xingyun raised his leg and delivered another forceful kick to the landlord. "You wait. I won't let you get away with this." Clutching his waist, the landlord retreated in a hasty escape. "Humph. You shall not have it easy either. If there were evidence, you would be behind bars already." Xiao Xingyun threatened vehemently, regretting his earlier haste in rescuing Su Qing, which left him no time to record the incident. Had he managed to capture video evidence, he could have reported the matter to the authorities immediately. Su Qing, having finally wiped away her tears, expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Xiao Xingyun. "Thank you. I never expected that despite your usual nonsensical remarks, you would be so gallant. Are you complimenting me or mocking me? We don't play like that. I saved you once." Yet I hardly heard a word of praise, Xiao Xingyun teased, casting her another glance, inadvertently activating his unusual ability to see things he ought not. That Su Qing was indeed stunning, her skin luminous, her figure exquisite, and her features delicately sculpted. She was undeniably the goddess of their school. Once from a prosperous family, her household had fallen to ruin under mysterious circumstances, leading her to rent a place and embark on a career in live streaming occasionally. Working as a model or in vehicle sales, I have silently thanked you countless times. I simply cannot express it verbally," Su Qing said, drying her tears and forcing a smile. "Well then, touch your heart and thank me once more." "I knew you weren't sincere, just as wicked as the landlord," Su Qing retorted, catching on immediately. "Enough jesting. Let me help you tidy up your room, and then we can start searching for a new place. I cannot bear the thought of you being alone in this house with that vile old man lurking about. He'll return to school to sleep tonight. Let's search for apartments simultaneously. If we come across something suitable, we can communicate. Ideally, a 2-bedroom apartment would be best for just the two of us." "All right. Let's look for a 2-bedroom apartment," Xiao Xingyun replied, momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of joy. Could it be that this beautiful girl was hinting at something? Seeing his expression, Su Qing realized his thoughts had strayed, but recalling his heroic demeanor during her rescue made her heart flutter inexplicably, leading her to refrain from further explanation. Finding a new place requires finances, and Xiao Xingyun, having graduated from a mediocre university, had changed jobs twice in quick succession, leaving him with little savings. Following the lead of Luo Pengzi, I ventured into the realm of selling jade and jadeite, managing to earn several tens of thousands. However, the profits were largely tied up in inventory, leaving me with merely over 20,000 in cash, a sum acquired only after selling a pair of jade pendants. The jade and jadeite trade is not as exaggerated as the antique business, where one might remain dormant for 3 years before reaping the rewards of the opening. Typically, one might earn a few thousand from a single transaction and consider it a modest success. Given I do not operate storefront, but rather a mobile stall, I am limited to offering mid-range products. High-end jadeite is unlikely to sell, and my stand buyers are hesitant, questioning the authenticity and quality of items displayed on a roadside. However, now that I possess extraordinary abilities, I find the potential for success has expanded significantly. Upon returning to my room, I organized the jade and jadeite in my box while employing my visionary powers to scrutinize each piece, only to discover flaws and hidden imperfections. In the past, even seasoned vendors would often misjudge such items with the naked eye. Early on, I had even acquired 2 counterfeit jade pieces made of milky glass, alongside an overpriced gray jade bracelet. What a blunder! When did I acquire such rubbish? If it weren't for my X-ray vision, I would have remained oblivious to this deception. The appearance was so convincing that even under a bright flashlight, I could not detect the truth. Next time, I shall keep my vision active throughout the sourcing process. After tidying the jade and jadeite, I took out my phone to search for rental listings. Most properties seem to be brokered by agents, rife with deception advertised at 3,000 to 5,000, yet upon calling, they would vanish, only to recommend other listings. Priced at 8,000 to 9,000, or even over 10,000, that after a fruitless search and several calls, I contemplated perusing local forums for luck when Su Qing knocked and entered. "Come, let me treat you to dinner. We've been living together for 3 to 4 months, and while we've exchanged pleasantries, we've yet to share a proper meal," she said. Su Qing had changed into a long skirt, paired with knee-high socks and short boots, accentuating her graceful figure and beauty. "You're treating me to dinner?" I was pleasantly surprised. Had it not been for my timely rescue of her today, our relationship would not have been so amicable. In the past, my financial constraints had restrained me from pursuing her. I merely exchanged flirtatious remarks, never daring to suggest dining together. Often, when she donned lighter clothing, I found myself unable to meet her gaze, captivated by her allure. Fearing I might falter, at most, I was a mere observer in her live streams, cheering with 666 and gifting small tokens. "Is there someone else here? Hurry up, let's go. What if Zhang Hao returns and insists on joining us?" "I might not take you along then," Su Qing said, casting a playful yet piercing glance at me. Zhang Hao, another male roommate, had been attempting to court Su Qing, discreetly expressing his interest several times, all of which had been rebuffed. I slipped on my shoes and followed Su Qing out the door. It has been quite some time since he dined with a woman, and he certainly does not wish to bring along Zhang Hao, who would serve as a glaring distraction. Ever since graduating from university, Xiao Xingyun has found himself in the realm of bachelorhood. Now, with the opportunity to break free from this solitary existence, especially with a stunning beauty who boasts a score exceeding 95, he cannot help but feel a flicker of excitement. Chapter 3. Earning thousands after dinner in a Chinese restaurant adjacent to the community, the two casually ordered 2 dishes and a soup, engaging in light-hearted conversation to gain a deeper understanding of each other's familial circumstances. Su Qing hailed from the Jiangsu and Zhejiang regions, her father a modest real estate developer. Perhaps due to misfortune or being ensnared in a scheme, he invested his entire fortune in acquiring a plot of land, only to have it encounter issues. With old and new debts accumulating, this somewhat reckless developer found himself teetering on the brink of bankruptcy. Currently, Su Qing's family was on the verge of financial ruin. Her monthly income ranged from 50 to 60,000, a portion of which was allocated to assisting her parents in repaying their debts. Conversely, Xiao Xingyun's background was rather uncomplicated. Emerging from a rural area, he was a so-called Phoenix man with a degree from a third-rate university. With an older sister who was already married, he deemed conventional jobs inadequate in terms of financial reward. With the aid of a mentor, he began peddling jade and gemstones. After dinner, Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing felt an unexpected sense of familiarity. What had once been a mere roommate relationship now tentatively evolved into a friendship. As they made their way to the music academy, Xiao Xingyun pointed to a lottery shop along the roadside and exclaimed, "It is a pleasure to officially meet you today. I feel incredibly lucky and wish to buy a few lottery tickets to test my fortune. Su Qing playfully retorted, what are you talking about? I feel utterly unlucky. There's no such thing as fortune. I've never even bought a lottery ticket. Shall we give it a try? As they conversed, they entered the lottery shop. It was already past 8 in the evening, and sales for that day's double chromosphere and super lotto had ceased, yet the instant lottery and scratch-off tickets remained available. How does one play? I am utterly clueless, Su Qing remarked. Her curiosity piqued as she explored the shop and inquired softly. It's all about luck. There aren't any techniques involved. Let us try the scratch-off tickets, as they yield results the quickest. Just pick a few, and we can reveal the outcomes at our leisure. Xiao Xingyun suggested. All right, I will select 2, but I want to choose the ones that catch my eye, Su Qing replied, diligently sifting through the array of scratch-off tickets. At that moment, the shop was occupied by 5 or 6 other customers, while the shopkeeper, a middle-aged woman, cast a glance at Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing. As long as they did not damage the tickets or secretly scratch them off, she paid them little mind. While Su Qing was selecting her scratch-off tickets, Xiao Xingyun discreetly employed his enhanced vision to scrutinize all of them within the shop. Indeed, the purported grand prizes of 100,000, 200,000, and 300,000 were merely illusions. The largest winning amount available was a mere 1,000, with only 3 tickets bearing such a prize. A greater number, around a dozen, offered winnings of 200, while many more yielded paltry amounts of 5 or 10. The majority simply expressed gratitude for participation. Su Qing finally selected 2 tickets that appealed to her, but when Xiao Xingyun examined them with his enhanced vision, he discovered that one ticket merely thanked her for participating, and the other bore a modest prize of 10 yuan. However, each ticket was priced at 10 yuan, which would certainly result in a financial loss if purchased. Thus, Xiao Xingyun stopped her, advising, today may not be your lucky day, but fortune favors me. Trust my judgment and swap these 2 tickets. Perhaps they will bring you luck. He recommended 2 alternatives, one with a potential prize of 200 and the other 1,000, which was not an unreasonable suggestion. I am well read, so do not attempt to deceive me. Su Qing, though skeptical, heeded Xiao Xingyun's persuasion and purchased 2 lottery tickets. To enhance the thrill of the lottery, she insisted on paying herself, scanning her phone to hand the proprietor 20 yuan, and then eagerly commenced scratching. As she scratched her tickets, Xiao Xingyun discreetly took possession of the other 2 tickets, each worth 1,000 yuan. In today's society, winning a sum of 1 or 2,000 yuan hardly garners attention. However, to play it safe, Xiao Xingyun also selected 3 tickets marked thank you for participating to balance the odds. Ah, I've won. 200 yuan. Xiao Xingyun, come quickly. Su Qing's jubilant exclamation attracted the attention of other patrons in the shop. Moreover, with Su Qing's striking beauty, the peculiar uncles and grandfathers buying tickets drew closer, offering their compliments while stealing glances at her. I knew today would bring good fortune. Scratch again. Perhaps I might win another grand prize, Xiao Xingyun encouraged, holding the 5 scratch tickets he had already paid for. Great. You come help me scratch. My fingers are sore, Su Qing exclaimed excitedly, making space for Xiao Xingyun to join in the scratching process. The revealing attire she wore nearly left Xiao Xingyun dazed as she bent forward. He resolved to subtly remind Su Qing in the future to dress more conservatively to avoid attracting unwanted attention. Oh my, could this be another win? The pattern resembles that of the 1,000 yuan ticket. Xiao Xingyun, pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. Reluctant to pinch her too harshly, he offered a gentle squeeze instead. You're such a nuisance, with so many people around. As a popular online streamer, she was accustomed to boldness, yet in reality, she remained rather reserved, flushing at her own audacity. After all, with the internet being so advanced, she was quite savvy. Xiao Xingyun won 2 more small prizes of 1,000 yuan each, which alleviated the spectators' suspicions. Prizes under 1,000 yuan from scratch-off tickets could be redeemed at the store at any time. Thus, Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing happily departed after redeeming 1,200 and 2,000 yuan, respectively. What a stroke of luck for this young couple. It's quite peculiar. Could it be that today's scratch-off tickets are yielding extraordinary prizes? Boss, give me 20 tickets. I want to test my luck. And 50 tickets for me. If I win just one small prize of 1,000, I'll break even. Su Qing was in high spirits, shaking off her previous gloom, laughing and chatting all the way to the entrance of the music academy. Thank you. I had a wonderful time today. When you have some free time, remember to come visit me at the academy. And if you find good housing options, let us stay in touch. Of course I will. After watching Su Qing's figure disappear into the academy, Xiao Xingyun turned to leave. Seizing the opportunity before the nearby lottery shop closed, he swept through, finding 2 or 3 1,000 yuan prizes at each store, ultimately pocketing over 15,000 yuan in total. Until his eyes ached, slightly blurred and teary. He ceased utilizing his X-ray vision and returned to his rented accommodation to rest. Another roommate, Zhang Hao, had already returned, having just emerged from the public restroom after a shower. "Hey, my friend, the day after tomorrow evening, our company is hosting a small jade auction. Would you be interested in attending? There are both open and secret bids, ranging from a few thousand to several million. It's all quite engaging. If I cannot afford it, I shall defer until I strike it rich," he replied. "My friend, you are far too modest. I have heard that those who run shops often earn less than those who merely set up stalls." Zhang Hao chuckled. "To be candid, this is part of my company's task. We need to bring in more people to energize the event." I knew it. If there were truly good fortune to be had, it would never come my way unless I won the lottery. What is the point of merely adding to the count? Xiao Xingyun responded, yet in his heart, he contemplated that no matter what, he would traverse 10 streets tomorrow in search of a scratch-off lottery ticket worth over 100,000 to participate in this auction. With his X-ray vision, he might just attain overnight wealth, marry a beautiful heiress, and ascend to the pinnacle of life. Please, do me a favor. If you have any friends in the same line of work, feel free to bring them along. I shall call you again at noon tomorrow to confirm. All right. Since you've asked so earnestly, I shall agree. Remember, you owe me a favor. Get lost. Chapter 4. Striking it rich the following day. Xiao Xingyun wandered through 12 streets, yet found not a single ticket worth over 100,000. He dismissed the smaller prizes, uninterested in attracting attention through frequent winnings. Was it possible that his path to wealth through X-ray vision was futile? Doubt began to creep into his mind. With his 6 months of experience in jade and emerald knowledge, he believed there were abundant opportunities for wealth within reach, yet he struggled without a starting capital. Just as he was on the verge of giving up, he spotted a high-value scratch-off ticket at a small shop by a vegetable market, a prize of 300,000. While others overlooked it, it lay amidst a chaotic pile of scratch-off tickets, already coated in dust. No one had bothered to scratch it. With a face value of 10 yuan and a prize amount of 300,000, it was a definite win. The toil of a day without setting up a stall was worth it. Swiftly, he seized the ticket and paid the shopkeeper. "Aren't you going to scratch it here?" The shopkeeper kindly inquired. "I'll wait before scratching it. Perhaps the prize will multiply." Xiao Xingyun promptly hailed a taxi to the lottery center. And within the confines of the cab, he scratched off the ticket. As his vision had foretold, it indeed revealed the 300,000 prize. This lottery was one that offered immediate results and rewards, and it was anonymous. Thus, upon arriving at the lottery center, he swiftly completed the necessary procedures to claim his prize. For Xiao Xingyun, this was a grand prize, while for the lottery center, it was merely a small win. So much so that even the welfare organizations seeking donations did not bother to approach him. However, taxes were unavoidable. Upon glimpsing the balance displayed on his bank card, Xiao Xingyun's face illuminated with a blissful smile. At long last, he grasped the essence of what it felt like to possess wealth. Although this modest sum could scarcely be deemed significant in the sprawling metropolis of Shanghai, it nonetheless imbued him with an inexplicable courage. He had resolutely decided to attend the gemstone auction scheduled for the following evening. The monotonous and archaic ringtone of his mobile phone interrupted his thoughts. It was his friend, Luo DePeo, with whom he shared a stall. "What is it, DePeo? Calling me at this hour? Are you offering to treat me? Enough with the nonsense. Since you didn't show up today, someone has taken over your stall. If you fail to appear tomorrow, your stall might change ownership entirely. How dare they? Do they have a death wish? I'll be there first thing in the morning. Anyone who dares to encroach upon my territory shall face my wrath. Spare me your bravado. I've heard you were struck in the face by a piece of jade and were unconscious for 2 or 3 days. You're practically a legend at the City God Temple now. Let us not dwell on that. We're still friends. I'll make sure to set up my stall on time tomorrow. See you at the City God Temple." The City God Temple was Xiao Xingyun's foundation. Despite having acquired extraordinary vision and winning a substantial prize of 300,000, he still felt as if he were living in a dream. The true source of his earnings, savings, and the ability to support his family lay within the confines of that temple, at the very stall where he began his journey. It was Luo DePeo who had initially introduced him to this trade, thus establishing a bond akin to that of a mentor. Unlike many of his contemporaries, who were often rivals, their relationship was one of camaraderie. Moreover, DePeo was a local of Shanghai, hailing from a family with significant influence. He had previously assisted Xiao Xingyun in navigating some challenging situations, entering the world of antiques and jade out of passion rather than necessity. Otherwise, he would have already amassed a fortune in other ventures. Upon returning to his rented accommodation, Xiao Xingyun noticed the landlord casting a malevolent glance in his direction, exuding an intense animosity that suggested he might evict him at any moment. This elderly man had acquired several properties due to demolition, subsequently divorcing his wife, with his children residing abroad, leaving him to live alone. Thus, despite any misconduct towards Su Qing, lacking concrete evidence, Xiao Xingyun found himself powerless against the landlord. It was unthinkable to confront him physically, as a moment of impulsivity could lead to dire consequences. He likely would move out next month, and Xiao Xingyun deemed it prudent to ignore him, returning the landlord's threatening stare before retreating to his room. That evening, Su Qing did not come to the rented apartment for her live stream. They exchanged a few messages on WeChat, where she explained that she needed to rest and was hesitant to return to the apartment. Xiao Xingyun expressed his understanding and resumed his search for a new residence on forums and social media, hoping to find a suitable place without incurring agency fees. The night passed without incident, and the following morning, Xiao Xingyun, dragging a wheeled suitcase, arrived at the antique market at the city god temple. Due to his proximity and early arrival, the market was still sparsely populated with vendors. He began by setting up his stall before treating himself to breakfast, a cup of soy milk and a basket of soup dumplings, savoring the delightful meal. A mere 10 minutes later, the rotund Luo Dapeng arrived, dragging the same wheeled suitcase. His towering and corpulent physique raised concerns about his health. "Ah, my dear brother. You've finally made it. Everything all right?" He greeted with a smile. "What a stroke of bad luck you had. I managed to slip away, only to hear later that you were knocked unconscious and hospitalized. It's but a trifling matter, all in the past now. Let us not dwell on it," replied Xiao Xingyun. "By the way, there's a gemstone auction tonight featuring raw jade and emeralds. It's quite accessible. A few friends have spare invitations. Interested in joining me for some fun? Gambling on stones? An auction? Goodness, my brother, you've certainly ventured into high society," Luo Dapeng exclaimed. "We must go. I've long harbored dreams of betting on stones, but the opportunity has eluded me. Perhaps today is my lucky day." As he spoke, he produced a freshly washed apple from his suitcase, offering it to Xiao Xingyun as though presenting a rare treasure. Xiao accepted it with gratitude, savoring the delightful taste of an authentic Fuji apple. Shortly thereafter, the other stall owners began to arrive. Given the nature of the open market, it was crucial to set up early. Being late meant losing one's spot. Xiao made sure to arrive about an hour earlier than neighboring shops. He polished the jade he had displayed with oil, enhancing its luster and smoothness. At that moment, a burly man approached, his thick local accent apparent as he bellowed at Xiao Xingyun. "You've taken my spot. I was here yesterday. Get out of my way, or I'll slap you silly." Xiao, incensed by the man's audacity, retorted, "How dare you raise your voice at me? Do you think I grew up without facing challenges? Coming from a small village, I've had my fair share of friendly tussles with peers. At 6 feet tall and with abs to match, do you think you can intimidate me? Yes, you lack the vision to see my strength. Speak again, and I'll teach you a lesson in respect. This is my stall. I've been here for a year. Who do you think you are?" Though Xiao Xingyun appeared refined and genteel, sitting there, he was indeed quite imposing when standing. His stature momentarily quelled the brutish man before him. "I don't care how long you've been here. I was here yesterday, and I will be here today. If you don't allow me to set up, I'll make sure you can't conduct any business either. Who's afraid of whom? If you hinder my trade, I'll reciprocate." With a base of 300,000 and an auction to attend that evening, Xiao was unperturbed by threats. He boldly confronted the man. The burly fellow, undeterred, squeezed between Xiao Xingyun and Luo Dapeng, unloading a pile of goods and shouting, "Massive discounts, major deals. Authentic Hitian jade, today's lowest prices. If you pay more than a dime extra, I'll slap you." Xiao glanced at the heap and nearly burst into laughter. Alas, only a few pieces of Qinghai jade and some Korean materials remain. The rest are mere imitations crafted from emulsified glass. Can these inferior trinkets truly claim to be authentic Hitian jade? Today, I shall let you experience the righteous might of a young hero from Huaxia. Chapter 5. Your grandfather will always be your grandfather. The two challengers initiated a contest, leaving onlookers in astonishment. Luo Dapeng and other neighboring vendors rallied to support Xiao Xingyun. Yet the burly outsider remained resolute, clearly intent on making a bold move. Luo Depeng cast a glance at Xiao Xingyun, silently inquiring whether they should retaliate. Xiao Xingyun responded with a reassuring look, indicating that he would employ fair commercial tactics to ensure the opponent would ultimately concede. Before long, an elderly gentleman arrived. Resembling a retired cadre with his snowy hair and youthful demeanor, exuding an imposing presence. He immediately fixated on the jade guanyin figurine displayed by Xiao Xingyun, a palm-sized piece made from Russian jade, characterized by its exquisite texture and a subtle luster. While it paled in comparison to genuine Hetian jade, it could still be regarded as a prize gem in the realm of ordinary stones, a treasure of the street vendor. "Young man, how much for this Russian jade guanyin?" The elder inquired with a warm smile. His discerning eye revealed his familiarity with jade, enabling him to avoid exorbitant prices set by the vendor. Xiao Xingyun promptly replied, "Sir, your discerning eye is commendable. You have spotted my prized possession. Though it is Russian material, it is of the highest quality, a fine specimen indeed. I can offer it to you for 26,000. Huh, that's rather steep. Given the current market, it should be no more than 20,000, the elder countered, demonstrating his genuine interest in the purchase, as one typically reluctant to bargain would not engage in haggling. Xiao Xingyun had acquired this jade guanyin for 3,806 months prior. Selling it for 20,000 would yield substantial profit. He intended to negotiate further, hoping to elevate the price and secure the sale. However, he had forgotten about the resentful competitor nearby. "Sir, with 20,000, why would you purchase this inferior Russian jade? Look at my guanyin. It is authentic Hetian jade. The color is remarkably white and lustrous, devoid of any impurities. I can offer you a wholesale price of 16,000. The burly outsider, with an accent from another region, spat words filled with fervor as he attempted to seize the business. Upon glancing at the so-called guanyin, Xiao Xingyun realized it was, in fact, an emulsified glass product, a complete counterfeit. Yet, its appearance was indeed appealing, having been dyed to resemble genuine jade. The elderly gentleman's interest was piqued as he was drawn to the imitation. He picked up the emulsified glass piece, scrutinizing it in the sunlight for an extended period, even retrieving a magnifying glass and a powerful flashlight for a closer examination. Finally, with great caution, he inquired, "Why does this guanyin lack cotton patterns? It doesn't appear to be Hetian jade material." "Oh dear grandfather," Xiao Xingyun exclaimed, "where could one find seed material at such a price? While it has been crafted with the skin, this is indeed authentic Hetian jade from the mountain, exhibiting exceptional density, which is why you cannot see the cotton patterns. To speak candidly, I have only recently arrived in Shanghai. In order to establish my foothold, I am selling at cost price. If I were to wait another month or two, such quality jade would be priced 3 to 5 times higher, and it would be impossible to procure. I can offer you no more than 15,000. If you agree, we can conclude the deal. If not, so be it." This elderly gentleman is merely a novice jade enthusiast, easily misled and thus misfortunate. Just as he was about to pull out his phone to transfer the funds, Xiao Xingyun grew anxious. His business had almost been secured, but it was snatched away by a man with an out-of-town accent, an act that undermined the established norms. However, given their long-standing enmity, such a dispute was anticipated. Thus, Xiao Xingyun, feeling pressed, remarked lightly, "Sir, spending such a sum on a piece of glass would be a greater folly. If you have doubts, perhaps you should consult an informed friend for verification." The man with the out-of-town accent immediately changed his expression, surprised that, from such a distance, Xiao Xingyun could discern the truth. The elderly gentleman, with his head of white hair, brightened and calmly replied, "Do not jest. In this day and age, who would sell glass as jade? If caught by the authorities, he would be left destitute." He then declared, "Very well, I shall take this piece of jade. Let me scan your QR code for the transfer." The man from out of town was elated, swiftly operating his phone to facilitate the transaction, thus securing 15,000 in revenue. The elderly gentleman, content with his acquisition of the guanyin jade, turned to leave, while the out-of-town man shot a provocative glare at Xiao Xingyun. "What's wrong? Are you envious? Behold, this is true prowess. If you possess the skill, why not sell a piece of glass at a high price as well?" Xiao Xingyun furrowed his brow and coldly replied, "A single rotten apple spoils the barrel. While prices may be deceiving, quality cannot be masked. By peddling frosted glass as jade, you are undermining the very principles of the marketplace, and you are courting trouble." The man from out of town, brimming with arrogance, retorted, "Who are you threatening? I have set up stalls in antique markets across the nation. I have witnessed all manners of storms and have never faced consequences. In the realm of antique jade, it is all about discernment. If one suffers losses, it is due to their own lack of skill and poor judgment. What else can one do but accept their misfortune? Xiao Xingyun merely smiled in silence, aware that the societal order in Shanghai over the past 2 years is unmatched by other smaller locales. Had the elderly gentleman possessed even a modicum of discernment, he would have recognized that what was presented was frosted glass. If he failed to seek expert appraisal, it would be a disservice to his years. Being deceived would be his own folly. As expected, not long after, the elderly gentleman returned, accompanied by a group of market regulators and 2 officers, marching toward him with great fervor. Li, this is the one. He sold me glasses jade, which constitutes fraud of a significant magnitude, equivalent to my entire retirement salary for a month. He must face severe punishment, at least tenfold for the counterfeit. Rest assured, esteemed elder, we shall ensure justice is served. Now, apprehend this purveyor of false goods and secure all merchandise for investigation by the Technical Appraisal Department. The market regulators and officers surged forward, arresting the man with the out-of-town accent. The man was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "What is going on? Why all this fuss? I'm merely selling some handicrafts. Is it illegal to sell handicrafts? If you think it's unacceptable, I'll refund you. Isn't that sufficient?" Just moments ago, he appeared to be a naive old gentleman with ample funds, but now he regained his composure, his expression grave as he retorted, "No, you are a fraud. The people I despise most in my lifetime, like Wu Qingsheng, are those who deceive, particularly in the realm of antiques and jade." Without further ado, the onlookers seized the out-of-town swindler. Xiao Xingyun and Luo Depeo exchanged glances, both sensing a profound apprehension towards the old man. An elder is always an elder. His tactics are rather audacious. Just before departing, the elder seemed to recall something. He patted Xiao Xingyun's shoulder with satisfaction, smiling as he said, "Young man, in business, you are indeed sincere, but your prices are rather steep. For this piece of Russian jade guanine, I'll offer you 12,000. Will you sell?" Xiao Xingyun's face reflected a bittersweet resignation as he replied softly, "Sir, you truly are an expert. You've discerned the base value of this guanine at first glance. If you could add just a little more, to allow me a small profit for my travel expenses, how about 13,000? Consider it my assistance in transporting your goods." "Haha, you're quite forthright, young man. Your sincerity is appreciated. I shall not shortchange you. 13,000 it is. Now, let us proceed with the mobile payment." The elder seemed in high spirits today, perhaps knowing that the out-of-town con artist would owe him a significant sum. Thus he was unusually generous. Xiao Xingyun received the 13,000, carefully wrapped the guanine for the elder, and as he observed the latter's departing figure, a genuine smile, characteristic of a businessman, graced his face. This transaction netted him nearly 10,000, a commendable profit. If such opportunities arose 3 to 5 times a month, he would surely thrive. Chapter 6. The Jade Auction. Luo Depeo, watching the elder's retreat, still felt a twinge of unease and trepidation as he whispered to Xiao Xingyun, "Do you think that elder might return to swindle you? Knowing he is not to be trifled with, how could you engage in this transaction? Judging by his demeanor, that elder appears to be a respectable individual. I'm selling genuine jade. He wouldn't dare to exploit us honest merchants. Moreover, my prices are significantly lower than those in stores," Xiao Xingyun replied. "Wow, after just a few days, you've even learned to read faces." "Just a bit. Necessity compels one to learn. From this deal, you must have profited at least 10,000 from the elder, right?" "You're mistaken. I only made a little over 9,000. As the two bantered, Xiao Xingyun's phone chimed. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. Zhang Hao inquired over the phone, "Brother, are you certain? How many people can you gather to help me warm up the scene tonight?" "2, just 2 in total. I'll send you their names shortly. You can take care of the entry procedures. 2 seems a bit scant, but better than none. All right, send the details over." After ending the call, Xiao Xingyun sent his own information along with Luo Depeo's to Zhang Hao for the necessary arrangements. In truth, he could have found a few more people, as the venue resembled a casino, and he feared someone might gamble away their entire fortune. Xiao Xingyun addressed the corpulent Luo Pengzi, saying, "My friend, I have sent your information. Let us embark on an enlightening evening together. However, let us agree beforehand. A few light wagers are permissible, but do not stake substantial amounts." "Fear not," Luo Pengzi assured. "I have merely a modest sum of over 100,000 as my capital. I would not dare to invest heavily. Perhaps just a couple of small raw stones as keepsakes." In the following hours, Xiao Xingyun engaged in a few minor transactions, selling an emerald piece pendant, an emerald ring, and a jade Buddha pendant made from Qinghai material, netting a meager profit of merely over 1,000 yuan, which paled in comparison to the substantial transaction from the morning. As twilight approached, they concluded their dealings, intending to return home with their jade and emerald wares, grab a light meal, and then proceed to the agreed-upon venue, the Qin's jewelry auction house. At precisely 7:30 p.m., they entered the premises. Upon arrival, they observed attendees gradually registering for entry. As they entered, they presented their identification and provided a phone number, after which the security personnel assigned them a seat number and granted them access. Luo Pengzi's real name was Luo Dezhao, but due to his considerable girth, consistently weighing around 200 pounds, he was predominantly known as Luo Dapeng or simply Luo Pengzi, with few addressing him by his given name. Xiao Xingyun and Luo Pengzi enjoyed a cordial relationship within the antique market, having once learned from him the art of stall setup and sourcing, thus considering him a mentor of sorts. Whenever there was a promising opportunity, Xiao Xingyun would invite him along. Otherwise, it was often more lucrative for him to discreetly profit alone in such settings. Within the dazzling auction hall on the first floor, the auction items had long been catalogued and arranged in designated display areas, attended to by staff who allowed customers to take photographs and conduct on-site appraisals. The most significant 10 pieces of jadeite raw stones were the highlight of this auction, though they were subject to a sealed bidding process. Each stone was accompanied by a hidden reserve price and a semi-enclosed box, allowing only a slip of paper for bids. Once the open auctions concluded, the staff would tally the sealed bids, awarding the highest offer with the corresponding item. My heavens, this is indeed jadeite raw stone. This particular piece is enormous, weighing at least 200 to 300 pounds, heavier than I, exclaimed Luo Pengzi, much like a newcomer to a grand garden, astonished by every sight. Can you guess the reserve price? 35 million. Even selling my house wouldn't afford me such luxury. Xiao Xingyun, exasperated, cautioned, please refrain from shouting. I possess eyes and can see. We have no chance with these sealed bids. Instead, let us identify a few appealing open auction items to participate in judiciously. Activating his discerning vision, Xiao Xingyun swiftly assessed the 10 monumental jadeite raw stones, discerning that 2 were exceptionally good, promising considerable returns upon cutting. 2 were mediocre yet could break even, while the remaining 6 appeared dubious, likely not even fetching 1/10 of their reserve prices. The prospect of incurring losses felt reminiscent of a pig slaughtering operation. Xiao Xingyun furrowed his brow, grappling with such thoughts, yet as a first-time participant in such an auction, he was uncertain of the ordinary market conditions and hesitated to draw any hasty conclusions. In the designated area, Xiao Xingyun began his examination from item number 1, gradually progressing backward while jotting notes and sketches in a small notebook, employing unique symbols to denote the promising raw stones with great potential for substantial appreciation. Surprisingly, in addition to jadeite raw stones, there were also some jade raw materials present. While the gamble associated with jade raw stones is relatively low, certain thicker-skinned specimens remain ambiguous, necessitating considerable skill to assess the likelihood of either a significant rise or a total loss. The auction commenced at 8:30 and concluded at 9:30, leaving the remaining half hour to address items that had gone unsold, which could then be purchased at direct bids. Suddenly, Zhao's attention was drawn to an extraordinarily beautiful woman ahead, a veritable enchantress. My word, just a glance at her made the trip worthwhile. Luo Pengzi's eyes widened, fixated on her, nearly drooling. Xiao Xingyun also brightened at the sight of her. Her fair complexion, stunning beauty, and exceptional poise captivated the multitude of men present, rendering them utterly mesmerized, fully aware of her potent allure. Accompanying her were a female assistant and a male bodyguard, all clad in designer attire that Xiao had only glimpsed in luxury brand advertisements, confirming that she was a goddess beyond his reach in this lifetime. It appeared she was Gu Qingcheng, the cherished daughter of the Gu family from the capital, rumored to be transitioning from the antique sector into the jade and gemstone industry. The rumors proved true, as several young heirs of the Gu family had publicly participated in similar auctions. Given the excessive speculation that had permeated the antique market, reaching a bottleneck, their foray into the realms of jade and jewelry was understandable. However, Gu Qingqing's presence at the Qin family jewelry auction raised questions. Could this signal a potential collaboration between the two prominent groups? During her brief presence in the designated area, crowds surged around her, as if she were a celebrity, making it nearly impossible for those outside to gain entry. Xiao Xingyun had no desire to join the frenzy. A distant glance sufficed. He feared that a closer look, especially with his enhanced vision, might lead to embarrassment. From item number 1 to 500, all were raw jadeite and jade stones, with the larger pieces weighing dozens of pounds and the smaller ones merely 2 or 3. Following item 500, there were finished carvings and antique jade. The quality of the materials and the craftsmanship of the artisans were typically showcased directly at jewelry store counters, seldom appearing at auction. Antique jade, given its exorbitant prices and rampant forgery, often posed a significant risk. Some individuals would bury new jade in soil, within animal remains, or even among corpses, or immerse it in chemical solutions to create fakes. Such antiquities could easily deceive even seasoned experts, leading them to unwittingly purchase counterfeits at great expense. Thus, Xiao Xingyun, a newcomer to the field, had always avoided antique jade, aware of its complexities. However, ever since he sustained an eye injury from an ancient jade piece stolen by a tomb raider, endowing him with extraordinary abilities, Xiao felt an inexplicable affinity toward antique jade. Utilizing his enhanced vision, he scanned the pieces. Some exuded an air of lifelessness, others appeared unremarkable with no anomalies, while a select few glowed from within, harboring a peculiar and mysterious energy. His eyes harbored an insatiable longing for the ancient jade, imbued with mysterious energy. Chapter 7. The upgrade of extraordinary abilities. Xiao Xingyun made a rough estimate and discovered that among nearly 100 pieces of ancient jade, only 8 emitted peculiar energy fluctuations. This energy seemed to possess an uncanny vitality, captivating his attention. A fervent desire arose within him to touch those pieces of jade, to experience that energy. Under the vigilant gaze of the auction house staff, Xiao Xingyun cautiously picked up a piece from the exhibition area and examined it closely. As soon as his fingers brushed against the jade, a warm surge of energy flowed into his body, ultimately streaming into his eyes. The fatigue from earlier usage was alleviated by this soothing energy, reminiscent of a parched plant nourished by rain. It was simply delightful. When he opened his eyes once more, he noticed that the energy within the jade had vanished, leaving behind a web-like pattern of cracks, as if it would shatter with the slightest pressure. Xiao Xingyun was astonished by the transformation of the jade. Had he drained its energy, rendering it exceedingly fragile? He restrained his expression, carefully returning the jade to its place. He then approached another radiant piece of jade, employing the same method to inspect it, and indeed, he absorbed the energy within it as well. The jade that had lost its energy was now riddled with fissures, yet its exterior remained intact. A wave of guilt washed over him as he replaced this piece as well. The starting price for these jades was at least several $100,000. He could not afford them at present and could only borrow the energy temporarily, vowing to purchase them later when he had the means. The allure of absorbing this energy was intoxicating, far more pleasurable than drinking or smoking. Each absorption offered a cleansing sensation to his eyes, enhancing their acuity. Upon absorbing the energy from all 8 pieces, a peculiar, warm current surged through his eyes, circulating through the meridians of his head and eyes for 3 cycles before finally ceasing. When he opened his eyes again, he realized he could see with greater clarity. Even from a distance of several dozen meters, he could discern the tiny text on someone's phone screen without utilizing his extraordinary abilities. Had his X-ray vision been upgraded? Could the energy contained within the ancient jade facilitate the enhancement of his powers? A surge of joy flooded Xiao Xingyun's heart, granting him a newfound understanding of his ocular abilities. This realization intensified his urgency to accumulate wealth, as only by amassing more funds could he acquire additional pieces of ancient jade to further elevate his powers. Repeatedly siphoning energy from others' jade would inevitably lead to discovery. If his X-ray vision were revealed, not only would he risk being captured as a test subject, but he would also be scrutinized by those within the jade community, making it increasingly difficult to earn substantial profits. Simultaneously, he felt a curiosity about the changes his upgraded X-ray vision might entail. With this thought, he directed his enhanced vision towards a female staff member in the auction house, a warm current flashing through his eyes, and the images that materialized startled Xiao Xingyun. He astonishingly beheld a pulsating crimson heart, vibrant intestines, and the intricate organs laid bare before his eyes. Previously, his X-ray vision had merely allowed him to glimpse beneath the garments of others, but now it astonishingly penetrated the skin to reveal the internal anatomy with such clarity. No, with even greater lucidity, as if he had dissected the body himself. Externally, she appeared youthful and robust, yet within her liver lay a growth the size of a fingernail, the nature of which, be it a cyst or a malignant tumor, remained uncertain. "Sir, what are you staring at?" The young and lovely waitress expressed her displeasure, having noticed Xiao Xingyun's gaze linger on certain indecorous areas of her form. Regaining his composure, Xiao Xingyun kindly advised, "My dear, you've been feeling discomfort in your liver, specifically in the upper right abdomen. Haven't you? It would be prudent to visit a hospital for a scan at your earliest convenience." The waitress, taken aback, responded, "Oh, how did you know? I thought it was just from exercising too vigorously, causing a slight ache. Are you, perchance, a doctor?" "Indeed, I am a doctor. Trust me, you cannot go wrong with my counsel." Given that she had unwittingly provided him with a rationale, Xiao Xingyun felt no compulsion to dismiss it. Having said his piece, he turned to leave, indifferent to whether the waitress heeded his suggestion. "Xiao Yunzi, you must congratulate your brother. I have fallen in love. My goodness. Gu Qingsheng is breathtakingly beautiful. I shall marry no one else in this lifetime. Then prepare to remain single. Not only in this life, but in the next. You shall have no chance. Could you refrain from being so disheartening? Let us set aside discussions of women for now. Allow me to show you the several numbered pieces I have selected that particularly catch my eye. They promise substantial returns once cut. This piece has a base price of 8,000 yuan. I estimate it will fetch around 40,000 yuan in the end. This one has a base price of 12,000 yuan. It will be difficult to settle for less than 50,000 yuan. Xiao Xingyun glanced at the auction numbers chosen by Fatty Luo and compared them to his own, discovering none overlapped. This indicated that the auction numbers selected by Fatty Luo were unlikely to yield any worthwhile returns, thus sealing his fate for loss. He gently guided the conversation, suggesting, "As we are but humble vendors attending our first raw stone auction, it would be wiser to start with some inexpensive small stones, such as number 92, which has a base price of only 2,000 yuan, or number 167, with a base price of just 900 yuan. Those stones are too small. The value of what they yield will be negligible. However, I shall heed your advice. Your luck has always been commendable. If the premium isn't excessive, I shall attempt to bid. Haha, let us hope so." With that, Xiao Xingyun refrained from further comments, wary of inciting suspicion later on. At 8:30 p.m., the auction commenced in earnest, with attendees gradually returning to their designated spots according to their entry numbers. Following the auctioneer's instructions, a bidding device resembling a mobile phone was available behind the seats for operation. Patrons wishing to participate in the bidding could prepay a deposit of 100,000 yuan on the device, while those not intending to bid need not concern themselves with it. Customers who do not pay a deposit will be unable to participate in the auction. Those who decide to join at the last moment will find that their bidding data cannot connect to the auctioneer's terminal. To engage in a sealed bid auction, a deposit of 10 million must be submitted in advance. Failure to do so means that even the highest bid will not be counted, and the opportunity will be passed to the next highest bidder who has secured their deposit. Positions 421 and 422, occupied by Xiao Xingyun and Luo Pongzi respectively, are situated toward the rear, among the 400-plus numbers, nearly at the very back of the auction hall. Fortunately, in this age of electronic information, a colossal display screen, larger than that of a cinema, allows those seated in the last row to see clearly. The enchanting beauty, Gu Qingsheng, whom Luo Pongzi has long desired, occupies the prestigious 8th VIP seat, and with his exceptional vision, Xiao Xingyun can discern her presence. The privileges of the affluent are truly extraordinary. Most customers have already submitted their deposits, and the time has come to formally commence the auction. With a shout from the host, who also serves as the auctioneer, the evening's main event begins. Chapter 8. Fierce bidding. The first several auction items are of outstanding quality, yet they conceal a multitude of flaws within. The raw jadeite appears uniformly green or icy, yet is riddled with intermittent cracks and coarse textures that fall short of even the acceptable standard of glutinous jade. Bidding on such stones is akin to inviting financial misfortune. The grading of jadeite ranges from poor to excellent. Typically, it is classified as broken stone, bean variety, glutinous variety, icy variety, and glass variety. In terms of color, those devoid of hue are deemed the least desirable, while green is revered, followed by red. Yellow and purple can also yield exceptional pieces, whereas gray, black, and other mixed colors are often disparaged as mere refuse in the industry. The final auction price typically reaches 3 to 5 times the starting bid. For instance, if an item is listed at a base price of 1,000, it often concludes at 3 to 5,000. In rare instances, items with outstanding appearances or those that ignite fierce competition can see prices soar to 8 or even 10 times their original bid. Such exorbitant bidding may stem from either the folly of bidders or the extravagance of the wealthy. Individuals like Xiao Xingyun, who aspire solely to profit, would never engage in such recklessness. The first auction item he has set his sights on is numbered 54, with a base price of 9,000 yuan. He advises Luo Panzi to opt for more affordable selections, as the quality of the latter choices is so poor that purchasing them would only result in a loss. The jadeite he has chosen, uncut and weighing 68 kilograms, appears dark with flecks of brown, and the appraiser has deemed it unpromising, leading to its modest starting price of 9,000. Thus, Xiao Xingyun makes his move. The large screen displays a three-dimensional image of the jadeite, along with detailed close-ups. The auctioneer passionately extols the virtues of this raw stone, presenting the appraiser's favorable comments while leaving the decision to purchase entirely to the bidders. The starting price is 9,000, with each increment requiring a minimum increase of 1,000 or a whole multiple thereof. Bidding commences now. Participants may input their amounts directly into the auction device or simply press the plus key, adding 1,000 with each press or holding it down for continuous increments. Xiao Xingyun initially entered a bid of 20,000. Upon confirmation, the relevant information was immediately displayed on the large screen. VIP 421 bid 20,000, only for the price to be swiftly surpassed. VIP 19 bid 30,000, followed by VIP 336 with a bid of 33,000. Only the number of the current leading bidder was displayed on the screen, while lower bids were automatically eliminated, although participants could always submit a new amount. This modern auction process was far more convenient than the traditional paddle-raising method. However, for exceptionally significant auctions, the traditional approach still prevailed, particularly in land auctions. As more participants gradually joined the bidding, the number of bidders dwindled once the price exceeded 40,000. Nevertheless, Xiao Xingyun relentlessly pursued this piece of jade, as it was a prize he was determined to claim. The current highest bid stood at 48,000, but was there yet a VIP willing to surpass this amount? With 10 seconds remaining, if no one increased their bid, the item would be sold. If someone did, the countdown would automatically extend by another 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. The price was set by Xiao Xingyun, and his heart raced in rhythm with the ticking clock. This was his inaugural venture into bidding for jadeite. And the central area of this rough stone was a vivid emerald green, crystalline and translucent, at least of the ice-type quality. Such exquisite jadeite is known as imperial green. Of course, viewing jadeite with both X-ray vision and the naked eye may yield differing assessments, perhaps not achieving the true quality of imperial green, but certainly close. Given the current market valuation for imperial green, if this rough stone were to be cut, even with a slightly smaller core area, it would still be worth over 20 million. Other rough stones were not worth competing for, but this particular piece warranted Xiao Xingyun's utmost investment. He was prepared to stake his entire fortune on it. Should he exceed his total assets, he would find himself in dire straits. Naturally, he had marked several other pieces of jade, a few of which were quite exquisite, yet they paled in comparison to this one. 3, 2, 1. Congratulations to VIP for 21. This piece of jadeite belongs to you. After payment through the auction device, you may retrieve your rough stone from the exhibition area at any time. Alternatively, you may complete the paperwork at the end, as we offer complimentary delivery services limited to this city. Xiao Xingyun made the payment, but was in no rush to collect his prize, as he still had over 200,000 remaining, hoping to spend it all today. This was not merely a gamble, it was a chance for him to turn his life around. Beside him, the nervous Luo Fatty remarked, Xiao Yun, you certainly have the audacity to bid. That rough stone looks dark and unappealing, like a lump of coal. How could you dare to acquire it for nearly 50,000? I have a feeling it will appreciate significantly, Xiao Xingyun replied. Now it's your turn. I won TB bidding for a while. The other pieces he had his eye on were numbered in the mid-range and would take some time to come up for auction. Meanwhile, the pieces numbered 92 and 167, which he had recommended to Luo Fatty, would soon be available for bidding. Due to the abundance of items available for auction today, the pace of the bidding was exceedingly brisk. During this period, the auctioneer fervently promoted 10 concealed jade stones, which were indeed the pièce d'arrestance of the event. Rumor had it that there would also be a live stone unveiling segment. However, this was uncertain, as such processes can be quite time-consuming, and few could endure until the final stages in the dead of night. Finally, item number 9 was presented. It was a jade stone that had been partially unveiled, though the revealed color was disappointing, a grayish-green hue with a bean-like texture and somewhat coarse inclusions. Bracelets of such quality are difficult to sell, even at 500 each. Thus, despite the stone weighing 3 to 4 kilograms and starting at a mere 8,000 yuan, the auctioneer began the bidding with just a few words. Luo Jiaozi, rather excited, made his first offer of 20,000 yuan. The competition was sparse, and after several rounds of bidding, he secured the stone for 55,000 yuan. In an instant, Luo felt a surge of regret. Damn it, Zhao Yunzi, I got carried away. 55,000. That's enough for me to visit the club 50 times. Xiao Xingyun consoled him. Fatty, look on the bright side. Perhaps your favorite club has been overrun by others? This several tens of thousands could save you from dire straits. Forget it, I won't heed your advice next time. I'll bid according to my own instincts. Huh. Xiao Xingyun smiled silently. This seemingly grayish-green jade stone, if cut several centimeters further in, could transform into exquisite ice red. The size of an adult's fist, yielding a bracelet, a pendant, and several ring faces, potentially worth 3 to 4 million. It was not that Xiao Xingyun dismissed the value of this 3 to 4 million. Rather, his available funds were limited as he intended to bid on several other higher-value stones, the costs of which remained uncertain, necessitating a reserve. As Luo Jiaozi acted as Xiao Xingyun's guide and half a mentor in jade, he allowed him a taste of success as a form of gratitude. Regardless of how recklessly Luo Jiaozi might gamble, even if he lost his entire fortune, this red jade would provide a safety net, preventing him from falling into despair. Indeed, unfettered, Luo Jiaozi continued to bid, acquiring several jade stones he had deemed promising, swiftly exhausting his savings. This led to a simple yet genuine smile of contentment emerging after his reckless spending. Chapter 9. Exhausting all savings, I feel like I could earn 100 million this time, Luo Jiaozi boasted to Xiao Xingyun. Despite the unease brewing within him after having squandered his wealth, patients often believe they can succeed without medication, yet reality is often starkly cruel. Your cryptic remarks are at least at an 8th grade level. Why haven't you aced your English? I am modest and low-key. Do you have a problem with that? Subsequently, Xiao Xingyun seized the opportunity and successfully bid on 2 additional jade stones, facing some fierce competition, with each averaging nearly 70,000 before he finally secured them. In total, he had acquired 3 items, having nearly spent 190,000, leaving him with a remaining budget of around 110,000. Item number 457 was particularly promising in Xiao Xingyun's eyes. However, it became fiercely contested, starting at 5,000 and escalating to 600,000, with 2 affluent bidders still vying for it, one of whom was the distinguished Gu Qingqing, seated in VIP position 8. The external features of this piece of jadeite are rather conspicuous, with cracks revealing a base color of white and blue, which has incited a frenzy among the crowd, driving the bidding to exceed the initial price by more than tenfold. Ultimately, Gu Qingqing secured it for 720,000. At this point, the atmosphere was electrifying, with the pace of bids accelerating rapidly and the excitement palpable. The first 500 lots of jadeite and Hetian jade had been auctioned off in just over 40 minutes. Many items concluded within mere seconds, while hundreds remained unsold, attracting no bids whatsoever. The market for antique jade was evidently lackluster, as numerous participants deemed it too treacherous. Preferring to abstain from risk, out of dozens of pieces, only a few were sold, with the remainder failing to find buyers. As the grand finale, there were 10 concealed bids, each potentially worth tens of millions. Under the careful coordination of 10 staff members, each carrying a numbered bidding box, Zhang Hao, a roommate of Xiao Xingyun, was among them. They began the tally with box number 1. Upon opening it, despite its considerable size, only a handful of bidding papers, merely a dozen, were found within. I now announce that the esteemed Mr. Su has secured the first concealed bid stone at a final effective price of 48 million. I further declare that the esteemed Ms. Gu has obtained the second concealed bid stone at a final effective price of 52 million. The results for all 10 concealed bid jadeite stones were swiftly revealed, with most being claimed by first-row patrons. The total sum for these 10 concealed lots surpassed 500 million. It could be said that the cumulative price of the earlier hundreds of smaller stones paled in comparison to this total. Xiao Xingyun had been closely observing Gu Qingqing, who acquired both the second and seventh concealed bid stones. He had inspected the second stone, noting its commendable jade quality, which should appreciate significantly. However, the seventh concealed bid stone was of poor quality, lacking color and substance. Even when combined, the heavy stone yielded scant green. This several tens of millions seemed a wasteful expenditure, eliciting sympathy for Gu Qingqing. Yet, reflecting on it, Xiao Xingyun realized it bore no relevance to him. It was not his money at stake, and he was not acquainted with Gu Qingqing. They had never crossed paths or exchanged a glance. Merely having viewed her with his discerning eye did not obligate him to advise her on which concealed bid to pursue. Indeed, any attempt to do so might have led her to regard him as delusional, perhaps even prompting her bodyguards to eject him. Sighing, he mused on the difficulty of being a good person in this world. His thoughts turned to his classmate, Luo Depeo. As he pondered how even his close friends doubted him, how could strangers possibly place their trust in him? At that moment, the auctioneer, acting as the host, reminded everyone that they could freely purchase any unsold items, expressing that any interested parties could acquire them at the base price. For customers who enjoy the thrill of on-site jadeite exploration, there exists a designated area featuring 20 small jadeite disintegration machines and 10 large ones, available for their use upon submitting an application and signing a disintegration agreement. At this moment, the entire exhibition hall is filled with items that have failed to sell, while those successfully bid upon have been relocated to the storage area by the staff. Xiao Xingyun currently possesses approximately 110,000 in available bonus funds. Rather than rush to observe others at work, he leisurely peruses the 100 or so unsold items, in search of treasures of value. Xiao Yunzi, I'm off to queue for disintegration. Aren't you coming? Very well, once you are finished, do remember to find me at the disintegration zone. Huh. Fortune awaits us tonight, I must go. With that, Luo Depeo dashed away, brimming with excitement. All right, I'll catch up with you shortly, Xiao Xingyun replied, continuing his quest for hidden gems among the unsold items. One jadeite rough stone, with a reserve price of 80,000, actually possesses commendable water quality. However, due to its intricate blend of 5 colors, green, red, yellow, white, and purple, Xiao initially overlooked it. Typically, to secure such an item, one would need to bid at least 3 to 5 times its value, which seemed unwise. Yet now that it has gone unsold, it becomes an opportunity to acquire it. Jadeite of mixed colors can be fashioned into exquisite ornaments, and such pieces are exceedingly rare. With the right marketing, they can fetch a high price. 3 colors may be termed tricolor jadeite, while 5 colors are classified as multicolor jadeite. To speak frankly, tricolor jadeite is rather common, but multicolor jadeite is exceptionally rare, particularly in such a substantial piece where the colors are intertwined. It is conceivable that during the public disintegration, this seemingly unwanted unsold rough stone could propel him into the millionaires' club. Without hesitation, Xiao Xingyun secured the multicolored jadeite rough stone, completed the payment, and received a purchase certificate. The staff kindly informed him that it could be stored alongside his other acquired items. Nodding in agreement, he swiftly moved on to the next potential find. Why is it referred to as a minor find? Because it is a seed material weighing several dozen pounds. Yet its thick skin and peculiar coloration, straddling between a reddish-brown and golden-sprinkled skin, lead many to presume it is faux. Beneath the thick, deceptive skin, the true color of the jadeite flesh remains concealed. Is it white, green, black, or yellow? It is utterly indiscernible, leaving no one daring to claim it. With a reserve price of 50,000, acquiring it would nearly exhaust Zhao's budget, pushing his total expenditure close to 320,000, depleting his entire fortune, even necessitating the transfer of pocket money from his Alipay account to make ends meet. Although he has a winning amount of 300,000, he must account for a 20 tax. Employing his discerning eye once more, he examined the seed material, confirming it contained fine, creamy jadeite that could reach the quality of mutton fat jade. Securing it for 50,000 could yield a 100-fold return. I'm betting on this seed material. All in. After receiving a refund of his bidding deposit, he promptly transferred his pocket money from Alipay to his bank account, finally amassing the 50,000 required. Without a moment's hesitation, Xiao Xingyun procured the substantial seed material. The exhilaration of spending over 300,000 in one go is truly delightful. He has begun to grasp the sensation experienced by the renowned Luo. However, While he successfully acquired 5 raw stones, all of which appreciated significantly, Luo was not so fortunate. Aside from the stone he guided him to, the rest were utterly worthless. Perhaps it is time for him to publicly unveil one of his raw stones to gauge the market sentiment, ideally selling it on the spot to alleviate the emptiness of his wallet. Chapter 10. The Cut Rose. Exquisite ice red. When Xiao Xingyun located Luo in the stone appraisal hall, he was seated amidst a pile of shattered stones, his eyes swollen from tears. It's over. Utterly over. Even the 4 raw stones I valued most have all crumbled. Over 200,000 was my entire fortune, and I couldn't even recoup the 2,000 I invested. Now, only the wretched stone you selected for me remains, and I can scarcely muster the will to cut it. Had I known, I would never have attended this auction. I've lost a fortune that could have afforded me countless visits to the club. Xiao Xingyun mentally commended himself for insisting that Luo bid on a raw stone he favored. Otherwise, he might have truly despaired. The raw stone he urged him to bid on, number 92, was bound to appreciate and would allow him to recover his losses, possibly multiplying his assets manifold. A man must face both victory and defeat with fortitude. What is there to cry about? Even if all is lost, there remains one last stone, doesn't there? If I were you, I would cut it as well. It's easy for you to say, when your stone crumbles later. I 1T believe you 1T shed tears. Enough, I accept my losses. I shall cut the remaining pitiful stone. Luo, in a fit of frustration, grasped the last small raw stone and rushed away from the crowd of onlookers, entering the small cutting room once more. This poor fellow, having squandered hundreds of thousands. All gone to waste. Yet, his demeanor betrays a lack of resilience. It's evident he is a novice, crying on the spot. What a spectacle. I remember when I lost over 10 million at a public stone gamble in Myanmar. I remained unfazed, only shedding tears after my wife dealt me a few sharp slaps. The bite of that tigress was truly fierce. The onlookers were not likely to offer any words of comfort. Their presence was solely to revel in the misfortune of others. Should they witness someone's stone appreciating, envy would surely redden their eyes, wishing they could seize the raw stone for themselves. Suddenly, the large cutting area was filled with the collective gasps of dismay. Oh my, come look. The dark bid of the Gu family heiress has crumbled. My heavens, a loss of several million in an instant. What a heap of worthless trash. A single cut through the middle revealed not a trace of green. The dark bids can be quite deceptive. The previous Mr. Su's dark bid stone also fell apart. Though it was at least a large glutinous type, yielding dozens of bracelets, he would only lose half at most. There is a lingering suspicion that this batch of materials is flawed. They are not from established pits. This auction resembles the infamous slaughterhouse schemes, as not a single piece of valuable material has yet been seen. Upon hearing the commotion, Xiao Xingyun joined the crowd to observe. The stone currently being cut was number 7, the very one he held in the least regard. Gu Qinsheng, indeed a daughter of a prestigious family, remained composed and unruffled despite the loss of millions on the dark-marked rough stone. She quietly instructed her female assistant, who hurried into the cutting room, to relay her directives. Through the transparent glass wall of the cutting area, one could clearly see the assistant gesturing a new cutting route, prompting the cutter to draw a long line under her guidance. Astonishingly, they intended to slice it once more down the middle. The dark-marked rough stones typically weigh several hundred pounds, with some even exceeding 1,000, resulting in a somewhat slow cutting process. While everyone anxiously awaited the outcome, the sound of jubilant laughter erupted from the small cutting zone, belonging to the jovial Mr. Luo. It has risen, skyrocketed. Everyone come and see. The jadeite rough stone I purchased has appreciated. I have unveiled high-grade ice-red jade. This announcement instantly captivated everyone in the room, including the auction house's officials, who were equally eager for a successful jadeite cutting to reassure the crowd that their jadeite was of exquisite quality. If someone else had not succeeded, it was merely a matter of bad luck or poor judgment on their part. Congratulations were in order for Mr. Luo, whose rough stone number 92 had indeed appreciated, potentially valued at several million based on the current situation. Having cut through the center, the extent of the red jade regions on either side remained uncertain. The host of the cutting area, with a microphone in hand, amplified the celebratory atmosphere. Xiao Yunzi, where have you gone? I've struck gold. Why can't I find you? You wouldn't abandon your brother to watch others cut stones, would you? Mr. Luo's enthusiastic yet slightly distorted voice echoed throughout the venue. That hefty fellow should tone it down. It's just a few million, Xiao Xingyun thought to herself, albeit hurriedly making her way over. Upon reaching the cutting room, She observed that the rough stone had been sliced in half, neatly revealing a thin layer of red jade, now divided into two thinner sections. Originally, it could have yielded a standard-sized bracelet and a pendant, but now it was being deemed a poor cut, only capable of producing 3 or 4 pendants instead. The price disparity between exquisite jadeite pendants and bracelets was staggering, often exceeding 8 to 10 times. A top-tier ice jade bracelet, depending on its intricacy and vibrancy, could fetch anywhere from hundreds of thousands to millions, or even tens of millions. Conversely, pendants crafted from the same material could only reach a maximum of several hundred thousand, and anything beyond that was implausible. Yet, as long as not all was revealed, the distribution of the jade material would remain concealed, allowing for potentially high sales. Xiao Yunzi, I am immensely grateful to you. I shall treat you at the clubhouse tomorrow, Mr. Luo exclaimed, patting Xiao Xingyun's shoulder, his excitement rendering him somewhat incoherent. Don't be ridiculous. I am not that kind of person, Xiao Xingyun firmly rejected, feeling the need to uphold her integrity in front of so many onlookers. At that moment, the cutter inquired, Mr. Luo, shall we continue cutting this rough stone? Mr. Luo hesitated. At this moment, amidst the newly gathered crowd of onlookers, a voice suddenly emerged from the throng. My friend, please refrain from cutting it. To do so would mar its beauty. I offer 2 million to purchase this jadeite raw stone. Another voice chimed in. Boss Huang, your heart seems rather callous. Such exquisite ice-red jade. And you only bid 2 million? I shall offer 3 million outright. This signifies my sincerity. Just then, Gu Qingqing spoke up, her voice crisp and melodious. Captivating all who heard, the Gu family bids for million. I kindly ask my fellow jewelers for understanding. The Gu family is newly entering the jewelry industry and urgently requires top-quality materials to uphold our reputation. If I have offended anyone, I humbly seek your forgiveness. Upon hearing her words, even the smaller jewelers, who felt a twinge of displeasure, had no choice but to yield, leaving this opportunity for Gu Qingqing. Competing with the Gu family was a futile endeavor. It was wiser to preserve mutual respect for future dealings. A flurry of bids invigorated the rotund Mr. Luo, who exclaimed, I still wish to cut a few more times. However, before he could finish, Xiao Xingyun swiftly covered his mouth. No, you do not. Had he not made those hasty cuts earlier, but instead cleaved the pristine ice-red jade in its entirety, Xiao Xingyun was confident it could have fetched an even higher price. Now, having marred the stone's integrity with a central incision, one could only rejoice at the 4 million bid. Seeing the seriousness and determination in Xiao Xingyun's gaze, Mr. Luo instantly caved. He promptly retracted his statement, saying, Very well, I shall not cut further. I will heed my brother's advice. If no one offers a higher bid, I will sell it for 4 million to this lovely lady. Chapter 11. Do not cut it, I offer 5 million. The Gu family's reputation holds significant weight in the antiques community. With Gu Qingqing's high bid and the mention of her family's name, competition dwindled. Crucially, the owner of the jadeite raw stone acquiesced to this price. Consequently, Gu Qingqing dispatched someone to acquire the stone, simultaneously arranging for Mr. Luo to receive the payment. Before long, 4 million had been transferred, and Mr. Luo was as exhilarated as if intoxicated, counting his earnings on his fingers. Am I foolish? I can simply use the calculator on my phone, Xiao Xingyun reminded him. Yes, you are correct, brother. I will do that now. Amidst the compliments and congratulations, Mr. Luo squatted in a corner, genuinely utilizing his phone's calculator to tally his profit. Meanwhile, Gu Qingqing's secretly bid number 7 raw stone met with disaster. The second cut failed. And after 2 consecutive missteps, hope was all but lost. Though the Gu family was prosperous, a loss in the tens of millions induced a degree of pressure, rendering her expression even more frigid. Xiao Xingyun had intended to cultivate a closer rapport with her, but observing her current demeanor, he deemed it unwise to pursue such endeavors. Nonetheless, her offered price was undeniably tempting. In dire need of funds, or rather, with his account nearly depleted, Xiao Xingyun urgently sought the patronage of a wealthy benefactor. Thus, he applied to unveil the stone, preparing to cut into the small jadeite raw stone number 54, which held the potential to reveal imperial green. This raw stone weighs a mere 68 kilograms, a rather diminutive piece, yet upon the removal of a thin outer layer, what remains is entirely comprised of emerald green heart. Xiao Xingyun has also illuminated this raw stone with a powerful flashlight. Perhaps the surface has been excessively deceptive, making it impossible to predict the exquisite imperial green jade concealed within. He personally marked several cutting lines on the jade stone with a marker, instructing the stone cutter to follow them precisely. What can be yielded from such a slight skinning? I believe that such a small raw stone should be cut directly through the center to save time and effort. The stone cutter, finding it too laborious, proposed his own suggestion. I do not care for your opinion. I want mine to prevail. Cut along the lines I have drawn. Any deviation could lead to consequences you cannot afford. Xiao Xingyun displayed little patience for the stone cutter's unsolicited advice. Fine, you are the boss. I shall heed your wishes. The stone cutter replied with a sardonic tone, turning away to mutter, what kind of boss only buys these small raw stones? If you truly had skill, you would pursue the dark bids. Xiao Xingyun, uninterested in engaging with such triviality, anticipated unveiling the imperial green, dazzling him beyond measure. At that moment, he would be grateful he did not make reckless cuts, for otherwise, he would face ruin. After all, the area was under the watchful eye of numerous surveillance cameras, and every movement was documented. In the event of a mishap, reviewing the footage would clarify everything, unlike in certain places where all cameras mysteriously malfunction when trouble arises. Meanwhile, the large stone cutting area encountered some issues. Another esteemed guest's dark bid was compromised, revealing extremely poor quality, resulting in a heap of waste. Today, there were 10 dark bids, all substantial raw stones weighing hundreds of pounds. However, 4 had already been cut, with only 1 barely breaking even, while 3 were of abysmal quality, utterly unlike the materials sourced from the old pits. The Qin Jewelry Auction House was evidently exploiting the situation. Today was clearly a slaughterhouse scenario. What kind of old pit material was this, inferior even to new pit stones? In the new pits, one could not expect a large raw stone to yield such a plethora of refuse. Refund, refund. Why have I not seen a single profitable cut today? Exclaimed a frustrated participant. Blast it, another one has been ruined. The dark bid magnates were growing increasingly agitated. Out of the 10 dark bids, 5 had already been compromised. The likelihood of such failures was excessively high, leading to suspicions that perhaps not a single profitable raw stone existed among them. At this moment, the distressed dark bid magnates congregated, some unable to contain their ire. The auction house manager hurried to the scene to calm the esteemed guests, as well as the opportunistic onlookers. Simultaneously, he contacted the owner, requesting that a prominent figure be dispatched to quell the unrest. All the owners were seasoned professionals. They understood that in the realm of stone gambling, both fortune and misfortune could strike. Just moments ago, Mr. Luo, a newcomer, had successfully cut a remarkable ice red, achieving substantial gains. Indeed, the chances of a successful cut today are diminished, but that does not imply the absence of quality material. Perhaps it simply has yet to be revealed. Please remain calm. Shortly, our young master, Mr. Qin Tianzi, will arrive to personally oversee the cutting, and together we shall witness a miracle. Just as these words were spoken, an exclamation erupted from the small stone cutting area. My heavens! It's a verdant masterpiece. An exquisite icy green, astonishingly close to imperial green. The excitement is palpable. The stone cutter's exuberant shout reverberates through the air, capturing the attention of all present, particularly the auction house's general manager, who reacts as if he has heard a life-saving note. Just wait. I am certain there will be a significant increase in the raw stone's value, though it has yet to be cut. Let us proceed to examine the quality of this raw stone. I invite the esteemed executives and experts to personally appraise its worth. The host of the cutting room hastens with fervor, having ascertained the situation. The moment the general manager and the influential bidders arrive, he begins his introduction. This auction item, numbered 54, has a starting price of 9,000 yuan and was purchased by Mr. Xiao for 480,000 yuan, weighing in at 68 kilograms. It is priced so modestly due to the skepticism of several appraisers, perhaps owing to its unremarkable appearance. The competition during the auction is not fierce, which indicates the appraiser's assessments may indeed be correct. By the way, let me take this opportunity to interview Mr. Xiao. What were your considerations when you decided to bid on this raw stone? The host, microphone in hand, presents it to Xiao Xingyun. He glances at the gathering crowd. Unfazed by the attention, the larger the audience, the fiercer the competition will be, ultimately driving the final price higher. Thus, he responds with confidence, albeit fabricating a bit. This is my first venture into bidding for raw stones. I truly know little about it. I simply found this stone aesthetically pleasing, and with a reasonable price, I thought I would give it a try. Who knew others would overlook it? I casually raised my bid a few times and secured it. Mr. Xiao, your luck seems extraordinary. This sentiment echoes not only my own, but likely resonates with everyone present, does it not? The last remark is directed at the onlookers. Indeed, I too believe you have stumbled upon remarkable fortune. The icy green is of superior quality compared to the previous icy red, larger and far more valuable. You are destined for success. Just this piece alone could be worth several million. As we are engrossed in the host's exuberant commentary, it appears we momentarily forget that the stone cutter is still at work. Surely he is not preparing to cut another window? Do not cease. I'll offer 5 million. A prominent jeweler interjects eagerly. There is no rush. Now that it has been cut, I intend to complete the process. Halting midway is not in my nature. Xiao Xingyun asserts with confidence. Ha, young lad, though you are still in your youth, you possess the prowess of a seasoned veteran. You can navigate this treacherous road with finesse. My admiration is yours. A rotund, middle-aged man chuckles heartily. Enough with the banter. I am merely stating facts. Just then, the stone cutter exclaims with fervor, it has turned green again, still icy green. Both sides are now revealed. This cut has at least tripled in value compared to the previous one. Chapter 12. Cut, cut, cut. Rise, rise, rise. The first bid is at 5 million. If the second cut indeed triples the previous value, it will be at least 15 million. The Jade Master may not possess exceptional eyesight or expertise in stone gambling. Yet after cutting numerous jade roughs, he is undeniably well-versed in market prices. He is acutely aware of the distinction between a single side revealing green upon the first cut and both sides displaying green. The camera in the cutting room zooms in, allowing for a clearer view of the areas where both sides have been cut and subsequently polished. Indeed, it is a high-quality icy green, barely qualifying as imperial green, though the color distribution is somewhat uneven. Overall, it falls short of the standards of true imperial green by a notable margin. 15 million, I shall take it. Mr. Xiao, what do you think? Gu Qingqing interjected suddenly, offering a high price without waiting for others to bid, seizing the opportunity. Before Xiao Xingyun could respond, other jewelers nearby gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, wow, that price is exorbitant. It leaves us no room to respond. The dual-sided green still harbors considerable risk. Who can ascertain the condition of the other two sides, or the eventual yield? Yet, I feel it remains a distance from true imperial green, exhibiting slight impurities. According to market trends, in its current state, 12 million would be the absolute ceiling. However, Xiao Xingyun shook his head and calmly stated, I have already drawn 4 lines. I must complete this cut before I can contemplate selling. If the price soars, I will naturally be pleased. If it collapses, I will regard it as tuition for experience. Since Mr. Xiao has made his decision, we shall wait and see, Gu Qingqing replied with a cool demeanor, neither insisting nor advising otherwise. The onlookers had varying opinions. This bravado deserves a 9. The remaining 91, I shall reserve for my own benefit. To wager such a hefty tuition, truly bold. I wager his entire outfit costs no more than 1,000. Enough blathering. Setting aside everything else, it is this unwavering calmness that commands my respect. Were I to unveil a jade rough worth over 10 million, regardless of size, I would be overjoyed. At this moment, Luo Pengzi, who had just calculated his earnings, finally grasped the situation. He rushed over and embraced Xiao Xingyun, declaring, brother, from now on, you are my dear brother. You are simply incredible. Our first stone gamble. And you secure an imperial green? Only a small portion of the area can achieve the level of imperial green. The majority is icy floating green. Xiao Xingyun corrected Luo Pengzi's misstatement. Yes, yes, you are handsome. Everything you say is correct, Luo Pengzi laughed, instantly comprehending Xiao Xingyun's intent. It's all about being low-key. And they understood each other perfectly. At that moment, the Jade Master shouted excitedly once more. It has increased again. The third side reveals green. Of the same quality, an icy green. My goodness, if the final side remains uncut, all 4 sides will be green. Continue to cut. I said 4 sides must be cut. If one side is missing, it doesn't count. Xiao Xingyun was not aiming to boast, but rather sought to compare the jade revealed by cutting with what he had perceived through his visionary insights. This experience is crucial for his accumulation of knowledge. He is indifferent to others' opinions. He intends to cut, and no one can dissuade him. 20 million, the price has risen. I am offering 20 million, Mr. Xiao. I believe you should seriously consider the sincerity of Gu's jewelry. Here is my business card. Should you come across any other exquisite materials in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Gu Qingqing stepped forward, approaching Xiao Xingyun's side, extending her delicate hand to present a finely crafted pink business card. The card bore a fragrance, reminiscent of her own alluring scent. Xiao Xingyun accepted it and glanced at it. It contained merely a name and a mobile number. The name was Gu Qingqing, which he already recognized, and the mobile number was likely genuine as well. With humility, Xiao Xingyun remarked, "I fear that this may be my only stroke of luck in this lifetime. However, should fortune smile upon me again, and if the price proposed by Ms. Gu is reasonable, I shall reach out to you." Mr. Xiao is excessively modest. Gu Qingqing replied politely, observing the jade stone in silence. After a few minutes, the Jade Master finally removed the fourth layer of skin. The green remained vibrant, albeit with slightly inferior quality compared to the other three sides. However, with all four sides now exposed, the jade's volume was fully revealed. The jade weighed approximately 2 kilograms, predominantly featuring bright green with speckles and a small section of pure, vibrant green, which nearly met the standards of imperial green. This large cross-section exhibited only minor fissures, allowing for the extraction of at least 2 perfect bangles that could serve as prize treasures. Currently, the market price for ice-type bright green bangles is excessively inflated, precluding a definitive valuation based solely on market averages. A small imperial green ring may be acquired for several tens of thousands. Yet a diminutive imperial green pendant often commands prices of over 100,000, or even several 100,000 for thicker brands. An imperial green bangle, especially one that is entirely verdant, could easily fetch several million from affluent buyers who are particularly enamored with it. Of course, even within the realm of imperial green, there exists a hierarchy, categorized by the intensity of green, color uniformity, and quality of the jade. Xiao Xingyun's piece is of slightly inferior ice variety. Had it been of the glass-type bright green, it would command truly top-tier prices. The same volume of jade would be valued at 20 to 30 million, while glass-type vibrant green could reach a staggering 2 to 300 million. Recently, at a major auction abroad, a glass-type imperial green jade bangle ultimately sold for over 100 million Chinese yuan. Moreover, instances of other exquisite imperial green bangles fetching prices in the tens of millions are not uncommon. Setting aside any potential irregularities in the auction process, industry insiders have tacitly accepted the elevated prices of exceptional imperial green bangles. The crowd present was astounded, their mouths agape, with some consumed by jealousy, their eyes turning red. The fully verdant jade ruff, combined with the now estimable weight and size of the imperial green section, enticed other jewelers to take a chance. Even as Gu Qingqing had already placed her bid. "I bid 22 million. Mr. Xiao, please consider our offer from Lao Fengxiang Jewelry." "Oomph, how stingy. With all four sides revealing green, you only offer 22 million? I, Zhongjin Jewelry, bid 23 million. Gu Jewelry offers 25 million, expressing sincere intent to purchase, vowing to maintain the highest bid. This is a source of pride for the Gu family, as well as for Gu Qingqing, who exudes confidence. Our young master bids 26 million. At this moment, staff from the Qin Jewelry House enter the jadeite hall, leading a dashing young gentleman, Qin Tianxi, the young master of the Qin family. From a distance, Qin Tianxi calls out, "The quality of this jadeite ruff is remarkable. I have just received a report from the staff, and I am quite pleased. Furthermore, the Qin family is about to participate in an international jewelry competition and urgently requires some exquisite materials. Thus I cannot resist competing with all esteemed guests." Chapter 13. A deep strategy without discussing the potential value of this jadeite once transformed into jewelry. Its current market price already exceeds Xiao Xingyun's expectations. Yet, as the owner of the jadeite ruff, and being a true pauper, the higher the bids from others, the better it is for him. This is his chance for sudden wealth. With a bid of 26 million, Qin Tianxi makes a striking entrance, capturing everyone's attention. Young Master Qin, as the owner of the auction house, playing both referee and athlete, surely this is inappropriate? Gu Qingqing furrows her brow, surprised that the Qin family has come to vie for the item. The relationship between referee and athlete does not apply here. I merely have a personal fondness for this jadeite and wish to acquire it as part of my private collection. If the Gu family intends to enter the jewelry market, they cannot obstruct a fellow competitor from conducting business, can they? Qin Tianxi's words carry a subtext, revealing that the negotiations between the Qin and Gu families have not reached a conclusion. In light of this, let us adhere to the rules of commerce. 30 million. This jadeite shall belong to the Gu family. Gu Qingqing, with her gentle demeanor yet resolute spirit, exhibits a hint of impatience, instantly raising the price to the threshold of 30 million. Gasp. Xiao Xingyun inhales sharply. This price is exhilarating, far exceeding the normal market range. Even if the funds are successfully acquired, they are indeed burdensome. 30 million. We could never earn such a sum from our stall in a lifetime. Perhaps we should concede? Fat Luo, more excited than Xiao Xingyun, exuberantly cheers from the side. Xiao Xingyun disregards the fat man, turning his gaze towards Qin Tianci. It is said that this young gentleman is the heir of the Qin family. He certainly possesses an impressive exterior, handsome, cheerful, and tall, only slightly shorter than himself. He casts a glance, implying that Miss Gu has already offered 30 million. Will he not respond? Miss Gu is generous, yet this price exceeds my means. My pocket money is insufficient. If no one else bids, this jadeite ruff will belong to you. Who would have thought that amidst the auction house's discarded materials, there would emerge a premier piece of imperial green? Truly astonishing. Qin Tianxi's audacious maneuver leaves the crowd astounded. They anticipated a fierce contest, yet upon Gu Qingqing's initial move, he faltered. Such a strategy is exceedingly slick, reminiscent of a layered scheme. His insinuation was understood by all present. Clearly, this is an attempt to absolve the Qin auction house, suggesting that even among our discarded materials, we can uncover imperial green jade, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it is merely a stroke of bad luck on your part. This burden shall not be borne by our auction house. Many, like Gu Qingqing, are profoundly dissatisfied with Qin Tianxi's blame-shifting behavior. Xiao Xinjian was also taken aback. Where was the promised bidding war? Where was the anticipated escalation of tensions? Nonetheless, 30 million is still quite impressive and has surpassed his expectations. This price pleases me greatly, Ms. Gu. This jadeite now belongs to your esteemed Gu Jewelry, Xiao Xinjian declared, content to seize the opportunity and express his intent to finalize the transaction. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for your generosity. Should any exquisite materials emerge in the future, please do not hesitate to contact me. Gu Qingqing instructed her assistant to transfer the funds to Xiao Xinjian. With a net income of 30 million, she felt as though she had struck gold overnight. Xiao Xinjian, wary of inciting envy, refrained from cutting into any further materials, fully aware that even if the 3 remaining jadeite stones and a piece of rough jade were far less valuable than this imperial green, their collective increase in worth could lead to self-doubt. It was imperative to maintain stability. Caution is the tried-and-true principle for longevity. Soon, a notification confirming the transaction appeared on his phone. After checking it 3 times, with a leading digit of 3 followed by multiple zeros, he managed to suppress his excitement, maintaining a calm demeanor as he completed the delivery procedures for the remaining 4 pieces. Together with his companion, the portly Luo, they returned to their residence in a transport vehicle. The 4 remaining rough stones were not overly heavy, and with the assistance of the auction house workers, they were smoothly moved into the rental property he occupied. It was only now that he comprehended why the prominent collectors of jadeite in the industry resided in villas, often with basements. Transporting stones upstairs was quite inconvenient, even with an elevator. Of course, there was a more compelling reason for their choice of residence: wealth. Xiao Xinjian mused that in a different location, his 30 million could procure a villa, yet in Shanghai, it might only secure a spacious flat, which he would have to appreciate modestly. The luxurious flats in Tangshan Yiping were immediately ruled out as unattainable, with the smallest units starting at over 400 square meters, each square meter costing tens of thousands. Merely contemplating it made him feel woefully impoverished. 30 million in Shanghai truly felt insufficient. Brother Yin, you are a millionaire, yet you still reside in a rental? Shouldn't you consider purchasing a place nearby? Luo, unrelenting, insisted on staying even at the late hour. Having returned from the supermarket with a case of beer and a variety of snacks, eager to celebrate with Xiao Xinjian. I'm contemplating it. After all, the landlord here is rather unreliable, and if fortune does not favor me, I may need to seek a different rental. Xiao Xinjian responded candidly as he took a sip of beer. Luo chuckled mischievously. Heh, I recall you mentioning a beautiful co-tenant. Why not invite her over to celebrate? I could play wingman. Perhaps tonight you might win her heart. She has been staying in the school dormitory these past few days. Please refrain from jumping to conclusions. She is a serious dreamer. Due to some issues with her family's business, she has ventured into this profession. Given her previous aspirations, she should have pursued a singing career. I understand completely. Since her family is facing unexpected difficulties, wouldn't it be easier to take advantage of the situation and seduce her? Xiao Xingyun believed that associating with someone like Luo Pengzi, who lacked integrity, would corrupt his own principles. He was not merely seeking physical connections. He desired emotional depth as well. Only children make choices, adults embrace everything. A shallow individual like Pengzi could not possibly comprehend these profound truths. Their conversation shifted to the topic of setting up a stall in the antique market. With new opportunities on the horizon, Luo Pengzi expressed his reluctance to continue selling at stalls. Previously, despite toiling tirelessly, he would earn only 20 to 30,000 a month if fortune favored him. Otherwise, he might only make a few thousand. Since gambling on stones proved to be lucrative, why not focus solely on that? After all, fortune in this realm is often fickle. One moment you could be rich, the next impoverished. Reflecting on the fear of cutting into a stone that crumbles. Do you still wish to pursue this line of work? With that, Xiao Xingyun hoped to instill caution in Luo Pengzi. Hey, ISNT, there's still your brother Yin here? Luo Pengzi chuckled awkwardly. I'm also a novice in the jade and stone industry. You were the one who introduced me to it. Although I have perused a few books on gambling stones, in the eyes of true experts, I am still a lamb waiting for slaughter. Today's success was purely a stroke of luck. Indeed, luck plays a role, but it is also a facet of skill. Let us toast to fortune and to you. Brother Yun. Undeterred, Luo Pengzi remained eager to continue gambling on stones. Xiao Xingyun realized that this fellow was intent on amassing wealth. Once one has tasted the exhilaration of sudden riches, it becomes increasingly difficult to revert to the grind of earning a meager living. Chapter 14. Pretentious? I am not that kind of person. Neither of them could recall how much they had consumed. They awoke the following afternoon to the blinding sunlight and the 4 raw stones lying in their rented room, confirming that the previous night had not been a dream. I have made up my mind. Today, I shall search for a house, Xiao Xingyun declared after freshening up. Brother Yun is wise. Have you decided which district to purchase in? It would be best to buy a larger place. I shall come to stay any time. Just on that note, I am inclined to buy a small 1-bedroom apartment, denying you the opportunity to stay over. Please. I will cover the rent and even cook for you. My culinary skills are top-notch. If you bring a beautiful woman home, I would gladly sleep on the street, ensuring I do not become a third wheel. Enough of that. Today, I plan to rent a villa with a basement. I intend to acquire a professional stone analysis machine and learn the craft myself. Relying on others' machines is rather inconvenient. A villa? Those are exorbitantly priced. A row house typically costs 50 to 60,000 a month, often without a basement, and a standalone villa is even more expensive. In the nearby area, rent could easily reach around 100,000 monthly. Let us look for an older, smaller property, as long as it has a basement. I am not particularly picky. In searching nearby, the primary consideration was proximity to the music academy, facilitating his pursuit of courting Qi-Qing. Even if that did not pan out, there were plenty of other charming ladies from different music academies. Xiao Xingyun was determined to enter the gambling stone industry, and residing nearby had its advantages, particularly the proximity to the city god temple, which facilitated market visits. After their meal, the two proceeded to a real estate agency to express their rental requirements. Upon hearing that Xiao Xingyun sought to rent a villa, the young female agent's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a lucrative client, and securing this deal could yield a commission of at least 10,000 yuan. They spent the entire afternoon viewing over a dozen villas, including both townhouses and standalone properties, each with its own set of issues. While Xiao Xingyun could have settled for any of them, he remained somewhat dissatisfied and wished to explore further options. The young agent, now exhausted and panting, wore a pitiful expression, torn between frustration and restraint. Ladies and gentlemen, there is one last property available, if you are not satisfied with this one. I am at a loss, she said. Very well, let us see this final option, Xiao Xingyun replied amiably, displaying a generous disposition without strict demands. This particular villa was located close to the music academy and was often subjected to the sounds of practicing instruments, which was why it was presented last. However, its facilities were quite satisfactory, with a monthly rent of only 58,000 yuan and all essential living items included. Upon arrival at the villa, Xiao Xingyun gently remarked to the agent, "You are not to blame for your fatigue. You should have brought us here first." It was settled. This would be the one. The location was convenient, the environment picturesque, and it was just a wall away from the music academy, complete with a garage and basement, all at a reasonable price. The young agent, taken aback, weakly defended, "But it can be a bit noisy. Previous tenants have mentioned this. I hesitated to recommend it immediately to you. Enough with the explanations, or the deal will slip away," Xiao Xingyun interjected. Let us finalize the contract tonight, and I can move in tomorrow? Yes, indeed. We have the keys. Once the contract is signed and the rent paid, you can move in at any time, she affirmed. Agreed. Xiao Xingyun decided. His companion, the plump Luo, chimed in to assert his presence. Brother Yun, you truly are modest. With a fortune in the millions, I expected you to indulge in extravagant purchases. Yet here you are renting a modest townhouse. How about we order 2 luxury cars tomorrow to show off? What need have I for luxury cars when shared bicycles are so convenient? Xiao Xingyun firmly declined, prioritizing sending a few tens of thousands home to alleviate his parents' financial anxieties. Living in Shanghai was exhausting, driving was a burden, and finding parking was even more so. Pretentiousness was not in his character. After signing the contract at the agency, Xiao Xingyun noticed a parallel import car dealership nearby. With a casual inclination to take a look, he ended up ordering a Mercedes-Benz with upgraded options, totaling over 2 million yuan. Luo chose a striking red Porsche 911, a color that reflected his exuberant spirit. As they were escorted out by the sales manager and 2 saleswomen, Xiao Xingyun suddenly realized, Luo, you must have diminished my intellect. How could I possibly have bought a car, especially such an expensive one? He shifted the blame onto his friend. Upon entering, it was unmistakably you who took the initiative. Even this splendid Porsche 911 was recommended by you. Initially, with my modest funds, I merely wished to indulge in a Mustang to satiate my yearning for a sports car. The remainder of my finances was earmarked for investing in jade rough stones. Yet, I refused to believe it. Just because you possess striking looks does not exempt you from rational discourse. Suddenly, Xiao Xingyun experienced a moment of conscience, recognizing the necessity of reason. Upon introspection, he acknowledged that the Mercedes-Benz was indeed the car of his dreams. With newfound wealth, the allure of a long-desired vehicle overwhelmed his senses. Indeed, he had recovered a fragment of memory. It was he who desired the purchase. A sleek black Mercedes-Benz 550 caught his eye, and fortuitously, there was a model available in the showroom. After placing the order, it would take 2 days to prepare the additional components and embellishments before he could take possession. As for the Porsche 911, it was genuinely a recommendation he made to Luo Pengzi, who subsequently acquired it. This arrangement allowed him occasional thrills of driving a sports car, thus serving dual purposes. After dinner, Luo Pengzi received a call from his parents, likely due to the photo he posted in his social circle showcasing his new Porsche 911, which would surely lead to a thorough interrogation. In contrast, Xiao Xingyun opted for discretion, refraining from sharing any photographs. Otherwise, inquiries from university, high school, middle school, and elementary school classmates would become incessant and bothersome. Everyone knew he was a university student hailing from a humble background. If he were to suddenly acquire wealth, it would not be perceived as a testament to his merit, but rather as a sign of laziness, suggesting he had latched onto a wealthy benefactor. Indeed, the class monitor from university, Hu Guoqiang, announced in the WeChat group that there would be a gathering the night after tomorrow, with all classmates remaining in Shanghai invited. Free for both males and females. There were no secrets in their university group. Everyone was already aware of his venture selling jade stones. 2 classmates had even procured jade pendants for their girlfriends from him. Class monitor Hu Guoqiang, Xiao Xingyun, please refrain from selling jade the afternoon before the gathering. Let us convene in the private room, play some cards, and catch up. It has been over half a year since we last gathered. By the way, if you lack funds for the gathering, I can cover your share in advance. It won't be much, just 2,000 each, including the money for after-dinner karaoke. And we can adjust accordingly. Brother Shuping, Hu Guoqiang, since you are so affluent, could you also cover my expenses? Both Xiao Xingyun and I are from humble beginnings. 2,000 is sufficient for our monthly sustenance. Some disapproved of Hu Guoqiang's incessant jabs at Xiao Xingyun and spoke out in defense. Xiao Xingyun glanced through the chat records, noting Hu Guoqiang's continued attempts to undermine him, and inwardly scoffed, in the depths of my poverty. I never asked you for a single penny. Now that I possess wealth, why would I require your assistance? However, setting a trap for you seems rather fitting. Does it not? Thus, Xiao Xingyun's cunning maneuver unfolded. Hu Guoqiang, thank you, Brother Chong. I shall rely on you for this expense. I will be punctual at the gathering the day after tomorrow. When I was broke, I endured. Now that I am affluent, I shall benefit from your generosity. Do not concern yourself with my pride. The wealthy carry their own dignity and radiance. Chapter 15. A true man never acts prematurely. Hu Guoqiang felt as if he had swallowed a fly, a wave of discomfort washing over him. His mind was awash with incredulity. What had happened to Xiao Xingyun? It was as if he had transformed into an entirely different person, shamelessly demanding money without a second thought. Was 2,000 yuan not significant? Why should he be expected to cover the costs? Did this scoundrel truly fail to grasp that his remarks were laced with sarcasm? After some contemplation, Hu Guoqiang responded, Xiao Xingyun, it appears that my old classmate's business is not thriving of late. He cannot even afford a meal. Xiao Xingyun replied in the group chat, indeed, it's quite tragic, which is why I implore our class monitor for some assistance. How about sending a generous red envelope to benefit us all? A fellow classmate chimed in promptly, Hu Guoqiang, yes. Do send a sizable red envelope to aid us impoverished students from the mountainous regions. Seeing the amusing exchanges, other classmates joined in, replicating the messages with meticulous precision. As a famous individual once articulated, the essence of humanity lies in its propensity to repeat. However, as the recipient of this mimicry, Hu Guoqiang chose to retreat, silently vanishing from the conversation. Regardless of the chatter around him, he feigned ignorance. Ah, how miserly. He couldn't even spare a single red envelope. I shall deal with you at the gathering the day after tomorrow, Xiao Xingyun mused inwardly. That evening, Xiao Xingyun engaged in a brief chat with Su Qing on WeChat. She was live streaming from her dormitory, hesitant to return to her rented apartment for fear of encountering the lecherous landlord. Xiao Xingyun informed her that he had secured a new place and encouraged her to visit the following day. Su Qing was somewhat astonished by his promptness, but, as she was about to begin her live stream, she could only hastily reply with an affirmation. They agreed to meet at 10 a.m. by the east gate of the Music Academy to view the property together. Little did she know, Xiao Xingyun had already rented a villa, mistakenly believing that he had found a two-bedroom apartment. As Xiao Xingyun set his phone aside, he heard the sound of the door opening. His roommate, Zhang Hao, had returned. Xiao Yun, there was a minor incident at the auction house yesterday, and we, the junior staff, were swamped with work, staying late into the night. I just got back and completely forgot to ask how you fared. Did you enjoy your time at the auction? Zhang Hao called out from the doorway, noticing the light in Xiao Xingyun's room. Xiao Xingyun opened the door to let him in and replied, it was quite enjoyable, indeed. As Zhang Hao stepped inside and observed the 4 raw stones scattered about the small room, 3 of which were jade and 1 a seed material, he was taken aback. You actually spent money to bid and secured 4 pieces? Let me tell you, last night, we had customers causing a ruckus because we couldn't cut any significant raw stones. Even our young master came to calm the situation, but to no avail. This batch of material is rumored to be of exceptionally poor quality. Our appraisal experts have privately remarked that it's a scam. Zhang Hao was evidently unaware of Xiao Xingyun's legendary experiences in the stone-cutting hall. What? Is it that serious? I heard that a customer had a stroke of luck and managed to cut a king's green jade, which was then purchased for 30 million. Hundreds of customers. Hundreds of auction items, yet only a small piece of imperial green and a sliver of ice-type red jade were extracted, while the remainder consisted of assorted lesser-quality jade. One must ponder the improbability of substantial profits in such a scenario. Surely, the patrons would raise a ruckus, especially in the case of the blind bids, where 6 or 7 pieces were cut, and not a single one yielded significant returns. Xiao Xingyun was astounded. Amidst the plethora of auction items, he had identified a dozen with potential for remarkable appreciation. Together with the rotund luo, they secured 4 or 5 pieces of jade, alongside a nugget, while the remaining promising raw stones numbered at least 10. Alas, by sheer coincidence, the customers who purchased these pieces took them away immediately without any on-site stone analysis. This led to escalating misunderstandings, resulting in chaos in the stone analysis hall after their departure, with some taking advantage of the situation to vandalize artworks and lighting fixtures. The news was sensational. Regrettably, Xiao Xingyun and Luo, being outsiders, only learned of the incident now. Not to worry, Xiao Xingyun reassured, I merely bought them for enjoyment. The bidding prices were reasonable, and even if nothing of merit emerges, I shan't be too distressed. That is reassuring. One must maintain a positive mindset in gambling on stones. Since you are unperturbed, I shall retreat to my quarters for some rest. I have work early tomorrow. Xiao Xingyun intended to inform him about his new housing arrangements, but, noticing his fatigue, opted to save that conversation for when he moved. Seizing the moment, Xiao Xingyun called his parents to inquire about their well-being. Life in the remote mountain village remained tranquil, though their old house was in disrepair, and his father expressed a desire to construct a new home closer to the road. Xiao Xingyun assured him that finances were not a concern and planned to transfer several tens of thousands to his father the following day. His ancestral home was in a village in Sichuan, where his parents lived as honest farmers, rarely venturing beyond the county town, engaging primarily within the town and village. If he were to suddenly gift them a sum in the hundreds of thousands or millions, it would undoubtedly alarm them. In their simple worldview, sudden wealth was synonymous with dubious paths leading to imprisonment. There was a close uncle in the village who, after inexplicably acquiring great wealth, indulged in extravagant feasts daily, only for the authorities to discover he had committed robbery. This incident served as a cautionary tale throughout Xiao Xingyun's upbringing, teaching him the importance of integrity and the dangers of illicit activities, a lesson he had heard countless times. Understanding his parents' nature, he was prudent in choosing the frequency and amount of his remittances. That night, lying in bed, sleep eluded him, prompting him to enter Qiuqing's live stream and listen to her sing. Her voice was enchanting and distinctive. As a music academy student, her singing exuded professionalism, and her beauty attracted many genuine admirers. Occasionally, she would dance, but always eschewed the vulgar antics typical of lowbrow streaming content, which she held in disdain. Yet, truth be told, Xiao Xingyun enjoyed watching her dance. He casually sent a few small gifts and, lulled by her melodious voice, gradually drifted into slumber. The next morning, Xiao Xingyun first transferred 50,000 to his father and then called him, urging him to refrain from being frugal. And I repeatedly urged my father, since he is building a house, to select quality materials. Next month, I will transfer at least 50 or 60,000 to the family. My father's decision to construct a house at this time is due to having saved some money over the years, combined with the funds from Xiao Xingyun, which are quite sufficient. It is enough, indeed, my dear child. It is not easy for you out there. Save your money for when you eventually marry. You must return home for the new year this year. I have already asked relatives to introduce you to potential matches. I dread my parents worrying about my marriage. If I surmise correctly, building a new house is also a preparation for my own wedding. Father, do not trouble yourself with this matter. I will handle my own affairs regarding a partner, and you need not make introductions. Well, I mustn't linger. I have work to attend to. Xiao Xingyun decisively concluded the conversation, for the mere mention of marriage could lead even my taciturn father to chatter for half an hour. As Xiao Xingyun approached the east gate of the music academy, Su Qing was already waiting there. At that moment, it was precisely 10 o'clock. Xiao Xingyun had a fondness for punctual girls, as he himself valued timeliness. It seemed a perfect match. However, there was a man besides Su Qing who was somewhat bothersome, seemingly vying for her attention. The beauty of a girl often comes with the drawback of attracting persistent suitors, which can be quite a nuisance. Chapter 16. Are we living together now? What is the matter, beautiful? Do you need assistance? Xiao Xingyun pretended to be a stranger, swaggering over with the demeanor of a wayward youth. Yes, this person keeps pestering me, always wanting to add me on WeChat. When I refuse, he won't leave. Su Qing exclaimed, rushing to Xiao Xingyun's side in a state of panic, linking her arm with his and seeking refuge behind him. The man called out passionately, Su Qing, stop fooling around. We are classmates. What is wrong with wanting to add you on WeChat? After 3 years, do you not understand my feelings for you? I don't understand, but I have something to attend to. Please, stop bothering me. Su Qing firmly rejected him. Listen carefully, young man. The lady does not wish for your continued pursuit. Do you comprehend? Xiao Xingyun said, smoothly allowing Su Qing to cling to his arm as they turned to leave. It seems rather unsafe for you to be alone. How about we walk together? I will accompany you wherever you wish to go. You're so annoying. You are deliberately provoking my classmate. He has a bad temper and might go mad. Su Qing shot Xiao Xingyun a playful glare, her charm undeniable and captivating. Convincing him to give up on you will put an end to this once and for all, won't it? Xiao Xingyun whispered softly in her ear. Their intimate exchange, filled with hushed whispers, resembled a budding romance, inciting the young man at the entrance to a frenzy. Su Qing, you would rather walk away with a little rogue than accept my pursuit? The young man shouted. We are simply not suited for each other. You will find someone better. Su Qing reiterated her refusal, having uttered similar sentiments countless times before. Fine, you truly are something. The young man, seemingly humiliated beyond measure, turned and fled towards the school. Looking rather disheveled, Xiao Xingyun experienced a fleeting pang of guilt. Had she perhaps gone too far? No, it was Zhao Kai who was insufferable. She harbored no affection for him, yet he had persistently entangled himself in her life for 3 years. You cannot fathom the extent of my disdain for him. Recently, having somehow learned of the troubles plaguing my family's business and my forays into live streaming for income, he had the audacity to make even more outrageous demands. Enough of that. Let us proceed to view the property. Su Qing explained, discreetly withdrawing her hand from Xiao Xingyun's arm, allowing them to resume their normal pace. After walking for approximately 3 to 4 minutes, they turned right, arriving at Ciyuan, the villa district where Xiao Xingyun resided. Upon spotting the sign for Ciyuan, Su Qing paused for 3 seconds, carefully. While considering Xiao Xingyun's dignity, she suggested, "Have we taken a wrong turn? This place is far too lavish. I have a classmate who was maintained by someone here. Cough, you understand." Although there was a facial recognition system for entry, Xiao Xingyun still swiped her access card in Su Qing's presence, signifying her entitlement to enter Ciyuan. "We have not erred. The house we are renting is indeed here." Xiao Xingyun replied with a smile. Su Qing, with earnest concern, implored, "Xiao Xingyun, please, this jest is not amusing. In these times, earning a living is no easy feat. There is no need to maintain appearances by forcing yourself to rent a villa. It is unnecessary." Noticing her unease, Xiao Xingyun concocted a benign lie. "All right. Let me be candid. This is my friend's house. He has recently traveled abroad, and he entrusted me with its care, merely to assist with the utility bills. Now that makes sense. I knew you were not a vain or superficial person. However, I recall you mentioning that your family resides in a mountain village. How could you possibly know such affluent acquaintances? That is a long story. In fact, my family was once quite prosperous. But let us set that aside for now and focus on the house." As they approached the rented villa, its exterior, characterized by Eastern aesthetics, showcased a design that was both classical and elegant, with ample space in front to cultivate flowers. At first glance, it bore a striking resemblance to a standalone villa. However, the sound of piano practice wafted from next door. Despite the well-sealed doors and windows, the music was pleasant and skillfully played. Xiao Xingyun entered the room using a fingerprint lock. The first floor boasted 3 bedrooms and a spacious living room, while the second floor contained 3 additional rooms suitable for guest accommodations or a study, with 2 sunlit rooms on each level, an exceptionally reasonable layout. The interior decor was, as expected, understated yet luxurious, aligning perfectly with Xiao Xingyun's taste. Su Qing, after exploring the house, expressed her admiration. "Fortuitously, you are looking after your friend's home. Otherwise, renting this villa would cost at least over 100,000 each month. Even our combined earnings would scarcely cover the rent." What home watching? I feel like I am explaining to a husky. This is called house sitting, understand? I comprehend. You men and your fragile egos must be catered to. Just look at how women bloom with a modicum of attention. Were it not for your pride, I would have revealed my affluent identity long ago. Since Su Qing was satisfied with the house, she could move in that very day. Moreover, the real estate agency had graciously provided complimentary moving services for esteemed clients. A small assortment of belongings was handled by a dozen movers, impeccably attired, who meticulously catered to the whims of the affluent. Su Qing opted for a room on the second floor to avoid disturbing Xiao Xingyun during her live broadcasts. Xiao Xingyun was indifferent. After all, he was now cohabiting with his goddess. Was there much of a difference between the first and second floors? It was merely a ceiling apart. And what of the distinction between a friend and a girlfriend? Just a layer of something, really. Although the items were few, packing them proved quite laborious. Once relocated to the villa, rearranging everything took considerable time as well. This commotion extended into the evening. "Oh dear, I'm so exhausted I can hardly move. I don't even feel like going out to eat. Shall we order takeout instead?" Su Qing reclined on the sofa, her chest rising and falling, breathing heavily, appearing as though she might faint at any moment. Little did she know how enticing she looked in that state. Xiao Xingyun forced himself to focus, refraining from using his X-ray vision to gaze at her, fearing it might lead him astray. "Very well, let us order takeout then. My culinary skills are rather lackluster. And even if I attempted to cook, it might not be to anyone else's liking." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and ordered 2 sets from the bestseller list. At that moment, Luo Dapeng suddenly called, and as soon as he answered, he began to lament. "Yin Gu, I finally understand why you prefer to keep a low profile. It's terrible. I'm in such dire straits. What's wrong? After posting on Moments to flaunt my new Porsche 911, everyone knows I've struck it rich. My parents interrogated me all night, and as for my other friends, they've been relentlessly seeking loans for the most absurd reasons, even my ex-girlfriend wanting to borrow money for her newborn. If the child were yours, you'd have to lend it." Luo Dapeng feigned anger. "Get lost. If it were mine, would I even consider sharing? You have no idea how green my face turned at that moment. But let us not digress into ex-girlfriend matters. By the way, since you moved today, I've been too busy to help, but tomorrow I'll set up a feast to celebrate your and Sue, the great broadcaster's, housewarming joy. Chapter 17. Watch How I Deceive You. Xiao Xingyun politely declined. Let us not be formal among brothers. I have a class reunion tomorrow night, and I'll definitely be drinking. I need to conserve my strength for midday and can't join you. No way. I absolutely must treat you to lunch tomorrow. If I don't, my conscience won't let me. And how could I face you in your house afterwards? Uft, when my female roommate is around. I'll pretend I can't hear you knocking. You heartless creature. Can't you make an exception? Haha, absolutely not. Xiao Xingyun merely jested. Their friendship was strong. Luo Dapeng was like a mentor to him, having introduced him to the jade and gemstone business, and they were accustomed to their playful bickering. Little Yuan, you're quite something. Luo Dapeng, left with no other option, reluctantly ended the call. Su Qing had been eavesdropping on Xiao Xingyun's phone call, and only after he hung up did she inquire, "Who called? Are they coming over for dinner?" "It's a business associate, quite a decent fellow, really. You've met him a couple of times before, the hefty one, over 200 pounds, he replied. "We were discussing matters for tomorrow. He won't be coming today." "Oh, you mean Fat Luo, the one who helped you move the boxes last time? He loves to joke around. Isn't he from Shanghai?" Su Qing asked with curiosity. Xiao Xingyun explained, "Indeed, Fat Luo is a local. His family lives not far from here. Both parents work in the system. He helped me a lot when I was setting up my stall at the Chenghuang Temple. He's quite loyal. Given your close relationship, we should definitely treat him to a meal now that we've moved into our new home," Su Qing suggested. "Haha, no need for that. He should be the one treating us. Recently, with my assistance, he has made a small fortune and become something of a local tycoon," Xiao Xingyun insisted. "Very well. I shall defer to your judgment on this matter," Su Qing replied with a slight smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Integrating into each other's social circle was one step towards deeper understanding, and she felt a peculiar joy in her heart. At that moment, the food delivery arrived, and as they ate, their conversation flowed effortlessly. It was more relaxed than during their dinner together just 2 nights ago. After all, starting from today, they were officially cohabitating. Prior to this, they had merely shared a suite as familiar strangers for 6 months. This was indeed a significant leap. Just as they finished their meal and had not yet cleared the remnants, a call came through from Zhang Hao, a former roommate. "What the hell, Xiao Yun? You and Su Qing have moved out together? You didn't give me a heads up? Are you two actually together?" Zhang Hao's voice was tinged with agitation. He had harbored feelings for Su Qing for some time and had discreetly expressed his affections on several occasions. Xiao Xingyun felt a bit of a headache. Zhang Hao was a decent guy, but he had refrained from telling him about Su Qing out of concern for Zhang's unusual feelings towards her. He had anticipated that Zhang would find out and immediately call to confront him. Su Qing, seated across the table, was listening intently, her expression adorably charming. "Zhang, calm down. Let me explain," Xiao Xingyun said. The other day, Su Qing was live-streaming in her room when that lecherous landlord barged in, nearly causing a scene. That's why she was too frightened to return and asked me to help find a new place. You've been busy at the auction house these past few days, so I hadn't found the chance to discuss it with you." "What? That old pervert dared to harass Su Qing? Damn, if I had been there, I would have dealt with him." Zhang Hao was clearly distracted by this more shocking news. Xiao Xingyun continued to elaborate. "That lecherous old man has been divorced for ages, living alone, with his children abroad. If things escalated, without direct evidence, the most he would face is a few days in detention, and it would tarnish Su Qing's reputation. Therefore, after careful consideration, I chose not to involve the police and merely gave him a few kicks. Well, even if such an event were to occur, you ought to have informed me beforehand. It is quite inconsiderate to depart surreptitiously, leaving me in solitude. Truth be told, I am not in the best of spirits today. I have previously confided that our auction house's Xiao Lu harbors feelings for me, but my affections lie with Su Qing, thus I have never reciprocated Xiao Lu's advances. Today, she has been diagnosed with early-stage liver cancer, and while that is a fortunate discovery, the cost of treatment is exorbitant." "Liver cancer? Has your company not provided her with insurance?" Xiao Xingyun recalled the previous night at the auction, when he had discerned the liver condition of that young female attendant using his keen insight. Could it be that this young woman is indeed Xiao Lu? There is insurance. Yet the subsequent treatments will still amount to a significant sum, and her work will be affected as well. Without a source of income, How is she to survive in a place like Shanghai? She returned from the hospital in tears, nearly contemplating suicide, and I spent the entire day persuading her. Just returning from her side. Xiao Xingyun advised, as the sage once said, where there is hope, there is life. Encourage her, for with today's advanced medical technology, and given that it is in the early stages, the chances of recovery are very high. She must not engage in reckless thoughts. Which sage uttered such words? Surely, you are fabricating. Nonsense. What do you mean by fabricating? I am relaying this with my eyes wide open. I must admit. Let us share a meal when time permits. It's rather sudden for you to depart after having lived together for so long. Hold on. What do you mean by depart? That sounds rather peculiar. Are you certain you're not speaking in a cryptic manner? Zhang Hao, feeling disheartened, chose to disregard this fellow, abruptly ending the call and collapsing into sleep. Sitting across the dining table, Su Qing observed Xiao Xingyun as he spoke on the phone, her eyes sparkling with interest. And she suddenly remarked, "So, this is how men converse. It is rather amusing. We too can engage in such discussions without being overly restrained." Xiao Xingyun shook his head in refusal. "That won't do. With your feminine pettiness, if I were to speak to you as I would a man, you would sever ties with me in less than 3 days. You underestimate me. I possess a magnanimous spirit," Su Qing retorted, indignant. Xiao Xingyun lowered his gaze to her rather suggestive features and remarked earnestly, "Indeed, those are considerable, but as for being magnanimous, I cannot ascertain." "Bah, you speak nonsense." "How vexing." Su Qing blushed slightly, rising to ascend the stairs, as it was time for her daily live stream. "See, it hasn't even been a single phrase, and you're already flustered. I was merely complimenting you. Cannot you discern that?" "I cannot, nor do I wish to hear it," she declared, slamming the door to her room with a resounding thud. Women, such contradictory beings. Xiao Xingyun shook his head with a sigh, exuding the demeanor of one well-versed in the intricacies of life. In truth, he had only ever had one girlfriend during university, who was both beautiful and well-proportioned. Yet they parted ways upon graduation. Class monitor Hu Guoqiang also sought to pursue that same woman, but could not compete with Xiao Xingyun, thus harboring resentment towards him for 4 or 5 years, which lingers to this day. Therefore, it is not untrue to say that women are a source of trouble. Yet, every ordinary man, when faced with such trouble, often yearns to be ensnared by them. Chapter 18, Masters of Speed. The following day, Su Qing had classes in the morning and left for school early. By the time Xiao Xingyun awoke, she had already departed. The sound of piano music from next door filled the air, subtle yet pleasant, so Xiao Xingyun did not find it bothersome. Not wishing to cook, he ordered takeout and, while waiting, customized a new type of stone-cutting machine online, preparing to personally carve the raw stones he had acquired. This was no ordinary, inexpensive item. He ordered a genuine professional stone-cutting machine, complete with all necessary accessories, costing over 50,000 yuan. This was merely a mid-sized machine. Professional large-scale equipment, such as that found in the jade market, would start at a minimum of 100,000. Shortly after finishing his breakfast, a call came in from the rotund Luo. "Brother Yun, are you awake? I'm already at the entrance of Zuyuan. Should I come out or wait for you to come in?" "I'll come out. Just give me 3 minutes," Xiao Xingyun replied, tossing his trash into the bin outside before heading to meet Luo at the gate of Zuyuan. Luo stood at the entrance, blocked by the security guard, helplessly smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing Xiao Xingyun, he exclaimed, "Brother Yun, your speed is remarkable. Less than 3 minutes, more like 3 seconds. Fatty, you shouldn't dwell on that. Luckily, I'm not married yet. Otherwise, I'd have a hard time explaining myself," Xiao Xingyun teased. Men understand each other." Luo chuckled. "Let us hurry to pick up the car. I've been driving my old Golf for 3 years and have long wanted a change." "You still have your old Golf?" "Since I got my driver's license, I've only driven taxis. Who can I complain to about that?" Xiao Xingyun responded. "That's because you're too modest, Brother Yun. If you had ventured into stone gambling earlier, you would have been driving a Ferrari or a Porsche by now. Or perhaps I'd have lost everything and jumped into the Huangpu River," Luo retorted, a hint of discomfort in his voice. For had it not been for the ice-red jade stone Xiao Xingyun had chosen for him, he might well have faced such a fate. Singing of the surging waves and the relentless flow of the river beneath, the two took a taxi, arriving at the Parallel Import Car Company in just over 10 minutes. Due to their prior appointment, the sales manager, accompanied by 2 attractive female sales representatives, awaited them at the entrance. A client purchasing 2 luxury cars. Even if not for the same individual, indicated wealth, necessitating a warm reception. Who could predict when these affluent clients might wish to change vehicles again? If they did, it would be essential to draw them back to the company. What purpose did the two lovely saleswomen serve? Were they not there to foster business relationships? Did one think that merely greeting with a smile, offering tea, and bowing would guarantee a generous commission? Mr. Xiao, Mr. Luo, welcome. Your vehicles have been prepared, and the complimentary invisible car film has been applied. Would you prefer to relax in the VIP room first, or shall we proceed directly to the cars? The sales manager, a woman in her 30s with an elegant demeanor and enduring charm, greeted them personally. Let us go directly to the cars. We have a busy day ahead and wish to attend to business first, Xiao Xingyan stated. Very well. When Mr. Xiao has some leisure time, we would be delighted to accompany you for some less formal matters, she replied with a knowing smile. The sales manager, Ms. Lin, exhibited remarkable prowess in driving. Xiao Zhu and Xiao Song playfully chided, Manager Lin, how vexing. We are respectable individuals. If you wish to indulge, please do not involve us. Ms. Lin let out a hearty laugh, exclaiming, to indulge, I must first attract the attention of those two esteemed bosses. Alas, with my aging appearance, I fear my prospects are bleak. Seeing their humility, Mr. Luo, feeling a surge of urgency, interjected, there is hope, indeed. I have a penchant for the mature. Xiao Xingyun could no longer contain her amusement and burst into laughter, finding Ms. Lin's demeanor delightful. She seemed more akin to a nightclub madam than a sales manager. Her saleswomen exuding an alluring yet elusive charm, distinctly sophisticated. Mr. Luo's eagerness, however, disrupted the playful banter. Naturally, the three women joined in laughter, likely perceiving Mr. Luo's impatience. The atmosphere had yet to reach its zenith, and he had already intruded. They had not yet savored the thrill of the moment when he exited. Moreover, given his corpulent stature, if not for Mr. Qian's endorsement, these enchanting beauties would scarcely deign to glance in his direction on the street. Nevertheless, despite the jesting, they were adept at handling serious matters. A sleek black imported Mercedes-Benz G-Class had been prepared for Xiao Xingyun, adorned with a large red ribbon for the ceremonial cutting. Beside it sat a petite red Porsche 911, dwarfed in comparison, one a titanic figure, the other a delicate charm, a juxtaposition that could evoke a visceral reaction. Xiao Xingyun was not one to flaunt. She merely posed for a couple of promotional photographs with the sales company before swiftly concluding the ribbon-cutting ceremony. In contrast, Mr. Luo showed no reluctance to revel in the spotlight, embracing both saleswomen for numerous photographs, lingering in delight before finally posting on social media. Only under the gentle insistence of the charming saleswomen did he proceed to officially cut the ribbon. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyun had already taken the Mercedes for a few spins along the street in front of the sales company. The urban setting did not allow for much speed, and the sales manager accompanied him personally, imparting crucial operational tips to prevent any future mishaps while driving. The vehicle boasted not only robust power but also ample rear space, suitable for intimate gatherings or larger social events. Should he require my assistance at future soirees, he could feel free to contact me. The sales manager had already exchanged phone numbers with Xiao Xingyun, making the current driving experience feel even more natural and fluid. After all, within such a private setting, a moment of exuberance could be easily understood, especially with Xiao Xingyun's tall and striking demeanor. Casting her a glance, Xiao Xingyun remarked, "Thank you for your kindness, Manager Lin." After a few laps, she observed a significant flaw that the Mercedes shared with the Porsche. Ms. Lin, momentarily taken aback, inquired discreetly, "What flaw is that?" The air conditioning in the passenger seat tends to malfunction. When a woman sits there, it becomes particularly warm. Just look at her. She's so hot that she has removed her work jacket. Oh, Xiao, you are truly insufferable. You've made my heart race uncontrollably. Manager Lin patted her chest, the area in question gleaming white and almost blinding. Xiao Xingyun dared not glance too long, finally exhaling a sigh of relief as he parked in front of the sales company. He sensed that this imported car dealership lacked legitimacy and resolved to have someone investigate its credentials. There was an unsettling impression that the women he encountered were not salespersons, but rather flamboyant figures from the nightlife scene. The current vehicle seemed reliable, as the license plate registration had been successfully delegated, but future acquisitions remained uncertain. Vigilance was necessary. In this world, no effort goes unrewarded. Mr. Luo, driving a Porsche, completed a circuit and called out from the side, "Yun, let us hit the highway for a spin before we grab a bite. Should we invite that female anchor of yours in advance?" Chapter 19. The woman wept. Xiao Xingyun nodded and called Su Qing, inviting her to join him for lunch. However, Su Qing explained that she had an examination in the afternoon and needed to review, politely declining his offer. Yun, you really don't wield enough influence, do you? If I were you, I would just reveal my wealthy status. Perhaps she would transform into a delicate bird in your presence. Whatever you say would become reality. Mr. Luo chuckled nearby. Let us not joke. She's not that kind of person. She's a student, and it's normal to have exams occasionally. Come on. Let us take a leisurely drive on the highway and grab something to eat afterward. I have a university reunion tonight, so I want to be drinking at lunch. Xiao Xingyun replied, restarting the vehicle and slowly moving forward. All right, I'll follow your lead, Mr. Luo said without hesitation, driving his Porsche 911 closely behind Xiao Xingyun's Mercedes-Benz. The Mercedes-Benz 550 that Xiao Xingyun purchased is not a sports car, but rather a large off-road vehicle. Featuring a wheelbase of 3,075 millimeters and a maximum ground clearance of 306 millimeters. It is equipped with sporty components and 21-inch wheels to enhance its athletic feel. In terms of power, the Mercedes 550 is fitted with a new 4.6-liter twin-turbocharged gasoline engine, delivering a maximum output of 435 horsepower and a peak torque of 700 Newton-meters, accelerating from a standstill to 100 km/h in just 5 seconds, and comes with a four-wheel drive system. The top speed is electronically limited to 250 km/h, which may not compete with professional sports cars, but is certainly sufficient for domestic highways. Exceeding this limit is only advisable if one wishes to tempt fate. Thus, on the bustling Shanghai Ring Highway, one could observe a striking red Porsche overtaking the sleek black Mercedes on both sides, with Mr. Luo reveling in the superiority of speed. Meanwhile, the Mercedes maintained a steady pace of approximately 130 km/h, reaching the maximum speed limit. Half an hour later, the two alighted at a highway exit near their residence, casually selecting a modest eatery to resolve their lunch predicament. After the meal, Fatty Luo suddenly sighed with regret, saying, "Brother Yun, this is not the life I envisioned." In the movies, the male protagonist, after acquiring a Porsche, is surrounded by numerous beautiful women. Why has my car, parked at the restaurant entrance for over an hour, not attracted a single woman? Xiao Xingyun pointed to a middle-aged lady collecting fees by the roadside, giving him a knowing glance, urging him to reflect. Fatty Luo felt despondent, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. Xiao Xingyun advised, let us return. For the next few days, avoid constantly posting on social media. It would be wise to keep a low profile and perhaps set up a stall at the Changhuang Temple. Regardless, you must sell the inventory you have. I've only been in this business for a little over 6 months, and my stock already amounts to over 100,000. Yours, I imagine, must be even greater. Certainly not less than mine. To be candid, my inventory also stands at over 100,000, as my regular stock consists solely of those items. Even if I continue for 3 more years, my stock will remain unchanged. However, I will heed your counsel and go to the Changhuang Temple tomorrow to manage my inventory and inquire about gambling stone locations in Shanghai. Having perused considerable information on gambling stones, Xiao Xingyun remarked, in Shanghai, the gambling stone venues are limited to a few jewelry auction houses. The true paradise for gambling stone enthusiasts resides in Tiannan Province and Yu Province, while the gambling market in Myanmar is even more untamed. The annual jadeite auction is exclusively held in Myanmar, albeit in a more perilous environment. We, as small merchants, should generally confine our activities to domestic ventures. Shall we head south in a few days to try our luck? Fatty Luo proposed, his interest piqued. Let us discuss it later, once we have concluded our current affairs. Xiao Xingyun replied. Presently, he had over 20 million remaining in capital, and to venture south in pursuit of fortune, he would need to cut all the raw stones he possessed, selling them at a premium before embarking on the journey. Fatty Luo, now confident in Xiao Xingyun's abilities, or perhaps his fortune, decided to follow his lead entirely regarding the gambling stone endeavor. After departing in his Porsche 911, Xiao Xingyun intended to return home for a brief respite before attending a class reunion. Although discussions about the gathering had already commenced in the group chat, and some were reaching out to Xiao Xingyun, he felt no desire to respond, especially without the lure of red envelopes. Engaging in forced conversation seemed futile. He parked the car in the garage and took the opportunity to register his vehicle's license plate at the property management office before returning home to prepare for a short nap. To recharge for the evening's reunion, Upon entering the house, he was taken aback to find Su Qing seated on the living room sofa, tears streaming down her face, with tissues strewn across the floor. What happened? You seemed fine yesterday. Why are you crying so much today? Xiao Xingyun inquired, perplexed as he approached her. Upon seeing him return, Su Qing burst into his embrace, weeping uncontrollably. The creditors are pressing for repayment, and they have seized our house. I have nowhere to go, and my parents are on the verge of a breakdown. I don't know how much longer they can endure. I had intended to return to visit them, but they forbade me, saying those debt collectors are capable of anything. Xiao Xingyun felt a warmth enveloping him, yet it was somewhat overwhelming. He calmly inquired, "How much does your family owe to the outside world? I heard from my mother that they had previously borrowed over 200 million in high-interest loans, and now, with both principal and interest, the total has nearly reached 300 million. Indeed, that is quite a substantial sum." Xiao Xingyun gasped, utterly at a loss for words to offer solace, having never encountered such an amount in his lifetime. The burden was far too heavy to bear. Su Qing wept for a while, releasing her pent-up emotions before regaining her composure. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she withdrew from Xiao Xingyun's embrace. "I apologize for dampening your clothes," she said, wiping her tears and snot with a sense of regret. "It's nothing. My clothes are of little value," he replied. "Regardless of what happens at home, you must stay strong and refrain from making foolish decisions. Wait a little longer. If I can gather sufficient funds, perhaps I can devise a solution for you." Xiao Xingyun reassured her kindly. Su Qing managed to smile through her tears. "Thank you for your kindness, but as for your money, it's better if you keep it. The enormous hole at home is my own despair to bear. Your hard-earned income should be reserved for your daily expenses." Clearly, she regarded Xiao Xingyun's monthly earnings of 10 to 20,000 as a mere drop in the bucket, insufficient even to cover the interest on the debt. "Do not underestimate my capabilities. With a stroke of good fortune, a single business deal could wipe out your family's debts," Xiao Xingyun said, half in jest. "Please, relying on you is less preferable than relying on myself. I must go upstairs to live stream. Earning a bit more might help my family," she concluded, hurrying upstairs, her figure appearing somewhat haggard. Chapter 20. Class Reunion. Watching Su Qing ascend the stairs, Xiao Xingyun sighed softly within. He had developed a fondness for her, yet it had not blossomed into an all-consuming love. He could assist her, but was reluctant to shoulder the burden of billions. It was an awkward space, one of friendship that hovered just shy of romance. With these complex thoughts swirling in his mind, he returned to his room, intending to rest for a while. However, lying on the bed, sleep eluded him. He kept envisioning the moment Su Qing had thrown herself into his arms, sobbing. Alas, what a conundrum. He recalled his university girlfriend, Yang Yudi, with whom he shared 4 years of mutual affection, both emotional and physical. After graduation, she left Shanghai without a word, returning to her hometown in the capital. Neither her phone nor WeChat received any replies, and soon after, he found himself blocked on all fronts. Since then, Xiao Xingyun had never mentioned her again. Yet he occasionally thought of her during sleepless nights. It was said that she was now working within a government institution and had even left their class group, with little news of her circulating among their peers. Only her close friend, Song Xiaoxiao, who remained in Shanghai working for a financial trust company, had any contact with her. Lost in these thoughts, his phone rang, and upon answering, he found himself discussing matters regarding the jade carving machine. The merchant has prepared the goods, and both parties have agreed on a delivery for tomorrow morning. The merchant will handle the installation and debugging, providing a 5-year warranty on the core components. With no issues regarding the timing, Xiao Xingyun consented. Unable to sleep, he hurriedly got up to change his clothes in preparation for the gathering at the restaurant. Most of Xiao Xingyun's attire consists of inexpensive pieces from his school days, alongside some branded clothing purchased by his ex-girlfriend, Yang Yudi, which he had not the heart to discard. He still wears these outfits on occasion to maintain appearances at social events. They are not extravagant luxury items, but rather common domestic brands like Chipai, Kipling, and Lilong, with each outfit priced around 2,000 yuan. He should take some time tomorrow to visit a mall and buy a few sets of respectable branded clothing, as the garments he currently wears feel somewhat outdated. It is not that Xiao Xingyun, now affluent, looks down upon his previous attire. Rather, driving a luxurious Benz while wearing clothes costing 1 or 2,000 yuan and sporting imitation leather shoes from Putian creates a stark contrast, perceived by others as pretentious. Around 4 in the afternoon, Xiao Xingyun, dressed impeccably, drove his Benz towards the venue, the Zykel Hotel. This establishment is quite popular, offering both commendable cuisine and decor. It took him nearly an hour to reach the hotel entrance, where parking spaces were already scarce. As he approached, the security personnel perked up, promptly directing him to a parking spot, although he could have parked effortlessly using the 360-degree surround view system. He appreciated the security's efforts and tossed a pack of premium cigarettes to the officer. "Thank you, brother. This vehicle is quite large and positioned at a corner, so please keep an eye on it to avoid any mishaps with other cars." The security guard, pleased with the gesture, respectfully assured him, "Rest assured, boss. I will be vigilant." The vehicle is insured, effective as of yesterday, and Xiao Xingyun's words merely served to make the security feel more justified in accepting the cigarettes. Suddenly, his phone rang. Fong Buqi, a brother from the upper bunk, was calling. "Xiaoyan, where are you? Hurry to the private room. The guys are playing Donyo. And the atmosphere is electric," Fong Buqi urged over the line. "I've just arrived at the hotel entrance. How many are already in the room?" Xiao Xingyun inquired. "5 of us are here. Our squad leader, who has been urging me to call you, saying he wants to teach you how to play Donyo." "All right. I'm heading to the Fenghua Tianxiao room, right? I'll be there shortly." After hanging up, he entered the establishment, assisted by a welcoming staff member who escorted him to the private room, where service was impeccable. Upon entering, he discovered a large table capable of seating 17 or 18 people. Behind a screen, 4 men and 1 woman were engaged in a game of cards. "Oh, Boss Xiao finally graces us with his presence. We've been waiting for you for half an hour. I hear you've struck it rich lately." The only woman present, named Meng Yali, maintained an ambiguous relationship with the class leader, Hu Guoqiang, and today she sat beside him, suggesting that their connection was indeed special. Xiao Xingyun felt indifferent towards her and promptly retorted, "What fortune are you talking about? Compared to the class leader, you fall far short. The only reason we can afford this meal today is thanks to the class leader's advance." Hu Guoqiang, already in a foul mood due to his poor luck at the table, became even more frustrated upon hearing Xiao Xingyun's remark. Clearing his throat, he awkwardly explained, "I merely covered your expenses. You are expected to repay me once you are financially stable." Xiao Xingyun chuckled. "What is this talk of repayment? We are classmates. Discussing money only sours our relationship. Come, let me take a seat. I wish to play for a while." "Anzi, take my spot. My luck has been dismal today, and I can barely continue," said Fu Buqi, voluntarily relinquishing his place. "All right, how high are we betting? If it's too much, I won't be able to keep up." Xiao Xingyun replied, instinctively adopting a modest demeanor. Hu Guoqiang, with a less than amiable tone, stated, 10, 20, 30, betting with matchsticks, where 1 stick represents 10 yuan. "You know the rules. I recall you've played before, though you often lost." He added, "Let us be clear. The money wagered will be distributed through a group chat in real time. No debts allowed." At that moment, someone had already added Xiao Xingyun to the poker group, while Fu Buqi had exited the chat, leaving 5 members remaining. "All right, it's merely a pre-dinner diversion. I can manage a small wager," Xiao Xingyun thought. Having played before under Hu Guoqiang's tutelage, he had experienced frequent losses, typically around 5 to 600 yuan, a significant amount given his previous income. The game of Donyo, often said to rely solely on luck, indeed involved a degree of skill. With fewer players, a single deck of 54 cards sufficed. With more, 2 decks of 108 cards were used, allowing for card counting and betting adjustments. Betting 1 matchstick equated to 10 yuan, 2 sticks to 20, and 3 to 30. Determining the final odds based on the wager's size. Xiao Xingyun, using his perceptive abilities, quickly scanned the cards, confirming their legitimacy before beginning to deal. Hu Guoqiang drew a 5, aligning perfectly with Xiao Xingyun. Then, the betting commenced. Should Xiao Xingyun not have been the dealer, the situation would have been more complicated. However, as luck would have it, he was. Without hesitation, Xiao Xingyun placed 3 matchsticks, symbolizing a 30 yuan bet. Observing that someone like him, a mere street vendor, was wagering 30, the others felt compelled to match his stake. Consequently, everyone placed bets of 30 yuan. Subsequently, as the dealer, Xiao Xingyun began distributing cards. In local Donyo games, a customary rule permits the dealer to deal cards in any order, as long as each player receives 5 cards. Thus, employing his perceptive abilities, Xiao Xingyun commenced, dealing 3 cards to each player in a standard sequence. In the final 2 cards, which were of utmost significance, he deviated from the customary seeding order for dealing. If you were missing a 9 or a 10, you could have formed a bull 9 or even a bull, yet I presented you with only 1 card. reducing your hand to a bull 1 and another card of 5, transforming it into a bull 5. Consequently, in the first round, Xiao Xingyun obtained a bull, nearly the highest hand possible. There are also 2 special hand types in this locality that surpass the ordinary bull, namely 5 cards of the same value, referred to as bomb bull, and 5 flower cards greater than 10, known as flower bull. Both of these hands offer a 5-fold payout. However, in this round, none of the 4 players had a special hand, with Meng Yali holding the highest at bull 5. This was a deliberate ploy by Xiao Xingyun to distract everyone, presenting her with a formidable hand. Yet no matter how grand her cards were, they would inevitably fall short of the dealer, Xiao Xingyun, as everyone revealed their hands. Xiao Xingyun calmly declared, bull, 3 times. Astonishingly, Hu Guoqiang remarked, your luck is remarkable today. I have a bull 1. Although his loss was not substantial, losing to Xiao Xingyun was particularly irksome. I have a bull 5, such a strong hand, and yet I still lose. It's utterly unjust, Meng Yali pouted, feigning indignation. Each player had wagered 30 yuan, with the bull payout being 3-fold, totaling 90 yuan per person, resulting in Xiao Xingyun, as the dealer, collecting 360 yuan from the 4 players. The amount was not considerable, yet it was immensely satisfying. The thrill of feeling as though she had an advantage over them was exhilarating. Perhaps it was the pent-up frustration from being bullied by Hu Guoqiang for so long that made this retaliation so liberating. In the subsequent rounds, Xiao Xingyun clearly orchestrated the game, including one instance of flower bull and another of bomb bull, yielding a 5-fold win rate, with each person losing 150 yuan, totaling 600 yuan among the 4. As the sole outsider, Fu Buqi was left astonished. Xiao Yunzi, your luck today is extraordinary. I've only lost 7 or 800 in total, yet you've recouped it in just 2 rounds. Good fortune is beyond my control, Xiao Xingyun modestly replied. However, to others, this statement only fueled their frustration. I refuse to believe this is mere chance. Why does the dealer consistently possess superior hands while we, the players, are denied even the opportunity to claim a bull 9? Hu Guoqiang was already sweating profusely. He operated a small company, earning several 100,000 monthly. Losing this amount was trivial, yet it was frustrating. I suspect Xiao Xingyun is cheating. How could anyone maintain such extraordinary luck without foul play? Meng Yali added indignantly. Others contemplated accusing Xiao Xingyun of deceit, yet typically, everyone played in this manner, and it was uncommon for a dealer to dominate without granting any opportunities to the players. Moreover, the cards were provided by the restaurant, making it difficult to substantiate claims of cheating. Having all been classmates, who could truly be unaware of one another? Xiao Xingyun had previously learned to play bull from Hu Guoqiang, and it was not unusual for someone to win occasionally after a history of losses. Normalcy, my foot. My wallet is nearly empty. In mere seconds per round, they had lost track of how much money had slipped through their fingers within that half hour. Fortunately, at that moment, other classmates arrived. A group of 5 or 6 female students, led by Song Xiao, unexpectedly gathered together and entered the private room simultaneously. Playing bullfighting again. You lot have been relentlessly picking on Xiao Xingyun. Do you not feel any shame? Song Xiao, a striking young woman from Jiangnan with delicate features, fair skin, and a slender yet well-proportioned figure, stepped in and immediately advocated for Xiao Xingyun. My dear Miss Song, we are wronged. Today, Xiao Xingyun's luck has been extraordinary, and he has been mercilessly tormenting us. We can hardly bear it any longer. Hu Guoqiang seized the opportunity to stand up, eager to escape the game. As his hand was dismal, he had no bulls. I refuse to believe it. Song Xiao, undeterred, walked straight up to Xiao Xingyun, glanced at the freshly revealed cards, and was taken aback. 5 majestic flower cards. Was this a 5 flower bull? Xiao Xingyun displayed a bashful, earnest smile. It's mere luck, just luck. I can't explain it. My fortune has been remarkably good lately. He noticed that Hu Guoqiang and Meng Yali were already contemplating leaving the game. No more, no more. Xiao Xingyun, you seem intent on driving us to the brink, exclaimed one player. I can't believe it. After checking the transfer records, I've lost several thousand in just half an hour. Everyone had lost the same amount, all thanks to Xiao Xingyun's triumph as the banker. I must have lost my mind. How did I forget to lower my stakes? I am truly defeated this time. If I ever play bullfighting with Xiao Xingyun again, I shall consider myself a mere puppy. After settling the debts from the last round, the group rose, no longer daring to linger at the card table. They migrated to the larger dining table, where they engaged in casual banter. Though those who had lost money wore expressions of discontent, particularly Hu Guoqiang. Known for his frugality, he was especially displeased after losing thousands. Xiao Xingyun, since you've won money, I assume I want need to cover your meal expenses? Hu Guoqiang couldn't help but voice his lingering concern. Oh, but it was you who initially offered to cover for me, and now it is you who refuses. When will you amend your fickle and stingy nature? As class president, you should be more generous, Xiao Xingyun retorted with a smile. Indeed, chimed Fu Buqi in agreement. You should step aside as class president. You rarely give out red envelopes during festivals and even make everyone chip in for meals. Such behavior is beneath your position. As classmates, discussing finances could strain friendships. By the way, we've nearly gathered everyone. Let us call the waiter to order some dishes and also check on those who haven't arrived yet. Despite having graduated, Hu Guoqiang was reluctant to relinquish the title of class president and quickly redirected the conversation to avoid dwelling on the matter. Before long, the food and drinks were served. A total of 14 classmates were present at the table, although a few who had promised to come ultimately could not make it. Among the female students, Song Xiaoxiao subtly held the center of attention, while the male students gravitated around Hu Guoqiang. Only Xiao Xingyun and Fu Buqi stood apart, united in their own camaraderie. In addition to the distinctions in flattery and toasting, seating arrangements also hold significance. After several rounds of drinks, Xiao Xingyun, feeling indifferent, found Hu Guoqiang beginning to instigate trouble. Xiao Xingyun, you and Yang Yudi have been separated for a year now. Given the lack of hope for reconciliation, why haven't you found a new girlfriend? Your stall income is low, so don't set your sights too high. With a bit of effort, you could still find a partner. Chapter 22. A moment of glory. Xiao Xingyun's expression hardened as he glared at Hu Guoqiang. Had he tolerated your provocations online? But must you carry this audacity into reality? Are you testing my patience? Just as he was about to retort, Song Xiaoxiao interjected furiously. Who says there's no possibility of reconciliation? It's none of your business to meddle in the affairs of couples. Her anger left everyone perplexed. They stared in astonishment. While it was understandable for Xiao Xingyun to respond with ire, why was she so incensed? Moreover, what did her words imply? Was there still hope for Xiao Xingyun and Yang Yudi to rekindle their relationship? Hu Guoqiang was taken aback by Song Xiaoxiao's fervor, stammering. I was merely expressing concern for Xiao Xingyun's romantic life. As class monitor, it is my duty. Concern for yourself is all that is required. Xiao Xingyun and Yang Yudi's matters are not your concern, Song Xiaoxiao replied, her tone stern and unyielding. All right, I want tea medal. Let us just drink, Hu Guoqiang, either out of respect or fear of Song Xiaoxiao, fell silent. Remarkably, there was no opportunity for Xiao Xingyun to interject. Ignoring Hu Guoqiang's suggestion of raising a toast, he simply gave Song Xiaoxiao a thumbs up and smiled. You are formidable, Song. After knowing you for years, this is the first time I've seen you so fired up. What is this? Is there news from Yudi? Song Xiaoxiao's eyes flickered with anxiety. No, there is no news. I just cannot tolerate others discussing the matters of you and my good friend. I believe Yudi must have her reasons. Otherwise, she would not have left without a word. Ah, reasons? Forget her. Let us drink, Xiao Xingyun said, raising his glass to toast her. Cheers. Song Xiaoxiao sighed in relief, fearing Xiao Xingyun might press further. Clearly, she supported him, and Hu Guoqiang adjusted his demeanor, no longer daring to sow discord. He also realized that Xiao Xingyun was not to be trifled with. His imposing height of 6 feet was enough to instill a sense of caution. However, the frustration within him only grew, as he longed to make Xiao Xingyun uncomfortable. After the meal, Hu Guoqiang suggested they go sing to lighten the mood, as the dinner had been somewhat stifling. With 14 people present, and all having consumed alcohol, a designated driver was essential, for people could share a car, and they arranged for one driver. Yet, in the end, 2 individuals were left without transport, Xiao Xingyun and Fu Buqi. At the entrance of the restaurant, Hu Guoqiang summoned his BMW 5 Series, announcing before the crowd. Xiao Xingyun and Fu Buqi, you two will have to take a taxi. I can reimburse you for the fare. No need. I drove here as well. I can simply find a designated driver, Xiao Xingyun replied calmly. Did you purchase your car, or is it a rental? I must caution you. The schemes surrounding car rentals nowadays are numerous. Do not fall prey to deceit. It is indeed a purchase. Otherwise, I would not be in such dire financial straits. So I asked the class monitor to cover the expenses for our gathering. Xiao Xinjian has firmly laid claim to this sum, deliberately mentioning it often to provoke Hu Guoqiang. As long as I remain unperturbed, it is others who will feel the discomfort. Alas, Xiao Xinjian has actually bought a car. What splendid news. Soon, Everyone will come to admire Xiao Xinjian's new vehicle, Hu Guoqiang proclaimed boisterously, fueled by alcohol. Xiao Xinjian called over a nearby chauffeur, pressed the car key, and the Mercedes parked not far from the entrance flashed its lights, after which he instructed the driver to bring the car over. Hu Guoqiang was momentarily taken aback, his grin frozen on his face as he pointed towards the black Mercedes gleaming under the lights, exclaiming in astonishment, "That Mercedes is yours? Could it possibly be a rental? Have you ever seen a rental car with a temporary license plate?" After enduring for a while, he shot back a retort. The other classmates nearby could no longer contain themselves, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, Xiao Xinjian, you've really made it. Acquiring a new Mercedes? That must cost over 2 million. How extravagant." The class monitor, seemingly misinformed, was questioned by those who had just been clustered around Hu Guoqiang. They wondered aloud. Who claimed Xiao Xinjian was merely selling goods at the city god temple? What vendor could afford a Mercedes? The classmates who had previously surrounded Hu Guoqiang swiftly turned their skepticism towards him, especially Meng Yali, who had always looked down upon Xiao Xinjian. She was now utterly shocked, even doubting the truth of Xiao Xinjian's claim of coming from a rural village. At that moment, the chauffeur had parked the Mercedes in front of Xiao Xinjian, lowered the window, and respectfully announced, "Boss, please get in." Xiao Xinjian nodded and addressed the crowd. "Well then, I will get in with the driver. We shall meet at the carnival later." As the Mercedes vanished around the corner, Hu Guoqiang, Meng Yali, and the others were still in a daze, feeling as though they had swallowed a basket of lemons, their spirits souring. Upon arriving at the karaoke room, the demeanor of the group towards Xiao Xinjian had remarkably shifted. Male and female classmates alike frequently raised their glasses to him, a stark contrast to the earlier atmosphere during dinner. Only Song Xiaoxiao remained tucked away in a corner of the sofa, secretly messaging someone, "My dear sister, if you do not resolve your family troubles soon, the man you fancy will truly be snatched away. He has struck it rich. Will he not attract women?" After a considerable time, with no replies forthcoming, Song Xiaoxiao sighed and placed her phone back into her bag. The gathering continued until the early hours of the morning. As they departed, Xiao Xinjian expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you all. I had a wonderful time today, and of course, I also appreciate the class monitor for covering the expenses. Thus, I shall distribute 2 red envelopes in the class group chat as a small gesture." Subsequently, Xiao Xinjian sent out 2 red envelopes of 10,000 each in the class WeChat group. With 50 individuals in the class, each envelope, if divided evenly, would grant 200 to each person. However, as Xiao Xinjian had set them as luck-based envelopes, some individuals ended up with over 300, others with 700, while a few received only a meager 3. Indeed, the individual in question is the class monitor, Hu Guoqiang, who managed to seize a mere 328 yuan. In a rather unfortunate turn of events, Hu Guoqiang fared even worse with the second red envelope, claiming only 169 yuan, a testament to his exceedingly poor luck that day. Even Xiao Xingyun's piercing gaze could not alter the whims of fate. One could only conclude that it was simply destiny at play. "Thank you, boss. Your generosity is truly commendable. May you change brides daily and be a groom every night," exclaimed the brother from the upper bunk, Fu Buki, in heartfelt admiration. The subsequent messages were nothing short of echoes, as others incessantly copied and pasted this phrase, inundating the chat group. Some individuals, arising in the middle of the night for a restroom visit, stumbled upon this substantial sum and, after seizing several hundred yuan, realized with bewilderment that it was Xiao Xingyun who had made the claim. Has Xiao Xingyun been hacked? Why is he suddenly distributing 20,000 in red envelopes? Queried one curious soul. Dear child, do you find yourself inundated with questions? Allow me to enlighten you. Xiao Xingyun has struck it rich. He is now a man of means, driving a grand Mercedes, replied someone in the chat. Upon hearing this, those who later claimed the red envelopes understood the situation and were no longer apprehensive about Xiao Xingyun recovering his funds due to any hacking incident. After distributing the red envelopes, Xiao Xingyun boarded his Mercedes, allowing the designated driver to take the wheel. Given that their paths diverged, he did not indulge in unnecessary farewells. Everyone had remained sober enough to return home independently. Among this circle of classmates, he harbored no peculiar sentiments. Even the strikingly beautiful Song Xiaoxiao failed to stir his heart. While en route, Xiao Xingyun sent Fu Buki a separate transfer of 2,222 yuan with a note. Promise me to abstain from gambling in the future, young man. Chapter 23. The arrival of the stone analysis machine. Fu Buki promptly received the transfer and responded, "Thank you, President Xiao, for your generous gift. I shall surely heed your wise counsel. The camaraderie amongst the brothers occasionally allowed for a bit of playful banter. Xiao Xingyun chuckled softly, pocketed his phone, and hoped that Fu Buqi would indeed forsake gambling. Otherwise, no amount of family wealth would suffice to counteract its destructive nature. As for his own foray into stone gambling, with the aid of his unique vision, could it still be called gambling? It was more akin to picking up money. Upon returning to the villa, he found the lights in Su Qing's room still aglow, with faint strains of music emanating, indicating that she was still engaged in a live broadcast. Exhausted, Xiao Xingyun collapsed into bed and was awoken the next morning by the ringing of his phone. Upon answering, he discovered it was the delivery workers bringing the stone analysis machine. They displayed commendable professionalism, arriving just 3 minutes late for the scheduled 9:30 delivery, which was quite acceptable. The security personnel called Xiao Xingyun to confirm the identity of the delivery team before granting them access. Minutes later, 4 workers entered the basement, carrying an array of equipment, which they proceeded to assemble on site. After approximately an hour of diligent effort, they successfully installed all components. Subsequently, a middle-aged man, resembling a foreman, provided Xiao Xingyun with an explanation of the fundamental operations and safety precautions. Thanks to the comprehensive manual and instructional videos, the workers' explanations focused only on the most crucial aspects. Xiao Xingyun listened intently, committing every detail to memory. 10 minutes later, the workers tidied up the basement, collecting any debris before bidding farewell. Xiao Xingyun carefully carried 4 pieces of rough jade from the first floor, selecting one to cut first. This particular piece of jadeite was the most promising due to its substantial size. Beneath its surface, it boasted a color akin to mutton fat jade. A single cut would undoubtedly yield a significant profit. Based on current market valuations, this piece could easily fetch between 5 to 6 million, and possibly even more if there was competition. This was Xiao Xingyun's inaugural experience with the jade cutting machine. Following the user manual meticulously, he positioned the rough jade before the cutting wheel. Once secured, the wheel began to spin, accompanied by a gentle spray of water to prevent overheating. Within mere minutes, the jadeite was sliced open, revealing, as his keen eye had anticipated, a thick outer layer concealing exquisite jade flesh of the highest quality, resembling mutton fat white jade. The value was poised to soar. Having found his rhythm, Xiao Xingyun proceeded to cut another piece of jade, a multicolored specimen. After marking the cutting lines with a permanent marker, he secured it in place. In a matter of minutes, the thick outer layer was removed, exposing a striking multicolored cross-section. However, this initial glimpse was insufficient. Since the interior was entirely composed of multicolored jade, a larger cut would enhance its value. He decided to slice 3 sides, leaving one uncut. This piece was estimated to be worth between 6 to 10 million, with potential buyers likely to treat it as a treasure, while those less enamored with multicolored jade would drive the price down, adhering strictly to market rates. The remaining 2 pieces included one of glassy jadeite, which, despite its pale green hue and slight impurities, was estimated around 10 million due to its size. The other was larger, but of a more translucent grade, primarily white with green veins, featuring a core that was entirely green, capable of yielding 2 complete green bangles and several pendants. A cut through the center would likely result in a market price of around 4 million. By the time lunch arrived, Xiao Xingyun had completed cutting all 4 pieces, estimating their combined value at approximately 26 million. However, the final outcome depended on the buyers. Xiao Xingyun's entry into the jade industry had been modest. He was acquainted only with minor wholesalers and had no connections to major players. At a recent auction, the only significant figure he had met was Gu Qingqing, who had bid quite high. Thus he refrained from seeking contact information from other mid-sized jewelers. After lunch, Xiao Xingyun retrieved Gu Qingqing's business card. After much hesitation, he decided to call her. After all, his impression of her was that of a wealthy individual, unafraid to spend lavishly and willing to raise bids without hesitation. "Hello. Who is this?" came a cool voice over the phone. "Is this Ms. Gu? I am Xiao Xingyun, the one who bid on the Imperial Green at the auction 2 days ago." "Ah, Mr. Xiao, I remember you. What can I do for you?" Gu Qingqing replied. A seemingly simple statement unexpectedly stirred a wave of excitement within Xiao Xingyun. She, Gu Qingqing, actually remembered me? What merit or ability do I possess? I merely earned you 30 million. If I were to earn you 3 billion, would you not remember me with profound intensity? In the midst of such whimsical thoughts, Xiao Xingyun replied, "Ms. Gu, I happen to have several pieces of exquisite jadeite rough, all of which have been cut into clear material. I wonder if you might be interested in acquiring them? Oh, what kind of quality are these clear materials? One is a multicolored jadeite of the glutinous ice grade. Another is a glass-type light green jadeite. A third is a glutinous ice white base with green flakes, featuring a core area that is entirely green. And the last piece is a sheep fat grade jadeite, relatively large in size. Xiao Xingyun briefly introduced the status of her jadeite to Gu Qingqing. Upon hearing about the glass-type and multicolored jadeite, Gu Qingqing felt a surge of interest. As for the latter two pieces, they could serve as supplementary offerings, which she did not regard with particular concern. Very well, our Gu's Jewelry flagship store is currently undergoing renovations. You may come to our warehouse. We happen to have a few appraisers on hand who can assist in evaluating the pieces, and they will offer you a fair price. All right. I will add you on WeChat, and you can send me the location. I will set off immediately. Understood. With that, Gu Qingqing ended the call. The location she provided was in the city center, and within half an hour of driving, Xiao Xingyun arrived. Although it was referred to as a warehouse, it was essentially a villa compound. Such a compound in the heart of Shanghai City involves more than just financial considerations. Status and identity play an equally crucial role. The security at the entrance was of a professional caliber, and after verifying Xiao Xingyun's identity and inspecting his vehicle, they permitted him entry. Within the courtyard, Gu Qingqing's female assistant was already waiting at the inner gate, guiding Xiao Xingyun to park his vehicle before summoning two workers to help him carry the jadeite rough indoors. Inside, Gu Qingqing and several elderly masters were examining a massive piece of jadeite. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Xingyun realized it was the dark bid that Gu Qingqing had acquired 2 days prior. She had sliced one piece on the spot, but hesitated to cut the remaining part, opting to invite several appraisers to conduct further research before deciding whether to proceed with the cut. If the appraisers deemed it promising, she would proceed. If they found it unworthy, she would sell it off, ensuring no loss, at worst breaking even. This was Gu Qingqing's strategy to mitigate losses, revealing that the previous night's loss of several tens of millions had placed considerable pressure and scrutiny upon her within the Gu family. Ms. Gu, I have brought the pieces of jadeite rough. Please have the masters appraise them, Xiao Xingyun said. Certainly, please hold on a moment, Gu Qingqing replied, then quietly conversed with the appraisers before leading 2 of them toward Xiao Xingyun. Upon seeing the 4 pieces of clear material beside Xiao Xingyun, Gu Qingqing's eyes visibly brightened. These raw materials surpassed her description. The 2 accompanying masters also nodded slightly, each taking a piece, equipped with magnifying glasses and powerful flashlights to conduct a thorough appraisal. Chapter 24. The newcomer in the stone gambling world, Xiao Xingyun, possessing the ability of X-ray vision, was able to discern every flaw and impurity within the stone, rendering him entirely unperturbed by expert evaluations. The quality was commendable, both internally and externally consistent. The powdered marks along the edges indicated it had just been cut. While jadeite was indeed rare, what astonished me even more was the sheer size and exquisite whiteness of this particular piece of seed material, which also exhibited a remarkably fine and oily texture, all indicative of top-tier quality. One of the experts remarked. Another expert added, since Master Luo has thoroughly appraised everything, I shall refrain from overstepping. Regarding pricing, I would like to share my personal insights. In summary, our esteemed Gu family jewelry is prepared to offer 28 million. Xiao Xingyun was taken aback, his mouth agape. He had not anticipated that the price proposed by these individuals would surpass his own valuation. He had estimated it at 26 million, yet Gu family jewelry was offering 28 million. What a generous offer. Have I perhaps underestimated the value? As a newcomer in the stone gambling realm, have I been overly modest and conservative in my assessment? Noticing the peculiar expression on Xiao Xingyun's face, Gu Qingqing promptly said, Mr. Xiao, we are exceedingly pleased with your raw jadeite, and our valuation aligns with the market rate. Should you find our offer unsatisfactory, we are open to negotiation. Well, the truth is, I invested considerable time in acquiring these materials, enduring a plethora of subpar pieces before finally presenting these exquisite gems. As this is our first collaboration, could we possibly negotiate a slightly higher price? Second collaboration. Gu Qingqing corrected his misapprehension, pausing thoughtfully before continuing. Originally, I would not alter the price set by our master. However, as Gu family jewelry is in a preparatory phase and requires a substantial quantity of premium materials, we are willing to offer a premium within a certain range. Our final offer is 29 million. If you agree, We can proceed with the transaction immediately. Xiao Xingyun was surprised to find that his astonished expression had been misinterpreted by Gu Qingqing, resulting in an additional 100,000 being added to the offer. Wow, that is akin to acquiring a Porsche 911. Seeing the favorable turn of events, he composed himself and nodded with assurance. Very well, Ms. Gu. Your generosity and decisiveness are commendable. I shall not be stingy. Let us conclude the deal at 29 million. Shortly thereafter, Gu Qingqing arranged for her female assistant to transfer the funds to Xiao Xingyun. While awaiting the transfer, Gu Qingqing invited him to observe a hidden marked jadeite she had acquired 2 days prior, while the other two masters continued to measure data with their instruments. Miss, we both believe this raw stone should not be cut. The risk of it crumbling is too high. Look at this black vein and the fissure in the stone. Through spectral analysis, we conclude that it is unlikely to contain any quality jadeite. The two experts, after thorough analysis, finally reached their conclusion. However, Master Luo, who had earlier evaluated Xiao Xingyun's stones, shook his head in disagreement, stating, I contest your assessment. I believe this black vein is indicative of quality jadeite, akin to the coloration seen in ancient jade surface. It can indeed be cut. While it may not yield a significant profit, at the very least, it should break even. For experts, evidently unfamiliar with one another, quickly fell into a heated argument. Some suggested selling the stone immediately, while others advocated for immediate cutting. And a few reserved their opinions, claiming uncertainty. Gu Qingqing, overwhelmed by their clamorous discourse, glanced through the ornate mirror in the hall and noticed Xiao Xingyun wearing an expression akin to that of a spectator enjoying a monkey show, his brow slightly furrowed. This smile, somewhat irksome yet imbued with a mysterious assurance, suggested that he held all the cards. Mr. Xiao, what is your assessment of this raw stone? Do you believe it will rise or fall? Gu Qingqing inquired suddenly. You're asking me? I am merely a novice in the world of stone gambling. Lacking any expertise, it's all a matter of luck, and I cannot predict with certainty, Xiao Xingyun replied, modestly concealing his abilities, wishing to avoid any complications. You are far too modest, Mr. Xiao. Here's the deal. If you can provide an accurate prediction, regardless of the outcome post-cutting, I will grant you a consulting fee of 1 million. What do you think? A million consulting fee? Xiao Xingyun was taken aback. Is the life of the wealthy truly so unpretentious? A casual remark can be worth millions? Indeed, provided that it is a precise prediction. Irrespective of whether it rises or falls, Gu Qingqing reiterated her stipulation. Very well, I believe it will rise. How much? I cannot say for certain, but it will undoubtedly exceed your purchase price, Xiao Xingyun blurted out. Why do you think so? The older expert who predicted a fall interjected, his expression darkening. I am merely going by intuition. After all, I am just a newcomer in the stone gambling realm, and my theoretical knowledge pales in comparison to that of esteemed masters like yourselves, Xiao Xingyun replied with calm dignity. How absurd. We have spent our lives appraising jade and gemstones. How could your youthful intuition possibly surpass ours? This is preposterous. The older expert retorted, visibly irritated. Master Luo chimed in. When it comes to evaluating raw jade, one relies on vision, experience, and luck. Age has no bearing. If we are to speak of age, I am older than all of you, yet I do not see you heeding my counsel. The two other masters, chastened by Master Luo's rebuke, fell silent. They could scorn the youth of Xiao Xingyun, but they dared not speak ill of the venerable Master Luo, renowned in the same field. Masters, please cease your quarrel. Cutting the stone is akin to crossing a mountain. Regardless of the outcome, I appreciate your efforts. I have asked Mr. Xiao to assist me in this appraisal, not for his technical skill, but to secure a rationale for cutting the stone. Now that I have my reason, let us proceed. Very well, since Miss Gu insists. Let us cut it. We have done our utmost. Even if it turns out poorly, we cannot be blamed for a lack of foresight. The two masters who had opposed the cutting side in resignation. Now that the decision to cut had been made, the question of how and where to make the incision arose. Mr. Xiao, what do you suggest? I believe this method of cutting is most prudent, he replied. Having secured his million, Xiao Xingyun resolved to share some expertise. He marked a line on the upper right corner of the jade stone, precisely following a natural fissure, thereby revealing the stone's inherent beauty in its entirety. Several seasoned craftsmen inhaled sharply, perplexed as to why Xiao Xingyun chose to cut at an angle. They yearned to inquire, but felt too embarrassed to voice their curiosity. Gu Qingqing, sensing their unspoken thoughts, asked on their behalf, Mr. Xiao, could you enlighten us on the reasoning behind this cutting technique? I believe there exists a natural fissure, an extension of the surface crack. And this method of cutting will not only save a slice, but also minimize material wastage to the greatest extent. Very well, I shall trust your judgment. Let us proceed with this cut. Gu Qingqing nodded slightly, and in that fleeting moment, she determined the fate of the precious stone valued at tens of millions. Chapter 25. I am merely fortunate a few workers received the command to hoist the massive jadeite boulder onto the large cutting machine using a pulley system. As the machine roared to life, a low hum filled the room. Despite the machine's excellent noise reduction features, it still caused the crowd to frown, making conversation difficult. The professional cutting room must be established promptly, especially with regard to soundproofing. Gu Qingqing instructed her female assistant, raising her voice. Yes, Ms. Gu. It will be arranged by tomorrow, the assistant assured her. After a brief exchange, over 20 minutes had elapsed when the master cutter gestured to the crowd, signaling that the first corner had been sliced open. He rinsed the cut with water, inviting everyone to inspect the exposed jadeite. Gu Qingqing felt a twinge of anxiety. For this was her first significant transaction since taking charge of Gu's jewelry. The first cut had already yielded a disappointing result. If the second one were to falter as well, even her grandfather's fondness would not shield her from the family's reproach. How is it? Did it increase in value? Gu Qingqing inquired impatiently before even arriving at the cutting machine. No one else could see the cut's condition, perhaps only the master cutter had caught a glimpse. Understanding the young lady's unease, the master cutter refrained from speaking, even having discerned the jade's color and quality. As the water washed away the cutting debris, Gu Qingqing had not yet reached a vantage point when Master Luo exclaimed with enthusiasm, "It has increased. A substantial increase. Congratulations, Miss Gu." Before her lay a stunning expanse of icy green, interspersed with copious amounts of creamy white, though the green was not contiguous. The boulder was substantial enough to yield a considerable quantity of material. Purchased for around 50 million, the quality before her promised at least a doubling of that investment. Should another cut prove successful, the value could rise even further. Xiao Xingyun ambled over leisurely, choosing not to partake in the excitement. For he had already assessed the cutting outcome through his discerning vision. What one sees is what one receives. Perhaps that is simply the way of things. Could it truly have increased in value? The nameless jadeite appraiser revealed a flicker of complex emotions, perhaps shame, jealousy, or regret for not having predicted the rise. Indeed, the barrier of skin is akin to a mountain. No matter how seasoned we are, there are moments of misjudgment. Otherwise, we would have long since become affluent. Another nameless jadeite appraiser sought solace in this realization. Xiao Xingyun humbly consoled, "I merely had the fortune of good luck. Esteemed masters, please do not take it to heart. Your knowledge and experience are priceless treasures, while my stroke of luck is worth merely 1,000,000. The nameless appraisers nearly spewed blood in disbelief. "Young man, is this your idea of comfort? You are merely rubbing salt into the wound." Xiao Xingyun, innocent and kind-hearted, wore an unassuming smile, genuinely unaware that he was provoking the two nameless appraisers. His intention was simply to remind Gu Qingqing that his prediction was correct and that payment was due. Gu Qingqing, indeed perceptive and astute, grasped the implication and, amidst her excitement, a rare smile illuminated her face. "Transfer 1,000,000 to Mr. Xiao and annotate it as a consultation fee." Gu Qingqing instructed her assistant. "Understood, President Gu. I shall take care of it immediately," the assistant replied, moving to the nearby desk to swiftly execute the transaction. Before long, Xiao Xingyun received the 1,000,000 consultation fee, while the earlier sale of the jadeite raw stone for 29 million had already cleared. Now, his bank account boasted over 50 million in cash. With such a substantial sum, he could venture southward for further fortune. In Shanghai, the small stakes involved merely dealing with the scraps left by others. The truly valuable materials had long been intercepted in the large gambling stone markets of the south. Just 2 days prior, at the Qin Jewelry Auction House, out of 500 items, only a handful yielded significant profits. The rest were mere dross, highlighting the poor quality of the materials. Even among the 10 featured jadeite raw stones, only 2 saw a significant rise. Fortunately for Gu Qingqing, her luck allowed her to acquire one of them. Otherwise, she would have faced a devastating loss that could jeopardize her standing within the Gu family. With matters here seemingly resolved, Xiao Xingyun took his leave. To everyone's surprise, the ice-cold beauty, Gu Qingqing, proactively accompanied him to the parking area. "Mr. Xiao, please remember us at Gu Jewelry for any fine materials in the future. Should there be any collaborative projects, do not hesitate to contact me," she said. I am grateful for your high regard, Ms. Gu. Should opportunities arise, I will prioritize our cooperation, Xiao Xingyun replied before departing in his car. Gu Qingqing watched the departing luxury vehicle, lost in contemplation. President Gu, there is something peculiar about Xiao Xingyun. I've never heard of anyone like him in the gambling stone community, and his attire does not resemble that of the affluent. The newly acquired luxury car is yet to display a proper license plate, indicating it is indeed a recent purchase, likely made with the winnings from the other day's gambling. If he possesses true skills, why has he only now come into wealth? Conversely, if he lacks real ability, how does he continue to select top-quality jadeite? Gu Qingqing solemnly cautioned, every individual harbors their secrets. As business partners, it is prudent not to delve into one another's mysteries. We must maintain a measure of respect for collaborators who can bring us profit, unless a falling out occurs, which may warrant investigation. Yes, President Gu. I was merely pondering to myself, the female assistant meekly explained. Do not dwell on it. Let us focus on our tasks, Gu Qingqing replied. Gu Qingqing waved her hand and busied herself in the office. On his drive home, Xiao Xingyun received a call from Luo Pongzi. Brother Yin, what are you up to? Today I set up a stall at the city god temple to clear out my inventory. The prices are so low that sales have skyrocketed. Unfortunately, several competitors nearby are scolding me for disrupting the value system, claiming I will ruin the entire Antique Streets business. Well, my temper flared, and I confronted them. I can sell at whatever price I choose. If they are unhappy, they can buy my stock outright. Xiao Xingyun listened, furrowing his brow as he advised. If a jade pendant's market price is 5,000 yuan, and you sell it for 1,000 yuan, even if you are merely selling at cost, you are indeed affecting the pricing structure of the entire Antique Street. Avoid trouble and handle your inventory gradually. We cannot let prices collapse. I understand, I fully understand. Although I still feel a bit aggrieved, I shall heed your counsel, for you are my elder brother. Luo Pongzi replied. By the way, when shall we head south to gamble on stones? After a lengthy preamble, he finally led to his main point. Perhaps in the next couple of days. I will arrange matters with Shanghai and then set off for the south. I've heard that there are several large jade stone exhibitions and sales events coming up, which should showcase some fine materials. Xiao Xingyun mused to himself, thinking it quite reasonable to profit at the gambling grounds with his keen insight. Chapter 26. Jade Stone Exhibition and Sale 2 days later, Xiao Xingyun and Luo Pongzi boarded a flight to a city near Guangdong Province, where a grand jade stone exhibition was underway. Such exhibitions occur several times a year, organized by both the local Jade Association and various jewelry firms, along with a few private gambling institutions. The scale varies, catering to both tourists and professional gamblers, contributing to the bustling vibrancy of the city. Thus, local authorities are quite supportive of such events. Xiao Xingyun and Luo Pongzi traveled in economy class, despite having a modest amount of money. Their frugal habits dictated they book the cheaper seats. In response to Luo Pongzi's incessant chatter, Xiao Xingyun remarked, if we return without losing all our money, we shall fly business class. Luo Pongzi was taken aback, recalling his experience of drawing 3 worthless stones, quickly overtaken by fear. Indeed, he knew nothing of the trade, and Xiao Xingyun was merely relying on luck. Should their gamble fail, they could easily find themselves destitute, unable to afford even an economy seat, let alone business class. This tactic was effective, and Luo Pongzi soon fell silent. At that moment, a balding middle-aged man passing by on his way to the restroom caught sight of them and exclaimed with surprise, Are you Mr. Xiao and Mr. Luo? I did not expect to see you here. We met a few days ago at the Qin jewelry store and exchanged a few words. Who are you? Xiao Xingyun inquired. Uncertain, the balding man beamed widely. Zhu Chongjiu, just call me Brother Jiu. I own my own jewelry store and carving studio. I once bid for that imperial green jade of yours, but could not compete with the Gu family. It's a small business. There's little I can do. It turns out to be Brother Zhu. It is a pleasure to meet you. Xiao Xingyun prefers to quietly amass his fortune and does not wish to engage with too many individuals from the stone gambling circle, especially those who are aware of his past. Hence, he speaks in riddles. Not Brother Zhu, but ninth brother, Zhu Chongjiu chuckles, hardly able to contain himself as he rushes toward the restroom at the rear of the plane. Once Zhu Chongjiu enters the restroom, Fat Luo immediately leans in and whispers, Brother Yun, this person's excessive cordiality is suspicious. He is either a rogue or a thief, and we must be cautious. I have heard that the stone gambling industry is rife with unscrupulous merchants who prey on newcomers, deceiving them with fake jadeite raw stones. Is it really that exaggerated? Perhaps this is merely the instinct of a businessman. We are not well acquainted, so let us keep our distance and focus on our own endeavors, Xiao Xingyun asserts, establishing a tone of caution, which is wise for someone newly arrived in a foreign place. Before long, Zhu Chongzhou reemerges from the restroom and takes a seat beside Xiao Xingyun, with only a corridor separating them. You two are also attending the Jade exhibition, I presume? This year's event is unlike any other, featuring a plethora of merchants from Myanmar, and the quality has significantly improved. Heralded as a grand gathering in the stone gambling industry. I own a jewelry business and a carving studio. Gambling on stones is merely a personal hobby for me. Should you come across any excellent materials at a reasonable price, I would be inclined to purchase directly. I am flexible with my acquisitions. Whether it be the glutinous type or the icy glass type, Zhu Chongzhou chatters on, exuding an eagerness for potential business partnerships. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Xingyun inquires about the nuances of the stone gambling industry at the exhibition, but Zhu Chongzhou only advises him to be wary of theft, neglecting to mention any scams. This raises a slight suspicion in Xiao Xingyun, yet he exchanges contact information, suggesting they might collaborate in the future. As for when such an opportunity may arise, that is entirely at Xiao Xingyun's discretion. Upon disembarking from the plane, Zhu Chongzhou offers to introduce Xiao Xingyun to accommodations, but Xiao Xingyun declines, citing prior arrangements at a hotel, and departs with Fat Luo. They head directly to the exhibition center in Sihui City, finding a 5-star hotel nearby for their stay. The choice of a 5-star establishment is motivated primarily by safety, followed by the added benefits of comfort. After settling in, Xiao Xingyun and Fat Luo proceed straight to the Jade exhibition, which commenced the previous day. Today marks its second day, buzzing with activity, and they are eager to seize every moment. What a lively scene! Fat Luo exclaims, gazing in awe at the throngs of people outside the exhibition. Reminiscent of a bustling market during a sale, a sea of humanity. A vast square stretches before them, seemingly endless, filled with jade exhibition booths. While they are referred to as booths, most raw stones are piled on the ground, akin to heaps of vegetables. Occasionally, shouts of excitement erupt from the stone testing area, signaling a successful gamble, while laments of regret follow those who have lost. The myriad facets of life are vividly displayed in this small stone testing zone. Brother Yun, where shall we begin? Asked the enthusiastic Luo. Let us commence at the first stall by the entrance. Observe, inquire, and listen attentively, but refrain from purchasing hastily. When you encounter something suitable, you may acquire a piece. Trust in your own discernment and fortune to select a few, but regardless of the circumstances, ensure that you retain at least 500,000 as your capital. Xiao Xingyun was merely guiding Luo in the realm of stone gambling. He was not engaging in it alongside him, a fundamental distinction. In this industry, partnership is fraught with peril, as it invariably leads to the risk of unequal distribution, whether the stone yields a profit or a loss. Thus, Luo, being astute, only sought to accompany Xiao to the stone market for a stroke of luck, never proposing a joint investment. His modest funds were of no interest to Xiao, who held no regard for them. Moreover, Luo perceived himself as a novice akin to Xiao, albeit with slightly less fortune. Associating with those of good fortune might afford him a fragment of their auspiciousness. Very well, I shall heed your advice, Brother Yun. Feel free to contact me anytime, Luo declared as he eagerly dashed towards the first stall. Xiao, however, maintained a leisurely pace, lingering behind the throng, absorbing their conversations and the haggling with jade merchants. As a standard newcomer in the realm of stone gambling, he had only perused a handful of books on the subject, texts that proved largely ineffectual, as they contained only the information the industry elites deemed appropriate for the public. Should one place faith in the written word, they would inevitably find themselves losing more often than winning. This was merely one of the methods employed in the processing of jadeite rough. The valuation insights Xiao had were derived from scrutinizing forum data, which were often inaccurate. In practical dealings, he discovered that his assessments were somewhat low, as the offers he received frequently exceeded his estimates. While listening to others discuss the matter, Xiao employed his discerning eye to evaluate the quality of jadeite at various stalls. To his surprise, the likelihood of a profitable yield exceeded 20, with a roughly 30 chance of a neutral result and about 50 chance of a loss. These figures pertain to the entirety of the gambling materials. The semi-gambling stones, having been partially opened, presented even greater potential for profit, albeit at a higher price point. In the preceding days, Xiao had observed at the Qin jewelry auction that the base prices for the rough stones were surprisingly modest. For jadeite of comparable weight from the same mine, the starting bid was around 50,000, with final transaction prices reaching between 150,000 to 200,000. However, at this venue, stall owners were quoting prices directly between 250,000 and 350,000, or even higher. As he traversed from the first stall to the last, approximately 60 to 70 vendors showcased thousands of jadeite pieces, with at least a dozen exceptional specimens. Yet, Xiao refrained from making any immediate purchases. He pondered the most secure and expeditious method to acquire these exquisite jadeites without drawing attention. Publicly unveiling stones for auction is the swiftest means to generate revenue. However, should one repeatedly reveal premium jade, even the simplest minds would suspect foul play. In the realm of local jade gambling, one might question whether the prominent figures would conduct an investigation or take punitive measures against you. The darkness that lurks beneath the facade of brightness is often far more terrifying than one could ever conceive. It seems that the true significance of bringing along the corpulent Luo has revealed itself, with him shielding me from potential adversities. I can at least alleviate some of the pressure. Regardless, the primary goal is to secure the initial profits from this exhibition. For a man must possess wealth to stand tall. Indeed, it was not long before I received a call from Luo. Yungu, can you guess how many pieces of jade rough I have acquired? And how much I have spent? He exclaimed excitedly over the phone. I cannot fathom how many you have bought, but I surmise you have exhausted your funds. I advised you to retain at least 500,000 for capital recovery. If you can keep 200,000, I would be impressed, replied Xiao Xingyun. Haha, you know me well, Yungu. I still have 100,000 left. And the rough stones I purchased are truly remarkable. I have a great feeling about them and believe they will appreciate significantly. I am currently in line at the free cutting point. Why don't you come over? Luo suggested. All right, I shall head over right away. Bringing along a couple of rough stones to mix with yours, thus avoiding further wait, Xiao Xingyun responded. Without delay, he retraced his steps, rented a handcart, and spent 200,000 on a piece of waste rough from a new pit, while investing 1.6 million in an old pit jade rough. In terms of size, both pieces were comparable, weighing several dozen kilograms, yet their price differed by a staggering 8-fold. However, once cut, the disparity in value could soar into the tens of thousands. The waste rough was intentionally purchased by Xiao Xingyun to obfuscate the truth, even to Luo. The old pit jade rough was his true objective. Having been selected after examining thousands of jade pieces, deemed the most valuable of the lot. Soon enough, he located Luo, who had 4 pieces of jade rough of varying sizes in his cart. With his customary discerning gaze, Xiao Xingyun assessed the stones and found that among them, only one possessed commendable quality, albeit slightly smaller, estimated to be worth around 1 million. The other pieces were rather unfortunate, collectively valued at less than 100,000 once cut. Thus, if Luo had indeed depleted his resources, his fortunes were bleak. With a purchase price exceeding 2 million, the resultant value would hover around 1 million. 2 consecutive rounds of gambling could lead to his financial ruin. Unaware of his impending fate, Luo, upon seeing Xiao Xingyun, exclaimed with excitement, Yungu, your timing is impeccable. I am next in line. Are your 2 pieces at the front or the back? At the back, replied Xiao Xingyun as he marked the cutting lines with a pen, anxious that the cutter might err and ruin the highly valuable jade. As they conversed, the cutter called out Luo's number, prompting him to respond and push his small cart into the cutting area. This space boasted 3 free cutting machines capable of simultaneous operation. Lao Peng selected 3 pieces of jadeite rough that he believed held promise. Moments later, all 3 crumbled, causing his complexion to pale and his body to tremble. Shall we proceed with the cutting? The stone analyst, accustomed to such scenarios, casually inquired. Yes, cut it all, he replied, as he was left with only 1 piece. The other 2 belonged to Xiao Xingyun, making retention of a single piece futile. The remaining piece, slightly smaller, was the first to be sliced. The stone analyst remarked, Congratulations. This should appreciate. By the way, may I ask how much you purchased this rough for? It was bought for 900,000. Why? Lao Peng inquired anxiously. And how much do you think it will appreciate? Please tell me quickly, I'm desperate. Sweat beaded on Lao Peng's forehead as he urged. Given it was bought for 900,000, it likely won't appreciate much. You can see for yourself. As he spoke, he rinsed the cut surface, revealing it more clearly. In every stone analysis area, there are gem merchants or jade carving studio owners waiting for a chance. Upon discovering quality material, they will attempt to place a bid. The jadeite, with its glutinous ice and faint blue flower, marred by slight cotton-like inclusions, diminished its aesthetic appeal. Moreover, the small cross-section of the stone prompted an immediate offer of 1,000,000, enough to ensure a modest profit beyond breaking even. Lao Peng hesitated, glancing at the onlookers, wishing for competitive bids, yet after 10 seconds of silence, no one spoke up. Xiao Xingyun whispered to him, "It's about time. If no one else bids, just sell it to him." After another 10 seconds of stillness, Lao Peng resigned. 1,000,000 it is. At least I have made a profit of 100,000. Those previous 3 worthless pieces might yield something. He decided to add a bit more and take them along. The owner of the jade carving studio was straightforward, accepting the pile of waste and adding an extra 80,000, promptly transferring the funds to Lao Peng after inspection. At that moment, the piece owned by Xiao Xingyun was also cut open, revealing it to be quite inferior, a bean variety of oily green jade, insufficiently colored, barely yielding enough for a pair of bracelets. Though a few transparent sections might allow for 2 decent bracelets and a pendant. Crumbled again. This fat man's luck is rather dismal. In the blink of an eye, millions had vanished, truly unfortunate. Such is the nature of stone gambling. One cut can lead to wealth, another to poverty, and yet another to mere scraps. By now, it had become routine. Even if the last piece yielded imperial green, I would not be surprised. The cutting line of this particular rough seemed overly conservative. Why cut so close to the edge? Could it be that the fat man held the highest hopes for this piece? All the onlookers regarded Lao Peng as the owner of this rough, a tactic employed by Xiao Xingyun, showcasing the correct approach for Lao Peng. With a grimace, Lao Peng observed the incoming payment notification, and his expression brightened slightly. At that moment, he noticed that the rough purchased by Xiao Xingyun had also crumbled. Suddenly, he felt that relying on luck in stone gambling was exceedingly unreliable. In his extreme anxiety, he contemplated retreating. If I had known this was how it would turn out, I would have refrained from stone gambling. With those few millions saved, I could have lived comfortably on interest for several years. Brother Yun, if we lose everything, shall we return to our old profession? Indeed, if we truly lose everything, what else can we do besides stall? Xiao Xingyun responded verbally. Yet his gaze remained fixated on the final piece of jade rough. At last, he unveiled the thick-edged stone, revealing an intoxicating and vibrant imperial green that illuminated the chaotic stone-cutting area and dazzled the eyes of the onlookers. Chapter 28. Premium bidding. As Xiao Xingyun was cutting the jade, his class group chat was abuzz with excitement. During their last gathering, Hu Guoqiang had lost face, feeling that Xiao Xingyun had completely overshadowed him, leaving him without a recourse to express his grievances. Now, his small media company had secured a contract to cover the jade exhibition in Sihui City. He personally took the initiative to photograph several exquisite jade pieces. Boasting in the group chat, "Let me tell you, this imperial green jade pendant is worth millions, far more than some people's Mercedes. Soon, I will take you to the cutting area for a live broadcast, so everyone can witness what true wealth looks like. You don't even own a Mercedes. Yet you mock those who do. Don't you feel embarrassed?" quipped a classmate, Fu Buqi, who often ribbed Hu Guoqiang. Ignoring the jibe, Hu Guoqiang squeezed into the bustling cutting area. Before he could assess the situation, he was met with fervent shouts from the crowd. "My goodness, imperial green. Genuine imperial green. I haven't seen a piece this large in 3 to 4 years. 100 million, just from this cut. It must elevate the value of this rough stone to at least 100 million. Unbelievable, what luck this chubby guy has. I admit, I am envious. I came here to witness the transformation of a near-bankrupt man into a billionaire instantaneously." As a media professional, Hu Guoqiang was electrified by the news. He rushed to the front, raising his phone to snap countless pictures, indiscriminately sending them without checking whether they were posted in the class group or his work group. Nearby, someone shouted, "I'll offer 80 million. Don't cut it any further. This cut has already unveiled the entire green face. Stop joking. Where can you buy such a large piece of imperial green for 80 million? I, representing the Qin Jewelry Company, bid 100 million. Wait a moment. Our young master will arrive shortly." Hu Guoqiang was further exhilarated, feverishly photographing the already cut jade rough, inadvertently capturing Xiao Xingyun in the frame. Though his focus remained solely on the stone, After taking an ample number of photos, he finally found time to comment in the group chat. Do you see? This is true wealth. A single piece of jade rough is valued at 100 million. Those who treat their Mercedes as treasures are at least 10 streets behind in comparison. At that moment, someone informed Hu Guoqiang that standing next to the jade rough was indeed Xiao Xingyun. Hu Guoqiang was taken aback, finally recognizing that it was Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun, what are you doing here? He confronted him directly. I'm here with friends to buy some jade rough, Xiao Xingyun replied, as the stone cutter made the second incision, disregarding the merchants shouting bids around him. Is this piece of jadeite rough worth 100 million yours? Hu Guoqiang's voice dripped with jealousy, a tone even the corpulent Luo could discern. And if it is, what of it? You needn't concern yourself with my affairs so obsessively, Xiao Xingyun replied, casting a disdainful glance at such individuals. We are classmates. What harm is there in showing a modicum of concern? Hu Guoqiang stammered awkwardly. Luo, overhearing the exchange, felt a surge of irritation and barked, Scram. Don't be such an eyesore. Can't you see that Brother Yin and I are busy? At Luo's fierce retort, Hu Guoqiang instantly fell silent. As the crowd thickened, word spread that a piece of imperial green had been unearthed, drawing curious onlookers eager to witness the spectacle. Xiao Xingyun frowned, realizing that even with Luo acting as a shield, public revelation of the stone was no longer feasible. The risk of exposure was too great. Acquiring the rough stone and shipping it back to Shanghai for cutting? The safety of transportation was somewhat disconcerting, yet if it came to that, shipping it back to Shanghai would be the only option. Qin Tianci, the young heir of Qin's jewelry, who was already attending the exhibition, was alerted to the discovery of the exquisite imperial green and promptly made his way over. On that day, Xiao Xingyun had managed to cut a small piece of imperial green in Shanghai, albeit of inferior quality compared to genuine imperial green. However, due to the newly established Gu family jewelry business urgently needing quality materials, they purchased it at a premium. At that time, Qin Tianci refrained from competing with Gu Qingxing, deeming the inflated price unworthy of his investment. Today, however, this piece of imperial green, boasting superior quality and size, compelled him to seek out Luo upon his arrival. Expressing his desire to purchase the jadeite, Luo, having received Xiao Xingyun's instructions to negotiate, knew that after the second cut, a total price around 1.4 billion would be acceptable. Thus, when Qin Tianci extended an olive branch, Luo dismissed it nonchalantly, declaring, Mr. Qin, you'll have to wait. Until the second cut is made, I won't sell to anyone, regardless of who it may be. Are you not afraid of ruining it? Qin Tianci challenged. If I feared ruin, why would I engage in gambling with stones? Luo maintained his bravado, feeling a thrill in his audacity, especially since the jadeite was not his to lose. Xiao Xingyun, observing from the sidelines with arms crossed, fixated intently on the jadeite being cut. With a sharp sound, the second cut was made, revealing yet another edge. The green was still the resplendent imperial green, its hue pure, clarity unmatched, and thickness substantial. The first cut had established the area, while the second confirmed the thickness. No further cuts were necessary. This was indeed a significant find. Qin Tianci's expression shifted slightly. Yet he confidently proclaimed, Excellent. This cut has increased its value. I, Qin's jewelry, offer 1.2 billion. Huh, you think 1.2 billion is sufficient for such a gem? Has the Qin family grown so accustomed to the lower-end market that they've forgotten the high-end dynamics? A refined gentleman in his 30s suddenly entered the bidding fray. At the sight of this man, the crowd gasped in surprise, exclaiming, Is it not the purchasing manager of DeFu Jewelry? He has come personally to bid on this imperial green jadeite rough. Is such exquisite material truly so scarce? DeFu Jewelry holds a dominant position in the national jewelry industry, rendering Qin's jewelry mere subordinates in comparison. Mr. Zhou's personal involvement indicates a strong intent to bid. Upon observing this newly emerged middle-aged man participating in the auction, Xiao Xingyun felt a surge of excitement. The general manager of DeFu Jewelry's procurement department is undoubtedly akin to a deity of wealth within the jade industry. Today promises prosperity. The same piece of material could fetch 1 billion. If the bidding becomes fierce, selling for several million more is certainly feasible. Zhou Ziqi, your price increment is rather irregular. Excessively inflating the price will inevitably trigger a new wave of price hikes in the raw stone market. If the material prices soar too high, we will be unable to turn a profit, frowned Qin Tianci. Zhou Ziqi scoffed dismissively. Is this an inflation? No, Qin Xiaodong. Your understanding of DeFu Jewelry is rather limited. I believe this piece of jade is worth this price. It is worth this price without any inflation. If you doubt me, I shall transform it into a finished product, and you shall see what the final price is." Fuming, Qin Tianxi retorted, "You are merely quibbling. I spoke of raw stone prices. Who is discussing finished product prices with you? Since you are intent on bidding, I shall accompany you to the end." 5 billion. Chapter 29. Your wealth. Your word as Lao Ziqi remained unperturbed, offering a calm smile. "Well then, let the bidding commence." 6 billion. You are quite ruthless. Qin Tianxi uttered a threatening remark before turning to leave. This fellow plays this trick again, feigning a strike only to retreat. Xiao Xingyun was left astounded. This young Master Qin is rather timid, unable to withstand even 3 seconds, collapsing in just a second. This has happened before, and it is occurring again. Zhou Ziqi of Dafu Jewelry also appeared bewildered. He had summoned all his strength, ready to unleash a fierce attack, yet was instantly thwarted. Is he leaving just like that? It seems Qin's jewelry indeed dares not venture into the high-end market. As such, Dafu Jewelry must take the lead. "Sir, what do you think of this price?" Zhou Ziqi inquired of the rotund man, who instinctively glanced at Xiao Xingyun. "Not impressive. I bid 8 billion. Suddenly, another bid was placed, and the price escalated by an astonishing 20 million. This voice belonged to a cool and aloof woman. The crowd turned to see a stunning beauty. Gracefully navigating through the throng, flanked by her assistant and bodyguards, as she approached Zhou Ziqi. Xiao Xingyun recognized her, as did the rotund man. And it was clear that Zhou Ziqi also knew her well. It was Gu Qinsheng of Gu Jewelry. Xiao Xingyun was taken aback. How is it possible to encounter Gu Qinsheng everywhere? Indeed, Gu Jewelry has just begun their foray into the jade industry, leaving no major exhibition unvisited and no fine material overlooked. Raising the bid by 20 million at a whim is truly extravagant. Xiao Xingyun had initially conservatively estimated that this piece of jade would sell for a little over 1 billion, perhaps 4 billion at most. Yet, in the blink of an eye, it soared to 8 billion, and judging by the competitive atmosphere, it seemed poised for even greater heights. Gu's Jewelry is a newcomer in the realm of jadeite, while Dafu Jewelry is a seasoned giant in the industry. The clash between these new and established forces is bound to be intense. When Zhou Ziqi of Dafu Jewelry saw Gu Qinsheng's appearance, he was somewhat surprised, yet entirely unperturbed. Gu's Jewelry had yet to commence operations, and they had not even finalized a store name. Yet they dared to compete with Dafu Jewelry for premium raw materials? "Are you certain you are serious?" Adopting a demeanor of aloofness, Gu Qinsheng remarked. "The name of the store is inconsequential. It is all part of the Gu enterprise. I merely wish to bid on the materials I favor, and I am indifferent to my competitors." Zhou Ziqi nodded, exuding confidence as he declared, "Excellent. At Dafu Jewelry, we relish such audacious newcomers who are blissfully ignorant. This imperial green raw stone, we at Dafu Jewelry will secure it for 200 million. 2 billion. Gu Qinsheng's eyes did not blink as she instantly raised the bid. 3 billion. Zhou Ziqi, however, found himself straining, gritting his teeth as he added another 10 million. For this price had already reached the limits of his psychological threshold. Any higher would yield no profit. 4 billion. Gu Qinsheng struck back with lightning speed. Her increments of 10 million now reflecting the fact that this price had significantly surpassed the market value. 45 billion. Zhou Ziqi hesitated, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. 6 billion. Gu Qinsheng continued her rapid ascent, yet her increments suddenly increased. "You lunatic, truly a lunatic. You, who know nothing of the market. Such a high bid renders profit impossible." Zhou Ziqi's anger flared as he chastised his opponent for her lack of market understanding. Yet, he seemed to forget that just moments ago, Qin Tianxi had said the same to him, criticizing his excessive bid as unprofitable. Profit is irrelevant. What matters is that I adore this material, and I possess the means to acquire it, Gu Qinsheng declared with unyielding confidence. Zhou Ziqi turned to leave without uttering a single harsh word. He was merely the general manager of the procurement department, not the chairman of Dafu Jewelry. If he were to overpay for a raw stone, he would face criticism from the board, or worse, an investigation that could jeopardize his position. For this imperial green jadeite raw stone, it simply was not worth it. With Zhou Ziqi disqualified from the bidding, other small to medium-sized jewelers lacked the courage to step forward. The premium was indeed rather steep. "Mr. Xiao, what do you think of this price?" Gu Qinsheng bypassed the portly Luo and approached Xiao Xingyun directly. Xiao Xingyun, feeling awkward, replied, haha, this jadeite belongs to Mr. Luo. You should discuss the specifics with him. However, I believe this price is quite reasonable and worthy of transaction. He also winked at Gu Qingqing, signaling for cooperation. Yes, yes. This is my jadeite, Luo stammered, feeling flustered before Gu Qingqing. Ignoring his words, she turned back to Xiao Xingyun and inquired, "Is it still the industrial and commercial bank account ending with 1384? Very well, I shall have someone transfer the funds immediately." Xiao Xingyun was baffled, wondering how she knew this was his jadeite raw stone, as everyone claimed it belonged to Luo. Luo Pengzi was equally disheartened, wondering why Gu Qingqing did not place her trust in his claim of the raw stone, not even sparing him a glance. However, the onlookers were too distant to overhear the conversation among the three. Gu Qingqing made a call to the company's finance department. Such a substantial transfer was no trifling matter, requiring significant authorization and multiple verifications before proceeding. Indeed, after hanging up, she received a confirmation call, followed by her assistant receiving a similar call. Only then was the payment transferred to Xiao Xingyun based on the account details they provided. Upon the funds being credited, Gu Qingqing summoned an armored transport vehicle with professional armed personnel to load the Imperial Green Jade onto the truck. "Mr. Xiao, I will be attending this trade fair for the next few days. Should you come across any quality materials, I hope you will call me directly for a private transaction. Engaging in bidding at the Freestone identification area is rather ostentatious and could be detrimental to both of us." "Well, you have the money, so you call the shots." Xiao Xingyun could hardly retort, feeling utterly defenseless in the presence of such a true tycoon. Moreover, he agreed with Gu Qingqing. Conducting transactions in the Freestone area was indeed too conspicuous and fraught with risk. After Gu Qingqing departed, Xiao Xingyun and Luo Pengzi followed suit. The previously discarded piece still held a value of around 10,000, which they decided to gift to the stone identification master as a token of gratitude. Hu Guoqiang had been too intimidated to approach, considering Luo Pengzi's formidable physique of over 200 pounds. In their class group chat, some urged Hu Guoqiang to provide a detailed report of the events that transpired, while others inquired about Xiao Xingyun's involvement at the Jade exhibition, questioning if the freshly cut Imperial Green Jade was indeed his. Xiao Xingyun perused the recent chat records, opting not to explain and instead sent a red envelope of 10,000 in the group. Having earned a modest profit at the Jade exhibition with friends, he merely wished to tease Hu Guoqiang, who had a notoriously foul mouth, nearly provoking a scuffle. He hoped the red envelope would encourage his classmates to remind the class monitor to maintain proper oral hygiene, lest he find himself truly in a brawl in the future. Laughter ensued as the class monitor mistakenly underestimated others, having previously remarked that even a luxury Mercedes could not compare to an Imperial Green Jade pendant, only to be outdone by someone who possessed an entire raw Imperial Green stone, capable of crafting 100 pendants without a hitch. "Hu Guoqiang, how does it feel to be face-slapped? I snatched a $500 red envelope, thanks to Boss Xiao. He's quite generous." Classmates who seized Xiao Xingyun's substantial red envelope clearly leaned in his favor, proving the adage true that money can indeed influence outcomes. Moreover, rumors circulated that Xiao Xingyun and his friends had participated in stone gambling, unveiling a piece of Imperial Green Jade worth over 100 million, confirming his status as a genuine magnate. Of course, this was merely speculation. The authenticity of the connection between Xiao Xingyun and the Imperial Green Jade remained unverified. "Someone, don't get too cocky. That piece of Imperial Green Jade belongs to the chubby boss next door and has no ties to you. What does it matter if you send a $10,000 red envelope? I only managed to grab $8.20. I owe you nothing." Hu Guoqiang remains oblivious to the situation, stubbornly believing that the Imperial Green Jadeite belongs to Luo Pengzi. In a modest private booth within the hotel's dining area, Luo Pengzi sips his drink, lamenting with a heavy sigh. "Yin Ge, I can only blame my excitement today, otherwise I would not have squandered over 2 million in one go. What a dreadful loss. Yin Ge, am I simply unfit for the jade betting game? Why is my luck so poor while you consistently unveil Imperial Green? Last time, I earned 30 million. This time, over 200 million would allow me to retire comfortably. Yin Ge, I implore you to assist me. If I can just recoup my losses, I shall return to my humble stall and never again venture into this perilous realm. It is too brutal." Xiao Xingyun gazes calmly at Luo Pengzi until he falls silent, then responds, "The risks of jade betting are exceedingly high. Even with luck on my side, one cannot rely on it eternally. What is gained today can be lost tomorrow. I can only offer my utmost assistance, but I cannot guarantee your profits. I understand, I truly do. Here's to you. I salute you, and I entrust my fate to you tomorrow, Luo Pengzi humbly declares. Sighing, Xiao Xingyun drinks the toast, feeling a twinge of bitterness and suddenly regretting introducing Luo Pengzi to the jade betting auction in the first place. At that moment, a man's voice interrupts with laughter. Ah, what a coincidence. Is this not Mr. Xiao and Mr. Luo? It is delightful to see you again. Zhu Chongjiu and a middle-aged man from Myanmar pass by, catching sight of Xiao Xingyun and Luo Pengzi in the booth. Ah, it is you, Boss Zhu. Have you not dined yet? My friend and I have nearly finished our meal, Xiao Xingyun remarks, wishing to limit his interaction with Zhu Chongjiu, feigning a desire to leave. Not at all. Even if you've dined, you can still sit and chat, Zhu Chongjiu replies. Allow me to introduce this gentleman, Mr. Dan Tuo from Myanmar, a renowned jade merchant with his own jade mines. Pleasure to meet you. Xiao Xingyun responds politely, yet feels indifferent towards merchants with mines, for with a mere glance, he could select the finest jade among all the raw stones in the world. Greetings. I also own a jade raw stone shop in Sherui City. If you are inclined to indulge in a few rounds, I can offer you a discount, Dan Tuo states directly, displaying a candid demeanor. Thank you. I shall certainly visit if the opportunity arises. Well, we have finished our meal. Please feel free to enjoy yourselves. My friend and I shall retire to our room. Xiao Xingyun concludes, casting a glance at Luo Pengzi. Understanding the cue, Luo Pengzi stands up, following Xiao Xingyun as they exit. Watching their retreating figures, Zhu Chongjiu turns to Dan Tuo, saying, this man is quite guarded, yet he possesses wealth and is a newcomer. With the right setup, we can surely extract all the money he holds. Deceiving these newcomers is rather unchallenging, though my mine is nearly depleted. I need a few unsuspecting lambs to take the bait. Assist me, and you shall not suffer a loss, Dan Tuo replies. Rest assured, this matter is in my capable hands. Zhu Chongji smiled reassuringly. Xiao Xingyun and the rotund Luo had returned to their room. Brother Yun, what does it mean that Boss Zhu is haunting us? Should I give him a good thrashing? Despite my size, my family's martial arts are quite formidable, Luo boasted, striking a pose reminiscent of Bejiquan, albeit somewhat clumsily. Don't be ridiculous. With your physique, you wouldn't stand a chance. You can hardly walk without gasping for breath, let alone fight, Xiao Xingyun scoffed. The rotund man continued to brag. I once suffered severe injuries in the military, and the medication I took was rich in steroids, which led to my uncontrollable weight gain and eventual discharge. However, I still possess a solid foundation in martial arts and can easily handle 3 or 5 opponents of my level. All right, I acknowledge your prowess. But we are here to seek fortune, not to brawl. Besides, Boss Zhu has only exhibited some peculiar behavior. He hasn't attacked us, Xiao Xingyun replied. Fine, I'll heed your advice, Brother Yin. Luo, having ceased his martial posturing, slumped onto the bed, visibly still reeling from his gambling losses. After consuming some alcohol, he quickly fell asleep, while Xiao Xingyun perused a book on gambling stones before drifting off himself. The next morning, Luo eagerly urged Xiao Xingyun to attend the Jade and Gemstone exhibition. This marked the 3rd day of the fair, which, according to previous trends, was the most bustling day. Most attendees had already inspected the stones and negotiated prices, and it was now time to purchase. By the time Xiao Xingyun arrived, the venue was teeming with customers. Some pushing carts filled with purchased jade roughs to the free cutting area for on-site processing. Fearing that valuable stones might be snatched away, Xiao Xingyun first spent 450,000 yuan on a piece of glass-type jade rough for Luo, which was transparent, colorless, and of modest size, projected to be worth around 8 million once cut. Subsequently, with the remaining funds, Xiao deliberately concealed his intentions and bought a dozen or so pieces of low-priced waste material, exhausting all of Luo's money. Luo nervously rubbed his hands together, repeatedly asking, Brother Yun, will I break even this time? As long as I can recoup my losses, I'm done with this. This line of work is exhausting, far more so than my days fighting on the battlefield. Wow, I didn't expect you to have been on the battlefield. Is that true? Xiao Xingyun inquired, somewhat surprised. Indeed, I was a special forces soldier and participated in numerous small-scale skirmishes, earning 2 second-class merits. The last time, I was gravely injured and nearly perished. Stop boasting. I believe you already. Xiao replied. What? You still don't believe me? Luo protested, feeling aggrieved. This exchange of banter alleviated Luo's tension. Xiao Xingyun also casually selected a few inexpensive jade roughs, intentionally choosing waste material. But he did pick one medium-sized jade rough that could yield a fully colored, high-quality oil green material, which would compensate for the losses from the other pieces, thus breaking even. He had noticed someone discreetly following him, uncertain if it was due to yesterday's reveal of an imperial green stone that had garnered certain individuals' attention. 2 individuals filled a cart to the brim with jade raw stones, yet only 2 pieces held any significant value. The simplest and most convenient option was to have them cut on site. Transporting them back would be an unnecessary hassle. Thus, Xiao Xingyun and the rotund Luo positioned themselves in the jade cutting area, queuing to request complimentary cutting services. They marked the stones in their cart to avoid any mix-up. This time, Xiao chose not to draw any lines, instead allowing the cutter to slice based on his expertise. It was inconsequential how the stones were cut, as none were particularly valuable. Due to an increase in customers today, the complimentary cutting area had expanded its machines, now featuring 5 side-by-side cutters operating simultaneously. This one is a failure. It's merely a bean variety without color, not worth more than a few thousand. This one is cracked. The texture is too strong. It's a failure as well. With each announcement of failure from the cutter, sweat poured from Luo like a waterfall. It's over. It's really over. Yinggu. If I lose everything, I won't even have the face to return to the antique street to set up my stall. Just let me be your driver. A little pocket money each month would suffice. Luo began to arrange his future, specifically referring to the matters ahead. Xiao Xingyun chuckled. All right, given our relationship, I'll hire you as my driver and offer a generous salary. Rest assured, it will be enough to maintain your Porsche 911. Just as he finished speaking, they suddenly heard a cutter exclaim, "It's a hit. A tremendous hit. I've cut out a piece of exceptional glass jade." Chapter 31. Under watchful eyes I've struck gold. I've struck gold. Luo was overcome with excitement, embracing Xiao tightly, then letting out a roar akin to a triumphant scholar. Xiao discreetly distanced himself from Luo, aware that such a loud outburst would attract the attention of those nearby. Has that fat man struck gold again? Just yesterday, he cut out an imperial green piece worth over 200 million. His luck is astounding. This piece of glass jade, albeit lacking color, belonged to the transparent jade category and was valued at least in the several millions. I recognize this fat man. He struck gold yesterday too. I must follow him to see what materials he picks. I'll choose alongside him. Luo drew everyone's attention, leaving Xiao feeling somewhat like an outsider, unnoticed by the crowd. This was precisely the effect Xiao desired. Soon enough, the small piece of glass jade was purchased, and due to its lack of color and minimal competition, it sold for 7 million. Upon receiving a nod from Xiao, Luo agreed to the sale. As more worthless jade pieces were cut and continued to fail, it was only towards the end that Xiao's old oily green jade was finally cut, fetching 1.3 million. The failed raw stones were all given to the cutter as a token of appreciation. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Luo departed with Xiao, who appeared more like a subordinate in the eyes of others. Thank you, Yinggu, for giving me a second chance. I truly do not wish to gamble anymore. Watching the failures earlier was terrifying. As Luo Fatsi walked, he spoke with lingering trepidation, expressing his hope that he could truly quit gambling. Xiao Xingyun, accompanying him in conversation, continued to explore the market, traversing areas they had not yet visited. There were indeed numerous exquisite jade pieces, but the crowd following him, or rather, following Luo Fatsi, was considerable. To procure jade raw stones in peace, it was imperative to disperse these onlookers. Thus, Xiao Xingyun suggested, "Fatsi, let us split up. You feign interest in purchasing raw stones, inquiring about prices and wandering about, but under no circumstances should you make a purchase. I shall select a few for myself to bring back to Shanghai for cutting." Luo Fatsi, having already sensed the pursuit, instantly grasped Xiao Xingyun's intent. He agreed and turned to head in the opposite direction to Xiao Xingyun. Indeed, the followers trailed Luo Fatsi, leaving Xiao Xingyun free to act without scrutiny. Even those who had initially stalked him vanished from sight. With no further hesitation, Xiao Xingyun pushed his cart and made a flurry of purchases, acquiring all the jade raw stones he had set his sights on. In total, he secured 12 stones of varying sizes, all of excellent quality and color, for a total expenditure of 3,900,000, averaging just over 300,000 per piece, a remarkable bargain. Subsequently, he visited a logistics company at the exhibition hall's entrance to arrange for packing and shipping, documenting the entire process on video and purchasing substantial insurance. Should these items be lost or swapped, the insurance alone would yield a significant profit. However, The costs were not insignificant. The shipping and insurance fees amounted to nearly 100,000. Not long after completing these arrangements, he received a call from Luo Fatsi. Yungu, how did it go? I've been trudging around with this bunch and am utterly exhausted. Just as you predicted, whatever I wanted to buy, they rushed to snatch it up. If I lingered even a second longer on a particular stone, it would be gone in an instant. Xiao Xingyun praised. Well done. Once I manage to procure a modestly priced raw stone, I shall treat you to a grand feast, and a late-night snack will be included as well. Boss Xiao, you are generous. From now on, I shall stick with you, Luo Fatsi replied with a cheerful laugh before hanging up. With the finest materials now in his possession, Xiao Xingyun felt exceptionally relaxed, unperturbed by the prospect of being followed or targeted. Seizing the opportunity, he continued to buy and cut without attracting attention. His aim was to earn millions in pocket money before venturing to Tiannan province, where, perhaps, the jade market would be even more vibrant than here. The 12 raw stones he had selected represented only the ones with the highest price increases, not necessarily indicating that the remaining stones lacked potential for significant appreciation. Some were prohibitively expensive, causing Xiao Xingyun to hesitate about depleting his capital, while others were too large for convenient shipping. Thus, he resolved to focus on earning money. Purchasing to cut without excessive concern. He first selected a raw stone weighing over 500 jin, which was so heavy that his small cart could not move it. Assistance from the shop owner with a forklift would be required to transport it to the free cutting point. This rough gemstone, which Xiao Xingyun procured for over 8 million, is composed of material from the old Muna pit. Its exterior displays commendable characteristics, showcasing the quintessential traits of Muna's old pit, a white sandy skin adorned with black speckles and a few sporadic green dots, albeit not in a continuous manner. A noticeable crack runs through its center. Were it not for this fissure, the price tag would surely be unattainable. However, with his discerning perspective, Xiao Xingyun discerned that the crack is quite shallow, vanishing just as it reaches the vibrant green jade flesh beneath. This rough stone, while merely icy and glutinous, boasts a white base with green flecks, the green being particularly pure, with an abundance of green patterns nearly enveloping the entire jade surface. Xiao Xingyun conservatively estimates that its value could multiply 5 or 6 times. He is so reluctant to have this jade rough stone shipped that it hints at the astronomical increase in value of the jade he intends to transport back. As the forklift transports the stone to the free cutting site, Xiao Xingyun suddenly recalls the task entrusted to him by Gu Qingqing and promptly makes a phone call. Ms. Gu, I have acquired another piece of jade rough with an excellent appearance, still uncut, but the chances of appreciation are substantial. Do you have a private cutting location? Oh, Mr. Xiao, the implication of my previous words was indeed that there exists a private cutting site. Where are you now? I can send someone to pick you up. By the way, how heavy is this piece of jade rough? Approximately 500 pounds. Very well, I have a jade carving studio adjacent to the exhibition, and I will dispatch someone to collect you. Please travel with the vehicle. Upon arriving at the complimentary cutting site, Xiao Xingyun instructed his associates to set the rough stone aside, choosing not to apply for free cutting, instead waiting for Gu Qingqing's personnel to arrive. 5 minutes later, 2 robust men arrived in a pickup truck. After verifying their identities via phone, they employed the truck's built-in hoisting equipment to load the jade rough onto the vehicle. Xiao Xingyun settled into the back seat of the pickup truck, and under the driver's guidance, they soon arrived at Gu Qingqing's jade carving studio. Upon his arrival, Xiao Xingyun found Gu Qingqing and Master Luo examining materials. These stones were sourced from Gu's own trusted experts in jade gambling, known also as rough stone assessors, who have an impressive success rate in their acquisitions. Master Luo, exuding warmth, remarked, Mr. Xiao, it is a pleasure to see you again. Truly, the younger generation is formidable. I have heard from General Gu that you have recently succeeded in acquiring several exceptional pieces of jade rough. Chapter 32. The invitation from Gu Qingqing. Hearing Master Luo's words, Xiao Xingyun resolved that even if Gu Qingqing offered a higher price next time, he would seek out another avenue to sell his jade. This could no longer be attributed to mere luck, given the frequency of successful acquisitions. With this thought, he chuckled heartily and responded to Master Luo. You jest, Master Luo. I have only just begun to uncover a few jade pieces. I am still far from your esteemed status. As for the stones that did not yield, there are many more. Come now, let us first examine Mr. Zhao's piece, Gu Qingqing stated directly to Master Luo. Master Luo, utilizing a bright flashlight in conjunction with a magnifying glass, meticulously inspected the jade rough, pointing out several critical areas to Gu Qingqing, generously imparting his knowledge on how to discern the qualities of jade rough. In summary, the gamble surrounding this rough stone is significant, while there are visible hints of green. The extent remains uncertain, ranging from a mere line to a vast expanse. Coupled with the presence of fissures, its price is unlikely to be exorbitant. At this juncture, Master Luo turned to Xiao Xingyun and inquired, "Mr. Xiao, how much did you purchase this stone for?" The owner initially quoted 10 million, but I managed to negotiate it down to 8,800,000 for good fortune, Xiao Xingyun replied with a smile. You truly possess a knack for negotiation. The owner's asking price of 10 million is not particularly high, yet I must admit, I would hesitate to invest in this stone myself. The risk is substantial. There's a 50-50 chance of either an increase or decrease in value. Thus, it would be wiser to invest in other stones that offer more certainty. Xiao Xingyun continued. Indeed, the nature of stone gambling is such that without cutting it open, no one can ascertain its potential. However, based on the continuity of the green speckles, the likelihood of revealing green is quite high. Let us proceed with cutting it open, he concluded. You are the owner of this rough stone. The decision lies with you. With that, Gu Qingcheng commanded the delivery of the stone-cutting machine. Given the substantial size of the rough stone and the fissure running through it, it is common practice to cut along the fissure. While they awaited the cutting process, Gu Qingqing personally brewed tea and poured a cup for Xiao Xingyun, a gesture that left him pleasantly surprised, prompting his heartfelt thanks. With a gentle smile, Gu Qingqing replied, "Mr. Xiao, you are too kind. I appreciate your trust. The few pieces of jade you sold to Gu's jewelry have been immensely favored by our sculptors. We can certainly enhance our collaboration in the future. As long as the material is of high quality, Gu's jewelry welcomes all. It is a relationship built on mutual benefit." And they expressed intentions to strengthen their partnership. Although Xiao Xingyun verbally agreed, he remained committed to a principle of modesty, mindful of maintaining an appropriate distance to avoid raising suspicions. After a brief conversation, they listened to Master Luo recount amusing anecdotes from the industry. Time passed swiftly, and within 10 minutes, the large rough stone had been halved. The cutter, a man of few words, merely displayed the polished surfaces of the two stones before rinsing them clean and beckoning them to take a closer look. One half revealed a delicate white base adorned with a multitude of green flecks. The green was vibrant, the texture akin to glutinous ice, with exceptional clarity. Devoid of flaws or coarse cotton, Master Luo stood in astonishment, murmuring, "How peculiar. It is rare to uncover such a vast expanse of green flecks. Mr. Xiao's fortune leaves me speechless." The fissures vanished as they approached the green flesh. Gu Qingcheng gazed intently at the jadeite stone, her eyes sparkling with excitement. For women often possess an irresistible allure towards exquisite gemstones. How beautiful! Such pure and even flecks are truly rare. It is the uniformity, transparency, and moisture that set it apart. "Master Luo, please provide your appraisal," she exclaimed in admiration. "Ah, Ms. Gu, this is merely the first cut. Should we not examine the other two edges to assess the situation?" Master Luo questioned, surprised. "There is no need. I trust Mr. Zhao's judgment. The materials he selects are consistently thin-skinned and rich in substance, both inside and out." Gu Qingcheng, captivated by the stunning vibrant green flecks, found herself somewhat entranced, even discussing her trust in Xiao Xingyun. This was also a strategic approach to express her desire to strengthen cooperation, demonstrating her confidence in his discerning eye. Xiao Xingyun remained as calm as an old dog, refusing to fall for her ploys. After all, time was not of the essence. He decided to make 2 more cuts. Each piece, at the edge, would be sliced into 2 centimeters thick. "Very well, we shall proceed as Mr. Xiao wishes. But that does not hinder us from appraising it first," Gu Qingqing remarked. Master Luo chuckled. "In that case, I shall provide my opinion based on the market price. If the overall quality is uniform, with flesh beneath the skin, assessed by weight, volume, color, and water type, this jadeite rough stone is valued at approximately 50 million. However, due to its excellent water quality and absence of impurities, we may add a bit more." This valuation aligned with Xiao Xingyun's psychological expectations, yet he added, "What matters most is its ample size and smoothness, allowing for the extraction of numerous bangles with minimal waste." At that moment, the other 2 small edges had also been cut, matching the quality and color of the previously sliced piece. Gu Qingqing promptly made a decision. "I will add an extra valuation, as well as our friendship from the Gu family, totaling 60 million. What does Mr. Xiao think?" "President Gu, you are quite generous. Your offer leaves me with little room to resist. We shall proceed as you suggest. Xiao Xingyun agreed immediately. He realized that Gu Jewelry was indeed affluent and in dire need of quality materials, spending money without a second thought. Gu Qingqing was pleased with Xiao Xingyun's response and made a call to her assistant to facilitate the transfer. Mr. Xiao, if you are free the day after tomorrow, would you accompany me to a large jadeite dark auction? At that time, you and Master Luo will serve as my stone consultants. For any successfully bid rough stones, I will have them all cut within 3 days, and you and Master Luo will share 10% of the profit from the cuts. Xiao Xingyun's eyes lit up. How much capital do you plan to allocate for the dark auction? How will this 10% be divided? By each person's chosen stone? Or will it be an even split? Gu Qingqing replied. Our Gu Jewelry has prepared 1 billion in funds, with an additional 500 million set aside for contingencies for this dark auction. As for the division of profits, we can discuss that further. A total of 1.5 billion? If you possess such wealth, why not participate in Myanmar's jade public auction? The prices there are not lower than those of domestic middlemen, are they? Xiao Xingyun expressed his confusion. Gu Jewelry was about to commence operations, having missed this year's auction, and next year's public auction would come too late. Thus, they had to reluctantly participate in the domestic dark auction, which offered rough stones guaranteed by several multinational jade trading companies. Therefore, we at Gu are willing to take the risk. I will consider it. Xiao Xingyun did not immediately agree, as he was still a newcomer in the gambling stone industry and did not wish to entangle himself too deeply with these affluent families. Gu Qingqing said, I understand, but I ask you to consider the sincerity of Gu Jewelry. If you come to a decision, please feel free to call me. Just then, Xiao Xingyun's phone buzzed with a notification, informing him that 60 million had been transferred. His current bank balance exceeded 300 million, an amount that an ordinary person could scarcely earn in a lifetime. At this moment, Zhu Chongjiu arrived at the door with Dan Tua. Upon entering, he said, Mr. Gu, I have heard that your esteemed Gu Jewelry urgently requires high-quality jadeite raw stones. I can introduce you to a businessman from Myanmar who possesses a collection of premium old mine materials. If we engage in substantial transactions, the prices will undoubtedly be more favorable than the market rate. Chapter 33. Sample. Xiao Xingyun did not anticipate encountering Zhu Chongjiu here. His wariness towards this individual grew stronger, as not only did he associate with someone of his humble stature, but he also had connections with affluent figures like Gu Qingqing. Clearly, Zhu Chongjiu was also surprised to find Xiao Xingyun present, but he nonchalantly nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, brother Xiao is here as well. What a coincidence. I was merely strolling and happened to meet Mr. Gu, so I thought I would come in for a visit. Xiao Xingyun casually replied, retreating a couple of steps, unwilling to engage in extensive dialogue. After all, Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tua were here for Gu Qingqing, not for him. Gu Qingqing evidently recognized Zhu Chongjiu and expressed interest in the high-quality jadeite raw stones in Dan Tua's possession, saying, Since you are a friend introduced by Mr. Zhu, let us discuss this in the tea room. Mr. Xiao, if you have no other matters, you might as well join us to hear their offer. It will benefit your understanding of the jadeite market. Xiao Xingyun hesitated for a moment before agreeing. All right, thank you. In the tea room, Xiao Xingyun accompanied Gu Qingqing while Master Luo sat to the side, facing Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tua. Although they were drinking tea, the atmosphere was undoubtedly one of business negotiation, with seating arrangements reflecting their respective positions. Since entering the gambling stone circle, Gu Qingqing had been his most significant patron, and sitting with her was mutually satisfying. Gu Qingqing felt her expenditure was justified, while Xiao Xingyun found peace of mind in his profits. At this juncture, Zhu Chongjiu, acting as the intermediary, proactively introduced Dan Tua's situation. Mr. Dan Tua is a renowned jadeite merchant from Myanmar, holding a collection of exquisite jadeite raw stones from the Pakong mine, which are indeed genuine old mine materials of exceptional quality. The urgency to sell arises from an issue with one of Mr. Dan's jadeite mines, necessitating substantial funds for new equipment. Upon learning of this, his counterparts in Myanmar have drastically lowered their prices. Consequently, Mr. Dan has come to Huaxia, seeking collaboration with financially robust jewelry merchants to address this funding shortfall. After listening to Zhu Chongjiu, Gu Qingqing exchanged a glance with Master Luo. Master Luo promptly inquired, May I ask, Mr. Dan, where is your mine located? As far as I know, the Pakong mine has long been depleted. A fleeting, perfectly measured pride crossed Dan Tua's face as he calmly explained. I previously had a mine in the Pakong area, which is why I possess a substantial inventory of Pakong jadeite raw stones. My current mine is located in the Duomo area. The new materials it produces do not compare to the old mine materials. However, if you are interested in the Duomo stones, I can also provide them in large quantities. Master Luo nodded slightly and whispered something to Gu Qingqing. It was then that Gu Qingqing asked, "Did you bring any samples? Let us see the samples and their prices." "Yes, we have samples. I will have someone bring them in. They are in the vehicle outside," Dan Tuo replied as he made a phone call. Soon after, two young men, characteristic of Myanmar, entered the tea house, each pulling a metallic suitcase. At Dan Tuo's gesture, the two young men opened the suitcases and placed them on the table, revealing raw jade stones of varying sizes within. Master Luo immediately took out a magnifying glass and picked up a stone weighing around 4 to 5 kilograms for a meticulous examination. Gu Qingqing turned to Xiao Xingyun and said, "Mr. Xiao, would you lend me your discerning eye to assess the quality of this batch of old pit jade from Pakong? I shall merely observe. With an expert like Master Luo present, my role is solely to learn. I lack the capability to judge," Xiao Xingyun humbly replied. Yet his hands did not remain idle. He casually picked up a smaller stone weighing 3 to 4 kilograms for close scrutiny. Since he began his stall at the Chenghuang Temple in Shanghai, Xiao had perused numerous texts on identifying jade, initially driven by mere curiosity, never imagining he would partake in stone gambling. Given his monthly income of around 20,000 at that time, the notion of gambling with stones felt far beyond his reach. Now, before him lay a plethora of raw jade stones, an opportunity he had once scarcely dared to dream of. He refrained from hastily employing his X-ray vision, as the continuous use over the past few days had left his eyes particularly fatigued. Instead, he relied on his accumulated knowledge. Judging the quality of the stones from their exteriors, the Pakong market is historically renowned, being one of the top 10 jade sites, and is one of the earliest to commence mining. The raw stones typically exhibit thin skins, predominantly grayish-white and yellowish-white, with fine crystals, excellent texture, high transparency, and significant size, ranging from a few kilograms to several hundred. The quality of the cuts varies dramatically, encompassing everything from inferior bean varieties to the highest grade ice and glass types, thus presenting substantial gambling risks. With good fortune, one could slice into an emperor green and potentially earn billions, yet with ill luck, one might emerge with a mixed bean type, losing every invested penny. After examining a dozen stones, Xiao Xingyun noted that this batch indeed resembled the descriptions in his books, confirming it as old pit jade from Pakong, with skins primarily in grayish-white and yellowish-white, as well as some pitch-black varieties akin to coal. Shining a powerful flashlight on the stones revealed that the light penetrated deeply, indicating excellent water content within and a high probability of favorable results upon cutting. However, observing through a layer of skin felt akin to scratching an itch through a boot. Growing anxious, Xiao resorted to his X-ray vision. He discerned that one stone was a bean type, another a glutinous type, yet notably green, promising significant value upon cutting. Another was of ice quality, albeit marred by excessive impurities and cracks, rendering it unworthy. To his surprise, he found a fist-sized emperor green stone amidst the others. Even if the preceding stones were all cut poorly, this singular piece could at least recoup his investment. As he continued to examine, his eyes began to ache painfully, tears welling up. He recognized that he had overexerted his X-ray vision and could no longer employ it. Gu Qingqing inquired, "Mr. Xiao? Master Luo believes this batch of old pit jade from Pakong is rather good. What is your opinion?" Xiao paused, contemplating the 20 or so raw stones, realizing that only 3 showed potential for substantial gains. Is that truly considered good? If purchased at a low price and quickly resold, it might yield decent returns, he mused. However, if Gu's jewelry were to cut the materials themselves, even without incurring a loss, the profits would be minimal. What then is the significance of purchasing this batch of materials? Moreover, this is merely a sample. If the sample is of such poor quality, how subpar must the bulk shipment be? I cannot discern the value here. Since Master Luo finds it acceptable, it should be passable. Regardless, I am too hesitant to make a purchase, feeling that something is amiss. Xiao Xingyun could only offer this subtle reminder. It neither undermines Master Luo's reputation nor fails to indicate to Gu Qingqing that there are issues at hand. Should she fail to perceive this or disbelieve his counsel, it would no longer concern him. Oh, a flicker of doubt crossed Gu Qingqing's eyes as she suppressed her desire to purchase. She turned to Dan Tuo and Zhu Chongjiu, saying that she needed to deliberate further, as this transaction involves a considerable sum, and caution is imperative. Certainly, here is my business card. Please contact me when you are ready to collaborate. Dan Tua handed over a business card and, after speaking, politely took his leave, avoiding any unnecessary entanglements or persuasion. Once Dan Tua and Zhu Chongzhou departed, Master Luo eagerly inquired, "Xiao, do you believe there is an issue with this batch of materials?" Xiao Xingyun explained, "The materials themselves are sound. They are indeed from the old pit of the Pakong site. However, the overall impression is lacking. It does not ignite a spark of excitement within me. As you know, my approach to gambling on stones relies heavily on intuition, and if that intuition feels off, I cannot proceed with a purchase. What do we know about your methods? Who understands your approach to gambling on stones?" Gu Qingqing and Master Luo exchanged glances, finding it dubious that decisions are made solely based on feelings. "I will make a phone call to investigate Dan Tuo's background in Myanmar. As for Zhu Chongzhou, his duration in the jewelry business at Shanghai is too brief to inspire confidence. He too warrants scrutiny," Gu Qingqing stated. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Xingyun bid farewell. Then, "Miss Gu, please carry on. I shall return to the hotel for some rest." Meanwhile, the black commercial vehicle carrying Dan Tua and Zhu Chongzhou cruised down the street. A flicker of anger crossed Dan Tuo's face. What does Xiao Xingyun mean by this? He dares to dismiss our samples? These are meticulously selected. If he disregards these, surely he views our other materials as mere refuse. Zhu Chongzhou chuckled sinisterly. As long as we can lure him to our warehouse, I shall find a way to extract every last penny from him, and then have someone warn him not to speak indiscreetly. Chapter 34. The underground stone gambling den to obstruct someone's financial prospects is akin to slaying their kin. Xiao Xingyun's simple warning to Gu Qingqing was sufficient to incite murderous intent in Dan Tua and Zhu Chongzhou. Unbeknownst to Xiao Xingyun, this industry is fraught with peril. Anything tied to gambling can drive individuals to madness, extinguishing their humanity. Upon returning to his hotel room, he found Luo Daping, battered and bruised, seated on the bed, applying ointment. Xiao Xingyun's expression shifted with concern. "What happened, fatty?" Luo Daping, disheartened, replied, "Oh, don't mention it. You had me divert those pursuers while I was scouting for raw stones, and the moment I showed interest in one, they rushed to snatch it up. What do I know about gambling on stones?" The outcome was predictable. Nearly all the stones they bid on collapsed. They altered their plans, attempting to entice me, cornering me in an unmonitored nook to discuss a potential collaboration. How could I dare to cooperate with them? I declined, only to be assaulted as a consequence. Xiao Xingyun furrowed his brow. The way he recounted his experience seemed casual, yet the ordeal must have been far from simple. If it were not for the throngs of people in the jade market during daylight, who knows what perilous events might have transpired. Ever since acquiring the extraordinary ability of X-ray vision, Xiao Xingyun believed he had exercised sufficient discretion and caution. Yet, as he began to make his mark in the jade market, ill-intentioned individuals had already set their sights on him. If the prices of raw stones were to rise further, he might not even know how he met his end. However, today's incident was entirely due to Luo Dezhao taking the brunt of the attack for Xiao Xingyun. Had he not drawn attention to himself, it surely would have been Xiao Xingyun who was assaulted. Fortunately, this occurred in Sihui City. Had it been at the border of Ruili, the dangers would have been exponentially greater. As newcomers in this trade, we are utterly alone in this city, and we must exercise even greater caution in the future. Otherwise, should we suffer losses, we would be unable to seek retribution. As Xiao Xingyun spoke, he took the potion from the portly man and applied it to his wounds. Thankfully, these were merely surface injuries, and Luo Dezhao, with his tough exterior, would sustain no lasting damage after tending to them. However, Xiao Xingyun did notice several old gunshot scars on his chest. Could it be that he had truly seen battle? It is widely recognized that even in peacetime, the borderlands frequently experience minor conflicts. I must remain low-key. I shall no longer be arrogant. Luo Dezhao continued to ramble on. Xiao Xingyun sighed, stating, "Tomorrow, I shall procure some small raw stones, and we will return to Shanghai. After all, the money we have earned thus far is sufficient. Indeed, let us return to Shanghai. I feel utterly unsafe here," Luo Dezhao concurred. Initially, he had contemplated becoming a consultant for Gu's jewelry to earn a 10% commission. However, it now seemed prudent to forego that commission in favor of safety. Too risky. At that moment, a ringing sound echoed from outside. Xiao Xingyun and Luo Dezhao exchanged a glance, an expression of vigilance and anxiety crossing their faces. Approaching the door, Xiao Xingyun peered through the peephole, spotting a hotel waitress calmly standing outside with a food cart. "Who is it?" he inquired. Good day, sir. I am a hotel attendant. Today is Saturday, and our establishment is offering complimentary late-night snacks. No, thank you. We are not hungry. Sir, this is part of our duties. We need to collect feedback on the snacks we deliver. Please do not make things difficult for us. Could you kindly open the door? Xiao Xingyun hesitated for a moment. His inherent kindness prevented him from wanting to trouble anyone. Thus, he reluctantly activated his X-ray vision to survey the area outside the door and the 2 or 3 meters beside the waitress, confirming there was indeed no one else present, which put him at ease. However, he had overexerted his X-ray vision throughout the day, leaving his eyes sore and his body drenched in sweat, feeling immensely fatigued. His stomach growled audibly. The exertion had been too great, and ordinary sustenance could no longer meet his needs. Compared to the simple act of dining, Xiao Xingyun yearned far more to absorb the mystical energy emanating from the ancient jade. Yet, if he could partake of a few delectable morsels, it might alleviate the frailty that weighed upon him. Thus, he opened the door. The waitress, pushing a dining cart, found herself momentarily ensnared at the threshold. As she lifted the lid from a food container, 6 or 7 burly men adorned with tattoos burst forth from the emergency exit, storming into Xiao Xingyun's room. Both he and the rotund Luo were taken aback. As former respectable merchants, they had never encountered such a formidable display. The bravado of Luo's claim to have been a special forces soldier seemed likely to be mere bluster. The waitress, clearly a charlatan, hastily retreated with her cart, having evidently fulfilled her role. Who are you? What do you want? Xiao Xingyun demanded loudly, while discreetly gesturing to Luo behind his back, urging him to call the authorities at once. One of the muscular men brandished a dagger, lunging forward to seize Luo's phone, threatening fiercely, "Be compliant. Our boss wishes to meet you. He merely requires your assistance with a stone gambling scheme. As long as you don't act foolishly, your lives will be spared." "And who is your boss?" Xiao Xingyun inquired. "You'll find out upon arrival. Your questions are futile. We won't divulge anything now, so save your breath." Another thug brandished a knife, speaking menacingly. Xiao Xingyun swiftly scanned his surroundings, searching for an escape route. "What if we refuse to go?" "Huh. Then we'll knock you unconscious and carry you away in a sack. This is a high-end hotel. Do you think our boss would dare to enter and abduct people without immense power? Be sensible. We have no desire to spill blood." Xiao Xingyun fell silent. Though he possessed the ability of X-ray vision, it currently lacked the formidable combat prowess he required. He might exploit his power to confuse them and make a hasty escape. But with Luo injured, their chances were slim. He cast a glance at Luo, who recoiled slightly, an expression of helplessness on his face, as if to explain, "I used to be quite formidable, but my body is now failing me. Brothers, let us talk this over. We are willing to cooperate." Luo hobbled forward, donning his clothes, gallantly positioning himself before Xiao Xingyun. Observing Luo's brave gesture, Xiao Xingyun felt compelled to comply. If escape was no longer an option, perhaps they could confront the mastermind behind this scheme and utilize mental influence to subdue him. Soon, both their phones were confiscated, rendering them unable to call for help. With a dagger pressed against his back, they ceased to resist, submitting as they were ushered into the hotel's underground parking garage and into a business vehicle. Once inside, Xiao Xingyun and Luo were blindfolded. "This is for your own good. Some things are best left unseen. Cooperate, and it will be for the benefit of us all," the captor asserted. Xiao Xingyun and Luo remained silent. Little did they know, Xiao Xingyun's X-ray vision enabled him to perceive the vehicle's route through the fabric of his blindfold each time it changed direction. Xiao Xingyun initially believed he would be taken to a desolate wilderness, but unexpectedly, he was led to a bustling jade wholesale market near the Emerald Market. Upon entering the underground parking lot, the group escorted him to a secluded elevator, devoid of any signage. Once inside, he noticed that the indicator above the elevator pointed not upwards, but downwards, to the second basement level. Upon exiting the elevator, he anticipated a grim and eerie interrogation room. Yet to his astonishment, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively, punctuated by intermittent cheers of excitement. "Haha, I've hit the jackpot. The number 7 raw stone has skyrocketed. I've tripled my investment," exclaimed one voice. "Damn it, how could I have been so blind to bet on number 1? I've lost over 100,000 in an instant," lamented another. "Let us have another round. I refuse to place a losing bet again." The owners engaging in the opening bets were also facing dire losses. Some were wagering millions, while their mere tens of thousands seemed inconsequential. Through the black cloth, Xiao Xingyun glimpsed the expansive underground chamber, bustling with at least several hundred people. reminiscent of an underground boxing arena. The crowd waved their betting slips, encircling a brightly lit platform adorned with a row of raw jade stones, each marked with a number. Several jade gambling experts of varying ages stood beside the stones, nervously or anxiously scrutinizing the surface characteristics with magnifying glasses and powerful flashlights. A casually dressed female host animatedly narrated the current situation, urging the patrons to place their bets. The burly men who brought Xiao Xingyun and the rotund Luo were unnoticed in the throng. They led him and Luo deeper into a corridor to an office where an elderly man, approximately in his 50s or 60s, sat in a wheelchair before a multitude of monitors, leisurely sipping tea. The screens displayed the gambling scene and the betting activities of the surrounding gamblers. "Boss, I have brought you the individuals you requested," reported the man in black. The elderly man in the wheelchair chuckled. "Oh, so these are the ones who have recently cut several large, appreciating jade stones at the Emerald exhibition? Truly impressive for their age. In the jade gambling circle, I am known as Master Ma Si. You may address me as such. By the way, out of courtesy, do introduce yourselves. You bind us and still speak of courtesy?" Xiao Xingyun mused internally, yet outwardly complied, saying, "Greetings, Master Ma Si. I am Xiao Xingyun, hailing from Shanghai." "Hello, Master Si. I am Luo Dazhao, commonly known as Luo Fatty, Luo, too," responded earnestly. With the ability to perceive his surroundings through his unique vision, Xiao Xingyun's initial dread diminished significantly. Master Ma Si smiled. "What you are called is of little importance. What matters is your skill in gambling. Help me win 3 rounds, and I will allow you to leave safely. Lose even 1 round, and I shall break a leg." Xiao Xingyun stared blankly at Master Ma Si, contemplating the figure seated in the wheelchair, quietly speculating that this individual likely suffered such a fate due to losses in jade gambling. Upon hearing this, the rather rotund man became anxious. "Master Ma, we do not possess the skills to gamble with stones. We are merely guessing blindly. We have purchased so many raw stones in recent days, and they have only appreciated slightly. Indeed, you may have experienced a minor increase, but your companions have seen significantly more gains," Master Ma candidly replied. "I initially intended to bind only Xiao Xingyun to this venture, but you are merely an accessory. Who instructed you to team up?" Dumbfounded, the rotund man realized he had once again become collateral damage. Since the opponent had already conducted thorough investigations, Xiao Xingyun felt no need for further concealment. Indeed, the rotund man lacks the understanding of stone gambling. "I have relied on a stroke of luck to yield a few profitable cuts, but those were merely small gains based on chance. Even the most skilled cannot discern jade from stone. Feel free to inquire. I have won a few bets, but the losses far outnumber the victories." "Ah, fortune is indeed a form of strength. Regardless of your method of success, I have made the rules clear. Lose once, and I shall break one of your legs. Win 6 times, and I will arrange for your departure." Xiao Xingyun inwardly cursed, deeming this old man unreasonable. "You wretched cripple. You'd best avoid falling into my hands in the future, or I shall ensure your demise." Perhaps, if he could draw closer, he could use his ocular abilities to hypnotically control his opponent. Then it would be uncertain who would break whose leg. Chapter 35. The first match. Thus, the matter was settled. No one cared whether Xiao Xingyun agreed. His only stipulation was to have a full meal before the stone gambling commenced. In a modest room, he was served a bowl of instant noodles accompanied by 2 sausages. Meanwhile, the rotund man sat in a corner, incessantly chattering about the need for discretion and the necessity of reform. In this room, no one cared for him, yet he dared not remove the blindfold covering his eyes. Upon finishing his meal, Xiao Xingyun felt that the modest portion was hardly sufficient to satiate his hunger. Yet the earlier sensation of weakness that had nearly caused him to faint had dissipated. While consuming his food, he contemplated how to escape and the probability of survival. He had not anticipated the tremendous risks associated with gambling stones. He had envisioned that, upon acquiring his X-ray vision, the jade market would serve as his personal ATM. Whenever funds were low, he could gamble on a few stones and utilize the profits to purchase ancient jade, absorbing the energy to enhance his vision. Now, however, he was acutely aware of the brutal realities of the stone gambling world. Survival was paramount before any thoughts of the future could be entertained. This small room was undoubtedly under surveillance. Just as Xiao Xingyun finished his meal, a tattooed man entered. 10 minutes later, Xiao Xingyun was led to the gambling arena, while the rotund man awaited anxiously, thinking, "If I lose even once, they shall break a leg." Both Xiao Xingyun and the rotund man remained silent. As the man departed, the rotund man, with a quivering voice, implored, "Brother, I beg you, you must win. I am no deity. How could I guarantee victory? Then what shall we do? If we manage to survive, I shall procure a fine wheelchair for you." Xiao Xingyun was led outside, and as he reached the edge of the gambling arena, the blindfold was finally removed from his eyes. Upon the stage, 10 blocks of jadeite rough stones lay before 5 stone gambling masters, including Xiao Xingyun, who bore the number 1 placard affixed to him. The provocatively dressed female host addressed the audience of gamblers below. "All stone masters have taken the stage, and the betting window will close in 3 minutes. If any of you have yet to place your bets, please do so promptly." From the crowd, an incredulous voice exclaimed, "Goodness, the number 1 stone master is far too young. Can he even handle it? I think I'll choose an older master. At least they have experience. I'll go with number 5. Number 1 looks unreliable, too youthful, probably still weaning." "Huh." Another remarked, "Who on earth hired this number 1 expert? Do they not value their money? Each stake on stage must start at a minimum of 10 million, and if you lose, that is 10 million down the drain." Dan Tuo and Zhu Chongzhou were also present in the audience, attending solely to seek out unsuspecting prey amidst the underground gambling scene. "What is Xiao Xingyun doing here? What connection does he have with Master Ma?" Dan Tuo inquired warily. Zhu Chongzhou, his expression grave, replied, "This individual seems rather uncanny. He has suddenly risen to prominence in the stone gambling world. Let us hold off on any plots against him until I ascertain his background." At that moment, the 5 stone masters were free to scrutinize the 10 blocks of jadeite rough stones before them. Each stone was of a similar size, approximately 6 to 7 kilograms. There were varieties with black skin, white-yellow hues, spotted and mossy textures, as well as those with misty patterns, representing materials from both new and old mining sites. The stones were available for inspection, and any master who identified a favored block could claim it first, thus preventing others from selecting it. Hence, speed was crucial in determining the outcome. Xiao Xingyun, having exhausted his ocular abilities, approached cautiously, employing 2 seconds to ascertain the general quality and value of the stones. After examining all 10 blocks, he found himself nearly fatigued. It dawned on him that relying on time or sustenance for his ocular recovery was rather unreliable. The most efficient method was to absorb energy from ancient jade. Among the 10 rough stones, most were of little worth, save for one particularly valuable piece, an icy, glutinous jadeite of white and green, with a market value of approximately 5 million. Upon his determination, Xiao Xingyun immediately embraced the stone, raising his hand to signal to the others that he had made his selection, just as the 3 minutes were about to expire. And the host was about to announce the cessation of betting. Xiao Xingyun had already indicated his choice. The other stone masters, now anxious, exclaimed, "Young man, what happened to the spirit of fair play? We haven't even had the chance to comprehend the stones yet, and you've already chosen. Do we old-timers not deserve any respect? Selecting quickly does not equate to selecting wisely. If you lose, don't come crying to us." The 5th stone master, a man in his 60s, furrowed his brow and remarked. Xiao Xingyun, sensing the tension, intentionally divulged, "Crying? I'm here at the behest of Master Ma. If I lose, my legs will be broken." The elder was taken aback, exclaiming, "Broken legs? It is not so dire, after all. We live in an era where the worst consequence may merely be the absence of bonuses and dividends." The underground jade gambling scene, while illegal, exists as a gray industry within the locality. Inflicting bodily harm escalates matters to a criminal offense. A surge of relief washed over Xiao Xingyun. Could it be that he and the corpulent man were not in imminent danger, simply victims of intimidation? Was it merely a false alarm? Just as he contemplated probing further, the host announced, "There is but 1 minute remaining. Esteemed jade gamblers, please finalize your selection of jade raw stones." Upon hearing this, the elderly man in seat 5 became agitated. Disregarding Xiao Xingyun as he hastily employed a magnifying glass and a bright flashlight to make his final assessments on the 2 stones he had chosen. Time up. With the host's declaration, all 5 jade gamblers had selected their jade raw stones. Without excessive embellishment, they marked their choices with pins and proceeded to the stone unveiling. Given the diminutive size of these raw stones and the brute force method of extraction, they were swiftly cut open within moments. Observing the results, the audience erupted in outrage. No referees needed to validate the outcome. The clientele at the underground jade gambling arena were seasoned veterans of the trade. They could discern the quality and value of the stones with a mere glance. Are you kidding me? Number 1 has unveiled an icy, glutinous, white base green. What's sheer luck? Someone exclaimed. Haha, I placed my bet on him. The odds are 3-1. That dashing young man is invincible. Alas, I only wagered 100,000. Had I known he would perform so splendidly, I would have bet 1 million. Another lamented, I initially backed number 1. But then some fool claimed the youth was unreliable, so I switched my bet to number 5. 200,000 wasted. Amidst the cacophony of curses and chaos, the referee announced that the first Jade Gambler had emerged victorious with his chosen raw stone, with no rankings for the others. This meant that, among the 5, only one had triumphed. While the odds for the audience might fluctuate, the odds among the 5 owners were set in stone. At that moment, seated in the monitoring room, Master Ma revealed a look of astonishment. What had begun as a casual assessment of the new Jade Gambler's capabilities had unexpectedly turned into a genuine victory. Was it mere fortune or true skill? Boss, in the second round, Boss who demands the provision of raw stones. She is in her monitoring room, cursing us, alleging that we are cheating. If Jade gambling could be rigged, I would have returned to the public auction in Myanmar long ago rather than engage in this underground betting. Agree to her demands. Yes, boss. The man exited the room. Chapter 36. The Three-Eyed Evil Buddha. During intermission, Xiao Xingyun found himself confined within a solitary room, cut off from external communication. He pondered the words of the elderly man in seat 5. Was Master Ma's threat a mere fade? Would he truly resort to murder? And what of breaking legs? Xiao Xingyun was uncertain of the veracity of these claims. However, if he were to win every round and continuously increase his stakes, he might find it impossible to leave this city. Therefore, he resolved that he must lose the next round to test Master Ma's reaction. My apologies, Brother Fatty. As the second round commenced, Xiao Xingyun selected an exceedingly poor quality stone. Upon cutting it open, he immediately lost. The third round ended in similar defeat. At this point, Master Ma, seated in the monitoring room, could no longer contain his outrage. Indeed, what sheer luck. Betting on stones is far from simple. Let that rotund fellow learn a lesson and instill some fear in Xiao Xingyun. Yes, boss. In the fourth round, just as Xiao Xingyun was led out of the small room, he beheld the portly Luo, his legs swathed in white bandages, seated in a wheelchair and being pushed out by others. His mouth stuffed with ragged strips, he shook his head in a frenzy, emitting soft whimpers, leaving his intentions unclear. Xiao Xingyun's eyes narrowed. Was it possible that Luo had suffered such a dire fate, having his legs broken so swiftly? Xiao Xingyun, if you lose again, that fat man won't have his arms to save, threatened a burly man adorned with tattoos coldly. Xiao Xingyun's gaze lingered on Luo's legs. The bones are unbroken? Merely bandaged? The threat of breaking a leg for a loss was evidently just a bluff. A sigh of relief washed over Xiao Xingyun's heart, yet he feigned profound terror, explaining, I too wish to win, but even the gods cannot guarantee victory in every match. The onlookers disregarded his explanation, threatening him before escorting Luo away. The guards urged Xiao Xingyun to return to the stage and continue betting on stones. In the fourth round, fortune favored Xiao Xingyun as he wagered on a stone that, upon cutting, revealed a good quality material, though the profit was not the highest, resulting in another loss. In the fifth round, he triumphed. The sixth round, however, ended in defeat once more. Across 6 rounds, he achieved 2 victories, a commendable win rate indeed. Afterward, Xiao Xingyun was taken back to the small room, blindfolded once more, alongside Luo, and brought to a surveillance-laden chamber. Master Ma, seated in his wheelchair, addressed them. Your skill in stone betting is passable, with 2 wins out of 6. A 33 success rate. With another 10 or 8 years of practice, you might stabilize your technique enough to try your luck at the public auctions in Myanmar. Now, I shall release you, but remember to keep your mouth shut. Should you speak recklessly upon your departure, you shall bear the consequences. Once Master Ma concluded, he waved his hand, signaling for their exit. Xiao Xingyun and Luo appeared momentarily stunned, failing to utter a word before being escorted away. Ascending in the elevator, they arrived at the parking lot, where they were transferred to another van that conveyed them back to the vicinity of a 5-star hotel. At a secluded street corner, the men unceremoniously ejected Xiao Xingyun and Luo from the vehicle, returning their phones with a warning. Be wise. If you wish to live, do not speak out of turn. After the vehicle had driven away, Xiao Xingyun and Luo finally removed the blindfolds, revealing expressions of relief from their harrowing ordeal. Damn, that scared me to death. I truly thought I wouldn't return. Luo exclaimed, rising and patting his chest. Is your leg all right? Weren't you just told they had broken it? Xiao Xingyun feigned astonishment. They were deceiving me. They only struck my legs a couple of times and wrapped them in bandages, making it appear as though my legs were broken. It is fortunate that we have not been interrupted. Upon returning to the hotel, we must promptly gather our belongings and make our way back to Shanghai overnight. There is no longer any reason to remain here. Xiao Xingyun has discerned that you possess neither background nor influence. Engaging in the jade gambling market, where the stakes have risen significantly, will inevitably lead to trouble. Despite his attempts to maintain a low profile in recent days, he has nonetheless attracted unwanted attention and narrowly escaped with his life. Should he gamble again, he prefers to refrain from publicly revealing his finds. Instead, he will purchase the raw stones and cut them in the privacy of his basement. Meanwhile, the fifth jade gambler took a break and returned to Boss Hu's office. Boss Hu, a woman named Hu Lily, appeared ageless, perhaps in her 30s, with a striking figure and an admirable demeanor, embodying an alluring essence. Her office, akin to Master Ma's quarters, was adorned with numerous surveillance screens, allowing a view of every corner of the gambling arena. Master Qi, did the first jade gambler mention that he was captured by Master Ma? Indeed, that is the case. He seemed to be under considerable pressure while gambling and quietly informed me that he was staying in room 1908 of the Fengyuan Grand Hotel, requesting my assistance should there be any recent missing persons cases. That old rascal, Master Ma, delights in intimidating newcomers to the gambling scene, extracting every ounce of fear he can muster while denying them any share of the profits. Though he appears to be thriving now, it is certain he will eventually face repercussions. A winning rate of 3,333 is not insignificant. With a few more years of experience in the jade market, he might attain a master-level proficiency of around 50. The fifth jade gambler sighed. Boss Hu, you jest. Among countless gamblers, how many can truly reach a master level of 50? I am already in my 50s, having spent a lifetime in this trade, and my overall winning rate is merely around 41. Ultimately, success in this profession relies heavily on luck. At that moment, Hu Lily's phone rang. She glanced at the screen and promptly answered. Mr. Wang, calling me at this hour? Are you not concerned about disrupting a delightful dream? I would not risk such a call unless I knew you were awake, he replied. Mr. Wang's network truly spans the globe. It is both impressive and intimidating, haha. Hu Lily chuckled, her laughter devoid of derision, instead imbued with a subtle allure. I jest not. The case of the three-eyed evil Buddha has concluded. Shanghai has transferred the seized artifacts to the Imperial Capital Museum, yet the evil Buddha is missing its central jade eye, said to have been shattered during the pursuit. It is a pity I could not witness this enigmatic relic filled with legend. So many lives were lost and mine shattered in the excavation of the three-eyed evil Buddha from its tomb, only for it to end up in the Imperial Capital Museum. I have photographs I can send you. Since it has already been handed over to the Imperial Capital Museum, I am afraid I cannot procure it. Therefore, our collaboration must come to an end. But do remember to clean up any traces. Such is the way of things. With that, both parties ended the call, and 2 photographs arrived on Hu Lily's WeChat. The first image depicts a life-sized golden Buddha, adorned with 3 eyes. The third eye, positioned centrally on the forehead, is an exquisite piece of sheep-fat jade, intricately etched with mysterious symbols. The other 2 eyes, seemingly ordinary, resemble obsidian orbs. However, the central vertical eye exudes an eerie aura. Gazing upon it for too long induces a sense of dizziness. The second image features the same golden Buddha, yet devoid of the jade vertical eye. Without this eye, it appears entirely normal, devoid of the disorienting sensation. Chapter 37. The antiquities trade is deeply murky. Hu Lily closed her eyes. Yet the visage of the 3-eyed malevolent Buddha lingered in her mind, as though the 3 eyes were fixated upon her. Suddenly, a notification chimed on her phone, startling her into opening her eyes, only to discover her face drenched in sweat. No wonder those who encountered the 3-eyed malevolent Buddha either went mad or perished. Merely looking at a photograph nearly overwhelmed her. Recovering her composure, she patted her heaving chest before checking the message. Boss Hu, I've heard you're interested in this item. Take a look at the photo and give me an estimate. The message was from a stranger, accompanied by a colorful image of fragmented jade pieces arranged in the shape of an eye. It was the shattered third eye of the 3-eyed malevolent Buddha, comprised of approximately 100 fragments. Upon viewing this photo, a tremor coursed through Hu Lily, prompting her to return the call. Boss Hu? A raspy voice echoed through the line. Who are you? How did these jade fragments come into your possession? Are they legitimate? Hu Lily inquired. Just call me Big Gold Tooth, the voice replied. The The third eye of the three-eyed malevolent Buddha has garnered attention within our circle. It was supposed to be delivered to the museum in the capital along with the statue. Yet now it has fallen into my hands. Do you think its origins are legitimate? Indeed, if it were legitimate, it wouldn't be hidden away, she conceded. But let us skip the pleasantries. What is your asking price? 10 million, to be transacted at the Panjiayuan market. Are you foolish, or am I? There are a total of 108 fragments. I'll offer you 100 million at Shanghai. Once you arrive, I'll divulge the transaction location. Impossible. What is the entire three-eyed malevolent Buddha worth? With the third eye shattered, what use does it serve? I can offer you a maximum of 20 million. Not a penny less. I'll wait for you in Shanghai for 1 day. After that, I will reach out to other buyers. With that, Big Gold Tooth ended the call. Hulili held her phone, pondering for a moment before bursting into laughter. Big Gold Tooth. There are at least 10 individuals in the tomb raiding community with that name. Who knows which one you are? However, the fact that you managed to get my number must be linked to Wang Banxian. Just moments ago, he urged me to erase traces. And now he has sold me out. With this thought, Hulili took out her phone, made several calls, and arranged for a ticket, planning to depart for Shanghai that very night. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Hulili's assistant went to answer it, revealing a tattooed, burly man who politely inquired, "Our boss wants to know if you are still placing bets. Why isn't he boss who made a wager?" The voice of Hulili resonated from within. No more gambling. It has lost its appeal. Inform Ma Laosi that going forward, we shall engage the services of a professional stone gambler instead of relying on free laborers, for that invites disaster. Indeed, I shall convey your message to the boss. The man replied before departing with a sense of earnestness. Once Hulili had her belongings organized, her phone buzzed. I apologize, boss, due to time constraints. We could only secure tickets for the economy class, as the first class and business class seats are fully booked. Very well, we shall make do, she responded, hastily gathering her team to head to the airport. At the same time, Xiao Xingyun and the corpulent Luo were also en route to the airport in a taxi, rushing against the clock. Faced with an unknown peril, the instinct of an ordinary person is to flee, seeking refuge and safety before addressing the situation at hand. Xiao Xingyun, too, was an ordinary individual, at least until he acquired the ability of X-ray vision. Hailing from a modest mountain village in Sichuan, he enrolled in an unremarkable university at Shanghai. Discontent with his salary post-graduation, he discovered a path to selling jade and emeralds. Unable to afford a storefront, he resorted to setting up a street stall. By a stroke of fortune, he obtained the extraordinary ability of X-ray vision, yet he chose not to flaunt his newfound power. Instead, he remained discreet, cautiously amassing wealth. Upon accumulating some money, his most significant expenditure was purchasing a long-desired Mercedes-Benz. Yet he hesitated to share his newfound fortune with his family. When he gifted his parents money, it was done with utmost caution, a mere few thousand at a time. While gambling on stones in the emerald market, he employed numerous smokescreens. Of 10 stones purchased, only 2 or 3 would yield profit. Despite his low-key approach, he still caught the attention of others and narrowly escaped losing his life. As he journeyed to the airport, Xiao Xingyun furrowed his brow, contemplating the state of the world. Is it truly so difficult for honest individuals to earn a modest living? Who had he offended? Gambling on stones is not akin to traditional gambling. It does not harm others. Winning means personal gain, while losing results in one's own ruin, without implicating anyone else. Reduced to such humility, he still found himself kidnapped by Master Ma, who coerced him into gambling, threatening to break his legs should he fail. Master Ma of Shihui City, I shall remember you. Xiao silently vowed once he boarded the plane safely. Due to the hasty booking of tickets, Xiao Xingyun and Luo found themselves seated in economy class once more. Their earlier aspirations of flying in first class dashed. Just as they settled into their seats, 2 women approached from the front. One appeared to be in her 30s, possessing an alluringly tall and slender physique, with a captivatingly fair complexion and an air of mature charm. The other resembled a bodyguard, tall and robust, with dark skin. As she placed her suitcase overhead, the sinewy muscles on her strong arms were evident. Upon arriving at her designated seat, Hulili caught sight of Xiao Xingyun in the rear, momentarily taken aback by the unexpected encounter with the underground stone gambler. Her impression of him was quite profound. She had gleaned from the hired 5th stone gambler that this handsome young man seemed oblivious to the intricacies of the underground gambling rules and had been forcibly brought into this world. Perpetually anxious about his safety, the person seated beside Xiao Xingyun was evidently his companion, whose battered appearance suggested he had been subjected to intimidation. In an instant, she pieced together the unfolding narrative from the fragments of information she had gathered. Mr. Xiao, I believe we have crossed paths at the Jade Market. Your prowess is quite impressive, Hu Lili remarked with a gentle smile, extending her delicate hand to shake his. While Xiao Xingyun contemplated his survival strategies, he found himself momentarily entranced by the softness of Hu Lili's hand. Hello, do we know each other? He inquired, realizing only after uttering the words how foolish they sounded. Given that she was aware of his surname, she must have heard it from others during their previous encounter at the Jade Market. Even if we were strangers before, we are acquainted now. My name is Hu Lili. With a flourish, she produced a pink, gilded business card that bore the inscription, Treasure Pavilion, Hu Lili, accompanied by 2 mobile numbers from the imperial capital, the last digits delightfully auspicious. The mere presence of those numbers exuded an aura of opulence, a clear indication of her affluent status. Xiao Xingyun, a pleasure to meet you, he finally responded, his mind returning to a semblance of normalcy. Are you situated in Shanghai? I have a branch at the Changhuang Temple. Perhaps we could explore potential collaboration in the future. As she settled into her seat, the flight attendant began to remind passengers to fasten their seatbelts, detailing safety protocols as the plane prepared for takeoff. Xiao Xingyun examined the business card, noting the intricate patterns reminiscent of antique porcelain adorning its background. Having only recently entered the jade industry, he possessed scant knowledge of the more profound depths of antiques. The stout man, still bearing the marks of his earlier ordeal, suddenly perked up at the sight of the enchanting Hu Lili. Fear and pain became trivial matters, easily surmountable. The owner of the Treasure Pavilion? Good heavens, that is the largest antique store at our Changhuang Temple, renowned for high-quality jadeite. It must be raking in fortunes, far surpassing our stone gambling. Fatty Luo whispered excitedly into Xiao Xingyun's ear, though his naturally loud voice rendered his attempt at discretion futile, drawing the attention of those seated in front and behind them. Embarrassment washed over Xiao Xingyun, making him wish he could dig a hole into the airplane floor. Fortunately, as the plane ascended, a brief moment of ear-popping silence hushed the surrounding chatter. Once the aircraft stabilized, Hu Lili turned with a smile and inquired, "Are you interested in the antiques business? I could arrange for the masters at my store to mentor you." Xiao Xingyun shook his head, politely declining. The complexities of your trade are rather daunting for ordinary individuals like us. It may lead to unforeseen troubles. The depths of the waters can only be gauged through personal experience. What others say may not always ring true. It ultimately depends on your own capabilities, Hu Lili replied, her smile laced with intrigue, undeniably captivating. Xiao Xingyun felt as if he were not aboard a plane, but rather on a highway. A vehicle careening past him in a blur. Chapter 38. Acquiring ancient jade after disembarking. With dawn approaching, Xiao Xingyun and Fatty Luo observed as Hu Lili, accompanied by her assistant, entered a Rolls-Royce, while they were left to hail a taxi, each returning to their respective homes. Their vehicles remained parked at home, not at the airport, and there were no bodyguards or assistants to greet them. This trip to Guangdong province for stone gambling left a profound impression on the two. Having witnessed both prosperity and peril, now, they simply yearned to return home, enjoy a restful sleep, and later contemplate the path that lay ahead. Upon returning to the Ziyuan villa, Xiao Xingyun found Su Qing, impeccably dressed, preparing to head to school. Brother Yun is back. The raw stones you mailed have been moved to the basement. I've had them tested. There are 12 pieces in total, identical to the photographs you sent. Su Qing, clad in denim jeans and a patterned white shirt, her hair tied up in a high ponytail, radiated youthful exuberance, her hourglass figure particularly enticing. All right, Xiao Qing, have you had breakfast? You're off to school this early? Xiao Xingyun set his suitcase aside and slipped into slippers. I'll eat at school. The cafeteria meals are inexpensive. Today, our class has a performance to rehearse, so I need to get there early. I must dash. See you later. With that, Su Qing hurriedly departed. Goodbye. Xiao Xingyun settled onto the living room sofa, closing his eyes, remaining still for quite some time. He felt utterly exhausted, sleepy, and hungry. Yet he had no desire to move, finding a semblance of long-lost security only within the confines of his familiar home. If only my X-ray vision possessed offensive capabilities, I could safeguard myself. With such a power, would I still engage in stone gambling? What would be my future means of earning? Perhaps international casinos? That would be far more perilous. Winning tens of millions or even billions in one go might prevent me from even exiting the venue. My X-ray vision craved an upgrade, necessitating a considerable amount of ancient jade, which undoubtedly required substantial financial resources. The more he pondered, the more agitated he became. Unable to sleep, Xiao Xingyun turned on the television. The news channel was airing a segment about the Shanghai police having recently dismantled an antique smuggling ring, concluding after days of investigation. However, during the transfer of related antiques to the Imperial Capital Museum, several precious items were stolen from the transport vehicle. Viewers with pertinent information were offered a reward of 100,000 yuan. Among the news footage were images of the stolen antiques, a bronze incense burner, a plain porcelain vase, and a peculiar eye composed of jade fragments. Upon viewing this strange eye, Xiao Xingyun's heart skipped a beat. A wave of greedy heat surging through him, as if he longed to absorb those jade fragments through his eyes. Indeed, not into his stomach, but into his eyes. As if those fragments contained an exceedingly rare substance for his sight. Was this the jade eye that had injured my vision at the city god temple? What was its true origin? Xiao Xingyun, now wide awake, prepared to head to the kitchen for a bite, only to see a flurry of messages from the city god temple jade enthusiast group. Did you all see the news? The jade eye of the three-eyed evil Buddha has been stolen again. I'm puzzled. Are the officers merely idle? They can't even protect such significant antiques. The three-eyed evil Buddha? Is that the golden Buddha excavated from Qianling? It has come to my attention that since the excavation, over 100 individuals associated with the malevolent Buddha have met their demise. Are you jesting? ISNT the Qianling tomb, the final resting place of Empress Wu Zetian? How could such an ominous figure as the malevolent Buddha possibly reside within her tomb? Furthermore, there have been no reports of any theft from Qianling. The Jade Enthusiast Group primarily consists of vendors selling jade and jadeite at the city god temple, including those peddling counterfeit antiques. Their sources of information are varied, and while they may lack depth, Xiao Xingyun is aware that this jadeite originates from the three-eyed malevolent Buddha. Whether it was unearthed from Qianling is inconsequential, at least for the moment. After having breakfast, he proceeded to the basement to examine the jadeite rough stones that had been shipped back, totaling 12 pieces. Noticing that the markings were accurate, he refrained from using his X-ray vision again, as his eyes were fatigued and he wished not to strain them further. Returning to his bedroom, he indulged in a lengthy nap until the afternoon. After a light meal, he made his way to the city god temple, hoping to acquire a few pieces of ancient jade, in the hopes of possibly upgrading his X-ray vision. Boss Xiao, we haven't seen you and Fatty Luo at the stalls these past few days, inquired a familiar vendor. There are some matters at home that I need to attend to. I will return to the stalls once they are resolved, Xiao Xingyun responded. After browsing the street stalls, he found that all the antiques and ancient jade were mere imitations. His X-ray vision detected no trace of energy within them. Left with no alternative, he decided to explore the shops in search of genuine items. The first stop was Suyuzhai. Welcome, sir. The contemporary antique shops have begun to employ charming saleswomen, each tall and fair-skinned. Do you have any authentic ancient jade? Xiao Xingyun inquired directly. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman's smile broadened. A customer who enters only to browse, yet immediately inquires about a specific type of item, indicates a targeted selection, significantly increasing the likelihood of a sale. Indeed, please follow me to this counter, she said, leading Xiao Xingyun to a glass display cabinet filled with ancient jade. The shop was bustling, with 7 or 8 customers in various areas, accompanied by different saleswomen, all selecting their preferred items. Xiao Xingyun cast a glance at the items in the ancient jade cabinet. Out of dozens of pieces, only 4 were authentic, radiating a rich, mysterious energy. The rest of the jade, regardless of their hues, patinas, craftsmanship, or blemishes, bore a striking resemblance to genuine articles but lacked that enigmatic energy. While he is adept at identifying new jade and jadeite, he possesses little knowledge of old jade and antiques, relying solely on his X-ray vision for selection. Each piece within the cabinet was marked with a price, and intriguingly, the prices of the 4 authentic pieces were quite similar to those of the fakes, listed at 400, 000, 260, 000, 150, 000, and 390, 000 respectively. The pricing of ancient jade is influenced by numerous factors, and the fact that the store boldly displays these prices suggests a rationale, at least in line with market trends. Please bring out these few pieces for me. I might purchase 4 or 5 if they meet my approval. Xiao Xingyun casually pointed to several pieces, including 4 genuine and 3 counterfeit. The sales assistant, without much thought, complied with the request and brought out all 7 ancient jade pieces. Pretending to deliberate, Xiao Xingyun ultimately selected the 4 authentic jades, stating, "I will take these 4. No need to wrap them. I will pay directly." Certainly, please follow me, the sales assistant replied, a wave of clandestine joy washing over her. The total for these 4 pieces amounted to 1.2 million, and he did not negotiate, purchasing outright. This was indeed the mark of a true affluent individual. Although the prices were clearly marked at the counter, it was customary to haggle when it came time to buy. Being somewhat familiar with the industry, Xiao Xingyun was certainly aware of this, yet he had ulterior motives and deliberately chose not to negotiate. After a smooth transaction, Xiao Xingyun slipped the 4 jade pieces into his pocket, feeling the mysterious energy emanating from them, which he quickly absorbed. His eyes, previously dulled and weary, now felt a surge of warmth, akin to the relief experienced after an eye care exercise. While absorbing the enigmatic energy, Xiao Xingyun meandered through the shop until he arrived at the antique shelf. He pointed to a half-foot-tall ceramic vase and inquired, "May I hold this vase to examine it?" The sales assistant hesitated briefly before responding, "Yes, but let me bring it to the counter first for you to inspect." "Very well," Xiao Xingyun replied. Aware of the unspoken rules regarding antiques, one should not handle them without permission. She donned white gloves and laid a layer of velvet cloth on the counter before retrieving the vase and placing it gently atop the surface. "What dynasty is this vase from, and how much does it cost?" Xiao Xingyun asked, already beginning to absorb the mysterious energy radiating from the piece. Indeed, not only the ancient jade held such energy, other genuine antiques also possessed it. Xiao Xingyun speculated that this might be a unique substance born from historical sedimentation. With the energy varying in quantity depending on the age of the artifact, the older the antique, the more energy it contained. This is a Song Dynasty Yaozhou carved celadon vase. Priced at 4.8 million. Too expensive. It exceeds my expectations, Xiao Xingyun remarked, placing the vase back on the counter. He had absorbed all the energy, and while the vase appeared intact, it now held subtle internal cracks. "What price do you consider appropriate?" "We can negotiate," the sales assistant suggested. Sensing Xiao Xingyun's wealth and hoping to secure a substantial commission if a deal was struck. "No negotiations. I cannot afford it," Xiao Xingyun replied, turning to leave. To his dismay, he discovered that aside from this vase and the 4 jade pieces, the entire shop was filled with counterfeit items, truly a den of deceit. He had effectively appropriated a Song Dynasty vase from this fraudulent establishment, deeming it a small act of retribution against wrongdoing. Across the street stood the Treasure Pavilion, a branch of Hu Lili's store, reputed to be even larger and more renowned than her main establishment in Panjiayuan, the capital. Contemplating his next move, Xiao Xingyun resolved to step inside for a look. Just then, he noticed a suspicious old man, slinging a black leather bag over his shoulder, entering the Treasure Pavilion. Was he perhaps there to dispose of stolen goods? As Xiao Xingyun set up his stall at the city god temple, he frequently encountered individuals of similar disposition, peddling obscure antiquities to the larger antique shops. Reluctant to engage in such dealings, he merely wished to meander through the treasure hall. Upon entering the shop, he observed an elderly man, grinning broadly to reveal his prominent golden tooth, inquiring with a sales assistant about the location of the manager's office. Claiming to have made an appointment, a nearby saleswoman approached Xiao Xingyun, greeting him with, "Good afternoon, sir. How may I assist you?" "I'm just browsing," replied Xiao Xingyun, beginning to wander from the counter at the entrance, while the saleswoman trailed closely behind him. At that moment, the sales assistant attending to the elderly man was on the phone, confirming his appointment with the manager. The protocols of the large antique shop were stringent. The manager held a position of high regard and was typically occupied, not to be disturbed by just anyone. In the porcelain section, 2 men had seemingly appeared from nowhere, idly wandering and coincidentally finding themselves behind the elderly man. They exchanged glances, and suddenly one of them produced a collapsible baton from his pocket, swinging it violently to shatter the nearby surveillance cameras. The other man lunged toward the elderly gentleman, attempting to snatch his black leather bag. "Help! Help! Someone is stealing my treasure!" The elderly man cried desperately, clutching his bag tightly. The assailant, taken aback by the man's tenacity, swiftly drew a knife, slashing the bag's strap and inflicting grievous wounds upon the elderly man's hand. Yet he still refused to relinquish his hold. "Call the police." "Security, where are you?" The shop descended into chaos, and Xiao Xingyun, knowing he was no fighter, refrained from intervening and instead pulled out his phone to call for help. Suddenly, after several slashes from the knife, the black bag was torn apart, spilling its contents onto the floor. A bundle of jade fragments wrapped in newspaper scattered everywhere. A few sizable pieces landed at Xiao Xingyun's feet, igniting a surge of intense hunger and greed within him. Without a moment's thought, he seized one of the jade shards, noting the incomplete, enigmatic patterns etched upon its surface. Before he could further examine it, an overwhelming energy surged from the shard into his palms and surged into his eyes. Chapter 39. The origin of the three-eyed beings. As the energy flooded his vision, a flurry of disjointed images flashed through his mind. Within a grand palace, a tall, alluring figure with 3 eyes, radiating a captivating light, seduced a horde of beautiful women, indulging in his hedonistic pleasures. The scene shifted, revealing 2 three-eyed beings in combat, their eyes emitting a terrifying glow that reduced pyramid-like structures to rubble. These fleeting images vanished as Xiao Xingyun absorbed the essence of the jade shard, leaving no trace in his palm. He resembled a famished traveler in the desert, perceiving the shards of jade as sustenance and pure water. After absorbing one fragment, he scarcely had time to contemplate the images flashing through his mind before seizing another, continuing his consumption. The visions persisted, revealing several three-eyed beings pursuing an injured, alluring three-eyed man. The enchanting figure's eyes flickered with intricate, colorful glimmers, momentarily freezing his pursuers in midair. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, he leapt into the ocean, vanishing without a trace. In the next scene, a new group of elderly three-eyed beings appeared, still relentlessly chasing the captivating figure amidst the towering snow-capped mountains. The alluring three-eyed man conjured a spatial portal with his gaze and jumped through, disappearing instantaneously from the snowy peaks. The shard of jade in Xiao Xingyun's hand was once more drained, vanishing as if he were entranced. He disregarded the robbery unfolding in the treasure pavilion and sought out a larger shard, clutching it tightly. The imagery in his mind flickered again, revealing a golden spear imbued with destructive power piercing the heart of the enchanting three-eyed man. Before collapsing, he managed to extract the third eye from his forehead, a luminous essence resembling a human soul enveloping the eye as it slipped through a newly formed portal, disappearing from sight. The subsequent visions grew increasingly distorted, presenting a world perceived from an unknown angle. The third eye affixed itself to a golden Buddha, exalted high above, where countless devotees clad in traditional Chinese garments knelt in prayer daily. As time passed, the eye gradually transformed into jade, adorned with intricate, mysterious patterns, eventually manifesting upon the Buddha's brow. This three-eyed golden Buddha gained immense renown and was later transported to Bema Temple, becoming a revered idol among nobility. Those fortunate enough could glimpse their past and future lives before the statue. Xiao Xingyun absorbed 8 shards of jade in one breath, but the ensuing fragments revealed only darkness, endless, suffocating darkness. When a glimmer of light finally emerged, the figures it revealed resembled tomb raiders. Subsequently, a relentless tide of slaughter ensued. The third eye appeared frenzied, its thirst for bloodshed igniting a fervor for revenge. With a thunderous crash, a shelf in the treasure pavilion collapsed upon Xiao Xingyun, jolting him back from the phantasm in his mind. Quickly, gather the jade shards from the ground, or I shall slay you all, he commanded, and they obediently complied. His brothers refrained from violence. Xiao Xingyun, bewildered, glanced up to see the golden-toothed old man lying in a pool of blood, while the 2 young robbers, one wielding a knife, hurriedly collected the jade shards. A frightened young saleswoman, overwhelmed by terror, collided with a nearby shelf and fell beside Xiao Xingyun. "Brother, I'm scared," she cried, tears streaming down her face, attempting to burrow into his embrace. "What a coincidence, I am scared too," he thought, casting her a glance devoid of interest, his focus solely on gathering yet another shard of jade. The beautiful saleswoman, nearly forgetting to weep in her frustration, was acutely aware of the rarity of this opportunity. If she were to miss it, she could only wonder when she might again encounter these shards of jade-like eyes. Crawling forward half a meter, she finally discovered a piece the size of a fingernail. This time, Xiao Xingyun did not hastily absorb it. Instead, he observed it closely. Although it appeared to be jade, it bore no resemblance to any varieties available on the market, lacking the characteristic veins of jade. Instead, it exhibited a mysterious and intricate pattern that seemed to emanate from within. In essence, the surface's complex design mirrored the internal pattern of the jade-like eyes, a phenomenon that could not occur naturally. After experiencing the earlier illusion, Xiao Xingyun comprehended that this was the formidable and terrifying eye, which had transformed into its current form over the passage of time. This was not jade. In the eyes of an expert, it was distinctly different from ordinary jade. Despite not rushing to absorb it, the shard vanished from his hand after he finished observing it, as if it had been drained of its essence. "Oh, can you perform magic? Where did the shard go?" The beautiful saleswoman, who was so incensed she had nearly forgotten to cry, inquired in astonishment. Startled, Xiao Xingyun turned to glare at her, stating, "You misinterpreted it. It shattered into powder and disappeared." As he spoke, a faint gleam flickered in his eyes, causing the saleswoman's awareness to blur as she drowsily echoed, "I misinterpreted it. It shattered into powder and disappeared." Xiao Xingyun was taken aback, perplexed by her unusual expression. Suddenly, the shrill wail of police sirens pierced the air. Alarmed, the two robbers shouted, "Put all the jade shards you have into my bag." One robber, clutching a bloodstained, torn bag, positioned it in front of the saleswomen and customers crouching on the ground, assisting them in collecting the jade shards. One of the robbers spotted Xiao Xingyun, brandished a knife before him, and extended his other hand, revealing a dozen jade shards. He growled menacingly, "Where are the jade shards you picked up? Hand them over, or I will kill you." Startled, Xiao Xingyun quickly replied, "I didn't pick up any jade shards. You must be mistaken." In a moment of fear and tension, the light in his eyes flickered once more. The robber's mind instantly clouded, and he muttered vacantly, "Right? You didn't pick up any jade shards. It was my mistake. Big brother, we need to flee. The police are arriving. Why are you just standing there?" "Oh, right. Why am I standing here?" The robber, still dazed, repeated the phrase and began to flee. However, he failed to notice the fallen display rack and stumbled, crashing to the ground, scattering the jade shards everywhere. "What the hell is happening to me?" The robber, now without time to collect the shards, cursed and made his escape. At this moment, the security guard finally rushed down from upstairs, brandishing a rubber baton and a stun gun, in pursuit of the two robbers who had just fled through the door. The timing of the security's arrival was indeed fortuitous, comparable to that of a constable. Xiao Xingyun mused inwardly as he seized the opportunity to pick up a shard of jade, cradling it in his palm to absorb its essence. Moments later, a series of authoritative shouts echoed at the entrance of the treasure pavilion. "We are the constables. You are surrounded. Surrender immediately." Chapter 40. A game within a game. The female sales attendants were utterly distressed, wiping away tears as they exclaimed, "Two robbers have escaped. Our security is pursuing them." Despite their claims, the constables cautiously entered the treasure pavilion to conduct a search. Concurrently, several officers were dispatched in the direction indicated by the sales attendants to chase after the thieves. Both staff and customers were questioned, with designated personnel taking statements and collecting the jade fragments scattered on the floor. Xiao Xingyun was also questioned by one of the constables. "I had just purchased 4 pieces of ancient jade from the shop across the street, spending 1,200,000. I heard that the treasures here are of even higher quality, so I came to acquire a few more pieces. However, shortly after entering, I witnessed a robbery and was terrified, crouching on the ground. Moreover, I was struck by a shelf and still feel pain from it." As Xiao Xingyun spoke, he intended to produce the ancient jade from his pocket as evidence. To his dismay, upon reaching for it, he discovered that the 4 pieces had shattered. It seemed he had drained their mysterious energy, rendering the jade brittle. A mere drop or bump had caused them to break. After all, he had not requested a box, merely a velvet pouch, which also contained the receipt from the jade shop. Displaying the broken jade pieces, Xiao Xingyun grimaced in pain and inquired of the constable, "Look here. I have lost 1,200,000. Who should be held accountable for this?" "Well, this should fall under the responsibility of the robbers. I will file a separate case for you. If they are apprehended and possess any assets for compensation, they shall be made to pay," the young constable replied, visibly troubled. The lovely sales attendant, standing nearby, instinctively took a step back, recalling that it was indeed she who had knocked over the shelf, which had fallen upon Xiao Xingyun. She feared that he might blame her for the shattered jade. However, Xiao Xingyun was not so petty as to trouble a beautiful saleswoman. His display of the broken jade was merely an attempt to seek restitution should a scapegoat be found. At that moment, a shopkeeper in his 50s descended from the second floor to attend to the constables. The premises were equipped with surveillance cameras, and to comprehend the sequence of events, reviewing the footage was essential. Unfortunately, prior to the robbery, the thieves had damaged several cameras, resulting in blind spots. The area where Xiao Xingyun had crouched was conveniently out of view. Just then, the voices of the security and constables conversing at the entrance reached his ears. "We captured one, but the other escaped. The items they stole are in that black leather bag. We are uncertain what it contains. It was brought in by an old man intending to sell it in our store, the security explained to the constables at the doorway. A thief, battered and on the brink of death, was securely bound and unceremoniously discarded by the entrance. The constable promptly called for an ambulance. Capturing a thief would be a commendable feat, potentially yielding numerous confessions. Besides this near-dead criminal, the lifeless body of an elderly man with gold teeth also required transport. The constables swiftly recorded statements and collected contact information from witnesses without escorting anyone to the station. Once the constable departed, the proprietor addressed the still-shaken crowd, expressing his sincere apologies for the day's unfortunate events. He graciously announced that each individual, whether staff or customer, would receive a red envelope containing 10,000 yuan as a gesture to alleviate their fright. This proclamation elicited a chorus of cheers and applause. "Thank you, proprietor, for handling this matter so well. It is indeed fitting to offer a token to ease our shock. I nearly had a heart attack. I may not be short on money, but receiving this envelope surely helps dispel any lingering misfortune." Amidst the murmurs, Xiao Xingyun observed the proprietor ascending the stairs with several security guards. His keen eye narrowed, sensing something peculiar in one guard's pocket. Activating his keen perception, he discerned an abundance of jade shards, at least 70 or 80 pieces. Hadn't he that guard claimed the stolen items were contained within a black leather bag taken by the fleeing thief? How could these shards be in his possession? This coincidence felt far too convenient. Could it be an elaborate trap? Was the deceased elderly man merely a pawn in this scheme? Xiao Xingyun pondered. Having absorbed only 10 shards himself, while this guard possessed around 80, the police had already collected a dozen shards from the ground as evidence. Combined, the total would amount to approximately 100 shards, a significant discovery. Soon after, the proprietor descended with the guards, one of whom carried a box filled with bundles of cash, 10,000 yuan per bundle. With a warm smile, the proprietor distributed the money to everyone. Apologizing for the distress caused, both customers and sales personnel expressed their gratitude towards him. Had Xiao Xingyun not suspected something amiss, he too would have been immensely thankful. However, witnessing the proprietor's affable demeanor sent a chill down his spine. The world felt unnervingly treacherous, rife with pitfalls. One misstep could lead to a fate as grim as that of the elderly man, leaving one to perish without understanding how. Having received the money, Xiao Xingyun turned to leave, eager to distance himself lest his secrets be uncovered, fearing a similarly obscure demise. In his haste, he collided with something soft and yielding, reminiscent of a cotton ball. "Ouch, how do you walk?" Hu Lili exclaimed, clutching her chest with a frown. The tall female bodyguard beside her, sensing a lapse in duty, raised her fist, ready to strike Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun was momentarily distracted. Just as he intended to apologize, he sensed the threat emanating from the female bodyguard. He raised his gaze to glare at her, pondering why this fierce guardian was so aggressive. He had merely been inattentive and accidentally brushed against Hu Lili. Why did she want to strike him? As he glared at the bodyguard, an instinctive thought crossed his mind. If you dare to hit me in Shanghai, I shall collapse to the ground and contemplate whether to purchase a spacious flat or a duplex, ensuring you cannot extort me. The bodyguard lifted her fist, yet was momentarily unnerved by Xiao Xingyun's fierce stare, as if a single punch would invoke calamity. In an instant, she became disoriented, fear enveloping her heart, and her fist hesitated to descend. "Stop!" After initially being irate, Hu Lili had regained her composure. Upon recognizing that the individual who had collided with her was Xiao Xingyun, someone she had just encountered on the plane that night, she felt a sense of embarrassment and refrained from lashing out. "Yes, boss," the bodyguard exhaled in relief, retreating back to Hu Lili's side. Xiao Xingyun sincerely apologized. "Oh, it's you, General Manager Hu. I'm terribly sorry. I just experienced a robbery at your store and was startled, causing me to accidentally bump into you." "Oh, you were at the store just now?" Hu Lili inquired. "I received a call from the manager informing me of a robbery, even a homicide, and I hurried over. Let us leave it at that for today. I will contact you later." With that, Hu Lili hastily entered the treasure pavilion. Xiao Xingyun watched her retreating figure with suspicion, feeling that the timing was too coincidental. Had she come to inspect the jade shards? Was everything today orchestrated by her? Chapter 41. The Three-Eyed Heritage on the Road. Xiao Xingyun received a call from Gu Qingqing, inquiring whether he had made a decision about serving as a gemstone consultant for Gu's jewelry. Xiao Xingyun could only express his regret, informing her that due to unforeseen circumstances, he had returned to Shanghai and hoped for future collaboration. Gu Qingxing expressed some disappointment, but as they were not well acquainted, she refrained from further discussion. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, she ended the call. Xiao Xingyun put his phone away and exhaled deeply. The world was becoming increasingly bewildering. What constitutes goodness? What embodies evil? What is truth? And what masquerades as falsehood? Living in a scientific realm, yet encountering an abundance of fantastical events left him in a state of confusion. The phantoms of the three-eyed divine race danced chaotically in his mind, blurring the line between past occurrences and his own sanity. This eye was astonishingly formidable. It possessed the power to see through, scan the human body, mesmerize beings, emit lethal rays, move mountains, construct spatial gateways, and halt time. Capable of determining life and death with a single glance and reversing the cosmos with mere sight. Would his own eyes ascend to such a realm? Akin to the three-eyed divine race depicted in his visions? As he returned to his villa in a daze, he noticed Su Qing on the balcony engaged in a phone call. "You cannot do this. I am merely a student. How could I possibly repay you? Please do not push too hard. Grant my parents a little more time, and they will surely repay you. No, you cannot come to my school. I absolutely refuse to comply with your demands." When the call was terminated, Su Qing's voice was already tinged with tears. Xiao Xingyun sighed. Acknowledging that every family has its own burdens, life is not easy for anyone. "Brother Yun, you're back." Su Qing wiped her tears and forced a smile. "Have the debt collectors found you?" Xiao Xingyun inquired. "Yes, my parents have warned me for a long time that this day would come, but while I'm at school, I'm not too afraid of them." "How do your parents plan to resolve the debt issue?" "Prolonging it is not a solution. I can help with some minor debts. But the two largest ones, a bank loan and a loan shark, are insurmountable, even if they sold me. Currently, the only problematic asset we have is a piece of land. All other assets have been temporarily seized by the court." Previously, Xiao Xingyun had contemplated assisting Su Qing's family with their debts. But he soon realized that gambling on stones was not a guaranteed venture and carried significant risks to life. Therefore, he cherished his several hundred million in funds, which he had earned at great personal risk. He would not foolishly throw away that fortune to fill Su Qing's family's financial void without expecting anything in return. Such behavior was beneath him. Ideally, if he could invest and earn a profit while helping her family resolve their debts and perhaps cultivate a romantic relationship, that would be his perfect outcome. However, life rarely offers such flawless scenarios, and good fortune cannot always be monopolized. During their conversation, Su Qing found Xiao Xingyun's eyes particularly captivating today. She was eager to respond to any of his inquiries. A beautiful woman enchants men, just as a handsome man can captivate women, drawing them into an inescapable allure. In his unadorned state, Xiao Xingyun's former appearance would have earned him a score of around 80. Handsome among ordinary individuals, yet it was his robust physique that attracted many women. After absorbing the mysterious energy from the jade fragments today, his eyes had become exceptionally enchanting, reminiscent of the boundless ocean, deep and unfathomable, drawing one in with just a glance. Now, if he were to be rated, many would find themselves blushing, giving him a score of 95 or above. After exchanging a few words while seated on the living room sofa, Su Qing provided him with a more comprehensive account of her family's situation. It turned out that the riverside property purchased by her father had revealed a significant amount of quicksand during the foundation excavation, rendering the land essentially worthless. Consequently, they could neither secure a loan to construct a house nor manage the simultaneous demands from both the bank and the loan shark, leading to a complete collapse of their financial chain. While they claimed to be in debt to the tune of 300 million, the reality was that revitalizing this piece of land could instantaneously resolve all their debt issues, incurring only a few tens of millions more in interest. Quicksand discovered underground? The government that sold the land is not assisting in resolving this issue? I don't know. Since it has dragged on without resolution, perhaps someone has deceived us. Otherwise, my parents' connections should have sufficed. Xiao Xingyun, lacking knowledge of the architectural realm, found himself at a loss for appropriate words of comfort. After dinner, Su Qing donned a refreshing black silk ensemble and performed songs and dances in the live stream room. Xiao Xingyun entered briefly, gifting a few tokens and listening to a handful of songs before exiting, retreating to his study with a book in hand. In the vast annals of Huaxia's 5,000-year history, he could find no mention of the three-eyed divine clan, suggesting this was a forgotten prehistorical civilization. However, during the Tang dynasty, he stumbled upon intriguing historical events. Particularly during Wu Zetian's reign, several licentious monks hailed from the Beima Temple. Yet, The official records bore no references to the three-eyed evil Buddha. Instead, curious accounts lingered in unofficial histories, often transmitted as Risku novels. Those influenced by the three-eyed evil Buddha were predominantly of a depraved nature. What a jest! Having inherited the power of the three eyes himself, he had not succumbed to debauchery, remaining steadfastly virtuous, kind, and gentle. Around midnight, as Xiao Xingyun returned to his bedroom, preparing for a shower and sleep, a call came from the rotund Luo. "Brother Yun, I refuse to accept this," Luo blurted out, aimless in his frustration. "What of your refusal?" "Endure it," Xiao Xingyun replied. "I do not wish to exit the jade and emerald industry. If given the chance, I shall gamble on stones once more. And as for Master Ma, I am seeking news from my former comrades in Guangdong regarding his dealings. I shall repay his transgressions tenfold." "That's the spirit. Do keep me informed of any developments," Luo encouraged. "By the way, what shall we do? We cannot linger at home and slumber indefinitely. First, focus on recuperating. Once you are well, let us visit the city god temple. I aspire to establish my own jade and emerald shop. Even without gambling, wholesale and retail can sustain us in Shanghai," Xiao Xingyun reassured him. After exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. After his shower, Xiao Xingyun lay in bed, feeling mentally fatigued, his mind awash with countless flickering phantoms. Clearly, the fragments from earlier were merely a reflection of the Jade Eye owner's most profound experiences, interspersed with a wealth of cultivation and growth. Drowsily, he soon fell into a deep slumber, yet as he slept, the tightly shut eyelids shimmered with an otherworldly glow, potent and fierce energy pulsating between them, causing the lights throughout the villa to flicker erratically and the electrical currents to spiral out of control. Meanwhile, on the second floor, Su Qing was singing and dancing when suddenly darkness enveloped her. The power had gone out. Goodness, how could such an upscale villa community as Tsuyuan experience a blackout? She lamented. Engaged in a duet with another female streamer, this would undoubtedly lead to a loss. It was not merely a matter of money. There were potential repercussions from the live stream's unique penalties. Anxious, she decided to descend and seek Xiao Xingyun's assistance in uncovering the cause of the outage. Upon entering his room, she was taken aback to find Xiao Xingyun with eyes aglow, a blurred eye forming at his brow, intricately outlined by mysterious light and complex patterns gradually taking shape. Su Qing was on the verge of screaming, yet she found herself entranced by the brilliance in Xiao Xingyun's eyes, rendering her dazed as she approached the bedside. Chapter 42. Opening the store. In a state of confusion, Xiao Xingyun transformed into a member of the Three-Eyed God clan, reliving his evolution. After experiencing emotional setbacks, he descended into debauchery, frequently indulging in the company of unfamiliar beauties, including maids and servants within his family. This dreamscape felt alarmingly vivid, so much so that his body mirrored that of the Three-Eyed God, engaged in the pursuits that men often cherish. Upon awakening, Xiao Xingyun suddenly sensed something amiss. He felt an unusual heaviness upon him and realized he was entwined with a woman. A closer inspection revealed it was, astonishingly, Su Qing. In an instant, he was bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? What has transpired? Beside him, Su Qing remained clad in the black silk ensemble from the previous day's livestream, albeit torn and tattered, the cause of which remained a mystery. As Xiao Xingyun contemplated slipping away to ponder the events of the previous night, Su Qing stirred awake. Their eyes met, and Su Qing emitted a terrified scream. Realizing the situation was precarious, Xiao Xingyun quickly took the initiative. "Xiao Qing, are you coveting my beauty? Why are you in my bed?" I don't know," Su Qing stammered, her mind a blank slate. She could only recall the power outage and her venture into Xiao Xingyun's room, seeking his assistance with the electrical issue, but the subsequent events eluded her. In truth, she was not entirely devoid of memory. She simply dared not confront or recall them. She fled from Xiao Xingyun's room, not daring to delve deeper into the matter. Could she honestly confess to him that she had approached him of her own volition? Fortunately, there was no pain in her body, suggesting that nothing had escalated to its ultimate consequence. Retreating to her own room on the second floor, she pondered the bizarre circumstances while showering. How had she found herself so unable to resist Xiao Xingyun's allure, to the point of drawing near? The black silk ensemble she had purchased for several hundred yuan lay in tatters. Xiao Xingyun gazed at the disheveled bed, lamenting, what a calamity. With no other recourse, he tossed the sheets into the washing machine, only to realize the power was out. He located the circuit box and discovered a tripped breaker. Resetting it restored the electricity. After showering and dressing, he took the initiative to prepare breakfast. He vaguely understood the events of the previous night. His eye abilities had likely enchanted Su Qing, compounded by the scenes he had experienced in his dream, which had influenced her consciousness. Having traversed the journey of the three-eyed god from birth to maturity, he now comprehended the myriad wonders of his ocular powers. Should he encounter villains intent on abduction again, he felt confident in his ability to thwart them. When Xiao Xingyun called Su Qing down for breakfast, she kept her head bowed, her cheeks flushed, evidently still recovering from the earlier ambiguous incident. In truth, both spoke simultaneously, then fell silent. Xiao Xingyun hurriedly urged, "Please, you go first." Su Qing pursed her lips and remarked, "Last night, I may have indulged a bit too much. I intended to seek you out to understand the power outage, but somehow, I ended up on your bed. However, do not overthink it. There is nothing between us. I am still a maiden." Xiao Xingyun patted his chest in relief and replied, "What a coincidence. I am in the same situation." "Huh, I don't believe you. You can test that if you wish. You're insufferable. I no longer wish to converse with you." Su Qing casually took a few bites and, as if fleeing, retreated to the second floor to gather her belongings in preparation for school. Xiao Xingyun let out a sigh of relief, glad to have navigated through the situation, especially since Su Qing had initiated the excuse. Sighing inwardly, he cautioned himself to refrain from employing temptation too liberally, lest he appear overly beastly. After Su Qing departed, Xiao Xingyun called Fatty Luo, and they arranged to meet at the Chenghuang Temple. Given his aspirations in the jade and gemstone business, coupled with several $100 million in capital, it was imperative to acquire a storefront rather than resort to street vending. Despite the bruises still adorning Fatty Luo's body, his spirit was significantly improved compared to when he was in Guangdong province. "Brother Yun, what size of shop are we considering? The rent at Chenghuang Temple is not inexpensive. A larger space could cost over $1 million a year. Let us first inquire at the management office to see if there are suitable storefronts for rent, regardless of size. If none are available, we may have to wait in line patiently. Of course, we could also consult with an intermediary regarding the situation." Fortune smiled upon Xiao Xingyun. Upon inquiring at the management office, he discovered that an antique shop was going out of business, leaving 2 storefronts available. After assessing the location and the dimensions of the shop, he was exceedingly satisfied and promptly negotiated the terms, signing the lease agreement. Once the arrangements were completed, he noticed Fatty Luo gazing at him with a conflicted expression. "Why are you staring at me? I'm not a beauty." Xiao Xingyun retorted irritably. "Brother Yun, will you include me in the shop?" Fatty Luo was aware that Xiao Xingyun possessed ample funds, and that his investment was merely a fraction of what was needed. "Of course, I wouldn't have called you over otherwise. You introduced me to this field. You are like a mentor to me. Now that I have a profitable avenue, I shall not forget you. Our initial investment will be $10 million, with you contributing $7 million for a 70% share, while the remaining $3 million will be yours, constituting 30%. Xiao Xingyun laid out the terms. "Thank you. I am entirely agreeable. I have no objections." Fatty Luo understood that with Xiao Xingyun's acumen, partnering with him would surely yield substantial returns. Naturally, he would not be idle and would strive to manage the shop diligently, leveraging his network to attract clientele. Once the framework of their collaboration was established and the contract signed, they understood that even among brothers, financial matters must be clear-cut regarding shares and dividends. Once the business license was obtained and both parties deposited their funds into the shop's account, they could commence purchasing inventory. The shop was named Jin Yuliang Yuan, a rather cliché title in the jade and gemstone industry, yet Xiao Xingyun was indifferent, as the venture was merely a casual pursuit for him. His primary occupation remains in the realm of stone gambling. He busied himself for 3 or 4 consecutive days, finally managing to complete various trivial tasks. The remaining decorative matters were relatively straightforward, as the antique shop was already well appointed. A mere alteration of style sufficed, which could be entrusted to the rather plump Luo. However, the recruitment process within the store required his personal oversight. He harbored doubts regarding Luo's aesthetic judgment. At least 2 sales associates were needed, along with a cashier and 2 security personnel. In recent days, he had been so occupied that he scarcely found time to meet with Su Qing, let alone to offer her gifts in her live streaming sessions. Those unaware might assume he was deliberately avoiding her. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. Xiao Xingyun's phone rang. "Who is this?" "Hello, Mr. Xiao, my name is Zhang Ting. I am here to inquire about the sales associate position at your jade shop. Have you filled the vacancies? We have just posted the recruitment notice and have yet to fill all positions." The compensation details are clearly outlined on the recruitment platform. If you are interested, you may come to our shop for a discussion. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. I am nearby the city god temple and can arrive in about 10 minutes. All right. I will await your arrival at the store. Upon hanging up, Xiao Xingyun felt that the woman's voice was somewhat familiar, soft and magnetic, suitable for a telemarketer. He waited in the shop for about 6 or 7 minutes when a tall, voluptuous young woman entered, clad in an elegant black work outfit. Xiao Xingyun recognized her immediately. She was the sales associate from the Songbao Pavilion, the one who had knocked over a shelf and inadvertently struck him. Is it you? Xiao Xingyun inquired. Zhang Ting also recognized Xiao Xingyun. After all, the incident during the robbery had left a lasting impression. And this man had shown no gentlemanly concern for her fear at that moment. You are Mr. Xiao? What a coincidence. Zhang Ting hesitated, clearly still harboring resentment over his lack of comfort during a crisis. It is indeed quite the coincidence. Why are you no longer working at the Songbao Pavilion? Zhang Ting replied with a hint of grievance. The manager dismissed me, claiming I was clumsy and had knocked over a shelf containing 6 pieces of porcelain, all of which shattered, resulting in a loss of over $1 million for the store. While they did not require me to pay for the damages, they also would not allow me to continue working there. Chapter 43. Rescuing others. Xiao Xingyun inwardly clicked his tongue. That does sound rather unfortunate. Thankfully, our shop does not have shelves, only a few glass display cases, which should be safe and unlikely to topple. All right, since you possess sales experience, I will hire you under a base salary plus commission structure, complete with insurance and retirement benefits. Do you have any other requests? Xiao Xingyun stated. Zhang Ting pondered for a moment and asked, if we were to face another robbery, would you protect me? What a peculiar question. I am not your boyfriend. Nonetheless, Xiao Xingyun solemnly assured her, I will certainly protect you. As from this moment on, you are an employee of my shop. It is the duty of a boss to safeguard their staff. Then I have no issues. Zhang Ting smiled brightly, as if she had dispelled a significant inner turmoil. Very well, let us proceed this way. Please submit the relevant documents within the next few days, and you should be able to officially start in about 7 days. Thank you, Mr. Xiao, Zhang Ting said before bidding farewell and leaving. As Xiao Xingyun had just seen Zhang Ting off at the entrance of his shop, he noticed a man, approximately 50 years of age, walking towards him not far ahead. This man was coughing intermittently and striking his chest forcefully. While he had been able to walk, upon reaching Xiao Xingyun's storefront, he suddenly collapsed to the ground, his face turning crimson as he clutched his throat, seemingly choking on something. Bystanders were horrified, jumping aside to watch while frantically calling for emergency assistance and engaging in anxious discussions. Heavens, what is wrong with this elderly gentleman? Could it be a stroke or a heart attack? Is there a doctor present? Hurry and save him. Even if I were a doctor, I wouldn't dare intervene. What if I were to be blamed? Let us wait for the ambulance. My bank account is empty. Alas, is this a decline in morality or a distortion of the spirit? An elderly man collapses in the street. Yet no one dares to assist. Has the noble virtue of Huaxiao regressed thousands of years? Who is to blame? Xiao Xingyun instinctively activated his X-ray vision and saw that the man had something resembling a rice cake lodged in his throat, likely inhaled while eating. If they waited for the ambulance, the man would surely perish. Recalling the Heimlich maneuver he had learned in the past, he rushed over, lifted the man, and positioned his hands on his upper abdomen, applying a series of forceful thrusts. With a series of violent coughs, the man expelled a mass of food and then collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, tears and mucus streaming down his face. He had been a mere breath away from death. How do you feel? Xiao Xingyun scanned the man again with his X-ray vision and, upon noticing no significant internal injuries, felt a sense of relief. Thank you, young man, for saving my life. I was on the verge of choking to death. The man, now recovering, expressed with a hint of fear. He retrieved a tissue from his bag to clean his face before formally introducing himself. I am Lu Cheng, from Jiangsu in Zhujiang. Let us connect on WeChat. I owe you a great debt of gratitude and will certainly assist you in the future should you need anything. This man appeared to be of distinction, as suggested by his attire and demeanor, indicating he was likely affluent. Xiao Xingyun had added many customers on WeChat for his business, so he quickly added Lu Cheng, saying, I am Xiao Xingyun, and this jade shop behind me is mine. We primarily sell jade and gemstones. Feel free to introduce friends who may be interested. Lu Cheng inquired, do you have any Hetian jade piece pendants? I was visiting the Chenghuang Temple, hoping to find one for myself, but I almost choked to death before I could find a suitable piece. A master had accurately predicted that I would encounter a calamity this year. How amusing. Yes, we do. Please come inside and have a look. Our shop is still under renovation, so we currently have only a limited selection available. If you don't find anything to your liking, feel free to return in 10 days or 2 weeks. We will have an extensive collection of high-quality jade and gemstones by then, Xiao Xingyun replied, inviting Lu Cheng into the jade shop. The jade and gemstones displayed in the counter were remnants from when Xiao Xingyun and his friend, Luo Pengzi, previously sold goods at a stall. Their quality could only be deemed average, with only a few exceptional pieces. In terms of piece pendants, they were among the popular items. With both jade and Hetian jade in stock, Lu Cheng entered the shop and surveyed the cluttered counters without any hint of disdain. His gaze settled on a gold-dusted jade piece pendant, and he inquired, "What is the price of this piece? Please take it out for me to examine." "The authentic jade is priced at 16,008, Xiao Xingyun replied, presenting the item. Lu Cheng made no further comments on the price. Instead, he held it up to the light, inspecting it closely and caressing its surface before exclaiming, "This is quite reasonable, and it's genuine as well. Boss Xiao, you are a man of integrity. I shall take this piece pendant." In gratitude for Xiao Xingyun's life-saving assistance, even if the price had been set at 168,000, Lu Cheng would have purchased it. However, the quoted price was surprisingly lower than that of other shops, which greatly pleased him. Without hesitation, he prepared to drape it around his neck. Xiao Xingyun, taken aback by Lu Cheng's lack of haggling, recalled that in his previous experience at street stalls, a price of 16,008 often elicited at least a counteroffer, with negotiations typically resulting in a final price around 9,000. After all, he had procured such jade pieces for just over 3,000. Seeing Lu Cheng attempt to wear the pendant, Xiao Xingyun quickly intervened, stating, "Typically, newly purchased jade items should be rinsed with clean water before being worn. This signifies a fresh beginning and a reconnection with the piece." He then opened a bottle of purified water and rinsed the jade piece pendant, drying it with a tissue before handing it back to Lu Cheng. "Is that so? Quite intriguing," Lu Cheng mused, feeling a sense of joy. Having narrowly escaped a dire situation, he now found himself particularly mindful of such peculiar customs. Upon donning the pendant, he immediately sensed a difference, as if some unseen force was indeed protecting him. This was a psychological suggestion. Anyone who adorns themselves with a pendant or ornament often experiences a similar sensation at first. Feeling reassured, Lu Cheng promptly retrieved 20,000 in cash from his satchel and pressed it into Xiao Xingyun's hands. "Boss Xiao, there's no need for change. Consider the remainder as my treat to you. We have an event at my workplace, and I cannot stray from the group for too long. I will return another time to properly invite you to dinner." "How can I accept this?" Xiao Xingyun protested. "Kindness is kindness, but business is business. I must give you your change. Mr. Lu, please don't hurry off. Be careful not to trip." Just as Xiao Xingyun prepared to return the excess, Lu Cheng had already dashed away. With 2 stacks of crisp bills in hand, Xiao Xingyun found himself unable to pursue him. In this day and age, mobile payments are exceedingly convenient, and those who still use cash, aside from the elderly, are indeed few. Reluctantly, Xiao Xingyun accepted the cash and stowed it in his bag. Taking out his phone, he examined the content of Lu Cheng's WeChat moments, deducing that he was likely a leader within the Jiangsu Zhejiang Water Conservancy Department, frequently appearing in the news articles he shared. "Oh, he is a public servant. No wonder he prefers cash," Xiao Xingyun reflected. At that moment, the rotund Luo made a phone call, exuberantly declaring, "Brother Yun, I have unearthed information about Master Ma from Guangdong Province. He is merely a gambling addict operating an underground jade betting ring. I had assumed he was a figure of considerable significance. Next week, there will be a jade exhibition in Ruili, where he will also establish his betting operations." Upon hearing Luo's report, Xiao Xingyun felt no exhilaration. Instead, he doused him with a cold reality. "Ah, since the valiant Commander Luo has procured the target's information, shall we proceed? Shall we sever his limbs or annihilate his entire household?" "Me? I lack the strength for such actions. I thought you would devise a means for revenge." "Very well then. I shall summon 10,000 subordinates this night to march on Ruili, to break Master Ma's limbs and extinguish his lineage. Would this course of action satisfy you?" Luo was left dumbfounded, taking a while to respond. "I don't care. I have sent you his pertinent information via WeChat. Whether you seek an assassin or an old subordinate, the choice is yours." With that, Luo abruptly terminated the call. Though Xiao Xingyun feigned disinterest in vengeance, he promptly opened WeChat to examine the details Luo had sent. Master Ma, originally named Ma Donghua, was a professional gambler who had previously worked as a dealer in Australia. After crossing paths with the wrong individuals, he suffered a broken leg and fled back to Guangdong province. He later infiltrated the jade betting industry, employing cunning and ruthless tactics to swindle many novices. As his ambitions grew, he became active in Myanmar's public betting circles, but due to inferior skills, he lost everything and had another leg broken. Recently, he had established underground betting operations in places like Sherwee City and Rueli, garnering disdain from peers for frequently kidnapping skilled gamblers. The dossier contained 2 addresses for Ma Donghua's underground betting operations, along with his mobile number and recent photographs. The acquisition of such information was commendable, attesting to the reliability of Luo's associates in Guangdong. Master Ma Donghua. Let us meet in Rueli. Xiao Xingyun had yet to devise a plan for retribution, but inflicting further injury upon him was surely a minimum requirement. In the afternoon, Xiao Xingyun interviewed several prospective employees before summoning Luo to oversee the store's construction. During their handover, he recounted the sale of a piece of jade he had sold that morning. Although the business had not yet officially opened and no profits had been recorded, Luo would not be deprived of his rightful share. On his way home, passing by the treasure pavilion, Xiao Xingyun was astonished to discover the glass doors and walls besmirched with graffiti denouncing unscrupulous merchants and vowing revenge. Although the pavilion staff had attempted to obscure some of the writing with different colors, an astute observer would easily discern the words. It was evident that the robbery involving the jade shards was far from straightforward. Was it a case of black eating black? Xiao merely glanced at the scene, uninterested in probing further, as he was not well acquainted with the pavilion's owner. His sole fascination lay with the jade shards. Should news of their circulation arise within the industry, he would be prepared to purchase them at a premium. Today, the group of jade enthusiasts was abuzz with excitement. Xiao Xingyun glanced over and was astonished to find an unread count of 999 messages. A sensational revelation had emerged. The proprietor of the treasure pavilion had fallen victim to a betrayal, entangling himself with a band of tomb raiders who had issued a deadly ultimatum, demanding retribution for blood debts. Do you know who the leader of this notorious gang is? He is known as Wang Banzian, a figure of considerable renown, reputed to possess an uncanny ability to discern the location of ancient tombs merely by observing the natural elements. This incident is, in fact, connected to the three-eyed evil Buddha. The third jade-eye fragment had been stolen, leading someone to confront the owner of the treasure pavilion. Ultimately, a robbery ensued within the shop, resulting in a fatality. The victim, a man known for his prominent golden teeth, was one of Wang Banzian's subordinates. Xiao Xingyun was taken aback. He never imagined that this small vendor group, primarily engaged in selling, would harbor such hidden depths, capable of uncovering such clandestine information. Upon reviewing these revelations, and recalling the robbery scene alongside the substantial quantity of jade-eye fragments found in the security guard's pocket upon his return, many of Xiao Xingyun's confusions began to align. Had others also discovered the mysterious powers of the jade-eye fragments? A veil of anxiety cloaked his mind. Upon returning to the villa, Su Qing had prepared dinner. She sat at the dining table, phone in hand, grappling with the decision of whether or not to call Xiao Xingyun. Days had passed since that incident, and she initially thought a simple explanation would suffice. Yet, after several days without seeing him, she found herself yearning to meet him again, even contemplating whether he was deliberately avoiding her. Was he incapable of confronting the situation? As a woman, she had managed to set aside her reservations, while he, a grown man, chose to evade her presence. What did that signify? Ah, Yingu, you're back. I just finished making dinner and was about to call you to come eat, she exclaimed. Upon seeing Xiao Xingyun, her mind involuntarily drifted back to that night and her own impulsive and reckless behavior. Xiao Xingyun noticed Su Qing's slightly flushed complexion and was surprised that she could cook, having prepared a feast of 4 dishes and a soup, clearly intended for 2. Wow, your culinary skills are impressive. I'm quite hungry, he remarked without a second thought. That evening, his memories were still muddled, and he didn't recall much about Su Qing, as he had been deeply entranced by illusions, haunted by the malevolent three-eyed divine clan, whose depravity left him feeling embarrassed to reflect upon. The food was delectable, and as he dined, Su Qing even took the initiative to serve him. Yingu, what have you been busy with these past few days? You've been coming and going at odd hours, she inquired. I opened a jade shop with some friends. There have been numerous trivial matters to attend to, but once the renovations are complete and the inventory is stocked, things will settle down, he replied. Opening a jade shop? Yin-Gu, your business has grown quite substantial. Su Qing expressed her surprise, as she had always known him to be a street vendor at the Changhuang Temple. A modest endeavor hardly worthy of mention. Xiao Xingyun humbly responded, It's a small enterprise, nothing to boast about. Please do let me know when you open. I wish to extend my modest support, she insisted. Of course. As the two conversed, the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Though it would have been even more perfect had Su Qing's captivating gaze not occasionally darted towards Xiao Xingyun. Since that fateful night, their relationship had irrevocably changed from its previously innocent nature. After dinner, while Xiao Xingyun busied himself washing the dishes, Su Qing ascended the stairs to shower, preparing for her evening live broadcast. Just as Xiao Xingyun finished scrubbing the last dish, a piercing scream echoed from the bathroom above, followed by the sound of something crashing to the floor. Rushing upstairs, he called out, What happened? Are you all right, Xiao Qing? After a brief pause, Su Qing's voice, tinged with tears, reached his ears. I fell and it hurts so much, I can't get up. Please come in and help me. Upon entering the bathroom, Xiao Xingyun was met with the sight of Su Qing lying supine in the shower, her eyes wide and unseeing, an exquisite vision that would leave any young man flustered. He hesitated, caught off guard, unsure of how to assist her. It hurts. Please help me put on my bathrobe, she implored. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she half closed her eyes and pointed to the bathrobe on the vanity. Right? I will get it right away, he stammered, feeling awkward as he hurried to retrieve the robe. After much fumbling, he managed to wrap it around her, a scene so beautiful that it felt beyond his comprehension. Finally, he gathered the courage to scoop her up in a princess carry. Ever since he had absorbed the energy of the Jade Eye, his physical strength had remarkably increased, allowing him to lift a 100-pound woman with ease. Su Qing, damp from her ordeal, nestled into the blankets, still whimpering from the pain. Where does it hurt? He asked, now composed as he sat on the edge of the bed. I hurt my back and my butt, and I twisted my right ankle, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. I have some ointment. Could you help me apply it? Of course, thank you, she murmured, her voice as soft as a whispering breeze. Though usually she could sing and dance on stage without hesitation. Xiao Xingyun fetched the ointment, only to find Su Qing lying prone on the bed, having lifted the covers. The sight that greeted him was overwhelming, yet with immense willpower, he refrained from inappropriate contact. He gently massaged the bruised areas on her back and hips for a while. As for her ankle, it was merely a sprain, and with his enhanced vision, he located the affected ligaments and applied gentle pressure to realign them. Throughout the process, Su Qing's cries of pain were agonizing for him to endure, his eyes shimmering with intensity as his mind conjured erratic images. Unconsciously, Su Qing's gaze found its way to his, drawn towards him as if she were a bee to honey, unable to resist the pull. As Xiao Xingyun tended to her ankle, he turned to see her leaning closer, and in surprise, he asked, What are you trying to do? At this moment, Xiao Xingyun's gaze flickered with a peculiar radiance, an alluring charm that seemed to draw Su Qing like a moth to a flame. Su Qing, without uttering a word, let out a soft sound and pounced forward. In all honesty, although Xiao Xingyun harbored some inappropriate thoughts towards Su Qing, he intended to pursue her gradually and thoughtfully. Little did he know that beneath her seemingly aloof exterior, Su Qing was ablaze with passion. This was the second time she had stealthily entered his room, engaging in actions that even she could not fully comprehend. They hadn't consumed any alcohol, merely applying some red flower oil, yet she was suddenly all over him. Since graduating from university, Xiao Xingyun had not dated anyone, and the long period of solitude had left him yearning for companionship. Thus, that night, the two of them lost all restraint, erupting like a volcano, their ardor igniting the entire bedroom. Meanwhile, in Su Qing's livestream studio, many loyal fans and top supporters were eagerly awaiting her appearance. However, it was already 8 o'clock, and there was no sign of her. Typically, she would begin warming up at 7:50. Oh my goddess Qing, you must not miss singing and dancing today. I've received 3,000 yuan in salary, saving 500 for living expenses and planning to give you the remaining 2,500 as a reward. One fan declared, I adore black stockings. If you perform a daring dance today, I will use my father's phone to send you 1,000. Yet, these devoted fans waited for half an hour without catching a glimpse of Su Qing. At that moment, Su Qing was in her bedroom, singing and dancing for Xiao Xingyun, performing the horse dance while belting out songs, nearly straining her voice. Throughout the night, they exchanged no words, and it was not until the sun was high the next day that they finally awoke. How had it come to this? Xiao Xingyun puzzled over the sudden shift in their relationship, which had only just begun to flirt with ambiguity. Meanwhile, Su Qing contemplated her own behavior, questioning how she could abandon all sense of propriety and approach Xiao Xingyun so recklessly, so passionately. Why was that? Could it be that deep down, she was a wanton woman? She felt she ought to be angry, to say something, yet she was fully aware of her actions from the previous night. Every moment etched in her memory. Since she had taken the initiative, how could she possibly berate Xiao Xingyun? With this thought, she furtively glanced at Xiao Xingyun, who happened to be looking at her as well. Their eyes met, and in that instant, Su Qing felt her body soften as she gently spoke. Darling, are you tired? Let me get up and make you breakfast. All harsh words had vanished. This term of endearment had been adopted the previous night, and after repeating it so many times, it rolled off her tongue effortlessly. You're injured and unable to move easily. Let me prepare breakfast, Xiao Xingyun asserted, embracing his responsibilities as a man. After showering and changing clothes, he proceeded to the kitchen to make fried eggs, warm milk, and toast. As he busied himself with breakfast, Su Qing buried her face in her pillow, feeling a flush of embarrassment, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. It was all too shameful. The pain in my feet has subsided. However, the injuries to my waist and hips still cause some discomfort. Nonetheless, I find bathing to be somewhat inconvenient for my legs. During breakfast, Xiao Xingyun, in a state of bewilderment, felt a hint of joy. After a year of being single, he had unexpectedly entered into a relationship. In contrast, Su Qing, though equally perplexed, felt a touch of shyness. While she could not comprehend the reasons behind this development, she was keenly aware that it was her choice. The man before her grew increasingly appealing. His physique was robust, and his eyes exuded charm. Were it not for the burdensome debts at home, she believed she would be even happier now. After finishing breakfast, Xiao Xingyun remarked, I might head to Rueli today for some stock. If you have any questions, feel free to call me anytime. Once I finish this busy period, I will come home to see you. I will look into your parents' debt situation. Perhaps I can lend a hand. Su Qing obediently replied, Yes, I'm fine. A man must prioritize his career. Please remember to call or message me when you have some free time this evening. All right, Xiao Xingyun said, before retreating to his room to pack. Su Qing returned to her room to rest. He entrusted the store's affairs to Fatty Luo and boarded a plane directly to Rueli. This time, he was traveling alone, not only to procure goods, but also to engage in stone gambling. As for Ma Donghua, Xiao Xingyun would seize any opportunity to confront him, for he had cast a shadow over his gambling career. In the Rueli No. 2 comprehensive market hall, Xiao Xingyun browsed through various goods, selecting mid-quality jade and jadeite products for his new store. From rings and pendants to bracelets and decorative pieces, under his keen gaze, all counterfeit items were easily exposed. Given the bulk purchase, the shop owners were less inclined to employ their usual tricks, offering favorable prices. Their exorbitant prices typically targeted tourists or inexperienced newcomers to the market. Individuals like Xiao Xingyun, who owned a shop, were seldom overcharged, even if their judgment was not impeccable. In business, one must cultivate a steady stream of income. Damaging one's reputation would make it difficult to thrive within the industry. This principle applied to new jade and jadeite, but did not extend to gambling stones or antiques, where success relied solely on one's discerning eye, with wins and losses borne individually. Xiao Xingyun spent hundreds of thousands across various shops throughout the day, ultimately spending millions. In truth, given the volume of his purchases, he could have partnered with a jade processing factory for even lower prices. However, his small shop required a variety of exquisite items, and the quality varied depending on the skill of each sculptor. Thus, Xiao Xingyun chose to embrace a diversity of sources, even if it meant paying a bit more, to ensure a broad selection of stock. Before nightfall, he located a reputable logistics company within the industry, purchasing substantial insurance before confidently shipping the batch of jade and jadeite to Shanghai. He sent the inventory list, along with photographs, to Fatty Luo, instructing him to meticulously check the items upon receipt to prevent any loss or exchange. Having completed all his tasks, he dined out and then strolled through a nearby supermarket, preparing to procure an assortment of snacks and beer for his room. This time, Xiao Xingyun learned from his previous hotel experience and decided to forego any complimentary room service. Meanwhile, in the largest antique appraisal center nearby, the proprietor, Hu Lily, appeared haggard as she sat in the VIP lounge, awaiting the arrival of the renowned domestic jade appraisal expert, Ji Qing'an. Two robust female bodyguards stood vigilantly behind her, scanning the emptiness of the room. which was devoid of anyone but themselves. Following the robbery at Shanghai Treasure Pavilion, Hu Lili had heightened her security measures, employing not only 2 personal female bodyguards, but also a dedicated male driver and a concealed bodyguard. Hu Lili's weary demeanor was not due to fear, but rather the result of several sleepless nights plagued by bizarre dreams, the vivid scenes of which were overwhelming even for a woman as alluring as her. She attributed her distress to the Jade-Eye fragments, as numerous supernatural incidents had transpired concerning the three-eyed evil Buddha's jade eyes. Thus, she brought several of these Jade-Eye fragments today, hoping Ji Qingyan could ascertain their true nature. Before long, an elderly gentleman with silver hair, thick black-framed glasses, and dressed in traditional Tang attire hurried into the lounge. "I apologize for my tardiness. I was delayed by an unexpected matter," he said. Ji Qingyan was a genial elder who did not carry himself with arrogance, despite the esteem in which he was held. "You are too courteous. It is I who should apologize for the inconvenience," Hu Lili replied, gesturing for her bodyguard to open a small metal case from which she extracted a transparent bag containing 5 Jade-Eye fragments. "Are these the Jade-Eye fragments of the infamous three-eyed evil Buddha that have been circulating in the community?" she inquired. "Yes. I have already briefed you over the phone regarding the situation. Ever since acquiring these fragments, I have been experiencing peculiar dreams, regardless of the distance from the jade pieces. I dream incessantly." "What kind of dreams? Are they varied or repetitive?" Ji Qingyan probed. Hu Lili contemplated for a moment before recounting in her uniquely enchanting voice. "The essence of the dreams is as follows. A strikingly handsome, three-eyed man engages in affairs with various women, occasionally featuring scenes of conflict, though I cannot recall the specifics. Not even his visage, only that his eyes possess an irresistible charm, captivating to the point of obsession. The dream narratives differ, yet each fragment is intertwined with the three-eyed man. In my dreams, he appears as a deity, omnipotent, with every woman surrendering at his feet." Ji Qingyan examined one of the Jade-Eye fragments with a magnifying glass, his expression grave. "I have devoted my life to the study of jade and jadeite, and I have encountered numerous supernatural occurrences linked to ancient jade. Many of my peers attempt to explain these phenomena through scientific principles, suggesting that ancient jades are imbued with a certain psychic aura that resonates with sensitive collectors, manifesting in dreams that replay specific stored narrative fragments. However, I do not subscribe to the belief in science. Due to the existence of numerous cases that defy scientific explanation, many collectors of ancient jade, much like yourself, experience a myriad of dreams. Some of these dreams are enchanting, while others are nightmarish, even leading collectors to states of profound terror and, in extreme instances, suicide." Upon hearing this, Hu Lili's expression shifted slightly as she voiced her concern. "Professor Ji, are you implying that I have attracted something unclean?" Professor Ji chuckled. "I did not suggest such a thing." With that, he set down the magnifying glass and the Jade-Eye fragments. "What have you discovered, Professor Ji?" Hu Lili inquired anxiously. Ms. Hu, a well-known connoisseur in the field, should be able to discern that these fragments are not Hetian jade, correct? "Indeed," Hu Lili affirmed. "Everything appears to be exquisite jade, yet it lacks the structure characteristic of Hetian jade. Moreover, I had it tested using carbon-14, but its age exceeds 100,000 years, which means carbon-14 cannot reveal its true age. Yes, the accurate dating range for carbon-14 is approximately 45,000 years. Beyond that, it can only be conjectured." Professor Ji noted as he picked up a larger Jade-Eye fragment, pointing to its mysterious patterns. "Observe the designs on this piece. They are not carved, for no artisan could replicate such naturally occurring textures. Furthermore, examine its interior. The patterns are consistent both inside and out, appearing as if they have organically emerged from within." "Professor Ji, are you suggesting that this is likely a fossilized jade? In other words, this eye may once have been a real eye, transformed into a perfect fossil through some unknown process?" Hu Lili asked, absorbing his assessment calmly. "Indeed, the esteemed Mr. Gu from the capital holds a similar belief, asserting it to be a fossilized jade. However, I remain troubled by the peculiar dreams that haunt me. What should I do?" "Ah, so Mr. Gu shares the same perspective? It seems you have consulted several experts in the field," Professor Ji remarked with a hint of amusement. "By the way, have you conducted tests for radioactive elements or energy fluctuations?" "I have. No radioactive elements were detected, but the energy fluctuation meter indicated abnormal responses, revealing high-frequency energy waves without identifiable reference points," Hu Lili replied. Professor G's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Now that is fascinating. Here's what we shall do. If you trust this old man, leave a fragment with me for further examination. If I uncover any results, I will inform you promptly. You may send someone to retrieve the Jade Eye fragment whenever you require it. Hu Lili responded, given your esteemed reputation in the industry, I naturally place my trust in you. However, Professor G, I must insist on confidentiality. Please do not disclose that this Jade Eye fragment originated from me. Chapter 47. Boss Hu's Dream Within the Antique Collecting Circle. Word had already spread that Degenia had gone to the treasure vault to sell Jade Eye fragments and was subsequently robbed and murdered. Although the police announcement indicated that one robber had escaped with a significant quantity of Jade Eye fragments. However, Hu Lili, the owner of the treasure pavilion, appeared utterly worn and haggard due to the Jade Eye fragments in her possession, which raised suspicions about the true nature behind the robbery. This incident revealed her ruthless and nefarious methods, causing many to hesitate in forming alliances with her, thus tarnishing her reputation within the community. Nevertheless, Professor G was merely interested in the Jade Eye fragments and had no intention of delving too deeply into negotiations with her. Consequently, he readily acquiesced to her confidentiality request. Very well, it is settled. I have matters to attend to, so I shall not keep you, Ji Qingyan declared, clutching one of the Jade Eye fragments as he turned to exit the VIP room. Hu Lili, weary and distressed, rubbed her temples and instructed her bodyguards to gather the remaining Jade Eye fragments. The incident involving the robbery of Big Tooth had escalated beyond control. Who would have thought they would ultimately choose to transact at the treasure pavilion? Those two fools, despite my repeated warnings to avoid causing fatalities, still managed to bring about a death. The Jade Eye fragments were indeed cursed. Had I known I could not contain these bizarre items, I should have refrained from taking them on and allowed my subordinates to sell them to other collectors instead. Never mind. I shall return to the hotel to rest, gamble a few rounds with raw stones in Rueli to ease my mind, and then visit the temple to burn incense in hopes of dispelling those chaotic nightmares. With this thought, Hu Lili rose, gracefully stretching her alluring figure, her serpentine movements accentuating her voluptuous form as she sashayed out of the VIP room, reminiscent of a ripe peach, leaving an enticing fragrance in her wake. Xiao Xingyun, carrying a bag of convenient snacks, returned to the five-star hotel just in time to see an elevator door closing halfway. Swiftly, he pressed the button to go up, and the door instantly reopened. As he stepped inside, he was met with several vigilant and fierce gazes directed at him. Hu Lili stood at the center, flanked by two female bodyguards behind her and two male bodyguards in front, providing her with a formidable shield of protection. Ah, it's you, General Hu. What a coincidence to meet again in Rueli, Xiao Xingyun greeted, disregarding the wary looks of the bodyguards. Upon seeing the brightness in Xiao Xingyun's eyes, Hu Lili felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. She had never noticed before how handsome he was and how captivating his gaze could be. Moreover, she sensed a peculiar allure emanating from him that stirred her long-dormant feelings, leaving her in a state of disarray. Good day, Mr. Xiao. Are you here to seek fortune in Rueli? Hu Lili smiled enchanting, speaking warmly. In this context, seeking fortune referred to the gambling on stone bets within their circle. Xiao Xingyun modestly replied, I'm merely taking a casual look. I recently entered this industry and lack substantial capital, so I cannot afford to act recklessly. I heard you have an affinity for ancient jade. The last time you visited my treasure pavilion, an unfortunate incident occurred. When the opportunity arises, I shall have the manager prepare some high-quality ancient jades for your appraisal. Thank you. I will certainly take you up on that when the chance presents itself, he responded. The two exchanged a few words in the elevator, and upon reaching the 16th floor, it turned out to be quite fortuitous that they were not only on the same level, but also had adjacent rooms. Room 1606 and Room 1608. Xiao Xingyun harbored deep-seated wariness and vigilance towards Hu Lili, and they were not well acquainted. Upon reaching the door, he merely nodded slightly before entering his own room, devoid of any impulse to engage in conversation with her or invite her into his quarters. Xiao Xingyun was acutely aware of the significant disparity in their respective standings, deeming it unnecessary to cultivate a deeper relationship. Furthermore, he was vividly reminded of the robbery incident at the treasure pavilion, recognizing that Hu Lili's connections were perilous and unpredictable, prompting him to resolve to limit his interactions with her. Exhausted from the day's events, Xiao Xingyun took a shower and made a brief phone call to Su Qing before extinguishing the lights and retiring for the night. He planned to visit the underground gambling den operated by Lao Si the following evening. As he drifted into slumber, he began to dream, his eyes faintly glowing as the ethereal outline of a third eye formed at his brow. However, this dream was unlike any he had previously encountered. It was no longer set in the familiar societal environment of the Three-Eyed Clan. Instead, he found himself in a dimly lit basement, where the anguished shouts of a man and the sobs of a girl reverberated through the air. The sharp crack of a whip echoed as it struck a girl of striking beauty, clad only in a black lace lingerie set. Her fair and delicate skin bore the marks of the whip, though she remained unbroken. A burly man with a brutish demeanor wielded the whip, barking angrily. "Your father owes me hundreds of thousands and has fled. I have no choice but to bring you here to entertain guests. How dare you injure my esteemed client? If it weren't for your innocence, I would have had a few men take their turns with you already." The girl, her hands bound and suspended, could only barely touch the ground with her toes. She writhed and struggled, pleading, "Please, let me go. I just graduated from university and will work hard to repay your money, every single penny." "Huh? You think your honest work can ever repay me the hundreds of thousands? You'll never manage it," the cruel man retorted, throwing aside the whip to answer a phone call. "Please, no. Help. I don't want to sell myself. I will repay the money." The girl struggled, her hair flowing wildly, revealing her exquisite and charming visage. Astonishingly, it was Hu Lily, around 20 years old. Xiao Xingyun stood at the entrance of the basement, bewildered, unable to comprehend how he had found himself in such a scene. The scene shifted, transporting him to a filthy hotel room where Hu Lily lay half reclined on the bed, her hands and feet bound. A corpulent man approached her with a sinister grin. "Please, I beg you, let me go," she implored. The overweight man struck her in the abdomen and yanked her hair, pulling her to the edge of the bed as he spat. "I paid 10,000 for your first time. The owner here said that if you don't serve well, I can kill you tonight, and no one will ever know." Hu Lily possessed a fierce temperament, resolutely unwilling to submit, enduring a brutal beating from the hefty man, leaving her battered and bruised. In the midst of this savage assault, she managed to free herself from the ropes binding her. Having been hurled to the floor, motionless and in pain, she was on the verge of being overpowered when she unexpectedly retrieved a spring knife from the pocket of the discarded trousers. With a swift motion, she plunged the blade into the man's abdomen. This time, it was the hefty man who cried out in agony, clutching his stomach and shouting for help. Terrified, Hu Lily cowered in the corner, gripping the knife with trembling hands as she anxiously stared at the entrance. At the threshold, the menacing boss stormed in, flanked by several henchmen, and furiously bellowed at Hu Lily. "You lot, incapacitate her legs. Tonight, she will be ours." Soon, the room echoed with Hu Lily's harrowing screams. Yet she proved to be resilient. Amidst the chaos, she managed to stab the ruthless boss in the neck, blood gushing forth like a fountain. "Release me, or I shall take his life," Hu Lily declared, her face contorted with rage as she pressed the knife against the boss's throat. In that moment, the once menacing figure was reduced to a pitiful state, drained of blood and unable to stand. Within this dreamlike nightmare, Xiao Xingyun felt like a mere observer, akin to watching a film, forever separated by a veil of haze, unable to intervene in the unfolding events. He glanced at his hands and then at his reflection in the hotel room mirror. He did not see the three-eyed deity, but rather his true self. What does this signify? Is this my dream or Hu Lily's? If it belongs to Hu Lily, what concern is it of mine? If it is my dream, why am I unable to control anything? The more he pondered, the angrier he became, particularly as the room filled with the cacophony of screams and chaos, which gnawed at his patience. The ruthless boss, now collapsed and uncertain of his fate, lay on the ground, while the henchmen once again surrounded Hu Lily, their clubs raining down upon her. "Enough! You shall all perish!" Xiao Xingyun erupted in unexpected fury, unleashing a beam of light from his brow that shattered the veil of the dream. In an instant, he transformed from Xiao Xingyun into the three-eyed deity, causing those present in the dream to turn in terror at the sudden appearance of the celestial being. "Die!" Xiao Xingyun spat out the word, his eyes radiating divine light, obliterating the men before him into ash, leaving only a stunned Hu Lily. Are you a god?" she asked humbly, kneeling before him, her body marred with wounds. Chapter 48. Show him some color in the adjacent room, although it was a suite. The position where Hu Lily slept was separated from Xiao Xingyun's bed by merely a wall. In her restless slumber, she tossed and turned, evidently haunted by some horrific spectacle. Upon waking, recollecting the events of her dream, she instinctively covered her face in disbelief. "Ah, how shameless! He is not a god, he is a devil." She felt an overwhelming urge to scream and curse at the handsome, three-eyed man who had rescued her in her dreams, only to turn out to be more wicked than the villains themselves. He had brutally ravaged her before unceremoniously kicking her off the bed. Indeed, such humiliation was intolerable. He treated her as if she were less than human, discarding her once he had his fill. The first half of that dream was, in fact, a nightmarish recollection of who Lily's own harrowing experiences, events that had truly transpired. After she had stabbed her ruthless loan shark of a boss, she was nearly beaten to death by his thugs. However, due to the gravity of the situation, an ambulance and the police arrived, saving her from further degradation. Yet, the latter part of the dream shifted when the three-eyed being appeared. The villains did not mar her physical form. Instead, it was that sinisterly handsome man who wreaked havoc. No, who Lily suddenly sat upright in bed, recollecting something she had never been able to remember before. The visage of that three-eyed man resembled none other than Xiao Xingyun, the very man who had tormented her. At this realization, her heart raced uncontrollably, not out of fear, but out of shame. Oh, cunning fox, you, who have always been labeled as a femme fatale, merciless to men, have now found your heart stirred for that youthful charmer. After having encountered Xiao Xingyun only 2 or 3 times, you dare to dream of him? How utterly shameless. All those men who once bullied her were long gone. And she would not spare this one who had tormented her in her dreams. After all, he was just as wicked. With that thought, her breathing gradually returned to normal as she made her way to the bathroom to wash up. Meanwhile, next door, Xiao Xingyun awoke, troubled by the chaotic scenes of the dream he had just experienced. What a ridiculous affair. He had merely seen who Lily once upon his return, and yet, in his dream, he had engaged with her intimately. This three-eyed being was truly beyond comprehension. The man he once was certainly not this way. His temperament had shifted drastically, and the chaos of his dreams was undoubtedly a consequence of the negative influence of the three-eyed race. Alas, it was only 3:30 in the morning. He decided to take a shower and return to sleep. The following day, Xiao Xingyun dined at the restaurant provided by a 5-star hotel for breakfast. Aside from that tumultuous dream, he had slept relatively well. Today, he planned to visit the raw stone market to select a few promising pieces and arrange for their shipment. He also intended to inquire about gaining access to Ma Laoxi's underground gambling den. He had begun to harness some ocular abilities to confront others. If the plan aligned, dealing with someone like Ma Laoxi should not pose a challenge. As he contemplated these matters over breakfast, a waft of fragrance brushed past him. Hu Lily, accompanied by 2 female bodyguards, took a seat directly across from him. She appeared exquisite, her complexion more vibrant and delicate than the day before. Today, she wore a black lace low-cut camisole layered with a tailored white blazer, embodying a blend of professionalism and feminine charm. Mr. Xiao, it is a pleasure to see you again. I hope my presence here does not intrude upon your meal, Hu Lily purred softly. While it appeared to be a question, it was merely a courteous gesture. Regardless of Xiao Xingyun's consent, she had already taken a seat. In a public dining establishment with a buffet breakfast, one could sit anywhere. Who could possibly disturb whom? Xiao Xingyun glanced at her briefly before returning to his meal. What a calamity! This woman resembled a perfectly ripened melon, her allure far surpassing the innocent charm of her youth. If she had scored an 85 at 20, her current mature elegance would undoubtedly elevate her to a 95. She was a thorny, poisonous rose. Xiao Xingyun had long sought to evade her, yet she persistently lingered in his vicinity. Clad in a low-cut tank top, who exactly was she enticing? Yet, one must admit, her complexion was indeed fair. Hu Lily took the initiative to engage him. Hee. You make a valid point, Xiao Xingyun. By the way, from whom did you learn your stone gambling skills? I've been in this circle for over a decade and have encountered numerous renowned masters. Perhaps I know your mentor. I have no mentor. I learned through books and trial and error, Xiao Xingyun replied. Hu Lily shot him a sultry glance. His words were rather blunt, striking with an unexpected sting. Even without a mentor, could he not speak with a touch more finesse? Strangely enough, despite her sharp demeanor, she felt no ire towards him, instead feigning surprise. Oh my. To be so skilled without a mentor. If you were to receive guidance from a master, you could surely become a luminary in the realm of stone gambling. Her implication was clear. Please, implore me, and I shall introduce you to a great teacher. Yet, Xiao Xingyun calmly declined, saying, You flatter me, Miss Hu. I possess little interest in stone gambling and lack innate talent. It is merely luck that allows me to earn a modest income. His meaning was unmistakable. I do not wish to take on a mentor, I have no interest in stone gambling, and I am not particularly fond of wealth. Hu Lily, vexed and grinding her teeth in frustration, found her genuine desire to assist him rebuffed. But why should she aid him? He had been so cruel in her dreams. She ought to settle the score and teach him a lesson. No. Every time she laid eyes on him, her heart raced, which was decidedly unnatural. When had she become so infatuated? Taking a deep breath, she tried to redirect her frustration into her appetite, fiercely attacking her food. Bacon was savagely bitten. Steak was devoured with zeal, eggs were attacked with fervor, and sausages were consumed with abandon, as if she were gnawing on Xiao Xingyun himself. Xiao Xingyun's lips twitched. What was wrong with this woman? Did she harbor some vendetta against sausages? Miss Hu, please continue your meal. I have matters to attend to, he said hastily, finishing his food and escaping as if fleeing. Hu Lily glared at Xiao Xingyun's retreating figure, seething within. Other men rush towards me like flies to fresh meat, yet you, on the other hand, avoid me like a viper? Very well, this is far from over. Let us see where you can hide. A female bodyguard nearby seized the opportunity to inquire, Boss, would you like me to teach him a lesson, so he understands the depths of this industry? Hu Lily cast a cold glare at the bodyguard and reprimanded, What business is it of yours to meddle in my affairs? Is he not aware of my depths? The female bodyguard sensed something amiss, yet found herself at a loss for words. Chapter 49. Infiltrating the underground stone gambling arena, the Jadeite Raw Stone exhibition in Ruili was far more bustling than the one in Guangdong province, both in scale and vibrancy. Upon entering the market, Xiao Xingyun was met with a sea of humanity. This place was not only frequented by genuine jade merchants and expert stone gamblers, but also thronged with numerous online streamers and tourists. The market offered many free stone resolution areas, and within the expansive raw stone shops, complimentary resolution services were available. There were also dedicated resolution shops catering to tourists and casual visitors, albeit for a fee. Following the resolution, design services, carving services, and polishing were provided, allowing visitors to don their pieces directly after adding decorative cords. In summary, this market offered a comprehensive suite of services related to jadeite raw stones, with all necessary operations readily available. After entering the market, Xiao Xingyun immediately rented an electric tricycle, loading it with any promising materials he encountered. Once the tricycle was filled, he would ride it to a professional logistics company within the market, capturing photographs, purchasing high-value insurance, boxing the items, sealing them, and arranging for shipment. This entire process was second nature to him. The jadeite raw stones filled in the tricycle were sufficient to occupy an entire sealed logistics container. Xiao Xingyun purchased 10 loads in one go, and after completing the shipping, he found himself exhausted, his eyes sore and teary. As he took a moment to rest in a tea house, the selection of exquisite jadeite raw stones seemed inexhaustible, despite possessing a discerning eye and utilizing aids. It required considerable effort and time to sift through heaps of debris to find the coveted high-value stones. One piece was priced at 300,000, another at 800,000, and the largest stone in the corner fetched 5 million. With over 300 million in cash assets, Xiao Xingyun had spent $1 billion within just one morning. As of now, he had only explored half of the market. If his eyesight held up in the afternoon, he might be able to finish the other half. Seated in the tea house's main hall, he ordered a pot of premium tea guanyin, sipping tea while listening to the chatter of fellow patrons. Most of those taking a break to enjoy tea were jade merchants, weary from their selections, pausing to calculate their accounts and inquire which vendors offered high-quality jadeite raw stones that were easily cut and increased in value. Did you hear? While I was shipping the raw stones today, one of the packing staff mentioned a young jade merchant who bought 4 or 5 loads of jadeite raw stones in the morning, all packed for shipping. I heard it was not 4 or 5 loads, but rather 7 or 8 loads. Just like the electric tricycles we rented, that person bought 7 or 8 loads, spending at least $1 billion. Uffed. I suspect he is just some rich second-generation heir with too much money to spend, treating this like a game. Who buys raw stones like one would buy cabbages? One load after another. That's the folly of a landlord's foolish son. At this juncture, laughter erupted among the crowd, clearly indicating their disapproval of the method employed for selecting jadeite rough stones. They subsequently shifted their conversation to discuss several pieces of jadeite rough that had significantly appreciated in value today. Stones that were originally worth hundreds of thousands had soared to tens of millions post-cut, evoking an excitement that surpassed even the thrill of winning the lottery. In the past, when Xiao Xingyun was financially constrained, he could resort to such ostentatious displays. Now, however, he yearned for a more understated existence, seeking to amass wealth discreetly. Thus, he had no intention of revealing stones in public. Upon his return to Shanghai, he planned to cut the stones in the solitude of his basement and subsequently sell the jadeite to suitable buyers. Observing others unveil stones in the marketplace was of little interest to him. The odds of significant appreciation were too slim. If he were to engage in gambling, he preferred the underground jade betting venues. The few individuals selected to pick stones on stage were seasoned gamblers. Watching them cut stones was genuinely exhilarating, and one could place bets, potentially earning millions overnight with a stroke of good fortune. Suddenly, someone interjected, "Underground jade betting venues? Who runs them, and are they safe?" A nearby individual inquired curiously. The speaker, brimming with pride, declared, "Have you heard of Master Ma? He operates underground jade betting venues in Sihui City and Ruili, and his reputation within the industry is impeccable. At his venues, no accidents have ever occurred." An adjacent jade merchant, seemingly acting as an accomplice, engaged in a fluid exchange of questions and answers. "Oh, so it's Master Ma's venue. That certainly puts my mind at ease. By the way, how does one gain entry? Is a ticket required?" The individual responded, "No tickets are necessary. Merchants purchasing over 10 million in jade at the market today need only provide relevant transaction records or receipts to gain entry. This evening at 8 o'clock, in this very tea house, there will be dedicated transportation provided. The owner of the tea house can vouch for its absolute safety." Xiao Xingyun felt a surge of excitement. Earlier that morning, he had inquired with various jade rough shop owners about the underground venues, only to be met with ignorance, likely out of fear of entanglements. Just as he was pondering how to infiltrate Master Ma's underground jade betting venue, he serendipitously discovered that this tea house served as a contact point. Tonight, success seemed assured. After lunch, Xiao Xingyun visited a nearby antique shop, purchasing several pieces of ancient jade. He also took the opportunity to handle a few genuine antiques, absorbing the mysterious energies they emanated, which alleviated his fatigue and soothed his previously strained eyes. In the afternoon, he scoured shops and stalls on the other side of the market, indulging in a shopping spree and acquiring 10 trucks full of jadeite rough. However, this time he opted for a different logistics company to ship the stones, wishing to avoid drawing undue attention. It wasn't that he didn't want to engage multiple logistics firms. Rather, the reputable companies for transporting valuable items were limited, and he merely chose the two nearest options. He had no time to waste with distant logistics providers. Before darkness fell, Xiao Xingyun finally completed his sweep of the entire market, selectively choosing only the finest jadeite rough. He had no interest in stones of mediocre or even average quality. After a long day, he was left utterly exhausted, nearly unable to straighten his back. In a nearby restaurant, while waiting for his meal, he discreetly absorbed a few pieces of ancient jade from his pocket, alleviating the fatigue in his eyes. At 8 in the evening, Xiao Xingyun, donning a mask and a baseball cap, arrived at the tea house just in time. A gathering of over a dozen jade merchants awaited him, all similarly attired, cloaked in layers to avoid recognition. The fear of being recognized after losing money at the underground jade gambling tables was palpable. Such a disgrace would be unbearable. Shortly thereafter, a coaster bus arrived. Prior to boarding, individuals were required to present evidence of their expenditures in the jade market that day, allowing them entry. Names, appearances, and blindfolds were all rendered irrelevant. It dawned on Xiao Xingyun that the previous kidnapping incident involving him and Fat Luo in Sihui City had been a deliberate intimidation tactic orchestrated by Old Ma's gang. The coaster soon reached a commercial building several miles away, where the first floor housed a supermarket, while the upper levels featured a cinema and dining establishments, bustling with activity. Their coaster entered the underground parking lot, drawing little attention. As before in Sihui City, there was a concealed area in one corner of the basement, equipped with an elevator leading down to the second basement floor. The decor and arrangement there mirrored that of the underground jade gambling arena in Sihui City. Apart from Xiao Xingyun and his companions, over 100 individuals were already seated beneath the gambling platform, with ample vacant spots awaiting other gamblers. Xiao Xingyun found a corner spot and discreetly surveyed his surroundings, soon spotting Old Ma's office near the elevator. He was seated in a wheelchair, escorted into the office by 2 bodyguards as he emerged from the elevator. Chapter 50. The Triple Bet. Quintuple rewards having located Old Ma's office. Xiao Xingyun realized that half of their plan had succeeded, allowing him to gamble a few rounds and potentially earn some money. He had gleaned a preliminary understanding of the underground jade gambling setup. 5 dealers would engage in bets, with each wager amounting to 10 million. The first dealer to win would take all. Spectators could place bets on one of the 5, with a threefold payout, meaning a wager of 10,000 would yield a reward of 30,000 if successful. Additionally, they could bet on the top 3 in exact order, known as the triple arrangement, which offered quintuple odds. For instance, a wager of 10,000 would result in a reward of 50,000 if successful. This type of betting was exceedingly dubious. The competition among the 5 dealers was based on their ability to choose jade stones, lending a relative fairness to the proceedings. However, the odds offered to the spectators were ultimately designed to benefit the dealers financially. For example, if 100 spectators placed a total of 1 million in bets across the 5 dealers, this would average out to 200,000 per dealer. Should dealer number 3 prevail, the 20,000 bet on them would pay out 60,000 to the spectators, resulting in a net gain of 40,000 for the dealer. In practice, the stakes soared into the tens of millions, allowing dealers to earn millions per round. At that moment, the 5 jade masters on stage had selected their jade stones, granting the audience 3 minutes to place their bets. The audience's ability to place bets has become remarkably convenient and swift, eliminating the need to exchange for paper tickets at service windows. With just a simple scan of the QR code at their seats using their mobile phones, they can access a betting page and complete their wagers through online payment. Xiao Xingyun directly placed a bet of 1 million on a 3-number combination, with the sequence being 531. If the judge's eyesight is intact, the order in which Xiao Xingyun bet corresponds precisely to the pricing of this round of stone gambling. As the betting concluded, the judge commenced the process of stone unearthing on stage. During this process, a group of enchanting stone unearthing girls performed, their fiery dances eliciting continuous whistles from the audience. As the final piece of jade rough was unveiled, revealing its mysterious jade flesh, the stone unearthing girls, dressed provocatively, elevated the ambience to its zenith. When the judge began to assess the cut jade rough, the camera closely followed, capturing the jade's details, complemented by a large screen in the background to ensure even those with less keen eyesight could see clearly. Oh dear, I misjudged. I should have bet on number 5, which turned out to be ice type. Why on earth did I foolishly choose number 3? Lamented one, feeling the sting of a substantial loss. I picked number 1, the largest piece, thinking it would yield victory, only to discover it was glutinous type, with a dark base and cracks. As the high-definition camera showcased the 5 cut jade rough pieces before the audience, the seasoned jade merchants had already deduced the outcome without the judge's announcement. Consequently, the judge publicly revealed the order and succinctly stated their valuations, ensuring all present accepted their losses with grace. The pricing of this round of stone gambling was ranked from high to low as follows: 5, 3, 1. Congratulations to the fortunate winners among the audience. During the intermission, attendees could redeem their bets on the betting page, while a lively dance performance awaited them. As the enticing jade rough pieces were brought forth, workers meticulously removed the current jade rough and replaced them with a new batch on display. At this moment, within the office of the 5th dealer, Hu Lily's triumphant laughter echoed. They say that misfortune in love often leads to triumph in gambling, and this was certainly true for her. As she reveled in her first victory, 2 female bodyguards stood silently behind her, exchanging subtle glances, hesitant to speak. These bodyguards had been loyal to Hu Lily for many years. They had never witnessed her experience heartache in the realm of romance. Oh, had she truly been referring to that Xiao Xingyun, the steadfast man who had once made her roll her eyes in exasperation? At this moment, an assistant delivered a summary of the vital data from the event. President Hu, each of the 5 dealers placed bets of 10 million, and after excluding our own principal, we collectively profited 40 million. The audience wagered 26.8 million, and after deducting 16 million in payout bonuses, we achieved a profit of 10.8 million. Excluding the venue's commission, our gross profit for this event reached an impressive 50.8 million. The audience in this particular event seems to have garnered a substantial amount of winnings. Hu Lily raised an eyebrow, filled with a mix of skepticism and dissatisfaction. It appears that a few individuals successfully predicted the outcome of the lottery, with one fortunate winner claiming a staggering prize of 5 million. What is his seat number? I just glanced at it. It's number 99, located in a corner towards the back. Hu Lily promptly operated the surveillance equipment, and several cameras swiftly focused on the position of Xiao Xingyun. Although Xiao Xingyun was adorned with a mask and a baseball cap, His robust physique and the attire identical to what he wore during breakfast made it easy for Hu Lili to recognize him at a glance. Oh, so it is him? Hee. Initially somewhat displeased, Hu Lili felt a wave of relief wash over her upon discovering that Xiao Xingyun had won 5 times the lottery prize. A man who could stir her emotions undoubtedly possessed remarkable abilities. However, a moment of contemplation struck her. Xiao Xingyun had unexpectedly reappeared in the domain of old Ma Si. Initially brought there against his will. Would he come today to stir up trouble? Hu Lili furrowed her brow slightly. Old Ma Si was not to be trifled with, and his bodyguards were seasoned fighters. Getting involved with old Ma Si might jeopardize Xiao Xingyun's safety. Xiao Xingyun suddenly felt an unsettling sensation, as though someone were covertly observing him. While feigning a stretch, he glanced upwards and noticed several cameras trained on him. Just as he began to feel apprehensive, the cameras swiftly pivoted away, as if merely conducting a routine scan. Had he, having won the lottery, caught the attention of the shadowy bookmakers? He chuckled inwardly. Surely, they could not be so petty. Yet, my true intention is to draw your attention. At the entrance of old Ma Si's office hung a sign marked number 1. He was indeed the primary bookmaker and the mastermind behind the underground betting operations. Thus, when the number 1 gambler won, I would increase my stakes on the lottery. In the second round, the number 3 bookmaker emerged victorious, while Xiao Xingyun casually bet 1 million on the lottery, treating it as a mere pastime. Finally, in the third round, the number 1 bookmaker won, and Xiao Xingyun placed a bet of 10 million, securing a windfall of 50 million, with a net profit soaring to 40 million, rivaling the gains of the bookmaker. Xiao Xingyun aimed to inflict a financial sting on old Ma Si to capture his attention. Indeed, upon receiving the summary of the third round's results, old Ma Si slammed his fist on the table in fury. After all my efforts, I've only made such a paltry sum. You too, bring number 99 here. Isn't his vision exceptional? Humph, having taken my money, he'd better earn it back for me, or I'll ensure he doesn't leave this place. Old Ma Si had ample reason to be enraged. For the 40 million he had won from the other 4 bookmakers had all been paid out to Xiao Xingyun. Meanwhile, the bets placed by the audience had only netted him a little over 8 million. To compound his frustration, he had lost 10 million in each of the first 2 rounds, totaling 20 million, and he was still on a losing streak tonight. Could he remain calm? Yes, boss. We shall take care of it. The 2 bodyguards responded affirmatively and exited old Ma Si's office to locate Xiao Xingyun. The gentleman, our boss wishes to have a word with you. It would be prudent for you to comply. As the 2 conversed, they deliberately showcased the high-voltage stun gun in their possession. Xiao Xingyun feigned fear, yet there was a glimmer of defiance in his eyes, momentarily disorienting the 2 bodyguards, who were suddenly beset by an authoritative voice resonating within their minds. I am your master. You shall obey my commands without question. Chapter 51. What are you laughing at? Upon receiving the command, the 2 bodyguards, in a daze, dutifully responded, Yes, master. Call me Daddy. Xiao Xingyun tested the efficacy of his command. Daddy. The bodyguards called out without hesitation, as naturally as if addressing their own father. Satisfied, Xiao Xingyun commanded, Lead the way to office number 1. The bodyguards complied respectfully and guided him into the designated office. Meanwhile, in office 5, Hu Lili had set up surveillance, secretly observing Xiao Xingyun. Upon witnessing him being escorted away by Ma Laoxi's bodyguards, concern washed over her. She mused, Ma Laoxi truly is a lowly character. Having lost a trivial sum, he resorts to scheming and deceit. I hope he does not overstep his bounds. While pondering, she adjusted a camera aimed at the entrance of Ma Laoxi's office, ensuring she would be the first to see if Xiao Xingyun emerged. If he failed to appear within 10 minutes, she would venture inside to speak with Ma Laoxi and, in doing so, rescue Xiao Xingyun. At that moment, Xiao Xingyun had already entered Ma Laoxi's office. One of the bodyguards announced, Boss, I have brought Daddy. Xiao Xingyun nearly stifled a laugh. The charm skill was terribly ineffective, lacking any adaptability. What did you say? Ma Laoxi paused, believing he had misheard. As the charm skill took effect, Xiao Xingyun felt as if 2 lines were connected in his mind, allowing him to adjust the target's thoughts at will. He quickly issued a revised command. Just call me number 99. Boss, I have brought number 99, the bodyguard reiterated. Good, Ma Laoxi replied, sensing this was more appropriate. Please pour me a cup of tea. I wish to have a serious discussion with number 99. He found the title somewhat peculiar, akin to the embarrassment of requesting extra time from a technician. Yes, boss, the bodyguard replied, proceeding to fetch the tea. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Xingyun glanced around the room. Noting the numerous surveillance cameras, it seemed he could not take matters into his own hands, which was somewhat regrettable. Number 99, you have quite the discerning eye. You consistently manage to predict the lottery. Come up here and assist me in gambling. Should you win, I shall reward you with 100,000. Should you lose, I will break one of your legs. Xiao Xingyun inquired, and what if I refuse? Then you shall be killed and tossed into the river to feed the fish. Ma Laosi sneered, issuing his threat. Xiao Xingyun chuckled, resembling a fool. What are you laughing at? Ma Laosi sensed something amiss. In all his previous threats, none had remained as composed as number 99. At that moment, the bodyguard, holding a freshly brewed cup of hot tea, approached Master Ma Si. A slight tremor caused the entire cup to spill over Master Ma Si's legs. Seated in a wheelchair, he yelped in agony but could not rise. Xiao Song, you clumsy fool, are you trying to scald me to death? Enraged and in pain, Master Ma Si seized the ashtray from the table and hurled it at the head of the bodyguard, Xiao Song. Blood immediately streamed down Xiao Song's face. Another bodyguard, Xiao Wang, acting on Xiao Xingyun's orders, stepped forward and firmly grasped Master Ma Si's hand, urging him to calm down. Boss, please, violence is not the answer. Not the answer, you say? Who are you to lecture me? In that fleeting moment, Master Ma Si, consumed by rage and forgetting his pain, felt humiliated and resolved to teach these insubordinate bodyguards a lesson. He freed himself from Xiao Wang's grip, snatched a sandalwood incense burner from the table, and struck it against his head with precision. The blow opened a gash on Xiao Wang's forehead, and blood cascaded down his face. The two bodyguards, now incensed by the sight of blood, shouted furiously, "How dare you? We toil for you, and yet you strike us?" They brandished their stun guns and pressed them against Master Ma Si. The crackling sound of electricity surged through him, causing his body to convulse violently, his eyes rolling back as he lost consciousness. However, the ordeal was far from over. The bodyguards were consumed with the desire to eliminate Master Ma Si. They retrieved 2 baseball bats from the corner of the room and struck mercilessly at his legs and arms. Awakening in agony, Master Ma Si was horrified to see his most trusted bodyguards attacking him savagely. What are you doing? Are you two rebelling? Have you forgotten who pays your salaries? With a sickening crack, his right leg shattered again, followed by the left. Both arms were broken as well. Master Ma Si writhed on the floor, overwhelmed by pain, feeling more brutalized than he had in years, and by those he had once considered loyal. Why was this happening? What emboldened them to turn against him? He had punished them before, yet they had always knelt and begged for forgiveness afterward. Why was this time different? Xiao Xingyun, suppressing his inner excitement and thrill, felt a sense of vengeance fulfilled. How audacious of Master Ma Si to have dared to kidnap him. Having recently acquired the ability to utilize ocular powers after absorbing fragments of jade, and having experienced the growth of the Three-Eyed Clan in his dreams, he now possessed various eye-related skills. If not you, then who? Though exhilarated, Xiao Xingyun remained aware of the surveillance cameras scattered throughout the room, mindful not to reveal any cracks in his composure. In the present era, surveillance predominantly relies on cloud storage, rendering the deletion of recorded footage exceedingly difficult. Consequently, Xiao Xingyun was compelled to feign the demeanor of a startled, ordinary individual, retreating gradually upon witnessing their altercation. Upon reaching the entrance, he issued a directive to the 2 bodyguards, eliminate old Ma Si, then confess and surrender. Having conveyed this thought, he turned and departed. Distorted echoes of old Ma Si's anguished cries, intertwined with the frenzied shouts and sounds of assault from the bodyguards, faintly resonated within the room. At the precise moment Xiao Xingyun stepped outside, Hu Lili caught sight of him. 5 minutes. The man I admire has emerged already? So swiftly? Hu Lili had anticipated he would last at least 10 minutes. However, only Xiao Xingyun exited, devoid of any following companions, which contradicted old Ma Si's typical modus operandi. Xiao Xingyun consistently predicted the winning numbers in the lottery, and during old Ma Si's triumphant streak, he had placed a substantial bet of 10 million, thereby seizing all of old Ma Si's profits. Could old Ma Si possibly tolerate him? Clearly, something peculiar transpired, for such a result was inconceivable otherwise. Hu Lili concluded this in her mind. Xiao Xingyun returned to seat 99, not hastening to depart, appearing as though unaffected, wishing to continue placing bets. However, due to the standard betting format in underground games, which involved 5 dealers, the game commenced without old Ma Si placing a wager, causing the other 4 dealers to grow impatient. One promptly called old Ma Si, urging him to place his bet. Yet, Despite the persistent ringing, there was no answer. His absence from the betting table rendered the continuation of the game impossible. Consequently, the referee on stage was unable to make a decision, and upon receiving notification, could only pause the game. The other dealers emerged from their offices, gathering together, intent on visiting Old Masi's office to ascertain the situation. At that moment, some of Old Masi's subordinates apprehended a visiting gambling stone master, blindfolding him as they exited the elevator. This mirrored Xiao Xingyun's earlier experience. Though this gambling stone master was far more timid, having already soiled himself out of fright, exuding a foul odor. The dealers remarked, "Boss Ma has yet to place his bet and won't answer his phone. We were just about to knock and inquire. You have returned at an opportune moment. Let us all enter together." Upon hearing this, a tattooed man's expression shifted, and instead of opening the door, he heard strange sounds emanating from within, akin to the dull thuds of a stick striking a sandbag. Alarmed, he rushed inside, only to be met with a gruesome scene that rendered his legs weak with terror. At this juncture, Old Masi had been reduced to a pulp by the two crazed bodyguards wielding baseball bats. Even so, their eyes remained bloodshot as they relentlessly continued their assault. Old Masi had long since ceased to breathe, his existence extinguished beyond revival. The flesh used for dumplings could scarcely compare. "Xiao Wang, Xiao Song, you two scoundrels have actually murdered Boss Ma. Call the police, immediately. A life has been lost. We must report this. I believe we should first apprehend Xiao Wang and Xiao Song, allowing the gamblers to disperse before contacting the authorities." Ma's loyal subordinates, in a flurry of voices, swiftly devised a plan. The other four dealers at the entrance, upon witnessing the grim demise of Ma Laosi, were equally terrified and reluctant to invite trouble. They exchanged a few polite remarks before hastily departing with their entourage. Simultaneously, someone shouted, "Due to unforeseen circumstances, today's gambling event is temporarily concluded. Please exit in an orderly manner without crowding." As Xiao Xingyun blended into the crowd and began to leave, he observed the tattooed men rushing to subdue the frantic Xiao Wang and Xiao Song. One of the tattooed men, filled with fury, interrogated them. "Xiao Wang, Xiao Song, why did you murder Boss Ma? Were you incited by someone?" Xiao Wang and Xiao Song boldly retorted, "Ma Laosi attacked us, and we were enraged. Is it not natural to kill him? No one incited us. I simply wanted him dead. Call the police. We are willing to confess." "Very well, you certainly possess audacity. But now that you have slain Boss Ma, who will we brothers rely on for sustenance? Who cares about that? We have no concern for you." Xiao Wang and Xiao Song, emboldened as if invigorated, exhibited utter defiance. "You are incredibly brave, brothers. Give them a thorough beating." The tattooed man darkly signaled, intent on leaving Xiao Wang and Xiao Song with indelible memories before the police arrived. Xiao Xingyun, alongside other gamblers, exited the underground gambling venue and reached the street, preparing to hail a cab back to the hotel when a black Rolls-Royce halted before him. The window descended, revealing Hu Lily's alluring and exquisite visage. "Mr. Xiao, it seems our fates are intertwined. We meet again here. It's difficult to find a taxi. Where are you headed? I can have my driver take you." "Thank you. But I have no destination in mind. I just overindulged and wish to stroll for a while." "What a coincidence. I was just thinking of taking a walk as well. Let us go together." With that, Hu Lily exited the vehicle and approached Xiao Xingyun. She had changed into an entirely different outfit from the morning-s attire. The black camisole fit snugly, accentuating her curves, captivating any man who relished a challenge. Over it, she donned a white casual women's suit, the pants extravagantly voluminous, enhancing her form. Her red high heels added a touch of elegance, swaying with grace as she walked. When she was not beside him, it was manageable. However, with her presence, she became the center of attention wherever they went. Xiao Xingyun furrowed his brow. Although he had rendered her quite disheveled in his dreams, in reality, he found himself reluctant to engage with her. She was far too perilous, akin to a rose laced with poison. Any slight provocation could lead to dire consequences. After walking for a while, it suddenly dawned on Xiao Xingyun that he was wearing a cap and mask. How could she recognize him? Furthermore, had she been present at Ma Laosi's underground gambling venue? A life has been lost there. I wonder if she will doubt herself? Perhaps I am merely overthinking it. With Xiao Wang and Xiao Song, the two bodyguards, voluntarily confessing, the police are unlikely to summon me, especially since I did nothing wrong as evidenced by the surveillance footage. Failing to report a danger does not constitute a crime. At worst, it might be deemed unethical. Why are you silent? Hu Lily initiated the conversation. I am merely taking a stroll. Why must I speak? Xiao Xingyun replied curtly. Hee hee, you are quite amusing. So, if I approach you, that should suffice, yes? I am too fatigued to converse today. Hu Lili pouted slightly, her femininity lending her a captivating allure, casting him a sidelong glance. What sort of man are you? Last night in my dreams, you nearly exhausted me. Why did you not express your fatigue then? Now that I am the one initiating a walk and a chat, you claim to be tired? At that moment, several police cars whizzed past them, indicating that the underworld's gambling den had alerted the authorities. Hu Lili remarked suddenly. Ma Laosi is a man who flouts the rules. It was only a matter of time before something went awry, but I did not expect it to happen so abruptly. Who is Ma Laosi? Xiao Xingyun feigned ignorance, astonished. Hu Lili's smile grew more mischievous. Hee hee, Ma Laosi is the proprietor of an underground gambling den. Since you are unfamiliar with him, it is of no consequence. Had Xiao Xingyun not pretended to be oblivious, Hu Lili would not harbor any suspicions. She had witnessed him interact with Ma Laosi on at least 2 occasions through surveillance. Now, with his claim of ignorance, it suggested he was concealing something, perhaps regarding Ma Laosi's demise. It seemed that this handsome young man, seemingly innocuous, was indeed a formidable character. Hu Lili's lips curled slightly. It was precisely such a character that piqued her interest. If he were merely an innocent lamb, she would lack the inclination to pursue him. The memory of his audacious and domineering demeanor in her dreams caused her heart to flutter uncontrollably. How delightful! Xiao Xingyun stole a glance at Hu Lili. Surprised to see her displaying a starry-eyed smile towards him. Was she unwell? Moments ago, she had been probing him about his acquaintance with Ma Laosi. Could it be that she had seen him in Ma Laosi's territory? How careless of him! In his haste to dissociate himself from Ma Laosi, he had overlooked this crucial detail. This woman was indeed perilous. He must limit his interactions with her. Thus, Xiao Xingyun stated, it is late. And this border town is not particularly safe. I shall return to the hotel to rest. Very well, we shall sleep together. No, I meant we shall return together. Hu Lili corrected herself, waving at the Rolls-Royce that had been following them, signaling for it to halt beside them. Xiao Xingyun felt he could no longer refuse and reluctantly entered the vehicle, accompanying her back to the hotel. Inside the car, aside from the dedicated driver, there were 2 female bodyguards. The journey was silent, aware that excessive words could lead to missteps. Xiao Xingyun opted to feign sleep. Hu Lili, undisturbed, would occasionally cast him a flirtatious glance with her captivating eyes, leaving one to ponder her thoughts. Upon reaching the hotel room's door, they exchanged goodnights and retreated to their respective chambers. Xiao Xingyun, apprehensive about being sought by the authorities for assistance in their investigation, refrained from hastily returning to Shanghai. With the dawn of a new day, he deliberately ventured outside the hotel for breakfast, consciously avoiding Hu Lili. The morning was spent wandering the jade raw stone market. In truth, Xiao Xingyun had already perused the finest jade raw stones available, and his presence at the market today was fueled by a sense of unease. He lingered, hoping that the police might seek him out. With time to spare, he rented a tricycle and whimsically selected a few mid-quality jade raw stones, intending to have them cut in the market's free stone cutting area to earn a little extra money. Upon arriving at the cutting area, he was greeted by a somewhat surprised voice exclaiming, Mr. Xiao, are you here to make a fortune in Rueli as well? Turning to see Gu Qingcheng accompanied by Master Luo, watching intently as others cut stones, he remarked, what a coincidence, Ms. Gu. Have you not found suitable jade raw stones in Guangdong? We acquired a few, but they are nowhere near sufficient. Moreover, I have arranged to meet with Mr. Dantua here. As several masters believe his jade raw stones are of commendable quality, I intend to purchase a portion first. Xiao Xingyun was left speechless. He had clearly cautioned Gu Qingcheng about the inferior quality of the jade raw stones in Dantua's possession, yet she seemed undeterred. Chapter 53. I spend 3 million to find you, and you take just 3 minutes? Was the affluent beauty before him truly so naive and affluent that she would willingly leap into a pitfall she was aware of? If that were the case, it would be more prudent to favor himself over Dantua. No, such thoughts were unethical. Xiao Xingyun reined in his nefarious inclinations. Noticing his expression, Gu Qingcheng seemed to infer his thoughts and clarified. During the second negotiation, Dantua requested that I gather more appraisers to assess the probability of the sample's value through on-site cutting. Xiao Xingyun raised an eyebrow, inquiring, so the probability of value appreciation is quite high? Indeed, the probability exceeds 60%. Do you consider this probability to be reasonable? Gu Qingcheng hesitated, glancing at Master Luo beside her. Master Luo chuckled. Initially, I had a decent impression based on the surface. After cutting a batch of samples, The probability of appreciation was indeed high, which is why we traveled to Rayleigh for further verification. If everything checks out and the price is right, we have no reason to decline this batch. Xiao Xingyun sensed a potential trap, but, given his relatively brief experience in the trade, was uncertain of its nature. Since he was not well acquainted with Gu Qingqing and she appeared resolute in her decision, he felt it unnecessary to voice further objections. After all, he was merely a small player, striving to earn a modest living. At that moment, Zhu Chongjiu and Dantua arrived, appearing somewhat disheveled. Apologies for our tardiness. We just received a shipment from Myanmar and have been directing the workers to unload it. Currently, it is in disarray in the warehouse, and we have yet to sort it out, Zhu Chongjiu explained. Dan Tua then suggested, let us proceed to the warehouse together. We might select some stones to be cut on site. Xiao Xingyun, disinterested in their trivial matters, contemplated cutting a few jade rough stones from the tricycle to sell for profit. Just then, Gu Qingqing interjected, Mr. Xiao, shall we go together? I will compensate you for your consultation. What I have said is of no concern to you. I feel undeserving of your fee. Please seek someone more qualified. Xiao Xingyun politely declined. Sensing his impatience, Gu Qingqing earnestly replied, listen, I am certainly heeding your advice. Otherwise, I would not have conducted multiple assessments and tests. I am offering 1 million, and it will only take you an hour at most. This is the final assessment. Am I someone who lacks 1 million? Xiao Xingyun decisively rejected her offer without a moment's hesitation. 2 million. Apologies, Ms. Gu, but I truly lack the time. Xiao Xingyun's demeanor softened slightly. 3 million. Alas, considering your sincerity, I shall assist you once more, he replied, his tone resolute. There was no way to refuse such a generous offer. The prospect of earning the price of a luxury car in just 1 hour was too tempting. Something he had never dared to dream of before. The 5 large jade rough stones on the tricycle could easily ride into the warehouse. An hour was negligible. After all, for a man, capability is paramount. The instant Xiao Xingyun acquiesced, Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tua exchanged a discreet glance. Both harbored a certain wariness regarding Xiao Xingyun's adeptness in stone gambling and appraisal. With a complex smile, Zhu Chongjiu remarked, Mr. Xiao is also an old friend of ours. We welcome you to our warehouse for a visit. However, the appraisal of rough stones is always a matter of personal judgment. I hope Mr. Xiao understands the customs of our profession. This statement was layered in meaning. It could be interpreted as a veiled threat, a gentle admonition, or an attempt at bribery. Yet, stripped of context, it could also be rendered meaningless. Xiao Xingyun, with a hearty smile, replied, Thank you. I am merely here to take a casual look. Good stones and bad stones will not change their nature simply because I observe them closely. Indeed. Zhu Chongjiu replied with a sinister smile, gesturing for them to proceed as he and Dan Tua led the way. Gu Qingqing appeared oblivious to the subtle exchange, her graceful form moving in sync with Xiao Xingyun and the tricycle. Would you care to join me? She asked playfully. Surely, a few stones can fit in the vehicle. What could possibly hinder a beautiful lady like you? These stones are hardly mere rocks. Gu Qingqing laughed, gracefully taking a seat beside Xiao Xingyun. After a long day in high heels, the chance to rest on the electric tricycle was indeed a rare delight. This marked Gu Qingqing's first experience riding in an electric tricycle, and she felt no embarrassment. Much like how she felt no remorse for spending 3 million to have Xiao Xingyun assist her in examining the jade rough stones. The warehouse of Dantua is situated in a corner of the jade market, where a bustling unloading area accommodates numerous large trucks. It is said that a truckload of new goods is stacked within a spacious building, yet at first glance, it appears rather scant. Xiao Xingyun drives his tricycle directly inside, accompanied by Gu Qingqing, where several workers are engaged in sweeping away remnants and dust. A pile of jade roughs occupies the center of the warehouse, obstructing the pathway, thus limiting access to an area near the entrance. Xiao Xingyun notices a detail. On this side of the entrance, there are nearly all large stones weighing hundreds of pounds. With only about 20 small stones, each weighing perhaps 10 to 30 pounds, manageable for an average person to lift. Dantua introduces, Miss Gu, please feel free to select. These are high-quality roughs freshly transported from the Myanmar warehouse, containing old mine materials with a significant chance of appreciation. Zhu Chongjiu interjects, let us adhere to the old custom. Genuine gold fears no fire. You may select a few roughs, and we shall take them to the market for live cutting. Gu Qingqing nods and addresses Xiao Xingyun and Master Luo. I trouble you both to select a total of 10 stones. We will unveil the stones at the market. Miss, you are too kind. It is our duty, Master Luo replies, producing his tools, a magnifying glass and a powerful flashlight. And he carefully examines a small stone weighing a few pounds. Xiao Xingyun, meanwhile, stands empty-handed before the pile of stones, casually sifting through a few, ignoring the smaller stones, yet scrutinizing the immovable large ones. Dan Tuo and Zhu Chengjiu exchange glances, a flicker of wariness and concern passing between them. Xiao Xingyun swiftly surveys the larger stones, then lifts his gaze to assess the lighting around, saying, "Why is the lighting in the warehouse so dim? I cannot see anything. How am I to make selections?" Zhu Chengjiu explains, "I apologize, Mr. Xiao. Today has been hectic, and the electrical circuit in the warehouse has been faulty, leaving us unable to arrange repairs. However, it is broad daylight, and one can see clearly indoors without lights. Oh, perhaps your eyesight is superior. Mine, however, falters in the absence of light," Xiao Xingyun remarks, attempting to lift a stone weighing 500 to 600 pounds. Despite his body being enhanced by mysterious energy, he remains incapable of moving such a hefty jade rough. After all, his abilities primarily reside in his eyesight, while his physical form is merely an auxiliary enhancement, not significantly stronger than that of an average person. Thus, seemingly in a huff, Xiao Xingyun claps his hands, ceases his inspection, and returns to Gu Qingqing's side. "Have you finished?" Gu Qingqing inquires, astonished. "I have," Xiao Xingyun responds. "I paid 3 million to engage your services, and you're done in just 3 minutes?" In truth, the duration is not paramount for men. Effectiveness is what truly matters. If you deem it good, then it is indeed good, regardless of what others may say. Gu Qingqing's cheeks flush, feeling as though the wheels have just rolled across her face, the tires scalding hot. Chapter 54. Unmasking the fake, Jade Rough Scam, Zhu Chengjiu and Dan Tuo. Observing Xiao Xingyun's brief glance before his abandonment of the search, stand aside, engaged in flirtation with Gu Qingqing, feeling reassured. At this moment, their attention is entirely focused on Master Luo alone. Gu Qingqing took the opportunity to lean her lips close to Xiao Xingyun's ear and whispered, "Is there a problem?" The fragrant whisper sent a tingling sensation through Xiao Xingyun, who shivered unexpectedly. It was astonishing that a young lady from such a wealthy family would be so intimate and proactive just to ascertain the quality of the batch of jadeite rough stones. Thus, Xiao Xingyun leaned closer to her delicate ear, inhaling her subtle fragrance, and replied softly, "The issue is quite significant. All the large rough stones have been cut and reassembled, or they are hollow waste stones filled with lead or resin." Gu Qingqing, being overly sensitive, could not endure the closeness of his voice against her ear, and her earlobes, resembling jade pearls, instantly flushed with a rosy hue. However, she dismissed her shyness, her heart shaken by Xiao Xingyun's revelations. Could it be that all the large rough stones were counterfeit? This was a grave concern. If they proceeded with the original plan to purchase all the jadeite rough stones from this warehouse, it would cost over 2 billion Chinese yuan. Once the payment was made, that money would vanish into thin air. Not only would the operations of Gu's jewelry come to a standstill, but the entire financial chain of the Gu family would also be severely impacted, potentially leading to a rupture. How can we ascertain this clearly? Gu Qingqing inquired softly once more. "Wait until we select a large rough stone and request it to be unsealed. They will undoubtedly try to prevent us. In the ensuing dispute, if we intentionally drop it, the reassembled stones are likely to shatter, and at that point, any deception can be unveiled." "Very well. I shall heed your advice." The two conferred on this matter before stepping away. Xiao Xingyun remained unperturbed, his expression unchanged, while Gu Qingqing's ears and cheeks blushed, as though she had just been teased by him. Feeling somewhat weak in the knees, she urged, "Master Luo, have you made your selection? It need not be too meticulous. After all, it is merely for sampling and not for gambling." All right then. I shall choose these 5 pieces first, and let Xiao select the remainder." Master Luo, being an honest man, intended to give Xiao Xingyun a chance to shine. Xiao Xingyun casually pointed to 2 large rough stones, saying, "I do not wish to choose too many. These 2 will suffice." Zhu Zhongji immediately grew anxious and objected, "Such large stones are too costly. If they crumbled during cutting, who will bear the expense? Therefore, large rough stones are unsuitable for testing samples." Dan Tao added, "In fact, there is no such convention in the industry. Opportunities for sample testing are rare. I am sincerely interested in doing business with Gu's jewelry, which is why I am offering you this chance for sample testing. But you must not be too demanding." Xiao Xingyun was taken aback, seemingly hearing such rules for the first time. feeling somewhat at a loss as he turned to Gu Qingxing. Madam Gu, what do you think? He passed the responsibility to her. Gu Qingxing's beautiful eyes glimmered with a cold light. Indeed, as Xiao Xingyun had accurately pointed out, the other party would refuse if they sought to test the large rough stones. The more they resisted, the more she was determined to expose this deceit. How much for these 2 rough stones? I will purchase them for testing, Gu Qingxing stated calmly. What? Zhu Zhongji and Dan Tao exchanged frantic glances, bewildered. What's wrong? Is this not permissible? Gu Qingxing has now come to trust Xiao Xingyun's judgment. It is not that it cannot be done, however. Such substantial rough stones are valued at no less than 10 million, making it an imprudent choice for testing. Zhu Chongjiu is already sweating profusely, watching as this scheme is on the brink of success, only to be exposed by someone. I am not short of money. Name your price. Gu Qingxing declared with unwavering confidence. Very well, these 2 rough stones total 30 million. You can take them away once you provide the funds. Dan Tuo, gritting his teeth, resolved to cut his losses and escape. If he could not con 30 billion, then 30 million would suffice for a lifetime of indulgence. He had made up his mind. As Gu Qingxing arranged for the transportation of the 2 stones to the gem testing center, the 2 of them would flee immediately. As for the warehouse and the rough stones within, they were merely a trap, all registered under someone else's name. By the time Gu Qingxing attempted to claim the warehouse, she would find it impossible to take even a single stone, not even a counterfeit one. All right, Mr. Xiao, Master Luo, please assist in moving these 2 large stones. Master Luo was bewildered, unable to comprehend how the testing samples had transformed into cash purchases. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyun had already pried open a corner of the massive stone. Straining with all his might, his face reddening and veins bulging. Boss Zhu, come help me. Startled, Zhu Chongjiu shouted, if you can't move it, don't recklessly pry it. What if it gets damaged? As he spoke, he attempted to stop Xiao Xingyun. However, as soon as Zhu Chongjiu's hand brushed against Xiao Xingyun's arm, he let go of the stone. Simultaneously, he exclaimed, hey, don't touch my arm. I can't hold on. Bang! The enormous jade stone, which had been raised to waist height, fell heavily back to the ground, revealing itself to be a shoddily constructed fake, immediately shattering into 2 halves. The junction where it had been glued together displayed a ring of strong adhesive and attached faux skin particles. Between the 2 halves of the stone, there were smooth cutting marks, with a significant portion hollowed out and filled with a mixture of resin and lead blocks. This filling was intended to mimic the weight and tactile sensation of genuine stone. Master Luo's eyes widened as he shone a powerful flashlight upon it, furiously exclaiming, this is a spliced fake stone? Are you attempting to deceive us? Gu Qingxing, however, felt a sense of rebirth. Had it not been for Xiao Xingyun's final oversight, she would have undoubtedly fallen victim to the deception. After all, they had come with the firm intention of making a transaction, having even mobilized their funds. She merely cast a glance at the shattered jade stone before shifting her gaze back to Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun appeared utterly stunned, his gaze fixed vacantly on the split stone, repeatedly murmuring, how could this be? How could this be? Gu Qingxing nearly burst into laughter. His performance, albeit somewhat exaggerated, was perfectly timed, for both Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tuo stood there dumbfounded, resembling statues, their expressions distorted and fluctuating. Gu Qingxing had never witnessed such a rapid and complex transformation of expression in anyone before. Our raw jadeite has undoubtedly been swapped. I must confront the freight driver. I will accompany you. The shipping company must provide us with an explanation. After Zhu Chongjiu and Dan Tuo finished speaking, they turned and fled, hastily jumping into a car and disappearing into the distance. The workers who had been tidying up moments ago had vanished without a trace. Have we fallen victim to fraud? Master Luo finally realized the gravity of the situation. Xiao Xingyun, in a state of bewilderment, exclaimed, they are indeed swindlers? Fortunately, I accidentally damaged a piece of jadeite. Gu Qingxing, striving to quell her tumultuous emotions, remarked, thank you, Mr. Xiao and Master Luo, for revealing the true nature of these deceivers. But what should we do now? Should we report this to the authorities? Master Luo, still brimming with indignation, asserted, we must report this, or these fraudsters will continue to harm others. Master Luo is correct. We must notify the police. As Xiao Xingyun spoke, he noticed that the warehouse lacked surveillance cameras. He then gathered the genuine small jadeite pieces and loaded them onto a tricycle. The quality of these small stones was commendable. Among the 20 or so, 6 pieces were bound to appreciate significantly. Xiao, why are you taking their jadeite? Master Luo asked, astounded. Those swindlers cheated us. Taking a few of their jadeite pieces seems a reasonable way to compensate for the psychological harm, doesn't it? Xiao Xingyun replied, quite justifiably. That does seem reasonable, but let's leave things as they are for now. You all wait here for the authorities. I shall head to the cutting area to relieve some tension. With that, Xiao Xingyun rode off on his electric tricycle. Watching his retreating figure, Gu Qingcheng felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Spending 3 million to hire this jadeite consultant was indeed a wise investment. Moreover, he is a true expert in the field, far surpassing Master Luo. He could discern the authenticity of these raw stones with merely a glance. Chapter 55. A satisfied smile. Xiao Xingyun did not dwell on the matter. Having received 3 million from Gu Qingcheng, he felt it was his duty to alert her to the impending deception. Whether he might offend Zhu Chongzhou and Dan Tua or face their retaliation was not within his realm of concern. In the past, lacking the means for self-defense, he would endure danger with suppressed frustration. However, now that he had begun to grasp the pathways of attack and self-preservation through his newfound abilities, he would not hesitate to retaliate should danger arise again. If Zhu Chongzhou and Dan Tua dared to send someone to carry out malicious deeds, Xiao Xingyun would not shy away from striking back. Upon arriving at the cutting area, he took a number and marked the cutting lines with a marker, instructing the stone cutter to follow the lines. He planned to depart from Rueli that very night and could hardly contain his eagerness to showcase his prowess. While waiting, Xiao Xingyun noticed several individuals from last night's underground gambling event among the crowd. A balding middle-aged jade merchant sighed deeply, lamenting, "Alas, I lost over 10 million last night and encountered further troubles. I have truly suffered great losses. If I do not uncover a few quality pieces today, my workshop in the capital will have nothing left to work with." His companion comforted him, saying, "Let us not gamble anymore. If others come across good materials later, we can acquire them as long as the price is reasonable. For now, we have no choice." The balding middle-aged man dejectedly agreed. At that moment, the first piece of jadeite that Xiao Xingyun had chosen was cut open. The stone master joyfully exclaimed, "Congratulations to this esteemed owner. It's a significant increase in value, an exquisite type of jade with a milky white base and faint cracks, worth at least several million." This stone master was an expert, capable of providing an immediate appraisal. Following the industry's customary practice, once he delivered the good news, the owner would present him with a red envelope, the size of which depended on the owner's generosity. "I'll offer 5 million. Sell it to me," the bald middle-aged owner said, not deterred by the mid-range quality of the jadeite, as its substantial size and minor cracks promised the potential for numerous bangles. "I'll bid 5,500,000. 5,600,000. Are you all out of your minds? Competing over a piece of milky jade as if it were the last material on earth? I'll offer 5,800,000. Gritting his teeth, the middle-aged man decided to make one final bid, 6 million. This price was already quite high, and consequently, the subsequent bids were minimal. Once he announced 6 million, the competition swiftly dissipated. The balding man approached Xiao Xingyun and handed him a business card. "Brother, you have quite the luck. Do you agree to my offer? If so, I can transfer the funds right now." The jadeite that Xiao Xingyun had selected today was generally of moderate quality or slightly above, and would not incite excessive excitement once cut. This particular piece had been purchased for just over 1 million. The truly remarkable stones were the 6 pieces he had retrieved from Zhu Zhongzhou's warehouse. The name on the balding man's card was Hua Liuyi, and his workshop and store were located in Panjiayuan, the capital. Xiao Xingyun shook hands with Hua Liuyi, saying, "Hello, Boss Hua. You are quite generous with your offer, and I am not one to haggle excessively. Let us proceed with the deal as you suggested." "Thank you. Let us connect on WeChat. If I come across suitable materials in the future, I would love to collaborate," Hua Liuyi replied with delight. Xiao Xingyun was indeed interested in this arrangement, as it would be unwise to sell to only one buyer in future stone gambles. Occasionally diversifying his buyers would help conceal his brilliance. Regardless of their stature, Xiao Xingyun was willing to engage with all jade merchants, as his future acquisitions would heavily rely on these small to medium-sized traders. After exchanging WeChat information and phone numbers, Hua Liuyi promptly transferred 6 million to Xiao Xingyun. At that moment, the second piece of jade was unveiled, revealing a milky oil-green material of above-average fineness, which sold for 4,500,000. When the third stone was cut and revealed a significant increase, the gathering crowd of jade merchants erupted in excitement. Although the increase was modest, who could consistently achieve such gains in stone gambling? It was either extraordinary luck or exceptional skill in stone appraisal. Xiao Xingyun had not anticipated such fervor from the crowd. Regardless of the extent of the increase, people were attentively following his progress. He collected a stack of business cards, added numerous contacts on WeChat, and was even invited into various stone gambling groups. Xiao Xingyun was acutely aware that the jadeite rough beneath him could not be further cut. Any attempt would undoubtedly lead to calamity. Even with Ma Laosi deceased, there remained Zhao Laosi and Zhang Laosi. Who could say when they might turn their attention to him? As he pondered the most suitable excuse to halt the stone cutting, Gu Qingsheng arrived. Mr. Xiao, there is no need to cut the remaining rough stones. My Gu family jewelry has acquired them all. Each time Gu Qingsheng made an entrance, she radiated an aura akin to shimmering gold. A constant reminder to Xiao Xingyun of her affluent status. Have all arrangements been finalized? Xiao Xingyun inquired. Indeed, I've signed the necessary documents. For the remaining matters, I shall let Master Luo elaborate, Gu Qingsheng replied. And how do you intend to acquire these rough stones? Xiao Xingyun was not distrustful of her. The price of uncut rough stones compared to cut ones could vary by several multiples, warranting a thorough inquiry. Gu Qingsheng elucidated, my Gu family previously operated an antique shop. And before transitioning to jadeite, we established our own workshop and store in the 4 great jade capitals. Thus, these rough stones can be processed at my establishment. Excellent. Xiao Xingyun, having long since revealed his capabilities before her, now felt no need to conceal his prowess. By showcasing his true abilities, he anticipated that future opportunities for wealth would lead her to think of him more favorably. Consequently, Xiao Xingyun rode an electric tricycle, accompanied by Gu Qingsheng, out of the jade market. Although the jade merchants in the cutting area felt a sense of regret, they did not dwell on it. 2 hours later, Xiao Xingyun returned to the jade rough market, donning a satisfied smile akin to that of a delivery person as he returned the tricycle to the rental shop. His bank account had swelled by over 100 million. At the Gu family jade processing workshop, Gu Qingsheng remained in a state of shock and admiration. Incredible. Every piece surged. Not a single one was ruined. Xiao Xingyun is truly remarkable, surpassing even the most skilled stone gambling masters I have encountered. I should have personally invited him to the clandestine auction that day. Surely, my lack of respect led to his refusal. As this thought crossed her mind, she felt both regret and trepidation. Regret for not extending an invitation earlier, and trepidation for the fact that had she not offered a high price and insisted on having Xiao Xingyun as a gambling consultant, she would have undoubtedly fallen prey to Zhu Chongjiu's scheme. Thank goodness for my ancestors' protection, Gu Qingsheng exclaimed, patting her chest like a mountain. After dinner, Xiao Xingyun returned to his hotel room and promptly booked a flight back to Shanghai. The absence of any inquiries from the police regarding Ma Laosi's death throughout the day indicated that the underground stone gambling community had not leaked the identities of the gamblers. Another significant reason could be that the 2 bodyguards had confessed, failing to recall any involvement of Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun had merely donned a hat and mask, standing in Ma Laosi's office for mere seconds, witnessing the 2 security guards assaulting someone before he had cautiously retreated. To the police, this enigmatic figure's role in the incident was utterly inscrutable. Xiao Xingyun had just finished packing his luggage and was preparing to leave when he suddenly heard 2 muffled gunshots emanating from the adjacent room of Hu Lili. Startled, he instinctively activated his X-ray vision to peer into the neighboring chamber. Chapter 56. The virtuous young man who has never done anything wrong as Xiao gazed into the room. He beheld 3 figures sprawled on the ground, 2 of Hu Lili's female bodyguards, bloodied and lifeless, and a woman clad in a hotel staff uniform, brandishing a weapon. Clearly a hit woman. Standing upright were only 2 individuals, a man in hotel attire and Hu Lili herself, draped in a silk nightgown. The man, holding a silenced pistol, pointed it directly at Hu Lili's head and calmly stated, I can give you 3 more minutes to contemplate the whereabouts of the stolen jadeite fragments. No, you've misunderstood. I have never stolen anything. You may search me, Hu Lili implored, her pink silk robe revealing her fair arms and thighs, her figure alluring as she spoke. The armed man, however, displayed a sneer. Boss Hu, your seduction holds no power over me. Since you refuse to speak, I shall find it myself. With that, he delivered a forceful kick that sent Hu Lili crashing onto the bed. She cried, clutching her abdomen, the pain causing her to break into a sweat. The man approached the bedside table, where a small metallic box lay, equipped not only with an electronic lock, but also a fingerprint scanner. He lifted the box and moved in front of Hu Lili, aiming his weapon at her. Will you open it for me? or shall I blow your brains out? I will. Hu Lili, clearly terrified, offered no resistance and quickly inputted a sequence of numbers before placing her finger on the fingerprint scanner. With a click, the box opened. Inside were stacks of cash and several exquisite jadeite pieces, but at the center, resting in a compartment, were 4 jadeite fragments. Although the fragments were as white as jade, they stood out amidst the precious jadeites, as if glowing, captivating the gaze of any living creature. Pointing at the transparent bag containing the 4 jadeite fragments, the man coldly mocked, "Boss Hu, what are these? Are you still claiming that the jadeite fragments belonging to Diginia are not yours?" At this juncture, Hu Lili could no longer feign innocence. Suddenly quiet, she suppressed her pain, sat up, and spoke calmly. "You were sent by Wang Banzian, weren't you? This was not my directive. It was a subordinate of mine who acted independently and resorted to violence. If you help me contact Wang Banzian, I will compensate his losses twofold, including for Diginia's life." It's too late. A flicker of derision crossed the man's face as he slowly aimed his gun at Hu Lili. "In your next life, learn to be wiser and refrain from provoking those beyond your means." Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a wave of dizziness washed over him. Startled, he turned to assess the situation, only to feel a sharp pain surge through his groin. Just moments ago, the seemingly delicate Hu Lili unleashed a powerful kick between the man's legs, springing forth like a fierce leopard, intent on seizing the firearm from his grasp. The man was momentarily besieged by a multitude of illusions, as if countless Hu Lilis were converging upon him. However, being a professional assassin, he instinctively reacted, delivering a forceful punch to the side front. Thud! The blow connected squarely with Hu Lili's chin, rendering her unconscious as she collapsed at the feet of the armed man. In the aftermath of his strike, the man himself could scarcely maintain his composure, his mind swirling with chaotic thoughts. A chorus of voices incessantly urging him to surrender to slumber. With a dull thud, he, too, succumbed to the call of sleep, unable to resist the insistent beckoning. Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyun was on the verge of exhaustion himself. From a distance, employing his ocular abilities to harness mental energy, he had merely managed to hypnotize the assassin. Were he closer, he could have compelled the man to turn the gun upon himself. His intervention was not motivated by a desire to save Hu Lili. Rather, it was spurred by the sight of 4 shards of jade eyes. Greed surged within him, overpowering his rationality, compelling him to act. Upon witnessing the assailant's collapse and Hu Lili's unconscious state, Xiao Xingyun wasted no time in pushing open the adjacent door. It was fortunate that the door was not locked. Otherwise, the silenced gun would not have produced such a pronounced sound. He dashed into the room, his eyes gleaming with determination, heedless of the risks, and seized the 4 shards of jade eyes. Curiously, even through the transparent plastic bag, he felt the shard's energy absorb into him. As he assimilated the jade fragments, peculiar combat images flashed in his mind. Within the jade eyes, he envisioned a colossal energy shield capable of levitating and briefly soaring through the air. This was extraordinary. Was this third eye truly omnipotent? Through it, he could manifest an array of bizarre abilities: X-ray vision, seduction, flight, traversing spatial portals, and unleashing lethal beams of light. It seemed that with this third eye, nothing was beyond reach, except for the act of procreation. After absorbing the 4 jade shards, Xiao Xingyun sensed a surge of tremendous energy coursing through his eyes, bestowing upon him a qualitative enhancement. The surplus energy radiated from his eyes, enveloping his entire being in its beneficence. Yet, once the absorption was complete, reality set in. How could he explain this to Hu Lili? Was he to silence her permanently? Eliminate everyone present? Just as this dreadful thought crossed his mind, he vigorously shook his head, banishing it from his consciousness. He was but an ordinary person. He must not engage in heinous acts that defy morality. For like the powerful 3-eyed deity in the illusion, who, despite their strength and misdeeds, was relentlessly pursued and ultimately slain, he too could find himself in dire straits. But how could he elucidate the absence of the 4 jade shards? How should one deal with the armed assassin on the floor? Xiao Xingyun found himself in a dilemma when he suddenly noticed the seemingly unconscious man beginning to stir. Clearly, the assassin had awakened, feigning unconsciousness to assess the room's situation. Startled, Xiao Xingyun wasted no time. His gaze emitted an uncanny brilliance, piercing through the facade of the assassin's pretense. "Shoot yourself." This command bore no hint of hypnosis or suggestion. The assassin, just regaining consciousness and scanning the surroundings, abruptly opened his eyes, his expression vacant as he pressed the gun against his temple. Without a moment's hesitation, a gunshot rang out, and he was dead. A gaping hole in his head. Now, Xiao Xingyun faced a singular vulnerability, the transparent plastic bag at the center of Hu Lily's box, which once contained shattered jade fragments, but now lay empty, marred only by his fingerprints. He took a lighter from the nightstand, proceeded to the bathroom, and incinerated the plastic bag, disposing of the remnants in the toilet, flushing them away into the drainage system. The bathroom's ventilation system quickly dissipated the faint scent of burning plastic. Yet, glancing at the lighter in his hand, he was beset by a new quandary. This was no ordinary lighter. It was a meticulously crafted, feminine custom piece adorned with gold and diamonds, featuring an intricately carved rose scorpion. On Hu Lily's nightstand lay a similar feminine lighter and slender cigarettes, indicating ownership. Should he take this lighter, now bearing his fingerprints? Alas, the dilemma. A model citizen. Xiao Xingyun pondered why navigating life could be so arduous. Eventually, he retrieved a slender cigarette, ignited it with the lighter, and then carelessly returned the lighter to its original place. He took a puff and discovered it was a peach-flavored cigarette, quite delightful. Even for someone like him who seldom smoked. Surely, this would justify the fingerprints on the lighter, he mused, as he pulled out his phone to dial emergency services and the police. While awaiting the arrival of the officers, he noticed Hu Lily sprawled on the floor, her exposed skin too revealing, prompting him to fetch a thin blanket to cover her. Beyond that, he remained motionless, rooted to the spot. As a benevolent ordinary citizen, Xiao Xingyun's bright future was just beginning, and he wished for nothing more than to evade suspicion from the police and avoid imprisonment. As for the two female bodyguards and the female assassin lying in pools of blood, he did not spare them a glance. No questions, please. He simply felt faint at the sight of blood. Chapter 57. The Testimony of Truth and Fabrication in the Police Station. Xiao Xingyun, as the primary eyewitness and first to report the incident, was regarded as a crucial subject for interrogation. Though termed an interrogation, it was more akin to a relaxed inquiry, conducted by seasoned interrogators who subtly sought to elicit his words. Until dawn broke, no incriminating details emerged from their questioning. Xiao Xingyun recounted his experience to the police as follows. After finishing his packing and preparing to board a flight back to Shanghai, he was suddenly startled by the muffled sound of gunfire coming from the adjacent room. Driven by concern for his friend, Hu Lily, he anxiously ventured to investigate. Upon entering the room, which had been left ajar, he was horrified to discover 3 women lying in pools of blood, with Hu Lily sprawled beside the bed, in a state of uncertain survival. Beside her lay a male assailant, armed and with a gaping wound in his head, equally in a precarious condition. Faced with such a grim scene, a conscientious citizen at heart, he promptly contacted the authorities and called for medical assistance. In the midst of his overwhelming fear and worry, he resorted to smoking, a rare habit for him, taking 2 puffs from a woman's peach-flavored cigarette he found on the bedside. It was also worth noting that the blanket covering Hu Lily had been placed there by him. Beyond this, he claimed to have no further knowledge of the situation or any underlying animosities between the involved parties. This was the consistent account given by Xiao Xingyun, regardless of how many individuals questioned him. As for the fate of the assailant and the reason for Hu Lily's survival, or whether a third-party influence had entered the room to abscond with 4 jade fragments, such matters were beyond Xiao Xingyun's concern. His statements contained a mixture of truth and fabrication, aside from the 4 jade fragments and the use of his ocular abilities to eliminate the male assailant. Everything else was indeed factual. After Hu Lily regained consciousness in the hospital and learned of the events from the police station, she personally came to retrieve Xiao Xingyun, accompanied by an ineffective driver and a male bodyguard who was absent during the critical moment. Given that the victim's side trusted Xiao Xingyun and affirmed the veracity of his narrative, the police lifted their suspicions regarding him. In the vehicle, Hu Lily earnestly expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Xiao Xingyun," to which he replied, "No need for formalities, Hu. I didn't do much. By the time I entered your room, the assailant had already perished, and I remain unaware of who rescued you. I will look into this matter, but nonetheless, thank you. Should you require assistance in the future, feel free to call me. Add me on WeChat, and I will provide you with my personal number." "Sure, thank you." At that moment, Xiao Xingyun, without any hesitation, added Hu Lily on WeChat and saved her number on his phone, exhilarated as if he had struck a fortunate connection with a wealthy patron. "Thanks to your prompt report and the timely arrival of the ambulance, my 2 female bodyguards, despite their severe injuries, were saved. They are grateful to you." Once we return to Shanghai, I will treat you to a drink alongside them. All right, Xiao Xingyun replied. Let's not dwell on gratitude. I have opened a jade store at the Chenghuang Temple in Shanghai, and my partner is awaiting my return to commence operations. We can discuss matters further at a later time. A prosperous partnership, indeed. When your business opens, I shall arrange for a floral tribute to be sent. Thank you, Hu. I am in a bit of a rush to catch my flight. I've already altered my ticket once, and I cannot afford any further delays. After Xiao Xingyun finished speaking, he exited Hu Lily's Rolls-Royce. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you to the airport. Safe travels. Hu Lily watched as Xiao Xingyun hailed another taxi and vanished from sight, her brow furrowed in contemplation. The situation was undoubtedly more complex than he had portrayed, and the orchestrator was certainly Wang Banxian. But what was Xiao Xingyun concealing? The male bodyguard seated in front, eager to redeem himself, inquired of his employer. Shall I arrange for someone to investigate Xiao Xingyun? Hu Lily shot him a glare, her voice laced with ire. What purpose would there be in investigating Xiao Xingyun? What could he possibly have to hide? Why not pursue those who harbor animosity towards us instead? Her anger flared, aggravating the injury on her chin inflicted by the assassin's blow, which had nearly fractured her jaw. Following preliminary treatment at the hospital, the pain persisted, and the swelling had not subsided. She had temporarily discharged herself to retrieve Xiao Xingyun from the police station, but once her business was concluded, she would return for further medical care. The male bodyguard, chastised into silence, meekly replied, Our team is already diligently tracking Wang Banxian's whereabouts. Anyone daring to lay a hand on the boss will face dire consequences. I do not wish to hear idle chatter. I demand results. Now, take me back to the hospital. Yes, boss. Both the bodyguard and the driver responded in unison. An hour later, Xiao Xingyun boarded the plane. Once airborne, he exhaled a sigh of relief. Why was it that every venture into stone gambling was fraught with peril? Was it too much to desire merely to discreetly gamble and amass wealth? His first foray into the gambling scene in Guangdong province had ended with him being kidnapped by old Ma Si, leaving him terrified. The second occasion in Rayleigh had involved an assassin. Although the intended target was his neighbor Hu Lily, he had been equally frightened. Had he not been tempted by the 4 jade fragments, he would never have rushed in recklessly, as he was not one to take risks lightly. Alas, it is finally over. Time to return to Shanghai for a few days of rest and swiftly open the jade shop. Once the store was up and running, he would no longer feel the need to hesitate when asked about his profession. He planned to carve a few pieces from the jade stones he had sent back, selling what could be sold and storing the rest. Xiao Xingyun harbored no desire to hoard excessive amounts of top-quality jade. He merely wished to convert these exquisite stones into currency. Su Qing, somewhat oblivious, had inadvertently assisted Xiao Xingyun, and if possible, he wanted to help resolve her family's debt issues. Perhaps due to the sleepless night prior, exhaustion overcame him, and he dozed off in his seat. Sitting by the window, his slumber did not disturb anyone else. When the flight attendant roused him, he realized the plane had already landed. Upon returning to his rented accommodation at Ziyuan, he was greeted by the melodious sound of piano music from the neighboring apartment, gradually soothing his troubled spirit. The music, though audible in the courtyard, became faint upon entering his own home, far from intrusive. For those who cherished music, it was not noise. Su Qing was not at home. Just before boarding the plane, I had exchanged messages with her. She was likely rehearsing at school. The raw stones sent by Xiao Xingyun were received by Su Qing and were stacked in the basement, organized by batches. Xiao Xingyun need not bother with unpacking. With a mere sweep of his X-ray vision, he could ascertain if there were any issues. The finished jade artifacts for the shop were received by Luo Pengzi, who mentioned that the items had already been labeled and arranged in the display case. Having operated a stall at the Chenghuang Temple for many years, Luo Pengzi knew many people and could assist in resolving some of the unexpected issues that Xiao Xingyun had not considered. Granting him a 30% share was not a loss for Xiao Xingyun. After taking a shower and changing into a fresh outfit, Xiao Xingyun noticed the sun was nearing the horizon. Not wishing to cook at home, he drove his Mercedes-Benz to the entrance of the music academy, waiting for Su Qing to finish her classes, intending to treat her to a sumptuous meal. It was Friday, and a plethora of luxury cars lined the entrance, including Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and Porsches, making Xiao Xingyun's own vehicle blend seamlessly into the crowd. Chapter 58. The debt collector arrives because the main gate was closest to the Ziyuan villa. Su Qing passed through it daily. Soon, Xiao Xingyun spotted her silhouette. A beautiful woman always drew attention. Today, Su Qing wore black, loose-fitting dance pants, which were elastic and slightly fluffy, enhancing her figure. On top, she had on a pink cartoon t-shirt, though it was loose. Her ample curves made the outfit attract numerous admiring glances as she exited the academy. Xiao Xingyun had not informed her of his arrival, wishing to surprise her. However, just as he stepped out of the car, two fierce-looking middle-aged men blocked Su Qing's path. "You are Su Qing, aren't you? Your family owes my boss a significant amount of money. How do you intend to repay it?" Su Qing seemed to have anticipated this day. She remained remarkably calm and replied, "I do not owe you any money. If someone owes you, you should seek them out." This had been a strategy discussed with her parents, as she knew she was unable to repay even the interest on the debts. The two men threatened menacingly, "Oh, you think you can evade responsibility? Do you believe we won't shout for you every day at your school? We can also approach your teachers and principal to demand payment." "I do not owe you anything. Do as you please," Su Qing retorted, unafraid of their threats, knowing that the crowd gathered at the school gate would ensure her safety. "Debts are inherited. Your father owes our boss money, and you must repay it. Come with us back to Hangzhou, and we will discuss how to settle the debt." The men, realizing that the crowd was too large, attempted to take Su Qing away, flanking her on either side. Fear gripped Su Qing's heart, and she prepared to cry out for help. At that moment, Xiao Xingyun suddenly appeared, shielding Su Qing behind him and simultaneously prying the men's hands away. Su Qing concealed herself behind Xiao Xingyun, finding an inexplicable sense of security in his tall and robust figure as he shielded her from the impending danger. With righteous fervor, Xiao Xingyun bellowed, "Stop! Do you not recognize the sanctity of this place? How dare you attempt to abduct students from the music academy? Classmates, hasten to call the authorities and apprehend these wrongdoers." The onlooking students, initially oblivious to the unfolding drama, heeded Xiao Xingyun's call and, without a moment's hesitation, began to dial for help. The two menacing figures before them were clearly not of good character, brazenly attempting to kidnap their junior or senior sister right at the academy's entrance. Was there no law? With someone stepping forward to uphold justice? How could they stand idly by? Surely, they could not allow their junior or senior sister to look down upon them. The two debt collectors grew anxious, hastily proclaiming, "We are legitimate employees of a debt collection agency, not villains. Reporting us will be futile. Our actions are lawful. Su Qing's parents owe a substantial sum to our employer, and I am merely here to collect what is rightfully owed." From the crowd emerged a tall and slender figure, Zhao Kai, a classmate of Su Qing. Excitement surged within him as he realized that Su Qing's family was in debt. His moment of glory had arrived. If he could assist her family in settling their obligations, would she not be at his mercy? Unable to suppress his enthusiasm upon beholding Su Qing's exquisite figure, he declared, "Your family owes money to your boss? How much? I will help her repay it." Zhao Kai's expression brimmed with arrogance as he spoke loudly. "What? You will help her repay?" The two debt collectors stared at him incredulously, for the debt amounted to over 180 million. "Is your family the wealthiest in Shanghai? You think you can just pay it off? Is it worth over 100 million just to woo a girl? With that kind of money, how many stunning beauties could you attract at a club? Moreover, aside from the debt to our boss, there's an additional 100 million owed to the bank. Will you cover that as well?" Zhao Kai misunderstood the debt collector's incredulous expressions, believing they were taken aback by his generosity. Thus, he raised his voice even higher, sternly asserting, "Yes, I will help her repay it. But remember, once the debt is settled, you must leave and never return to the music academy, or you will face the consequences." "Very well, here is a copy of the debt contract. If you settle the payment, we will depart immediately and never set foot in the music academy again." One of the collectors handed the contract to Zhao Kai. Upon glancing at the document, Zhao Kai nearly had his eyes pop out in shock, exclaiming, 186 million? How is it so much? It has always been this amount. What did you think it was? The collector, observing Zhao Kai's reaction, realized that he could not possibly repay such a sum. "I thought it was merely 100 or 200,000. Zhao Kai's face flushed with embarrassment as he awkwardly returned the contract, stammering, "I'm sorry, I cannot repay it." With a resounding slap, the collector struck Zhao Kai's face, cursing, "You can't repay it, yet you act like a big shot? Who gave you the audacity to demand we leave?" Dazed by the blow, Zhao Kai felt not only the sting on his cheek, but also the profound humiliation within his heart. "Initially, I sought to impress Su Qing by showcasing my financial prowess. Yet my attempt backfired miserably, resulting in humiliation. How dare you strike me? I shall report this," Zhao Kai exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. The debt collector, with a sinister grin, retorted, Someone has already alerted the authorities. Once at the police station, we can easily cover your medical expenses. Such trivial sums are hardly a burden for us. Zhao Kai, reluctant to provoke the debt collector further, concealed his face and approached Su Qing. He glanced at her, then at the robust and handsome Xiao Xingyun, feeling a pang of jealousy as he observed their intimate demeanor. Xiao Qing, I took a slap for you. Could you not offer me a word of comfort? While my finances may be lacking, I am certainly not like some provincial bumpkin who dares not utter a sound in this place. Zhao Kai lamented. Su Qing hesitated. Casting a glance at Xiao Xingyun's expression before responding, I appreciate your concern, but please do not interfere in my affairs. Moreover, Xiao Xingyun is my boyfriend, and I hope you can show him the respect he deserves. Respect a provincial ruffian? He is unworthy, Zhao Kai declared proudly. Leave. If you utter another word, I shall strike you. Xiao Xingyun, initially disinclined to engage with such an insufferable individual, found his patience wearing thin as Zhao Kai continued to prattle on, becoming increasingly bothersome. You wouldn't dare? Zhao Kai retorted, feigning bravado, convinced that with the police likely on their way, Xiao Xingyun would not dare to strike him. With a chilling laugh, Xiao Xingyun raised his hand as if to strike. Zhao Kai, startled, shrieked and stumbled backward, only to trip over an unseen object and fall to the ground. Tears streaming from the pain. The onlookers erupted in laughter. At that moment, the sound of police sirens echoed from the street corner. Reinforcements had arrived. The two debt collectors, their expressions menacing, approached Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing, threatening, when the police arrive, you'd best keep your mouth shut, otherwise, you won't know how you met your end. We are seasoned in such matters. The police will find no evidence. Su Qing shuddered in fear, retreating behind Xiao Xingyun. Yet, Xiao Xingyun's eyes glimmered with a strange light as he gazed at the two debt collectors, saying, You are quite impressive. When the police arrive, do regale them with tales of your murders and other crimes. The two debt collectors momentarily fell into a daze, responding blankly, Sure. Just then, several police officers approached. Solemn and authoritative, inquiring, Who made the call? What transpired here? Xiao Xingyun promptly raised his hand, declaring, It was my girlfriend who reported this. These two men instigated trouble. My girlfriend owes them nothing, yet they harassed her for debts. During their demands, they threatened us, claiming to have taken lives. Upon hearing that the two debt collectors had committed murder, the responding officers immediately grew vigilant, drawing their firearms and aiming them at the men. Have you truly taken lives? Officer Li, leading the team, asked loudly. I have killed two. One debt collector boasted. I have killed one. The other chimed in. Two debt collectors, their gazes slightly vacant, responded honestly. Initially, Officer Li was merely conducting a routine inquiry, but to his astonishment, the individuals confessed. He commanded his subordinates, immediately apprehend them and take them back for a thorough interrogation. Yes, the responding officers swiftly pounced, handcuffing the two debt collectors, as they offered no resistance. They were easily subdued. Upon searching them, to everyone's surprise, they discovered they were armed with daggers. Officer Li, feeling uneasy, inquired before they were placed in the vehicle. Whom did you kill? They recounted, with chilling detail, their first murder near the university area in Hangzhou, where they had intoxicated a female student, only to inadvertently cause her death and subsequently discarded her body in a nearby sewer. They recounted a second incident with equal candor, leaving the officers present utterly astounded. This group was exceedingly vicious, brazenly unrepentant. With a single question, they divulged everything. Su Qing, nestled beside Xiao Xingyun, was paralyzed with fear, realizing that these debt collectors were indeed murderers. It was terrifying. Moments ago, they had contemplated abducting her back to Hangzhou. Had they succeeded, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Zhao Kai, who had been seated on the ground, had long since scrambled to escape. He had been close enough to overhear everything. Goodness, these two fearsome-looking debt collectors are murderers? I was terrified, he thought, feeling the urge to withdraw his earlier demands for compensation. What if they were angered? What if they escaped one day and sought revenge on his family? As a cultured and affluent individual, he believed it beneath him to engage with murderers. He fled. The officers, having apprehended two significant suspects, showed little interest in the debt dispute involving Su Qing. They had not harmed her, nor had they caused any severe repercussions. Although the debt was genuine, it belonged to her parents, not her. Thus, they merely took a brief statement before departing with their two murderers in tow, their triumph echoing as they left. If they could solve these three homicides, it would be a significant achievement. Remarkably, the two murderers were exceedingly cooperative. answering every question without hesitation, a rarity in Officer Lee's years of experience. He couldn't fathom what had driven them to such recklessness. Yet, that was of little consequence. Xiao Xingyun took Su Qing's hand, guiding her into his Mercedes. As she settled into the passenger seat, she collapsed into his embrace. I was so frightened. They were murderers and could even find my school. How terrifying. Su Qing trembled slightly, recalling that she had never encountered such horror in her life. Xiao Xingyun gently patted her back, reassuring her, "It's all right. It's all over now. The officers have captured such individuals, and they will face the death penalty. However, the address of my school has been leaked, and creditors will undoubtedly send others to urge repayment. If you find yourself in a similar predicament, the first course of action should be to report to the authorities, followed by giving me a call. If I am nearby, I will certainly come promptly to assist you. For the time being, this is our only recourse." To alleviate Su Qing's distress, Xiao Xingyun chose a lavishly decorated Western restaurant for dinner, where they could enjoy a meal together. The establishment was bustling with patrons, creating an inviting atmosphere, complemented by live piano music, which would serve to distract her from the earlier events. After their dinner, Su Qing's spirits considerably improved. Accompanying her to a nearby shopping mall, they purchased several items of clothing and cosmetics before returning to the Ziyuan villa. Su Qing, somewhat confused, had followed Xiao Xingyun, who had never bought her anything before, tonight. However, he had treated her to gifts as a form of compensation. Xiao Xingyun vaguely understood that his unique ocular abilities had led to Su Qing's distorted perception, causing her to become enamored with him, whether it be love, desire, or something else entirely. She was, in any case, utterly captivated. Upon returning to the villa, after a refreshing shower, she changed into a seductive black silk ensemble, eager to perform a solo singing and dancing act for Xiao Xingyun. She exhibited even more initiative than he did. As lively music filled the air, Xiao Xingyun found himself partaking in a performance that even the most esteemed patrons could scarcely experience. Su Qing not only sang beautifully but danced with professional finesse. Her flexibility, remarkable. Although their exchanges were minimal, their synergy was seamless. Ensnared by Xiao Xingyun's extraordinary gaze, Su Qing nearly succumbed to the illusions reminiscent of her first experience. Loving him with a fervor that bordered on obsession, showcasing all her talents in a bid to please him. The following morning, upon awakening, Xiao Xingyun mused to himself. That three-eyed deity met a fitting end. How utterly malevolent. Were it not for the persistent calls from Fat Lu urging him to come to the shop, he might have lingered in bed a while longer. The items Xiao Xingyun selected were predominantly exquisite pieces, and Fat Lu had no objections. His insistence on Xiao Xingyun visiting the store was merely to review the work and assess the results of the past few days. With the completion of renovations, Fat Lu had neatly arranged the first batch of jade and gemstone products by category. The marked prices typically reflected approximately 5 times the cost price. And when the quality of the materials and craftsmanship was harmoniously aligned, collectible-grade pieces emerged. Such unique collectibles in jade could be quite intriguing when a discerning customer came along. Pricing them at 10 or even 20 times the cost price could lead to eager buyers clamoring for them. Upon entering the store, Xiao Xingyun was greeted by Fat Lu and 3 female staff members. "Welcome, Mr. Xiao, to our establishment. We eagerly await your guidance." The quartet bowed in unison at a 90-degree angle, adding a touch of ceremony to the occasion. Xiao Xingyun felt a surge of delight, experiencing a glimpse of the joy that comes with being a boss. These 3 employees had been recruited by Xiao Xingyun himself. Chen Ning was the cashier, while Zhang Ting and Wu Xiaoxua served as sales associates, each possessing prior experience in the jade and gemstone retail sector. Aside from Zhang Ting, who was dismissed from her original shop, the other 2 individuals were lured by Xiao Xingyun's substantial sales commissions. Initially, there were intentions to recruit 2 security guards. However, suitable candidates could not be found. After inquiring with nearby shop owners, it was revealed that security was unnecessary during daytime operations. In the event of a robbery, pressing the alarm would summon patrolling officers within approximately 5 minutes. Even if a few security guards were hired, could their rubber batons truly deter a robber? Upon further contemplation, Xiao Xingyun concurred, realizing that the salaries of 2 security guards could be saved. This is quite satisfactory. I believe we are ready to commence trial operations today and gauge the atmosphere. Tomorrow morning, we shall officially open. A few fireworks and floral arrangements will suffice, Xiao Xingyun declared. Fat Luo looked taken aback. Shouldn't we invite friends and family to join in the festivities? He hesitated. Well, I was actually hoping to collect some monetary gifts. Xiao Xingyun frowned. Collecting gifts from those who are hardly deserving holds no value. If I were to invite anyone, it would only be my college classmates, but that would likely cause more distress than joy. It's better not to invite anyone at all. Fat Luo shifted uncomfortably. If you prefer not to host or receive gifts, then so be it. However, my parents are quite anxious about my current endeavors. They suspect I am deceiving them. If you have the time, could you come to my home and chat with them? Sure. In fact, it's been over a year since we became friends, and I have yet to visit your home. There is no time like the present. Let us go today, Xiao Xingyun replied. After delegating the store to the 3 employees for trial operations, he purchased some common gifts and accompanied Fat Luo to visit his parents. This visit also served as a means to deepen their partnership, ensuring that they were not merely acquainted through phone numbers, WeChat IDs, and identification numbers, but also familiar with one another's living circumstances. Should any issues arise, it would be quite awkward if they were unable to locate each other. Chapter 60. Fat Luo's family background. While in the car, Fat Luo informed Xiao Xingyun that his parents had already expressed concern when he purchased the Porsche. Now, upon hearing that he was partnering with someone to open a shop, their anxiety had escalated, insisting on meeting Xiao Xingyun to feel at ease. Understanding the parental instinct, Xiao Xingyun empathized with Fat Luo's parents. If he were to flaunt his newly acquired Mercedes-Benz among his circle of friends, his own parents and siblings would undoubtedly worry, questioning whether he was engaging in any illicit dealings. At that moment, Fat Luo's phone rang. Lao Ban, you asked me to look into Ma Laoxi's situation last time. And just a couple of days later, he passed away. You didn't have anything to do with this, did you? A cautious voice inquired over the line. What? Ma Laoxi is dead? You must be joking. Fat Luo exclaimed in shock. Who would joke about such matters? A life is at stake, and this is no trivial matter. I assure you, it was not me. Consider my current condition. My half-deteriorated body, enhanced with steroids, is hardly capable of any wrongdoing. I'm merely trying to avoid trouble and find some joy, the voice responded. Let us hope that's the case. I have other matters to attend to, so I'll hang up now. We'll talk later. Due to the tranquility within the compartment, the loud voice of the other party caught Xiao Xingyun's keen hearing, allowing him to catch snippets of conversation. Did Fat Luo really serve in the military? Had he seen battle? After hanging up the phone, Fat Luo cast a puzzled glance at Xiao Xingyun and inquired, Comrade Xiao, did you kill Ma Laoxi? Xiao Xingyun laughed exaggeratedly, exclaiming, Oh, brother Fat, don't jest. That could be fatal. You know my circumstances. I am merely the son of a peasant family hailing from the mountains, with 3 generations of impoverished farmers behind me. I graduated from university just over a year ago and am the hope of our village. How could I possibly commit murder? That's true, Fat Luo conceded. I was merely speculating. Don't get too worked up. If it wasn't you, then who could it be? Are you foolish? Ma Laoxi ran an underground gambling operation, often resorting to unscrupulous methods to deceive others, even going so far as to kidnap skilled gamblers for free. He has made many enemies, and countless people wish to see him dead. Who do we think we are? Why must we bear the brunt of any trouble that arises? Indeed, I nearly fell into that brat's trap myself. Fat Luo sighed in relief. As they spoke, they had already entered a high-end residential community, which boasted stringent security and a pleasant environment. Before stepping inside, Fat Luo instructed Xiao Xingyun, My parents are wonderful. Just answer their questions honestly. We have no secrets to hide. Understood, Xiao Xingyun replied obediently. Fat Luo opened the door and called out, Mom, Dad, I brought my friend Xiao Xingyun home. As Xiao Xingyun changed into slippers, he was met by 2 elderly figures clad in military uniforms, appearing to be in their 50s. The man was serious and handsome, while the woman exuded a gentle beauty and grace. To his surprise, both of Fat Luo's parents were military personnel, and still active at that. Goodness, Fat Luo, what a lack of martial decorum. With such a lineage, why are you peddling at the city god temple? Have you lost your mind? Fat Luo's mother smiled warmly, saying, You must be Xiao Xingyun, right? I've often heard De Zhao speak of you. You are his apprentice in the jade industry, but following him, your talents might as well be wasted, like pearls covered in dust. Auntie, you jest. Under Brother Fat's guidance, I've learned quite a bit about jade. He has been my enlightening mentor in this field, Xiao Xingyun replied sincerely. This was no mere flattery. When Xiao Xingyun first entered the industry, Fat Luo had indeed taught him meticulously for a time. This was also the reason Xiao Xingyun endeavored to support Fat Luo after gaining his own insights. Fat Luo's father scrutinized Xiao Xingyun with a serious expression, sensing the young man's integrity. He then gestured, "Sit down, Xiao Xingyun. Dezhao, prepare a pot of Longjing tea for our guest." Right away, Fat Luo responded, bustling off to brew the tea with his hefty physique. While conversing with Fat Luo's parents, Xiao Xingyun noticed several photographs adorning the television cabinet. Among them were images of Fat Luo's parents in their youth, revealing a strikingly handsome man and a graceful woman. It was hard to fathom how they had given birth to someone like Fat Luo. Had there been a mix-up at the hospital? However, there was also a family portrait featuring the three of them, with a tall, robust young soldier beaming with vitality positioned between the two. Who could that be? His handsome features were only marginally less striking than his own. Upon noticing Xiao Xingyun's gaze, Luo Dezhao's mother took the initiative to introduce her son, saying, "This is Dezhao, in his former glory before the injury." Afterward, the medical conditions at the border were quite dire, and an infection set in. To save him, they resorted to some experimental hormonal treatments, which unfortunately led to subsequent weight gain, compelling him to retire. In what seemed an effort to underscore Luo Dezhao's commendable character, his mother retrieved his commendation medal and some old photographs from a drawer. Xiao Xingyun was left astounded, his heart shaken. Could it be that all of Luo Dezhao's previous boasts were, in fact, grounded in truth? However, his claim of being a king of soldiers was undeniably a fabrication. Why not claim to be a god of war? As Luo Dezhao poured the freshly brewed Longjing tea for everyone, he noticed Xiao Xingyun's expression and, with a proud smile, remarked, "See, I wasn't misleading you, was I? But why are you selling trinkets at the city god temple? With your background, you could easily secure a position as a minor leader upon transitioning to civilian life. This is merely a personal interest of mine. Let's not dwell on it." Luo Dezhao replied, adopting a demeanor that reeked of lofty disdain. His father, unyielding in his critique, interjected, "Superstition. It was when he was under enemy attack, wearing a jade amulet for protection, that a bullet's trajectory was altered, narrowly missing his heart. Consequently, after returning from the border, he immersed himself in the world of jade, preferring to sell trinkets rather than pursue a conventional job." Speaking of superstition, Xiao Xingyun felt invigorated. His recent experiences defied even the most seasoned Ghostbusters explanations. After some exchange, both parties found the conversation enjoyable. Luo Dezhao's parents disclosed that they worked in the logistics department of the municipal garrison, leading ordinary lives as grassroots employees. In turn, Xiao Xingyun shared that he was the son of a common farmer, having graduated from university, dabbled in the art of stone gambling, earned a modest sum, and opened a small jade shop to make ends meet. Seeing the sincerity in each other's expressions and words, they chose to trust one another. After finishing lunch at Luo Dezhao's home, Xiao Xingyun took his leave. As he drove away in his Mercedes, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief, reflecting on how he had nearly been deceived by those so-called ordinary grassroots workers, had he not accidentally glimpsed their work badges. Now, it became clear to Xiao Xingyun why Luo Dezhao had once impulsively shared a photo of his newly acquired Porsche on social media, only to face a night of interrogation from his parents. They feared that someone might exploit their son, Luo Dezhao, to gain favors, leading to potential missteps. Once Xiao Xingyun departed, Luo Dezhao's parents felt a sense of satisfaction and called him over, saying, "Your friend is quite commendable, sincere, and grounded," showing gratitude. "He is someone we can get along with. Should you encounter any insurmountable troubles at your shop in the future, feel free to give me a call." Chapter 61. The neighbor next door. Upon returning to the Salon Villa, Xiao Xingyun parked the car, picked up some fruit, and was about to head back to his room when he noticed a familiar face from the neighboring courtyard waving at him. Xiao Xingyun was taken aback, not expecting to encounter Qin Tianxi, the young heir of the Qin auction house next door. The two had previously interacted at an auction, exchanging contact details, and were currently friends on WeChat. Xiao Xingyun recalled that his neighbor was a beautiful woman with long hair, skilled at playing the piano, and they occasionally exchanged nods from across the courtyard. The drawback of living in a row villa was the low courtyard fence. The iron railing at the top had large gaps, allowing a clear view into the neighboring yard. If one wished to conduct private affairs, they could only drive into the underground parking garage and take a separate elevator upstairs. "Why is young Master Qin here? I thought my neighbor was a beauty," Xiao Xingyun teased with a smile. "I am a friend of Tang Shi, you know how it is. Today, I arranged a meeting with several seasoned professionals from the music industry to help her craft a bespoke song. Those scoundrels from the music scene have no sense of time. Half an hour past our appointment, and they still haven't shown up. I couldn't sit still, so I came out to smoke a cigarette," Qin Tianxi explained, raising the cigarette in his hand, offering one to Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun waved his hand, smiling as he declined. Thank you, but I don't smoke. Suddenly, Qin Tianxi asked, by the way, do you still have any top-quality jade? He continued, my shop is currently in need of exceptional materials as I am preparing for the upcoming jewelry exhibition in Hong Kong and must create several standout pieces. I do have a few exceptional pieces left. It all depends on what price you are willing to offer, young Master Qin. In truth, Xiao Xingyun was in dire need of money. If he could exchange his jade for cash, it might alleviate some of Su Qing's family's debt issues. I may not inflate the price like Gu Qingcheng, but I assure you it will be above market value. If you are interested, let us schedule a time for an appraiser to evaluate it, and we can discuss further. Sounds good. I won't keep you from your date with the beauty. Xiao Xingyun replied, turning to head towards his front door. Don't misunderstand. Tang Shi and I are merely friends, nothing more, Qin Tianxi said, glancing back nervously at the living room of the villa. Haha, no need to explain. I believe you, all right? Qin Tianxi glared in frustration, thinking to himself that he wished it were otherwise, but Tang Shi scarcely acknowledged him. Despite his wealth, Tang Shi's family background was also impressive. Otherwise, with his financial prowess, he would have won her over long ago. Upon returning to his own living room, Xiao Xingyun saw Su Qing curled up in the corner of the sofa. Her eyes red as she spoke on the phone with her parents, her voice hoarse, likely from crying. Noticing Xiao Xingyun return with fruits, Su Qing quickly wiped away her tears and exchanged a few hurried words with her parents before abruptly hanging up. Why are you crying again? Didn't I say that once I finished these few busy days, I would find a way to help Uncle with the debt issues? Xiao Xingyun sat beside her, pulling her into an embrace and soothing her gently. Yes, I don't want to cry either, but I just can't help it. Su Qing murmured weakly as she nestled into Xiao Xingyun's arms. But you mustn't cry anymore. If you ruin your voice, how will you sing in the future? Just listen to yourself. It's already hoarse. It is not tears that I shed. Rather, I merely endured a taxing night, and my throat is slightly sore. A brief respite shall suffice. It is my fault. I should not have allowed you to overexert your voice. Xiao Xingyun immediately acknowledged his mistake, embracing her soft, delicate form, assuring her that henceforth, he would tread the righteous path and eschew any nefarious ways. How annoying! Su Qing exclaimed bashfully, playfully punching his chest with her small fists. Xiao Xingyun endeavored to cheer her up, unveiling the fruits he had just procured, and fed her a banana. Once she was satiated, he descended to the basement, preparing to carve several exquisite jade stones to sell to Qin Tianxi. The basement of the villa had been meticulously treated for moisture and water resistance. It was brightly lit and boasted an excellent ventilation system. Therefore, the process of stone unearthing would not be overly burdensome. Xiao Xingyun selected a few medium-sized premium stones, within which the jade flesh exhibited both red and green hues. However, as to whether they would meet the top-tier standards, he was not entirely certain. His X-ray vision allowed him to discern most internal characteristics, yet some finer details remained elusive. For instance, his vision might reveal a patch of green within the jade stone, but the exact shade was difficult to ascertain. Distinguishing between glassy and icy greens through X-ray vision proved challenging, yet once cut, the difference became readily apparent. Moreover, within the same type of jade stone, numerous grades of green could exist, each differing by several folds in price, sometimes even dozens of times. For example, while both the icy jade of Zhengyang green and the oil green belong to the green spectrum, the price of Zhengyang green can be hundreds, even thousands of times that of oil green. Such is the absurdity of market prices. Xiao Xingyun placed a stone into the unearthing machine, secured the dust cover and soundproof shield, and pressed the automatic unearthing switch. However, the noise remained deafening, compelling him to don noise-canceling headphones as he marked lines on the freshly selected stones. His X-ray vision could not be employed indefinitely, so he conserved its use. After all, the peculiar energy it produced was exceedingly faint during mundane activities such as eating. A substantial amount of this extraordinary energy could only be anticipated from absorbing ancient jade or other antiques, with older pieces containing greater energy reserves. Working diligently until dusk, Xiao Xingyun rinsed the 5 exquisite jade pieces, revealing their translucent, crystalline quality under the light. No polishing or grinding was necessary. Anyone who gazed upon them would immediately recognize their considerable value. May Qin not be too unreasonable if he presses too hard on the price. Even if I am in dire need of funds, I shall not engage in the transaction, Xiao Xingyun remarked as he exited the basement. He found Su Qing clad in home loungewear, busily attending to preparations in the kitchen. A partner who excels in both the drawing room and the kitchen, and who shares the bed, is indeed a fortune bestowed upon anyone. Darling, please take a moment to rest. The meal will be ready shortly. Su Qing called back to Xiao Xingyun upon hearing his approach. Outside, she referred to him as Yun Gu, while at home, she addressed him as husband, and in the bedroom, her terms of endearment were even more varied. The modern young women, alas, have been led astray by the knowledge of the internet. Xiao Xingyun took the opportunity to wash up and then went to the balcony to retrieve the drying duvet covers and bed sheets. While folding them, he noticed a stain of blood on the sheets from their last night together, which had not been properly cleaned. Sighing with a twinge of regret, he thought to himself that he would need to purchase 2 new sets of sheets and set this one aside. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was his mother calling. "Mom, have you eaten?" he inquired. "We had an early dinner as we are currently building a house," she replied. "How far along is the construction? How much more do you need?" "We're just about to start the second floor, but the prices of building materials have risen recently. The original budget isn't sufficient. Your father mentioned we might still need an additional 20 to 30,000. This house is intended for your wedding," she continued. "Your father insists on making it impressive. We cannot skimp on it." "Indeed, we shouldn't cut corners, or there will be no chance for repairs later," he responded. "You need not worry about finances. Business has been good lately, and I've made a profit. I will transfer some money to you shortly. There's no rush. Make sure to keep enough for yourself and eat well. Do not sacrifice your health for the sake of saving money." After an extended conversation filled with familial warmth, they finally ended the call. Immediately after, Xiao Xingyun transferred 50,000 to his parents, fearing he would become too busy later and forget, causing them unnecessary worry. As parents from a rural village in Sichuan, they had always favored sons over daughters, but their affection for him was undeniable. The recent request for money stemmed from a promise he made to them before the house was built. Their greatest wish as parents was to provide their son with a beautiful home, and with the addition of a lovely daughter-in-law, their dreams would be fulfilled. However, Xiao Xingyun's circumstances were too complicated to share the truth with them. He could only send them money periodically to ensure they could enjoy a better life. "Honey, dinner is ready," Su Qing called out cheerfully from the dining table, wearing an apron and looking every bit like a newlywed eager to serve her husband. "I'm coming," Xiao Xingyun replied, hurrying to the table, knowing he had much to accomplish that evening and needed to eat well. Chapter 62. If you dig a pit, I will dig a well. Xiao Xingyun prioritized his legitimate tasks before indulging in frivolous activities. Su Qing spent her days singing, dancing, and live streaming, which were clearly not serious endeavors. His legitimate work involved compiling and analyzing the shop's accounts. As it was the first day of trial operations, after closing, cashier Chen Ning sent him the day's transaction records. The current payment system is highly sophisticated, making it easy for the owner to check accounts by simply matching sales figures with inventory. A quick glance at the total sales, along with an estimation of discounts and losses, suffices. Additionally, there is a weekly reconciliation and a monthly inventory check, ensuring that any dishonest actions from employees would be nearly impossible if the owner exercised a modicum of diligence. Despite the lack of promotion during the trial run, the business generated an impressive revenue of 248,000, yielding a profit of approximately 200,000 after deducting costs. Xiao Xingyun was left utterly astounded. Indeed, opening a shop proved to be exceedingly lucrative. If he had opted for a street stall, it might have taken him an entire year to earn a mere 200,000. The items sold were predominantly exquisite trinkets, the most expensive being a jade bracelet, an icy blue hue, albeit not entirely translucent, thus priced at 128,000. Remarkably, it sold on the very first day of the trial operation. The purchasing power of the women in Shanghai was astonishingly formidable. Thrilled, Xiao Xingyun felt a brief surge of excitement and promptly contacted Fat Luo to prepare the items for the grand opening the following day. Since he had not invited friends or family, he had to dig into his own pockets to procure flower baskets, red ribbons, and celebratory firecrackers. Just as he finished giving instructions, he noticed someone had sent a red envelope in their university class group. Seizing the opportunity to grab, it was an instinctive reaction. Upon opening it, he realized he had only claimed 52 cents, an amount pathetically small. Was it possible that his luck had been exhausted at the stone gambling venue? Was that why he couldn't snag a substantial fortune from the red envelope? A closer examination of the amounts others had received revealed they were even less than his, which brought him a sense of relief. What delighted Xiao Xingyun even more was that he, with his 52 cents, was ironically deemed the luckiest. Huh, what a joke. Class monitor who, with dozens of us in the class, what is the point of sending a 10 yuan luck-sharing envelope? Xiao Xingyan scoffed. Hu Guoqiang, you're such a miser. Even grabbing your red envelope isn't worth my data costs. With such a meager amount, do you still have the audacity to promote yourself? I'm about to blacklist you. The class group erupted in a frenzy, all berating Hu Guoqiang. Only the monitor could incite such outrage with a simple red envelope. Without a hint of embarrassment, Hu Guoqiang shamelessly advertised, tonight at 9:30 p.m., I'll be live streaming my first product sale. I hope my old classmates will come support me and liven up the atmosphere. Support? No way. I'm giving birth tonight. I have no time. I don't need excuses. I just want to support you. Realizing the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Hu Guoqiang quickly added, I just sent a red envelope. Now I invite our luckiest winner, Xiao Xingyun, to send one. Xiao Xingyun rolled his eyes. You expect me to send one just because you say so? Do I not care about my dignity? Stop whining. If you want everyone to support you, then send a substantial red envelope, or else we'll form a group and flood your live stream with complaints. Xiao Xingyun declared. His roommate, Fu Buqi, immediately chimed in. Exactly. What our boss Xiao says is right. If the monitor doesn't send a red envelope, we'll disrupt your live stream. Hu Guoqiang found himself inundated with messages and realized he needed to pacify everyone, or his upcoming broadcast would surely face calamity. Reluctantly, he issued a 200 yuan red envelope. Xiao Xingyun managed to grab 17 yuan and 80 cents this time, though not a significant sum. It brought him immense joy to be able to take advantage of Hu Guoqiang's generosity. Only then did the group feel satisfied, prompting someone to inquire, Monitor, what are you planning to sell during your live stream tonight? We're all classmates, so I want to deceive you. This time, I went to Ruili for a live broadcast and met a jade merchant who supplies me at a low cost. I can acquire genuine jade for just a few hundred yuan. Is it truly possible to acquire genuine jade for merely a few hundred yuan? One might be led to believe such claims are nothing more than deception. Many remain oblivious to the fact that the authentic price of jade is inherently modest. It is the unscrupulous merchants who inflate the costs, resulting in exorbitant prices for consumers. If you seek verification, consult Xiao Xingyun, who, despite peddling his wares on the street, sells even the most inexpensive jade pendants for 1 to 2,000 yuan. His success in acquiring a luxury Mercedes through mere street vending speaks volumes about the substantial profits he reaps through dishonest means. In contrast, I pride myself on my integrity, offering the same jade for merely 980 yuan. Dare you ask Xiao Xingyun if he would sell it at that price? His frustration is palpable. He questions my motives and wonders why I must step upon him to elevate myself. Is he not concerned about the potential consequences? Should we engage in a discourse on jade, rest assured I could easily outwit him. Some individuals, lacking in jade knowledge, and perhaps not the sharpest, were incited by Hu Guoqiang to confront Xiao Xingyun directly. Mr. Xiao, is it true what the class monitor claims? Can genuine jade be obtained for just a few hundred yuan? Is it true that your street vending has earned you a Mercedes in a year? Initially, Xiao Xingyun intended to retaliate against anyone who dared challenge him, but upon reflection, he recognized Hu Guoqiang had unwittingly set a trap for himself. By ensnaring Hu Guoqiang in this predicament, he would derive great satisfaction, disregarding any self-inflicted harm. With a cavalier attitude towards life and death, he responded, the class monitor is quite astute. After merely a few days of jade live streaming, he has uncovered the market's harsh realities. Indeed, many jade trinkets can be found for as little as 990 yuan, including shipping. Selling at 980 yuan yields a profit 100 times the cost. You cannot deceive your classmates like this. The classmates were astonished, expressing their disbelief at the sheer profitability of the jade industry. To think that something acquired for 990 yuan could be sold for 980 yuan is utterly unscrupulous. Xiao Xingyun, selling these pieces for 1 to 2,000 yuan, exemplifies the depths of his avarice. It is no wonder he could afford a Mercedes within a year of graduation. Hu Guoqiang was rendered speechless, having inadvertently dug a grave for himself. How could he possibly continue to sell his products or persuade his former classmates to make purchases? Song Xiao chuckled, nearly bursting with laughter. To think, Mr. Xiao, that you would reveal yourself to be such a person, selling jade for 990 yuan. My family is quite affluent. My parents have taken me to purchase numerous jade stones, so I am well aware of market prices. With my intelligence, I swiftly grasped the underlying conflict between these two men. Their enmity over the woman Yang Yudi had persisted since their university days. Now, a year post-graduation, with Yang Yudi having returned to Beijing, they continue their rivalry. As she laughed, a tinge of sorrow crept in. Why was it that no two men fought for her affection? From the upper bunk, a fellow student, Fu Byuki, chimed in, "Class monitor, please bring me 10 pieces of that jade at 90 yuan. And here's 100 yuan. Keep the change." Hu Guoqiang fell silent, feigning indifference, while secretly preparing to live stream without involving his classmates. However, he had just shared a live stream link, and when the time arrived, numerous students entered the room to watch his promotional live stream. Su Qing was still broadcasting from her upstairs room, while the neighboring female resident, Tang Shi, was creating quite a ruckus. With loud music echoing through the night, bass and drums reminiscent of a dance party, it was unclear whether she was merely playing or rehearsing. Xiao Xingyan frowned. The noise was unbearable, and it was no wonder this apartment had previously been difficult to rent. Initially, he believed it was merely the occasional sound of a piano, but it turned out to be a cacophony of heavy bass reverberating through his glass windows. Well, it was still not late enough to sleep, so he decided to endure it a little longer. To pass the time, Xiao Xingyan casually clicked on Hu Guoqiang's live stream. Discovering him boasting about a poorly made Buddha figurine crafted from inferior jade, spitting words of exaggeration. "Look at this material, it is genuine natural jade. The craftsmanship rivals that of Su artisans, created by a true master. Is it too expensive at 980 yuan? Answer with your conscience, is it too much?" Xiao Xingyan nearly burst into laughter. This was the most rudimentary machine-carved piece, and he had the audacity to claim it was the work of a master craftsman? Thus, he typed a single word in the chat, expensive. Chapter 63, Grand Opening, Mutual Flattery. The audience in Hu Guoqiang's live stream was minimal, and with Xiao Xingyan's comment, all eyes turned to him, resulting in a wave of laughter. Xiao Xingyan added another jab. "You sell something worth 9 yuan for 980. Who do you think you're fooling? You lack integrity, and so do I." When it came to his nemesis, Xiao Xingyan never held back. Whether jade was expensive or not was unknown to the viewers, but Hu Guoqiang was truly on the verge of collapse. The moderators silenced him and expelled him from the room. Hu Guoqiang was going mad, regretting provoking Xiao Xingyan that day. This person sought revenge without altering his name, simply entering the fray. It was utterly detestable. Hu Guoqiang ground his teeth in frustration, yet he was powerless against him. Regardless of Hu Guoqiang's thoughts, once Xiao Xingyan had his fun, he felt enlightened and utterly satisfied. The music from next door grew increasingly louder. He frowned and could not help but call the property management office, requesting them to kindly speak to the neighboring resident about the excessive noise. It mattered not whether she was Qin Tianxi's girlfriend or the object of his affections. If she provoked him, he would retaliate without hesitation. Once the call connected, Xiao Xingyan explained the situation regarding the noise. The on-duty property staff responded with difficulty. "We will contact Ms. Tang promptly, but do not hold out much hope. Since she purchased her home here, complaints have been incessant. Even calling the police has proven ineffective. Among the 3 villas on your row, she is in the middle, and the homeowners on either side have been unable to do anything and have moved away. Calling the police is useless. Does her family have such a powerful background?" Though reluctant to admit it, the reality was indeed as stated. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Xingyan cursed angrily, questioning why anyone would buy a row house when a standalone villa would be so much more appealing. Indeed, the persuasion of the property management proved futile, as the noise from next door persisted unabated until Su Qing concluded her broadcast. "Darling, it's exceedingly noisy next door today. What could she be up to? Is she hosting a party?" Su Qing lamented, her live stream adversely affected, feeling quite aggrieved. "I wonder what's gotten into her. Let me inquire with a friend." Xiao Xingyan retrieved his phone and dialed Qin Tianxi. In no time, Qin Tianxi answered, the atmosphere on his end notably tranquil, save for the distant sounds of applause and heavy breathing, indicating he was not next door. "Boss Xiao, what prompts your call at this hour? Are you in need of something urgent?" "My apologies, I merely wish to inquire if you are still next door. That friend of yours, though she appears quite docile, possesses an untamed spirit beneath the surface. The music emanating from her home is loud enough to disturb my sleep. This afternoon, someone assisted her in composing an energetic dance track. She insisted on adding her own mix. Given her temperament, I can only surmise she has not practiced in a recording studio. You may communicate with her directly. I can provide you with her number." "Oh, but I must hang up now. I'm rather busy." Upon concluding the call, Xiao Xingyan found himself even more agitated rather than pacified. That scoundrel Qin Tianxi, reveling in nightly festivities, showed no consideration for the plight of the solitary. Just then, he noticed Su Qing seated on the edge of the bed, her slender legs clad in black stockings, rubbing against his own. Her large, glistening eyes fixed on him as she shyly remarked, "Darling, the noise next door is of little consequence. After all, we cannot sleep anyway." As the ancients wisely stated, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Su Qing was stoking the fire. For the sake of safety, Xiao Xingyun felt compelled to quell her flames. To the rhythm of the pulsating music from next door, the two swayed together, nearly battling until dawn broke. At 8 in the morning, Xiao Xingyun, still drowsy, arrived at the Changhuang Temple. Just as he parked, Luo Pongzi pulled in beside him, and they both exited the parking lot simultaneously. "Good morning, Mr. Xiao," Luo Pongzi greeted with a cheerful grin. "Good morning to you as well, Mr. Luo." Xiao Xingyun decided to exchange pleasantries. Ha. Luo Pongzi was in high spirits, producing a pristine box of business cards from his pocket and handing one to Xiao Xingyun. "My jade shop opens today. I hope for your continued patronage." Xiao Xingyun, aligning with this jovial character, responded with a courteous smile. "What a coincidence. My jade shop also opens today, though I neglected to print business cards. I shall rectify that later." Luo Pongzi, with his wide grin, was not yet satisfied and made a point to stroll through the vendor area. Upon encountering familiar faces, he distributed his cards nonchalantly, saying, "My jade shop is opening today. Drop by for tea when you have the chance. If you need to adjust inventory, feel free to reach out. We can negotiate the prices." Luo's extroverted personality and jovial demeanor allowed him to forge connections throughout the Changhuang Temple. And as he circulated his cards, he unwittingly attracted a myriad of potential clients for his jade shop. Xiao Xingyun was quite pleased to see the plump fellow emerge to flaunt his presence, thereby drawing attention to himself. When asked by those nearby, he merely claimed to be a minor partner of Luo, possessing a mere 7% of the shares. Hu Guoqiang, after a tiresome night of streaming and selling, found himself disheartened as not a single piece of jade had left his hands. He attributed this unfortunate outcome to Xiao Xingyun's meddling, which left him restless throughout the night. Having procured over 200,000 yuan worth of merchandise from a jade merchant in Ruili, he had anticipated a significant profit, envisioning the purchase of a luxurious Mercedes. Yet, to his dismay, he had sold nothing. In a state of anxiety, he felt compelled to consult an expert to ascertain the true value of this batch of jade before attempting to sell again. Thus, early the next morning, he ventured to the marketplace near the city god temple, clutching several inferior pieces of jade. Approaching a kindly-looking middle-aged man, he inquired about the value of a particular Buddha statue he held. "Excuse me, sir, may I ask how much this Buddha is worth?" Hu Guoqiang asked politely, presenting one of the statues. "Oh, where did you purchase it? How much did you pay?" The middle-aged vendor did not rush to provide a price, but instead probed into the jade's origin. Within the industry, there are unspoken rules. If a customer bought a piece of jade for 5,000 yuan and then sought an appraisal elsewhere, the vendor's lower valuation could lead the customer to return to the original seller for a refund, thus jeopardizing the vendor's business. Experienced vendors, therefore, tend to remain composed, gathering all necessary information before quoting a price. Hu Guoqiang, familiar with the industry's etiquette, concocted a story on the spot. This was a gift from a friend, who mentioned it cost 980 yuan. "What do you think it's worth?" Upon hearing that it was a gift from a friend, the middle-aged vendor exhaled in relief and replied with a smile, "This Buddha is of poor quality, riddled with cotton spots, and due to its machine-carved craftsmanship, the market price hovers around 500 yuan. If you wish to purchase a similar one from me, I can let it go for 450 yuan." Hu Guoqiang's heart sank immediately. Had he truly been deceived? His cost price from the merchant in Ruili had exceeded 400 yuan. How could he possibly turn a profit? Undeterred, he clutched the Buddha statue and approached an elderly gentleman, approximately 60 years of age, in the distance for another appraisal. The elderly man, a straightforward individual, upon learning the origin of the piece, revealed a hint of sarcasm on his face. "This trinket isn't worth much. Gifting it is merely a ruse. Its cost price is roughly 120 yuan, and on the market, it may fetch around 450 yuan. I can sell it to you for 200 yuan, just to clear out my stock." Hu Guoqiang felt as if struck by lightning, nearly choking on his own disappointment. He had truly been duped. The cost price was merely 120 yuan. How on earth could he recoup his losses? How could he sell anything at all? Refusing to give up, Hu Guoqiang proceeded to inquire about every small jade piece he had on him, desperate for answers. The prices are largely similar. With the Buddha statues priced around 200 to 300, the Paisho amulets also at 200 to 300, and the small Paisho likewise. It's over. This time, it's truly over. Hu Guoqiang felt as though his heart had turned to ashes. He sank onto a stone bench by the roadside, raking his fingers through his hair in frustration. No wonder he couldn't sell a single item in the live broadcast last night, even after expelling Xiao Xingyun. There were still people berating him for being greedy, mistaking worthless jade for treasure. Bang! Bang! The sounds of handheld confetti cannons and the cheers of a grand opening shattered Hu Guoqiang's reverie. Upon looking up, he was astounded to see Xiao Xingyun standing at the entrance of a newly opened jade store, accepting congratulations and compliments from several beautiful female employees. Xiao Xingyun, with a smile, distributed red envelopes to the crowd. A wave of intense jealousy surged within Hu Guoqiang as he widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "This rustic bumpkin from the mountains actually has the money to open a shop? How is that possible?" He rushed over, eager to uncover how this country bumpkin had managed to become a shop owner. Even if he was the genuine owner, he could still sell the jade in his hands to him. Perhaps his purchase price was even lower than Hu Guoqiang's. Chapter 64. The one who deserves a beating. Xiao Xingyun had just finished the opening ceremony. Although the proceedings were simple, all necessary sentiments had been conveyed. Hu wouldn't desire their business to flourish, reaping wealth daily. The three beautiful female employees had already entered work mode, adorned in bespoke high-end uniforms, black stockings, and polished shoes, exuding grace and elegance. With the striking looks of these three employees, granting them such generous commissions was no loss. The store's success relied heavily on their proactive engagement. Indeed, their work enthusiasm was paramount. Luo Pengzi was also worn out, dragging his 200-pound frame. Wiping the sweat from his brow and downing a bottle of mineral water, his weight now reaching 201 pounds. "Hey, since we didn't invite friends and family today, how about we celebrate just the two of us with a nice meal at noon? That should be fine, right?" Luo Pengzi inquired. "Sure. There's a beef noodle shop across the street that's quite good," Xiao Xingyun replied. Luo Pengzi was taken aback. A simple bowl of beef noodles was all they had for an opening celebration. It was evident that Xiao Xingyun did not wish to continue discussing food. Stifling a yawn, he felt exhausted and longed to return home for a nap. Wait, if he was tired, then his neighbor Tang Shi, who had kept him up all night, must be tired as well. Perhaps he should buy an ultra-powerful subwoofer to let her experience the fervor of a male neighbor. With this thought, Xiao Xingyun felt revitalized. Just as he contemplated where to purchase the speaker, Hu Guoqiang barged in. "Sir, welcome." The two beautiful sales assistants began, but Hu Guoqiang had already stormed past them. "This does not concern you. I'm here to see your boss," he declared, making his way directly to Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun frowned, his expression betraying his distaste. "Hu Guoqiang, what are you doing here?" "Xiao Xingyun, is this your jade store?" Hu Guoqiang asked, jealousy dripping from his voice. "Yes, I opened it with a friend," Xiao Xingyun replied. Xiao Xingyun gestured towards Luo Dezhao and said, "Huh? I told you. How could you possibly afford to run a jade shop on your own?" He continued, "By the way, I have a batch of jade products available, packaged at 500 yuan each. Are you interested in taking them off my hands?" As Hu Guoqiang spoke, he pulled out a handful of inferior quality jade trinkets from his pocket. Xiao Xingyun and the portly Luo were left speechless, doubting their own hearing. Was this man out of his mind? The pile of jade pieces in Hu Guoqiang's hands was so cheap that even street vendors would turn their noses up at them. Yet, he had the audacity to attempt to sell them in his shop, pricing them at 500 yuan each. In the jade wholesale market, such items would go for 30 to 50 yuan, and even that would be considered overpriced. Feeling somewhat guilty yet brimming with bravado, Hu Guoqiang asked, "What do you mean by looking at me like that? Do you agree or not? Speak up." On the day of his grand opening, Xiao Xingyun, not wanting to resort to violence, suppressed his urge to strike and replied, "Why don't you take a look at the quality of the jade in my shop before you speak? Looking is just looking. Don't think I'm unaware of the jade market trends. I handle advertisements for jade shops in the new media sector," Hu Guoqiang retorted, but soon found himself at a loss for words. The jade pieces in Xiao Xingyun's shop were undeniably exquisite. Under the illumination, they sparkled, revealing the true allure of the gemstones. The Avalokiteshvara and the Buddha exuded solemn grandeur, with intricately carved lines that were both delicate and vivid. The jade was of fine quality, and most importantly, each finished product was adorned with accents of vibrant color. For instance, the Avalokiteshvara pendant featured a patch of emerald green at the lotus pedestal, resembling the figure seated upon a genuine lotus leaf, while the body of Avalokiteshvara was a refined, milky white, evoking a sense of purity and sanctity. Furthermore, the pieces were substantial, featuring dual-sided carvings, in stark contrast to the flimsy, single-sided carvings of the Avalokiteshvara and Buddha that Hu Guoqiang held, which appeared woefully inadequate, thin as paper and lacking any finesse. Initially unwilling to concede, Hu Guoqiang soon recognized the undeniable truth. The jade pieces in Xiao Xingyun's shop were superior by tenfold, if not 100-fold. Naturally, the prices reflected this quality as well. For example, the Avalokiteshvara pendant he had just admired was tagged at 19,800 yuan, while a slightly less exquisite Buddha piece was priced at 16,800. Nearby, there were jade pendants in various themes, such as the jade piece disc, cabbage, Pai Xiao, Qilin, and Rising Fortunes, each priced at no less than several thousand yuan. Hu Guoqiang gasped in astonishment and exclaimed, "The prices in your shop are exorbitantly high. How can you expect to sell at such rates? It's outrageous. You'll be out of business in no time." This remark ignited Xiao Xingyun's ire. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap to Hu Guoqiang's face. "How dare you speak like that? My shop has just opened, and you are the first customer to walk in. Yet you address me in such a manner?" Xiao Xingyun scolded, raising his hand, ready to deliver several more stinging blows. Ro, startled, quickly grabbed Xiao Xingyun and advised, "Mr. Xiao, let us calm down and refrain from resorting to violence. It is inauspicious to engage in such actions on the very first day of our store's opening." Ro was concerned that if Hu Guoqiang were to be assaulted, it would incite a disturbance, attracting the attention of the authorities and leading to ridicule from neighboring businesses. Dazed from the unexpected blow, Hu Guoqiang lay on the ground, still in a state of confusion. Upon noticing that Ro had intervened and pulled Xiao Xingyun away, he sprawled out on the floor, raising his voice, "Help! The store owner is attacking me. I will call the police. We cannot resolve this without at least 300,000 to 500,000. The two sales assistants, standing at the entrance awaiting customers, were utterly dumbfounded, clearly taken aback by Xiao Xingyun's volatile temperament on the very first day of business. While they believed the foul-mouthed customer deserved reprimanding, they were acutely aware that such an altercation would undoubtedly affect the store's reputation. Just then, two middle-aged gentlemen, both around 50 and impeccably dressed, approached, exuding an air of status and distinction. "Welcome, gentlemen. How may I assist you?" "I would be delighted to showcase our offerings." The sales assistants eagerly greeted them, one on each side. "Is there a commotion in your establishment?" they inquired, having noticed the commotion involving Hu Guoqiang on the floor. The female assistant's heart raced in panic. She was at a loss for words and feared that these distinguished customers would leave, extinguishing any hope of a sale. At that moment, Hu Guoqiang, still on the ground, heard Xiao Xingyun say, "Old classmate, please refrain from causing a scene. We have esteemed guests in the store. Allow me to attend to them. We can converse later." Initially prepared to create a ruckus, Hu Guoqiang suddenly felt a wave of clarity and found merit in Xiao Xingyun's words. He stood up, rubbing his sore left cheek, and managed a bright smile, saying, "All right then, I won't cause any trouble. Old classmate, we shall catch up another time." With that, he exited the store, his demeanor remarkably composed. Ro's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. What just transpired? Was this some peculiar game shared among old friends? Among the two newly arrived gentlemen, one was indeed a familiar face, Lu Cheng, whom Xiao Xingyun had once saved using the Heimlich maneuver. Lu Cheng was a leader in the Water Resources Department of Hangzhou. Disregarding Ro's bewilderment, Xiao Xingyun approached with a smile. "Mr. Lu, I see you've brought a friend today. Did you enjoy the safety talisman I gifted you last time?" Lu Cheng replied with a grin, "I absolutely loved it. This friend of mine is an expert in jadeite." Upon seeing it, he remarked on its exceptional quality and reasonable price, and specifically asked me to bring him here to select two pieces that resonate with him. Chapter 65. Bonds and Relationships. After a brief introduction, Xiao Xingyun learned that the middle-aged gentleman accompanying Lu Cheng was named Li Hongliang, a longtime friend who shared a passion for collecting jadeite. However, through their conversation, Xiao Xingyun sensed that Li Hongliang held a higher position within the bureaucratic system than Lu Cheng. Yet their camaraderie allowed for a relaxed exchange of humorous anecdotes and lighthearted banter. As Hu Guoqiang made a scene upon entering, it did not dampen their enthusiasm for appreciating the exquisite jade artifacts. Given their familiarity, Xiao Xingyun refrained from involving the sales staff, opting instead to personally attend to them, guiding them to the jade area while engaging in pleasant conversation and assisting them in their selections. Meanwhile, the rotund Luo was not idle, stationed behind the counter. He helped retrieve items while subtly extolling the quality and affordability of their jade. Li Hongliang, a close friend of Lu Cheng and instrumental in supporting the business of this shop, had predetermined his visit. He did not scrutinize excessively, selecting a piece of jadeite material that would soon be recognized and a peace talisman made from mountain material. In essence, this was one of Lu Cheng's ways of expressing gratitude to Xiao Xingyun for saving his life by ensuring he catered to his business as much as possible. Li Hongliang understood this sentiment, but could not help but offer a critique. The jade for the impending recognition was satisfactory, albeit the carving left much to be desired. Had it been crafted by artisans from Suzhou, the price would have doubled. As for the peace talisman, intricate carving was less critical. The quality of the material was paramount, with size and style being a matter of personal affinity. The total marked price for these two jade pieces was 98,000, and despite his evaluations, Li Hongliang did not haggle, such was his lavish demeanor. When Lu Cheng arrived, he was certain not to leave empty-handed, choosing a jadeite cabbage pendant, which he planned to gift to his wife. As they were in the midst of the transaction, Luo's parents arrived. Although dressed in casual attire, the demeanor of military personnel was unmistakable. "Sir or madam, welcome," the sales associate greeted with a professional smile. However, just as the smile began to form, Luo Dezhao's mother interjected. "We are here to find Luo Dezhao. You two young ladies need not attend to us." "Ah, understood," the sales associate thought, though disappointed. She recognized that it was the first day of business. While the two owners had not summoned friends and family for a celebration, those who were aware of the occasion would undoubtedly come to pay a visit. "Well, the one who got beaten does not count. Dezhao, are you busy?" His mother called out. "Mom, what brings you and Dad here?" Luo Dezhao was both surprised and delighted, quickly stepping out from behind the counter to greet them. "We knew about your opening with Xiao, so of course, we had to come see," his mother explained with a smile. His father, Luo Kaiyuan, typically stern, merely nodded slightly. Xiao Xingyun interjected. "Uncle, Aunt, please take a seat. Let Dezhao prepare tea for you. I am quite occupied here." "All right, Xiao, you carry on. Do not mind us," Luo Dezhao's mother replied with a smile. While Li Hongliang was completing his payment, he turned to see Luo Dezhao's father and was momentarily taken aback. He swiftly completed the transaction, neglecting to take his receipt, and approached warmly from a distance, extending both hands. "Director Luo, what a pleasure. I did not expect to encounter you here. The last time we met was at the military procurement conference in Hangzhou." "Who are you?" Luo Kaiyuan inquired, somewhat puzzled, clearly struggling to recall Li Hongliang's identity. Li Hongliang remained unfazed, sincerely introducing himself. "I am Li Hongliang, Deputy Director of the Hangzhou New District Management Committee. After the procurement conference, we shared a drink together." "Ah, it's old Li. The day you all got me quite intoxicated. I nearly lost my memory of the events. My sincerest apologies." Luo Kaiyuan warmly shook hands with him. Both parties held substantial positions, yet Luo Kaiyuan wielded the power of procurement, while Li Hongliang managed a region that coincidentally housed several enterprises related to military logistics. Naturally, when there are desires at play, one tends to lose their usual composure. Haha. We were all rather euphoric last time and didn't quite measure our limits. That was my fault. Are you free this noon? I, along with my friend Old Lu from the Water Resources Department, have come to Shanghai and are at a loss for what to eat. Being on your territory today, Old Lu and I would certainly refrain from toasting you," he added. Luo Kaiyuan did not wish to engage privately with individuals holding vested interests and politely declined. "I sincerely apologize, but I have an important meeting at the office this noon. My spouse and I are merely passing through here to visit our son. We can only stay for a short while." "Very well, we shall gather again when time permits," Li Hongliang relented. However, he and Lu Cheng did not take their leave. Instead, they continued to select jade and gemstones, claiming to choose a few jade cicadas for their children, hoping it would bring them academic success. The cicada symbolizes a remarkable emergence. Jade carvings themed around cicadas are predominantly pendants, though there are also handheld pieces. Li Hongliang was quite intriguing. Earlier, he had selected 2 pieces of jade in deference to Lu Cheng. Now, upon realizing that Luo Dezhao was Luo Kaiyuan's son, he eagerly chose over a dozen pieces of jade and gemstones, totaling more than 200,000. At the checkout, seemingly apprehensive that Xiao Xingyun might misinterpret his intentions, he deliberately explained, "I am a native of Hangzhou, and Old Lu and I are childhood friends. Previously, my family owned a large courtyard, and after its demolition. The state compensated us handsomely. I don't have many hobbies, but I enjoy collecting jade and gemstones, and I report them periodically. Lu Qing added, yes. I share a similar situation with Old Li. Xiao Xingyun smiled, indicating understanding, wealth from demolition, after all. Yet, he was privately puzzled as to why they felt the need to explain to him. I am merely a small business owner of a jade shop, not a member of the disciplinary committee. However, upon seeing Luo Dezhao's parents ready to depart after finishing a cup of tea, he suddenly grasped the situation. It was, in fact, an explanation meant for Luo Kaiyuan, fearing he might question the source of their wealth and thus refuse to engage with them privately. After Luo Kaiyuan and his spouse departed, Li Hongliang and Lu Cheng also took their leave. Before departing, however, Li Hongliang added Xiao Xingyun and Luo Dezhao on WeChat, expressing that in the future, should they desire any jade or gemstones, they could contact him directly on WeChat for assistance with shipping. Xiao Xingyun surmised that he likely wished to add Luo Dezhao on WeChat, viewing himself as merely an accessory to make the addition less conspicuous. He privately admired Li Hongliang's strategy, truly a leader, demonstrating exceptional skill in handling affairs. This distinguished client, whom Xiao Xingyun had initially intended to host for lunch, had ultimately declined under the pretense of visiting friends. Lu Cheng was a man who believed in repaying kindness, thus would frequently purchase jade from Xiao Xingyun. However, due to issues of identity, he deliberately maintains a distance from Xiao Xingyun. Xiao Xingyun estimates that the gratitude from the last life-saving favor will be nearly exhausted after purchasing jade stones a few more times. The two belong to entirely different worlds, and their attempts to squeeze into the same circle leave both feeling uncomfortable. However, once they learn of Fatty Luo's background and family status, the timeline for expressing gratitude is likely to be indefinitely extended. After sending off the guests, Xiao Xingyun immediately inquired, Fatty, is there a sound equipment store nearby? I wish to purchase a high-end speaker system. The electronic building across the street has every kind of speaker imaginable, Luo Dezhao replied. All right, you stay at the shop for a moment. I have some personal matters to attend to, said Xiao Xingyun, preparing to leave. Just as he was about to dash out the door, Luo Dezhao recalled and asked, Wait, you haven't explained what happened with that classmate you hit. How could he leave after being beaten like that? This was not only Luo Dezhao's curiosity, but also that of the three shop assistants. Xiao Xingyun merely responded, The bond between old classmates is beyond your understanding. Remember that person from earlier, he enjoys being hit. If I go easy on him, he feels satisfied and will blame others for not hitting harder. The staff were left in stunned silence, astonished by this peculiar preference. What a bizarre old classmate. Who actually enjoys this? They mused, secretly resolving that the next time they encounter Hu Guoqiang, they would strike him even harder than Xiao Xingyun had. Upon arriving at the electronic building, Xiao Xingyun purchased a set of Dynaudio speakers and a complete amplifier system, spending over 200,000. Yet, concerned that the volume might not be sufficient, he also requested a cheap amplifier to be delivered. He intended to operate them simultaneously. If a single sound output could not overpower Tang Shi, then two would surely do the trick. The store owner dispatched workers to deliver and install the equipment. A speaker system of this caliber was already considered high-end. Although the reason behind the young man's request for a cheap amplifier was unclear, it did not hinder the quality of service. Returning to the villa, where Su Qing had gone to school, Xiao Xingyun instructed the workers to install the speakers on the wall closest to Tang Shi. After connecting the lossless audio disc provided by the shop owner, which contained an array of death metal tracks, noise, in Xiao Xingyun's opinion, that he had specifically requested, the sound test was flawless. As he increased the volume, he nearly lost his breath. There was no need for the cheap amplifier. The entire house trembled in resonance with the death metal music. Observing the installation workers fleeing as if in panic, Xiao Xingyun grasped the power of the sound system. He closed the door and hastily exited to the yard, eager to see how long the neighbor could endure the cacophony. 3 minutes, 5 minutes. Suddenly, a window on the second floor of the neighboring unit was flung open, revealing a disheveled and irate face. It's deafening. Can you not have a sense of public decency? Your noise is disturbing the neighbor's rest. Do you understand? At this moment, Tang Shi, typically as docile as a porcelain doll with her classical Eastern visage, was consumed by a tempest of anger. She was utterly fatigued. Last night, she had summoned a frequently collaborating band, rehearsing until dawn. Barely had she succumbed to sleep when she was abruptly roused by the cacophony of a death metal tune that could resurrect the dead. Her fury was palpable. She could not fathom why such odious individuals existed in the world. Previously, during their encounters in the courtyard, she had acknowledged him with a nod and a greeting, never expecting him to be such an insufferable person. Had she known, she would have refrained from casting even a fleeting glance in his direction. Who do you think you are? Xiao Xingyun shot her a glance, feigning ignorance. Tang Shi furrowed her brows in irritation and retorted, I am your neighbor, Tang Shi, residing right next to you. You are to turn off that noise immediately, or I shall summon the property management to have you evicted. Do not presume I am unaware that you are merely a tenant. Even if you were a Song Ci, it would be of no consequence. I play music during the day, which is far more considerate than your late-night racket. As for the property management, they cannot control me, let alone you, Xiao Xingyun scoffed. Fine, just wait, Tang Shi declared with a threat, slamming her window shut. Before long, four property management staff arrived, standing at the entrance of the villa's courtyard and ringing the doorbell. Observing their approach, Xiao Xingyun sauntered over without opening the door. Is there something you need? He inquired. Are you Mr. Xiao? Good day. We have received a complaint from your neighbor, Ms. Tang, stating that you have turned the volume of your speakers too high, disturbing her rest. Would you kindly lower the volume? Last night, Ms. Tang summoned a band, causing a ruckus in her dwelling for the entire night. When I called you, did your staff come to intervene? Our personnel did arrive, but Ms. Tang refused to open the door, leaving us with no recourse. Then I, too, shall remain behind closed doors. Do you have any solutions? Mr. Xiao, your stance places us in a difficult position. We are merely the property management, possessing only the authority to persuade. If the owner does not comply, the other party may resort to calling the police. Then let Ms. Tang call the police. I have heard her connections are quite formidable. Should she proceed with that, I fear you may find yourself at a disadvantage. In truth, my connections are equally robust. The property staff, maintaining a rational demeanor, acknowledged the reality of the villa community, where both owners and tenants were not easily admitted. Given this, they could only relay this back to Tang Shi, ultimately leading to a stalemate between the two neighbors. However, the conflict remained unresolved. After responding to Tang Shi, the property staff dared not wander far, instead covertly observing from a distance. Unsatisfied, Tang Shi promptly called the police. Shortly thereafter, two officers arrived to ascertain the situation concerning Xiao Xingyun. Standing by the window, Tang Shi felt a sense of relief upon seeing the officers. This time, let us see how resolute you remain. Just a mere tenant, daring to engage in a battle of wills with me, such overreach. In Shanghai, my household is replete with connections and acquaintances. What do you possess to contend with me? She slightly raised her chin, and despite her overwhelming fatigue, she felt a surge of energy, eager to witness the defeated expression of Xiao Xingyun as he yielded. A few property management personnel standing nearby craned their necks, curious to ascertain the strength of Xiao Xingyun's background. Soon, two officers approached the gate of Xiao Xingyun's residence, conversing briefly before nodding slightly and departing. Tang Shi was left dumbfounded, her eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. These were the officers she had summoned through her connections, who had always been reliable in the past. Why were they ineffective today? What on earth was happening? Could it be that Xiao Xingyun had revealed an even more formidable connection that intimidated the officers into leaving? The property staff were equally astonished as they observed how Xiao Xingyun had effortlessly dismissed the officers. His connections seemed to surpass Tang Shi's. Alas, in such a conflict between two households, it was the property management that bore the brunt of the misfortune. They exchanged glances and decided to take their leave, unwilling to provoke further conflict. Once the officers entered their police vehicle, one remarked, Tang Shi is becoming increasingly unreasonable. Xiao Xingyun's music was hardly loud, yet she called the police on him. What does she take us for? From now on, if we receive another complaint from her, we needn't respond. His partner agreed. Indeed, her noise levels are clearly greater, and she has been complained about dozens of times without any restraint. Now she wishes to utilize our authority to retaliate against Xiao Xingyun. This is utterly excessive. Even if there were directives from above, we are unwilling to engage in such actions. It is a blatant violation of principle. Yes, let us proceed with that understanding. They both concurred cheerfully before driving away from the Ziyuan Villa district. Observing the officer's departure, Tang Shi promptly opened her window and shouted at Xiao Xingyun. All right, you've got guts. Let us see who can outlast whom. I'm heading to the hotel to rest and gather my strength. We'll continue this game tonight and see who is tougher. This seemingly porcelain doll-like obedient girl was fiercely eloquent when it came to threats. With a proud thrust of her bosom, She radiated determination. After descending the stairs, she sped off in a red Ferrari, leaving a cloud of dust in her wake. Chapter 67. A blessing from heaven. Xiao Xingyun had successfully deceived the two officers, yet he felt no elation as he had anticipated. When employing the seductive power of his gaze, he encountered formidable resistance from those with unwavering will. He had nearly failed just moments ago. His ocular abilities were still too feeble. He required a considerable amount of energy and more Jedi fragments to enhance the strength of his powers. Contemplating his future plans, Xiao Xingyun returned indoors and slightly lowered the volume, ensuring that as he passed the entrance of the villa, the noise would not be excessively disruptive. However, the bass was overwhelmingly potent, causing the room's glass to resonate with a deep, thunderous hum at every beat. It was akin to a live performance, and the neighboring residents were undoubtedly in for a rough time, as the entire building quivered with the rhythm. With the new speakers still needing to be broken in, Xiao Xingyun left without turning them off. Returning to the car, I sent a message to Su Qin to inform her of the happenings at home, advising her to lower the volume upon her return in the evening. At noon, Xiao Xingyun went back to the city god temple and shared a bowl of beef noodles with Luo Dazhao, marking the celebration of the shop's opening. During their meal, a call unexpectedly came from Hu Lili, the owner of the treasure pavilion. Boss Xiao, how ungrateful of you. You opened without even informing me. Do you not consider me a friend? Hu Lili lamented. President Hu, please do not misunderstand. I did not notify anyone about today's grand opening. Not even my close friends, as I wish to avoid any complications, Xiao Xingyun explained, while internally pondering the wisdom of maintaining a distance from her, fearing the unforeseen consequences of their connection. You promised me you would inform me upon your opening, yet you have broken that promise. I have already called the manager at Shanghai to send 2 flower baskets to your shop. This is my gesture of goodwill, which you must not refuse. Very well. Thank you. Reluctantly, Xiao Xingyun acquiesced. I am nearing the completion of my affairs in Ruili and will return to Shanghai in a few days. We can share a drink then. Let us see how my schedule unfolds. I have been rather occupied lately. Yes, if time permits, we shall arrange a meeting. Xiao Xingyun subtly declined. However, Hu Lili seemed oblivious to his polite refusal and cheerfully declared, Great, it's settled then. We shall chat later. After hanging up, Xiao Xingyun remained in a daze, contemplating why Hu Lili, whom he had been trying to avoid, had chosen to pursue him. Was it merely a consequence of that strange and sinister dream? Or had she regarded him as a savior, simply expressing her gratitude? Luo Dazhao, intrigued, inquired. Which beauty just called? Is she offering you some benefits? Sighing, Xiao Xingyun replied, Oh, spare me the benefits. I'm too weary to explain. The manager from the treasure pavilion will deliver the flower baskets shortly. Please accept them on my behalf. I have a meeting with the young heir of Qin Jewelry this afternoon, so I want to be returning to the shop. Luo Dazhao, perceptive as he was, quickly deduced the truth. Oh, the manager from the treasure pavilion is sending flower baskets? So, the woman who called was Boss Hu? You've made quite an impression. When did you charm her into sending you flower baskets? Do not speak foolishly. We are merely acquaintances, not close at all, Xiao Xingyun clarified, glancing at the time. The meeting with young Master Qin is approaching, so I must take my leave. Enjoy your meal. Take care on the way. As Luo Dazhao continued to speculate about the relationship between Xiao Xingyun and Hu Lili, he suddenly recollected, Wait a moment. You are the boss. Shouldn't you be treating today? Why am I left here to pay? Who told you to eat so slowly? Xiao Xingyun's voice echoed from a distance. Luo Dazhao felt as though the beef in his bowl had lost its flavor. Reflecting on this, he began to comprehend that Xiao Xingyun was no longer the naive university student who had once pestered him for knowledge about jade after purchasing a piece of Qinghai material. The pace at which Xiao Xingyun had matured was beyond his understanding. In the span of a mere year, one finds oneself trailing behind others, striving just to earn a meager living. Every profession is graced by its own prodigies. Alas, fortune seems to favor some, allowing them to prosper. After savoring the last sip of his noodle soup, the rotund gentleman made his way to the counter to settle his bill before strolling back to the jade shop. Jin Yulian Yuan, across the street. Before long, he spotted the venerable proprietor of the treasure pavilion approaching, accompanied by 2 charming saleswomen, each carrying a grand floral arrangement nearly as tall as themselves. With a warm smile, the old proprietor addressed him. You must be Boss Xiao, indeed a remarkable young man. Having established your own jade shop at such a tender age, a bright future lies ahead for you. With an awkward smile, Luo Dazhao replied, Boss Xiao is not here. I am his partner, Luo Dazhao. May I inquire your name, esteemed proprietor? Please leave the flower baskets at the entrance. Let us retreat inside for tea. A flicker of realization crossed the old proprietor's eyes as he thought to himself, of course, our boss has always held himself in high esteem. How could he possibly extend such courtesy to this hefty figure? It dawned on him that he had mistaken the individual. My surname is Yen. You may call me Manager Yen. When Boss Xiao returns, kindly convey my regards. I shall forego tea, as the affairs of the Treasure Pavilion require my presence. Farewell. With that, Manager Yen clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and turned to leave. The two lovely saleswomen who accompanied him recognized Zhang Ting, a former colleague from Jin Yuliang Yuan, but had only time for a brief exchange before hastily following their superior out. As Luo Dezhao escorted them to the shop's entrance, he perceived that while Manager Yin appeared courteous, his demeanor belied a certain arrogance, clearly disinterested in engaging with him. Were it not for Hu Lily's personal instruction, Manager Yin would likely never have set foot in such a modest establishment, nor delivered the floral tribute. To the left of Jin Yuliang Yuan stood an antique shop named Juhe Zhai, owned by the fair-skinned, middle-aged Tang Qingping, who sported gold-rimmed spectacles and exuded the shrewdness typical of a businessman. On the day of the jade shop's grand opening, Tang Qingping merely peered from his doorway, offering not even a word of congratulations. However, upon witnessing Manager Yin personally delivering floral arrangements, he swiftly altered his demeanor, approaching Luo Dezhao and casually lighting a cigarette. Oh, young brother, your jade shop has just opened today? How fares business? Tang Qingping inquired, attempting to strike up a conversation. Luo Dezhao chuckled. Business is moderate. We make only modest gains, unlike your antique dealings, where a single transaction could sustain one for years. Ah, young brother, you jest. The antique trade is no longer as lucrative, let alone a deal lasting 3 years. I would be overjoyed with one sustaining me for 3 months. By the way, do you know Manager Yin from the Treasure Pavilion? I do not personally know Manager Yin, but I am quite familiar with Boss Hu from the Treasure Pavilion. Last time I was in the Guangdong province for stone gambling, Boss Hu even treated me to a meal, seeking my insights on the craft. May I ask your name? Young brother? You ventured into Guangdong for stone gambling and know Boss Hu. What an impressive feat. You may call me Luo Dezhao. Everyone from the Chenghuang Temple addresses me as such. My skills in stone gambling are merely average. I have a brother who is a true master of the craft. Forget it. This matter must remain confidential and should not be discussed carelessly. With just a few words from Luo, Tang Qingping was left utterly astonished, immediately regarding him as an expert, no longer daring to view him as a newcomer who had just entered the temple of the city god. While Luo was busy charming the neighbor next door, Xiao Xingyun had already arrived at the Qin auction house, where Qin Tianxi awaited him, accompanied by 2 jade appraisal experts. Chapter 68. Mastery of Words. Today, Xiao Xingyun brought 5 pieces of uncut jadeite, classified as bright material, which entails minimal risk and facilitates easier pricing. Boss Xiao, we've been eagerly anticipating your arrival. If you hadn't come, our appraisers would have considered visiting your home to find you. Qin Tianxi joked as he shook hands with Xiao Xingyun. As a top-tier second-generation wealthy individual who had taken over his family's significant enterprise at an early age, he was anything but inept. Whenever business necessitated, Qin Tianxi could easily befriend individuals from all walks of life. Let us not exaggerate. We still have 5 minutes until our agreed time, Xiao Xingyun replied, gesturing toward the spacious trunk of his Mercedes. Please assist me in moving these 5 pieces of jadeite. Certainly. Even if there were 50 pieces, I wouldn't mind the exertion, Qin Tianxi cheerfully responded, urging the 2 experts to lend a hand. As they approached the trunk and beheld the 5 jadeite stones, Qin Tianxi gasped in awe. 2 pieces of icy green jadeite, though not reaching the coveted imperial green standard, were remarkably close. Another piece was entirely red, while one boasted a splendid tricolor of red, green, and yellow. The final piece, somewhat larger, was classified as fine icy white with hints of blue, with certain sections achieving icy quality. Within the industry, this type is referred to as white base green, but the terminology can vary in significance. The fineness of the white base and the richness of the green can result in price discrepancies of several times over. However, with just a glance, Qin Tianxi recognized that this substantial white base green was indeed a gem among its category. The fine white could yield numerous bangles, and from the extracted jade, countless exquisite pendants and carvings could be crafted. These are all exceptional materials. Qin Tianxi exclaimed in genuine admiration. Xiao Xingyun assured him, rest assured. These are indeed all high-quality materials. As this is our first collaboration, I have no intention of deceiving you. As they conversed, the 5 pieces of jadeite were carefully transported into the auction house's reception room. The Qin family also operated a jade and jewelry store next door, sharing the same office and reception area with the auction house. The 5 pieces of jadeite were laid out on a sturdy conference table, where the 2 jade appraisal experts diligently examined them with their professional tools. Meanwhile, staff prepared a pot of fine tea, and Xiao Xingyun and Qin Tianzi settled beside a tea table in the corner, sipping tea and engaging in light conversation, seemingly unaffected by the ongoing assessments of the jade experts. Boss Xiao, I apologize for my rudeness last night when you called. I was preoccupied and hope you can forgive me. Qin Xiao, you are too polite. It was my rashness that interrupted the sacred ceremony of love you were sharing with your companion. Hee, you know how men are. By the way, how was the disturbance caused by Tang Shi resolved last night? It remains unresolved. She shouted all night in her villa, and my girlfriend and I were deprived of sleep, staying up with her until dawn. In desperation, I purchased a set of Dynaudio speakers at noon and played death metal on repeat in my house, hoping that Miss Tang would appreciate it. Qin Tianzi listened in astonishment, wondering if such tactics were even possible. To have you two as neighbors is truly a stroke of bad luck. However, as neighbors, it is better to resolve conflicts than to harbor grudges. When time permits, I shall treat you both to drinks to mend this rift. I hope so, but with her temperament, I doubt it will be easy. Last night, I had the property management contact her using the number you provided, but to no avail. Let us not dwell on this. These are minor issues that can be resolved in due course. Just then, one of the jade appraisers spoke. Qin Xiao, Boss Xiao, we have completed our assessment. All 5 pieces of jadeite are genuine, free from dye, enhancement, filling, or any adhesive operations. The quality is entirely reliable. We have written the estimated value for each piece and placed it beside the raw stones for your reference. Very well. Thank you for your hard work, gentlemen. We will review it first, Qin Tianzi replied, moving to the table with Xiao Xingyun to examine the estimates. 2 pieces of ice-grade jadeite, both entirely green, were valued at 28 million and 22 million respectively, aligning with Xiao Xingyun's expectations. The piece of ice-red jadeite, despite its smaller size and some color imperfections, was appraised at 15 million. However, it was larger than the piece recently cut by Luo Pengzi and had a larger cross-section, allowing for the crafting of several bracelets and over a dozen exquisite pendants. The red, green, and yellow jadeite, due to the purity and vibrancy of all 3 colors, along with a slightly larger size, astonished Xiao Xingyun with a valuation of 35 million, significantly surpassing that of the 2 smaller green jadeite pieces. The final piece, the largest white base green jadeite, was valued at 50 million. Its substantial size left even the appraisers struggling to estimate how many bracelets could be fashioned from it, let alone the number of exquisite pendants and carvings that could be produced from the excess material. Xiao Xingyun calculated that the total estimate for these 5 jadeite pieces was 150 million, which aligned with expectations and market conditions. However, in trading, negotiation is essential. If the buyer states a price, it would be quite embarrassing for me as the seller to concede. The appraiser from the Qin auction house, while estimating, surely favored Qin Tianzi, resulting in a figure slightly lower than their true valuation. Thus, it was time for Xiao Xingyun to showcase his negotiation skills. With a frown of dissatisfaction, he remarked, only 1.5 billion. This is considerably lower than my expectations. In the past, I collaborated frequently with Gu Qinqing. Yesterday, I found myself drawn to this place due to a congenial conversation with Qin Xiao, which prompted me to test the waters here. Alas, the appraisal has put me in a difficult position. Upon hearing this, Qin Tianzi sensed the discomfort and swiftly reassured, Boss Xiao, please do not rush. This is merely the valuation from the 2 masters. If you find it unsatisfactory, you are welcome to propose your own price, and we can negotiate at a leisurely pace. Xiao Xingyun replied with a smile, I believe 1.8 billion is a more fitting price. This figure is not arbitrary. Prior to my arrival, I certainly consulted with jade appraisers to obtain an estimate. Qin Tianzi exchanged glances with the 2 appraisers and then sighed, Boss Xiao, I must regretfully inform you that we cannot accept this price. It would result in a loss for us. You cannot expect us to purchase at the appraisal of Gu's jewelry. They are still in their infancy and rather lacking in resources, hence their valuations tend to be inflated, not representative of the general market. Oh, Then what is the maximum you can offer? Xiao Xingyun inquired. I am inclined to engage in a transaction with Qin's jewelry due to its esteemed heritage. If your offer is too low, I might as well continue my collaboration with Gu Qingqing. Xiao Xingyun feigned reluctance. Please hold on. I need to confer with the two appraisers, Qin Tianxi said, before retreating to a corner to discuss quietly with them. Shortly after, Qin Tianxi returned with a smile. As this is our first transaction, let us proceed amicably. I can offer you a maximum price of 1.68 billion. This is my way of expressing sincerity, and I hope we can forge a friendship and a long-term partnership. Xiao Xingyun bit his lip, seemingly resolute. Since you, Qin Xiao, have stated it thus, I shall grant you this favor. The specifics of the price matter little to me. I relish collaborating with straightforward individuals like yourself. Yet, Qin Tianxi felt a nagging sense of unease, wondering if he had been outmaneuvered by Xiao Xingyun. Reminiscent of the money-averse Mr. Ma and the oblivious Mr. Liu. To speak frankly, it felt rather like a ruse. While Qin Tianxi was lost in thought, Xiao Xingyun had already extended his hand, amicably sealing the deal. Xiao Xingyun was a man of principle. In formal transactions, he never resorted to supernatural abilities. The jade's worth dictated its sale price. The sum negotiated through eloquence was not deemed dishonest. In that brief moment, Xiao Xingyun had managed to secure an additional 18 million with merely his verbal prowess, feeling justified in his earnings. Once the agreement was finalized, the atmosphere between the two parties relaxed once more. Xiao Xingyun provided his bank account details, and after Qin Tianxi signed, the documents were handed to the finance personnel for the transfer. While awaiting the funds, they returned to the tea table, resuming their enjoyment of the exquisite Longjing tea left unfinished. Qin Tianxi felt his earlier performance could have been more impeccable and continued to impart his business philosophies and the standing of Qin's jewelry within the industry. Qin's is a long-established jeweler, our business flows steadily. Regardless of when you come to sell jadeite roughs, we can absorb a substantial quantity of quality resources, offering prices that align with market standards, without arbitrary inflation or undue pressure on pricing. Stability is our hallmark. As for Gu, he previously specialized in the antique business but has recently ventured into the jewelry industry, with his flagship store yet to be fully renovated. Although Gu Qingqing's prices are currently elevated, should she face difficulties in her operations, her business could collapse at any moment. Even if it does not fail, once she overcomes the initial supply shortages, her acquisition prices will undoubtedly align with the market rates. Choosing to collaborate with our Qin family is undeniably a wise decision. Xiao Xingyun had been subjected to Qin Tianxi's incessant boasting, and, had it not been for the funds not yet being transferred, he would have long since departed. Seizing the opportunity while Qin Tianxi sipped tea, Xiao Xingyun finally interjected to disrupt his monologue. By the way, do you, Qin Xiao, happen to know the origins of the treasure pavilion? Recently, there have been rumors circulating that the pavilion has seized the jade eye shards from the golden tooth. How much truth is there to this? Qin Tianxi's expression shifted slightly. He glanced around before whispering conspiratorially. You've come to the right person with that question, but the waters here run deep, and you may not be able to navigate them. I advise you to refrain from further inquiries, lest you attract trouble. That woman, Hu Lily from the treasure pavilion, is incredibly ruthless. Anyone who collaborates with her tends to encounter misfortune. I won't elaborate further. Those who understand, understand. As for those who do not, I cannot assist. Xiao Xingyun was taken aback. Was this not the rhetoric of a master manipulator? Good grief. All I wanted was to inquire about Hu Lily's background and whether the jade eye shards had surfaced in the antique market, yet you've inundated me with this convoluted discourse. Who are you trying to fool? Chapter 69. What a coincidence. You all adore Guanyin. Upon receiving the notification of funds, Xiao Xingyun promptly took his leave, no longer wishing to endure Qin Tianxi's idle chatter. He suspected that the man was deliberately withholding information about the treasure pavilion. Perhaps, as he suggested, Hu Lily was indeed a perilous figure, her methods exceedingly vicious, to the point where industry insiders dared not discuss her in private. Qin Tianxi escorted Xiao Xingyun to the entrance of the auction house, and as Xiao Xingyun waved goodbye, he proceeded towards the parking lot. Upon reaching his vehicle, he spotted his former roommate, Zhang Hao, riding an electric bike with a beautiful girl whom he recognized as Lu Wenjing, an employee of the Qin auction house. Xiao Xingyun recalled that during the first upgrade of his ocular abilities, he had noticed a small tumor on her liver and had advised her to seek medical attention. That checkup had revealed early-stage liver cancer. Recently, He had heard from Zhang Hao that he had been accompanying Lu Wenjing through her treatment, and their relationship had blossomed rapidly. Given their current intimate demeanor on the shared bike, it seemed they were indeed dating. Upon seeing Xiao Xingyun, Zhang Hao exclaimed in surprise, "Xiao Yunzi, what brings you here? Didn't you go to the Chenghuang Temple to set up your stall today?" Xiao Xingyun had not announced his new store opening on social media or informed friends and family. So many were still unaware that he had established a jade shop. "Do not be so familiar. Address me as Brother Yun." Xiao Xingyun corrected him with a stern expression. "All right, Xiao Yunzi," Zhang Hao readily complied. Standing nearby, Lu Wenjing couldn't help but laugh, exclaiming, "Hello, Brother Yun. I saw your photo with Xiao Hao on his phone and realized you two are acquainted. What a coincidence. I've been searching for an opportunity to express my gratitude. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have forgotten to go for a medical checkup." Xiao Xingyun noticed her pallor and inquired, "You need not be overly polite. I spent 2 years studying traditional Chinese medicine with an elder in my hometown's mountain village. So it was merely a fortunate coincidence." He paused before asking, "By the way, have you already undergone surgery? Have you had a follow-up?" With a smile, Lu Wenjing replied, "Yes, because it was detected early. It turned out to be the initial stage of liver cancer. I had minimally invasive surgery, and after my follow-up yesterday, the doctor said the operation was very successful. As long as I maintain good health, it should not recur. So today, Xiao Hao and I came to Qin's Jewelry to purchase a guanyin pendant for protection. Everyone says men should wear Buddha and women should wear guanyin. Why did you choose the guanyin pendant instead of the Buddha?" Xiao Xingyun asked curiously. "I have a fondness for guanyin. It is said that Guanyin Bodhisattva can bless all beings with peace," Lu Wenjing answered. Xiao Xingyun suddenly wore an odd smile, saying, "You and Xiao Hao truly complement each other. He also adores Guanyin, particularly the one seated on the lotus throne." Brother Yun, please don't say such things." Zhang Hao's face flickered with anxiety. He had just called him Brother Yun, clearly feeling guilty and not wanting Xiao Xingyun to elaborate further. Zhang Hao felt a surge of panic, wishing he had never shared premium seeds with Xiao Xingyun, let alone discussed which films were enjoyable. Now, this fellow was openly revealing such matters in front of his girlfriend, which was utterly intolerable. Lu Wenjing appeared perplexed, not understanding their conversation. Most guanyin pendants are depicted seated. What's so strange about that? Haha, go ahead and browse. I shall take my leave, Xiao Xingyun said, preparing to depart. Zhang Hao suddenly called out, "Brother Yun, don't rush off. As an expert in jade and gemstones, could you help choose a guanyin pendant for Wenjing? We'll treat you to dinner tonight, wherever you prefer. Aren't both of you employees at the auction house? Can't you appraise the jade yourselves? We're merely junior staff. How could we possibly assess jade? We can manage some rough tasks, but finer work eludes us. The jade in the store is quite expensive. Why not purchase from the street vendors at Chenghuang Temple? Because as employees of Qin's auction house, we are entitled to buy one item each year at half price with our employee ID, provided the original price does not exceed 100,000. So internal staff receive a 50% discount. Very well, I will accompany you to take a look. If the prices are acceptable, we shall buy here. If not, I can take you to Chenghuang Temple, where I have acquaintances, or you can purchase from my place." Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing made a point to clarify, "Thank you, Brother Yun. If it weren't for the internal 50% discount, we would have already bought from you." Xiao Xingyun smiled and ceased further persuasion. The prices displayed in the jewelry store are typically 3 to 5 times the cost price, even with a half-price discount. The owner still profits handsomely. However, jade and emerald are more than mere objects. They embody a sentiment and signify a connection. If one can select a favored jade guanyin at the Qin's jewelry store, purchasing it signifies the forging of a bond. The Qin's jewelry establishment is vast and splendidly adorned, featuring sections for gold and platinum, jadeite, as well as a miscellaneous area. The miscellaneous section, in particular, is quite intriguing, housing items such as amber, turquoise, opal, agate, and obsidian. Do not underestimate these trinkets, as their profit margins can be astonishingly high, often surpassing those of mainstream jewels like jade and emerald. For instance, a natural obsidian bracelet, after some craftsmanship and design, may cost merely a little over 20 yuan per string. Yet it is displayed in the store's glass case with a price tag of 688 yuan per string, a 30-fold profit, significantly higher than that of jade and emerald. The female sales associate, familiar with Lu Wenjing, was quite amiable. After discerning their needs, she promptly led them to the jade pendant counter. "Xiaojing, simply point to whichever pendant you fancy, and I shall retrieve it for your selection," the saleswoman offered. Certainly. Thank you. Nanjia, Lu Wenjing replied. Initially, she glanced at the prices of the seed jadeite guanine, only to find them soaring to 30 or 40,000, even upwards of 80 or 90,000. She felt a wave of anxiety wash over her and quietly remarked to Xiao Xingyun and Zhang Hao. I never paid attention to prices when I came here to move items. These are exorbitant. Even with a 50% discount, it still amounts to around 20,000, which exceeds my budget. Xiao Xingyun advised her, then do not consider seed jade. Look at mountain jade and Russian jade, as they will be significantly cheaper. Those pendants without skin are essentially not seed jade. As the saying goes, without skin on seed jade, even the gods would struggle to discern if it were seed jade. Any novice sculptor would not dare to remove the outer layer, for stripping away that skin would cause the value to plummet by nearly tenfold. Under Xiao Xingyun's guidance, Lu Wenjing sifted through the offerings of skinless materials and indeed found several reasonably priced jade guanine pendants. Most were priced around 10 to 20,000. Consisting of mountain jade and Russian jade, with some even mixed with cheaper Qinghai jade pendants, surprisingly also priced above 10,000. This is outrageous, she thought. Xiao Xingyun reminisced about his first jade purchase from Luo Pengzi, a Qinghai jade guanine intended for his ex-girlfriend, Yang Yudi. At that time, Luo Pengzi demanded 2,600 yuan. But after much haggling, Xiao Xingyun secured it for 1,000 yuan, believing he had struck a remarkable deal. It was only after entering the trade with Luo Pengzi's assistance that he learned similar quality Qinghai jade guanine pendants could be procured for merely a few hundred yuan. Consequently, he often joked about Luo De Zhao being a heartless merchant. At this moment, Lu Wenjing had selected 3 jade guanine pendants that she adored and sought Xiao Xingyun's opinion on which possessed the finest quality and the best cost-effectiveness. One was a completely white Russian jade guanine, priced at 18,800 yuan. Another item was a caramel-colored Qimu jade guanine, priced at 19,800 yuan, while the last one was surprisingly made of Qinghai material, marked at 16,800 yuan. Xiao Xingyun secretly shook his head. At such prices, even after a 50% discount, one could procure a genuine seed jade guanine from him. However, it was evident that they were not inclined to purchase from him, and he refrained from further persuasion to avoid any misunderstanding that he sought to profit from them. Dismissing the inexpensive Qinghai material, Xiao Xingyun pointed to the remaining 2 jade pendants, stating, both of these are commendable. If you favor a solid hue, choose this piece of Russian material. If you prefer a touch of caramel coloring, opt for this Qimu piece. At that moment, Zhang Hao pointed to the previously dismissed Qinghai pendant and inquired, actually, Wenjing prefers this pendant. Why not suggest it? Xiao Xingyun retorted with annoyance, because this is made of Qinghai material, a mere trinket worth 1 or 2,000. Would you truly wish to spend over 10,000 on it? Even at half price, it would still cost 8 or 9,000. Whoever wishes to be the fool to buy it, I shall not impede. Just then, Xiao Xingyun heard an unfriendly voice from behind berating, shut your mouth. If you cannot speak properly, do not speak at all, lest you invite trouble. Our Qin jewelry never sells Qinghai materials. All our jade is authentic Hitian jade. If any piece is counterfeit, I shall consume it on the spot. Xiao Xingyun frowned. He and his friend were customers engaged in a normal private discussion regarding the merits of the products and were not intentionally defaming their establishment. Who did he think he was, eavesdropping from behind us and having the audacity to insult? Chapter 70. Pretentiousness, I am serious. Xiao Xingyun turned to see a greasy middle-aged man in a suit and retorted, who are you? If you have Qinghai material, why not consume it? Are you trying to deceive us? Why not go to the public restroom? The middle-aged man seethed, you dare to retort? I am the manager here. If you dare to slander our jade as inferior Qinghai material, do you believe I will have security throw you out? I do not believe. Xiao Xingyun shot back. You will not shed a tear until you see the coffin. Do you even comprehend where you are to cause such a ruckus? Security. The female sales associate, who had been standing behind the counter, immediately interjected. Manager Huang, do not lose your temper. These customers are employees of our Qin auction house. They are our own people. It would not end well if this escalates. Manager Huang remained incensed and retorted harshly. Our own people? Does being our own give you the right to speak recklessly? Who is your direct supervisor? I shall speak to your superior. Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing felt a pang of anxiety. They were quite content with their job, which offered a decent salary and stability, and occasionally received generous tips from wealthy bidders. If Manager Huang were to approach their supervisor, they might face termination, which would spell trouble. Yet, They could not place the blame on Xiao Xingyun for today's incident. Zhang Hao quickly apologized. Manager Huang, I'm sorry. We will not be purchasing. This is my friend, not an employee of Qin. Manager Huang's fury had not abated. It does not matter who you are. If you do not formally apologize to me today, neither of you shall continue working at Qin. Enough. Xiao Xingyun suddenly exclaimed. I had no intention of escalating this situation. But your audacity is beyond measure. Who do you think you are threatening? Do you intend to dismiss someone? Believe me, I can arrange for your dismissal first. Manager Huang, infuriated yet mocking, retorted, Huh? That is the most amusing joke I have heard this year. You plan to have me dismissed? Do you even know who I am? In this branch of Qin's jewelry, who would dare to dismiss me? Upon hearing I have Qinghai material, you seem agitated. It's no wonder, considering your guilt. Ordinarily, I wouldn't concern myself with the types of materials you sell in your store. Even if you were to mix in a large quantity of Korean materials or even Afghan jade. However, given the current situation, I must summon Qin Tianxi to demand an explanation. After speaking, Xiao Xingyun took out his phone, preparing to call Qin Tianxi. Upon hearing the name, Manager Huang felt a sudden tremor of surprise as he gazed incredulously at Xiao Xingyun making the call. He pondered, could it be that this young man truly knows young Master Qin? However, he quickly dismissed the notion. How could such an affluent scion possibly be acquainted with someone of such humble origins? Strolling through a jewelry store with low-level employees from an auction house, only to afford a mere pendant worth a few thousand? Moreover, looking at Xiao Xingyun's attire, which totaled no more than 2,000 yuan, he appeared nothing more than a typical young man, handsome yet utterly ordinary. Beep, beep, beep. Xiao Xingyun felt a slight stiffness. The call went unanswered. What is this? It's not supposed to be this way. When others flaunt their status, their calls are answered instantly. Yet, when it comes to his turn, why is it different? Qin Tianxi, if you don't answer soon, I shall allow my jade materials to rot in the warehouse, rather than sell them to you. Observing Xiao Xingyun's displeasure, Manager Huang, who had previously harbored some concern, sneered, Stop pretending. I don't know where you heard young Master Qin's name. But his personal number is not something just anyone is privy to. Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing quietly advised, Brother Yun, let it go. We should leave quickly. If Manager Huang truly calls security, it won't end well for us. As for our jobs, don't worry, we can always find another. This one has been unsatisfactory for quite some time. With no one answering his call, Xiao Xingyun felt somewhat helpless. He was inexperienced in this fade, and it was rather disheartening. It seemed he needed to practice more diligently in the art of pretense. Just as he was about to dial Qin Tianxi again, he saw that Qin Tianxi was returning his call. Boss Xiao, is there something you need? I just went to the stone processing area behind the jewelry store and didn't hear my phone ring. I'm right next door at your auction house. You need to bring an appraiser with you. I demand an explanation. What? What on earth happened? Who in my establishment has provoked you? Very well, do not be hasty. I shall bring someone over immediately. After ending the call, Xiao Xingyun finally exhaled in relief. The situation was under control. Manager Huang remained unfazed, sneering, continue your charade. Who knows who was on the other end of that call? Pretending to converse with young Master Qin? At that moment, four security guards had already surrounded them, awaiting a signal from Manager Huang to expel Xiao Xingyun and his companions. I shall afford you 10 more seconds, if no one arrives. I will have no choice but to eject you, for your presence here disrupts our business, Manager Huang declared, rolling up the sleeve of his Rolex and starting a countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Security, throw them out. Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing discreetly grasped Xiao Xingyun's arm, attempting to usher him away before the guards took action. Their friend had come along and felt wronged, which weighed heavily on their hearts as well. Yet, their voices were too meek, their status far too low to assert themselves in this situation. They could only whisper, Brother Yun, let us not stoop to his level. Let us retreat. Given the manager's demeanor, this establishment is undoubtedly a shady one, and the jade sold here is likely counterfeit. Let us go visit the city god temple instead. Xiao Xingyun quietly reassured them, do not fret, trust me, the true owner of this shop will arrive momentarily. Several security guards had already brandished their batons, ready to forcefully oust Xiao Xingyun and his companions. Halt! What do you think you're doing? How can you be so disrespectful to customers? Qin Tianxi arrived, accompanied by an appraiser, running in haste and panting heavily, just in time to intervene. Manager Huang was taken aback. What is happening? Young Master Qin has truly arrived? Could it be that this ordinary young man summoned him? This is impossible. I refuse to believe it. Young Master Qin, what brings you here? These individuals are causing a disturbance, and I was just about to have them removed. Manager Huang trembled with fear, regretting ever provoking them, realizing too late that they were acquainted with Qin Tianxi. The inferior Qinghai jade mixed in the counter certainly could not withstand scrutiny. You be silent. Qin Tianxi disregarded Manager Huang and approached Xiao Xingyun with a warm smile, asking, Boss Xiao, what has caused you such distress? Xiao Xingyun picked up a Qinghai jade guanyin pendant from the counter and said, Young Master Qin, could you please identify this material for me? Qin Tianxi furrowed his brow. This appears to be Qinghai jade, but wait, didn't our shop prohibit the sale of low-grade jade? Master Wu, could you assist me in appraising this? I fear I may have misjudged. The appraiser took the pendant, examined it briefly, and promptly provided his assessment. This is indeed Qinghai jade, exhibiting a gaudy sheen, excessive transparency, and poor oiliness, categorizing it as medium quality. Its only merit is its excellent whiteness. Qin Tianxi nodded, turning to Manager Huang to demand, explain to me how a Qinghai jade pendant came to be mixed in here? Manager Huang was drenched in sweat, fear evident on his face. This piece of Qinghai jade might have been mixed up during the loading process. It is my failure to supervise properly. I am willing to accept punishment and apologize to the customers. Xiao Xingyun gestured towards the counter and said to the appraiser, could you please take another look inside the counter? Master Wu cast a quick glance, his brow furrowing deeply. He approached Qin Tianxi and whispered, Young Master Qin, the situation is quite serious. In this area alone, there are at least 20 pieces of Qinghai jade products. Qin Tianxi took a deep breath, gestured towards the pale-faced Manager Huang, and suppressed his anger. He turned to Xiao Xingyun with a smile, saying, Thank you, Boss Xiao, for uncovering such a significant pest. Otherwise, the century-old reputation of the Qin family would have been tarnished by him. When I have the chance, I will treat you to a drink as a special apology. Xiao Xingyun replied, Young Master Qin, you are too polite. Drinking is a trivial matter, we can go anytime. However, regarding Manager Huang, he claimed that he would take responsibility for all the Qinghai jade found here. I just want to ask, can we trust his word? Chapter 71. How long until one sees true intentions? Before Qin Tianxi could respond, Manager Huang let out a wail. Qinghai jade is not edible. It can be deadly. Oh, then here we have mountain jade, Russian jade, seed jade, and moa jade. Choose one that you fancy to consume, Xiao Xingyun remarked. Before he could finish, Manager Huang rolled his eyes and stubbornly fainted. Xiao Xingyun sighed. Alas, his acting skills are lacking. The fainting was too stiff. He needs to improve his performance. Manager Huang was filled with regret. Had he known this person was so shameless, not even sparing a fainting middle-aged man, he would never have dared to provoke him. Qin Tianxi nearly burst into laughter, but managed to maintain his composure, as he had been trained for such situations. He then addressed the security personnel with a stern expression. Take Manager Huang to the conference room. We will consider whether to report this after an internal investigation. Yes, boss, several security guards replied, promptly lifting Manager Huang away. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Xingyun said, Young Master Qin, I apologize for the disturbance today. You should attend to Manager Huang, conduct the necessary inquiries and judgments. I will take my friends home now. As he spoke, he prepared to leave with the days Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing. No need for formality between brothers. There will be plenty of opportunities for cooperation in the future. By the way, which jade guanyin would your friend like? I will generously offer it for free. Xiao Xingyun chuckled. Haha, that would be too much to ask. Receiving such a precious item for free feels inappropriate. Guanyin and other Buddhist pendants should be purchased to show sincerity. Let us do this. Instead of a discount or free, a token gesture of 1,000 yuan will suffice. Boss Xiao is indeed a person of discernment. There is a saying in the circle about this. So, which piece has your friend set his sights on? That one. In the far corner of the counter, the seed jade guanyin. Yes, the one with the mutton fat white and golden skin. The female sales assistant behind the counter stood there like a machine, merely fetching items without uttering a word. Lu Wenjing and Zhang Hao looked on in shock. The piece of jade guanyin made from the exquisite seed material had indeed caught their attention. However, upon noticing the exorbitant price tag of 168,000, all thoughts were extinguished. Now, to their astonishment, Xiao Xingyun was audaciously requesting that very piece of superior jade guanyin for himself. Was this not an extraordinarily bold move? Qin Tianxi cast a brief glance at the jade guanyin, neglecting the price entirely, and remarked with a smile, All right, I shall take this one. He then addressed the female sales assistant, instructing her, please issue them a receipt, marking the price at 1,000 yuan and clearly stating the reason for the discount. Understood. Sir, she replied, taking the jade guanyin to the cash register. Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing followed the sales assistant to complete the payment. Qin Xiao is indeed generous. Xiao Xingyun gave Qin Tianxi a thumbs up. Did that cut you deeply? Does that bring you satisfaction? Although Qin Tianxi had not looked at the price, he was well aware of the value of a jade pendant made from mutton fat seed material. Xiao Xingyun spoke earnestly. Truth be told, I am not angry. I simply cannot tolerate the presence of pests in your store. It unsettles me to not assist in purging them. No need for thanks. After all, we are friends. Qin Tianxi was momentarily taken aback, thinking to himself, goodness, you've monopolized both praise and criticism. Leave me some room to express myself. Moments later, Qin Tianxi escorted Xiao Xingyun to the entrance, watching them depart. He could only hope that Xiao Xingyun would refrain from frequent visits, as he yearned for tranquility. As Xiao Xingyun exited the Qin jewelry store alongside Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing, Zhang Hao immediately inquired, Brother Yun, how do you know President Qin? It seems you share quite a good rapport. He even reprimanded Manager Huang to accommodate your feelings. That's a long story. Suffice it to say we have business cooperation. Xiao Xingyun replied succinctly. Lu Wenjing, anxious, interjected, we selected a jade guanyin worth over 100,000. Do you think President Qin might be upset? I feel a bit guilty about it. Xiao Xingyun cast a complex glance back at the Qin establishment and replied, to Qin Xiao, this is mere pocket change. He doesn't care at all. My interest lies not in this trivial sum, but rather in gauging his attitude, which is crucial for our future collaboration. I don't quite understand, but I find you incredibly impressive, Lu Wenjing exclaimed with admiration. My girlfriend often praises me in the same way. Xiao Xingyun deftly interrupted, diverting her adulation. Lu Wenjing, adorably confused, did not grasp the implication. Meanwhile, Zhang Hao grew anxious, fearing that Xiao Xingyun might lead his girlfriend astray, and hastily changed the subject. Brother Yun, collaborating with someone like President Qin must have expanded your jade business? It's all right, slightly larger than before, yet still earning a living at the Changhuang Temple. In the future, if your friends or family need jade or emerald, come directly to me at the Changhuang Temple. Do not get swindled here again, Xiao Xingyun stated as they approached the vicinity of a Mercedes-Benz, pausing in his tracks. Understood, we'll remember this lesson. Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing replied in unison. Checking his watch, Xiao Xingyun remarked, very well, let us conclude our conversation for today. I have matters to attend to this afternoon. After you return home, remember to rinse the jade guanyin with clean water before wearing it. What shall we do now? We still want to invite you to dinner tonight, Zhang Hao remarked. Xiao Xingyun yawned wearily and explained, I encountered a rather eccentric neighbor who sang throughout the night, even louder than a nightclub. I barely slept at all. I'm almost at my limit and must return to rest for a while. I'll skip dinner. But please remember to keep it in mind for later. Zhang Hao was at a loss for words. Can you really keep a tab on a dinner invitation? Meanwhile, Lu Wenjing inquired, Brother Yun, why do we need to rinse the jade guanyin with clean water before wearing it? Is there a specific reasoning behind this? Xiao Xingyun replied. From a metaphysical perspective, it symbolizes the jade washing away the mundane, reaffirming its ownership, ensuring it will only provide protection for you. From a scientific standpoint, the jade has been handled by many, and a wash makes it far cleaner. Lu Wenjing chuckled heartily, finding him quite intriguing and knowledgeable. All right, I truly must take my leave now. Farewell, we shall continue our conversation later, Xiao Xingyun said as he entered the nearby Mercedes-Benz, which soon sped away. Zhang Hao and Lu Wenjing stood beside their electric scooter, staring in astonishment at the departing luxury vehicle. Lu Wenjing pondered aloud, Xiao Haozi. Did you say Xiao Xingyun set up a stall at the city god temple? Did he used to share a flat with you? Yes, indeed, Zhang Hao replied, still in a state of shock. Can someone who sets up a stall afford a Mercedes? I have no idea. Perhaps we should resign and also set up a stall at the city god temple? Well, let me think about it. Upon returning to the Ziyuan villa, Xiao Xingyun was greeted by the cacophony of death metal music blaring from within his home, a definite wake-up call. He hurriedly packed a few changes of clothes and personal items before exiting swiftly. He booked a king-sized room at the nearest Sheraton Hotel and sent Su Qing the room number. After school, come to this room. No one will disturb us tonight, and we can sleep soundly. Su Qing replied instantly, how annoying. I can't shake the feeling that you have ulterior motives. An ancient saying goes, the heart is revealed over time. You must not wrongfully accuse me. How long does it take to reveal one's heart? Xiao Xingyun noticed that little Qingzi had learned to playfully tease him in return. Chapter 72. The treasure basin. The night passed in silence. At dawn, Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing rose to wash and dilly-dally, delaying for yet another hour. Dressed and ready, Xiao Xingyun found Su Qing still applying her makeup. Hurry up. If you keep dawdling, we'll miss breakfast, he urged. Su Qing shot him a flirtatious glance before bursting into laughter. You're the one who is dawdling. Yet you blame me? Cough, cough. Let us not dwell on such trivialities. We'll eat breakfast first and then return for you to finish your makeup. You've had your fill while I'm still hungry. How rude. You mustn't say such things. Su Qing, struggling to keep up with his pace, blushed instantly, baring her teeth at Xiao Xingyun in a playful yet fierce manner. At that moment, Su Qing's phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and pleaded softly, Darling, I have too many tools in my hands to set them down at once. Could you please answer the call and switch to speaker mode? As Xiao Xingyun connected the call, he noticed that it was clearly from her father. Is that you, Dad? Has someone come to harass us for debts again? Su Qing inquired. Su Hongwei's voice was heavy with concern as he replied, There are daily debt collectors. The principal creditor is Duan Xiaowen. I heard he sent someone to the music academy to find you. Are you all right? I'm fine. 2 debt collectors approached me, and I immediately called the police. Those 2 seemed unhinged. When they saw the officers, they boasted about having killed someone. The police acted without hesitation and took them away. I can't say if they're mentally unstable, but Duan Xiaowen was furious after his men were apprehended. He has given me a deadline of 3 days to repay the debt, threatening to burn down our home if I fail to comply. Alternatively, I could transfer that piece of land to him, and our debts would be settled. Su Qing's chest heaved with anger. Duan Xiaowen is insatiably greedy. Our family invested over $1 billion to acquire that riverside property, and now, just because we owe him a little over $100 million, he seeks to seize it. Is there no one who can rein him in? Su Hongwei replied wearily. His connections are too strong. We cannot contend with him. Just 2 days ago, our debt stood at $186 million, and now it is nearly $200 million. Besides him, we owe the bank over $120 million. Although the bank's interest is low, this piece of land is our only asset. If the bank doesn't relent, even if Duan Xiaowen burns our home, we won't be able to liquidate the property. Su Qing, in a fit of desperation, tossed her makeup tools onto the table and asked, Dad, what is really wrong with this land we acquired? Is it so worthless that it can't even be sold? The issue lies in the sand beneath it. It is situated far from the Qiantang River, in such a remote location that no one could have anticipated that the land is entirely composed of sand. I don't know when the tributary changed its course, leaving behind this vast sand pit, and it happened to fall into my lap. I had someone assess it, and they confirmed that this sand is high-quality river sand. I intended to convert the residential land into a sand extraction site, but the Water Conservancy Department has flatly denied my request. Our family lacks the necessary connections in this regard, leaving us in a stalemate. Su Qing was at a loss for words, unsure how to console her worn-out father. Xiao Xingyun, not wanting to intrude on their conversation, could not help but interject upon hearing this. If the application is successful, wouldn't this land become a veritable treasure trove? Indeed, it is precisely for this reason that the creditors are hounding me without respite. I've resigned myself to the situation, yet the 2 principal creditors are now at odds, fighting fiercely over this lucrative prospect. Wait, who are you? Su Hongwei suddenly realized that a man's voice had interjected. Hello, uncle. I am Su Qing's friend. I inadvertently overheard your conversation, which is why I chimed in, Xiao Xingyun explained. What is your relationship with my daughter? Why are you together so early in the morning? Asked Xiao Xingyun. That is not the main issue. The crux of the matter is that you should send me the location of the land. I can ask a friend to inquire about the necessary procedures and the likelihood of successfully applying for sand extraction rights. Do you have connections in Hangzhou? Su Hongwei immediately shifted his focus, akin to a drowning man grasping for any semblance of hope. I happen to know a friend in the Water Conservancy Department, so it won't be a problem to gather some information, though I wouldn't claim to have connections. All right, I will send the relevant information to Xiao Qing right away. Please review it, and if you have any questions, feel free to call me, Su Hongwei said excitedly. Xiao Xingyun hung up the phone in silence. It was reminiscent of a gambler who had lost everything, typically concerned about his daughter's friendships, but in this moment, Su Hongwei no longer inquired. Su Qing, having gathered her tools and foregoing makeup, grasped Xiao Xingyun's hand earnestly, advising, Darling, do not overextend yourself for the sake of appearances. The debt situation at home is far too complicated. If it proves unfeasible, do not make promises lightly. Otherwise, my father will take it seriously, and future interactions may become strained. Am I not resolute enough for you? Xiao Xingyun replied with a smile, playfully pinching her chin. You're being silly. I'm discussing serious matters. Su Qing pouted, her freshly applied red lipstick particularly enticing. Ding, ding, ding. Soon, Su Qing received a photo of the documents from Su Hongwei. Xiao Xingyun transferred the relevant information to his own phone. As they perused the documents, they had already arrived at the hotel restaurant. Su Qing had prepared 2 servings of food from the buffet and sat beside Xiao Xingyun. What do you think? Is there hope? I am merely verifying the completeness of the documents. As for the hope, I still need to consult with the relevant department heads. Xiao Xingyun had initially aimed to help Su Qing's family with their debt issues to invest in rejuvenating their real estate business, anticipating generous profit shares annually. Upon learning that the land was sandy and contained high-quality river sand, his interest intensified. A person who has been impoverished for over 20 years possesses an inherent passion for wealth. Without pausing for a meal, Xiao Xingyun hastily called Lu Qing. The phone rang 3 times before Lu Qing answered. Hello, is this Xiao? Lu Qing's voice was steady, distinct from when he was shopping, now imbued with a notable official tone. Xiao Xingyun had long suspected his identity and was not taken aback by his bureaucratic demeanor. He directly inquired, Brother Lu, business is fair at my shop. I called today primarily to consult you about the sand extraction rights. I have a relative near the Qiantang River in Hangzhou who has discovered a significant amount of high-quality river sand on their land. Can you assess the likelihood of applying for sand extraction rights with the current procedures? The issue of sand extraction rights is quite intricate. The regulations have become exceedingly stringent. It is not a matter that can be resolved by a single water conservancy department. Well then, please send me the information first. I'll take a look and get back to you shortly. All right, thank you, Brother Lu. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Xingyun promptly sent over the requested materials. Once completed, she ravenously devoured the food before her. She was utterly famished. Sharing a bed with Su Qing had drained her energy significantly. While Su Qing could occasionally replenish her protein intake, Xiao Xingyun had nothing to eat and was on the verge of collapse from hunger. After finishing her portion, she ventured to the buffet area for additional dishes, finally regaining a normal eating pace. At a nearby table, Tang Shi, with dark circles under her eyes, watched Xiao Xingyun's voracious consumption, her lips twisted into an exaggerated pout. It was embarrassing to witness someone who had never eaten before take advantage of the hotel's buffet. The sound of her discontent eventually caught Xiao Xingyun's attention. Turning her head, Xiao Xingyun met Tang Shi's disdainful expression, despite the exaggerated curve of her lips. One could not deny that this porcelain-skinned woman was undeniably beautiful. What are you staring at? Xiao Xingyun inquired, frowning. Chapter 73. The Intricacies of Mining Rights. Tang Shi was a voluptuous beauty with long, straight black hair and blunt bangs, embodying the quintessential visage of an exquisite Eastern woman. Her attire today was particularly ostentatious, as she wore a new, fashionable qipao, a striking red and black ensemble adorned with lace cutouts that maximized her allure. Although Su Qing was also a top-tier beauty, in Tang Shi's presence, her youthful innocence was glaringly apparent. If Su Qing's label could be described as that of a youthful beauty, then Tang Shi's could only be classified as a mature, composed, and stunning woman, though her temper was as volatile as a powder keg, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Xiao Xingyun simply asked, What are you staring at? With those words, she struck a nerve in Tang Shi. What's it to you? If you have the guts, come and hit me, Tang Shi exclaimed, slamming her palm on the table, her ample figure nearly causing her qipao to burst at the seams. Are you out of your mind? Why would I hit you? Xiao Xingyun, noticing the attention of the surrounding crowd, felt a twinge of embarrassment at the prospect of arguing in public with a woman. Tang Shi, puffing out her chest, retorted, then why are you acting all fierce? Honestly, for a grown man, you lack a broad mind. I was merely practicing my singing for a moment. And yet you blared death metal music for an entire day and night, showing no semblance of gentlemanly conduct. Xiao Xingyun frowned, sensing that her combativeness was rather sharp. Not wishing to prolong their altercation, he suggested, if you promise not to sing so loudly at night, or perhaps consider soundproofing your practice area, I will cease playing my death metal. That is my house. I can do whatever I please within it. Why should you care? With communication breaking down, Xiao Xingyun chose to ignore her further and continued his meal, preparing to endure her presence. However, Su Qing could not bear to see her boyfriend suffer indignities. Rising, she declared, "Was that merely a moment of noise? You howled for an entire night, and you have the audacity to scold us? Humph. I cannot be bothered to engage with you. Such a lack of decorum." Tang Shi might have felt that arguing here was somewhat beneath her dignity. After speaking, she turned and left. "It is you who lacks propriety. How can you blame others when you are in the wrong?" Su Qing was unperturbed by her. "After all, we are all novices in this realm of existence. Why should we endure grievances? Why should we concede to others? Who among us is not a little princess in their own right?" Perhaps Tang Shi was feeling fatigued or weary. She cast a glare at Su Qing, stifled a yawn of exhaustion, and exited the buffet restaurant. Meanwhile, far away in Jiangsu and Zhujiang, Lu Cheng had finished reviewing the materials sent by Xiao Xingyun via WeChat. This parcel of land was familiar to Lu Cheng. The land purchased by Su's real estate company had long since become a subject of intrigue within the circles of commerce and politics in Hangzhou. Due to the immense interests at stake, even if issues arose with the land, no one dared to address the aftermath. Simply put, the land had problems. It could neither be returned nor sold, and despite its worth exceeding 10 billion, Su's real estate group found itself on the brink of bankruptcy over a mere 3 billion in total debt. There were two principal creditors involved. One was the shadowy businessman Duan Xiuwen, who wielded considerable influence and controlled many high-interest loan channels and gray industry chains in Hangzhou. The other major creditor was a local commercial bank, a stronghold for the local elite, complicating the entangled interests even further. As the second-in-command of the Provincial Water Resources Department, Lu Cheng had the capacity to intervene in this matter. More crucially, the current head of the Qiantang River Management Bureau was once his secretary. The pivotal question now was whether it was worth his while to personally wade into these murky waters to repay Xiao Xingyun's life-saving grace. After much contemplation, Lu Cheng found himself unable to arrive at a decision. He could repay the favor by providing Xiao Xingyun with financial assistance, introducing friends to support his business, or even arranging employment for a few of his acquaintances. However, the land owned by Su's real estate company had already transformed into a lucrative prize within Hangzhou's commercial sphere. His involvement would certainly offend certain parties. Yet, one cannot neglect the obligation of gratitude. This was the first time Xiao Xingyun had sought his assistance. It was indeed a challenging choice. In his moment of indecision, he recalled the plump individual with whom Xiao Xingyun had opened a store, as well as that individual's formidable background, which sparked an idea in his mind. He realized he would need to enlist another person to navigate the potential backlash from other interests. Thus, Lu Cheng called Li Hongliang. The call connected swiftly, and Li Hongliang inquired, "Old Lu, what do you need?" "I have an important meeting to preside over in 3 minutes, so let us keep this brief." Lu Cheng replied, "This matter is rather complicated. I cannot clarify it in 3 to 5 minutes. Cancel your lunch engagement, and let us meet privately to discuss something important." Canceling lunch is no easy task. "Very well, tell me the location, and I will do my best to arrive early." "All right. I will secure a reservation and send you the details via WeChat." After hanging up, Lu Cheng proceeded to book a table at a favored private dining establishment and sent the location to Li Hongliang. Having just recalled, Xiao Xingyun replied, "I have reviewed the materials. However, the situation is exceedingly complex. I must consult with professionals for further investigation before I can provide you with a response. I assure you, by nightfall at the latest, I will deliver an accurate update." After concluding these matters, Lu Cheng finally exhaled in relief. As long as Li Hongliang agreed to intervene, the affair would be essentially resolved. For he was not only a district leader but also had a cousin in the provincial government, rendering him unperturbed by the local shareholders of the municipal commercial bank. Upon receiving Lu Cheng's reply, Xiao Xingyun too felt a wave of relief. As long as there was no outright refusal at that moment, there remained a glimmer of hope. It merely depended on what conditions the other party would propose. After returning to their hotel room from the restaurant, the two tidied up briefly, and Xiao Xingyun explained the situation to her. Su Qing, though unable to fully comprehend, felt joy at the prospect of resolving her family's debt issues. With no classes or rehearsals that day, she expressed her desire to accompany Xiao Xingyun to the jade shop. He was equally eager to take her there to familiarize her with the place. In the future, should any matters arise, she could directly seek him out at the shop. Moreover, he contemplated that if Lu Cheng could assist in resolving the sand extraction rights issue, he would need to return to Hangzhou with Su Qing the following day to discuss the distribution of interests face to face. Today was opportune for visiting the shop, and organizing affairs. Shortly thereafter, Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing arrived at Chenghuang Temple. The locale bustled with activity. As the nation's largest and most prosperous economic metropolis harbored no shortage of affluent individuals. As they passed through the market stalls, Xiao Xingyun recounted tales of his previous stall, though he and Fatty had not visited in a long time, and it had since been occupied by another. Su Qing, with admiration, remarked, "To set up a stall here and achieve success in opening a shop, you truly are remarkable." Suddenly, Xiao Xingyun shushed her, placing a finger to her lips, and whispered, "Such words are best reserved for the privacy of our bed. Refrain from shouting them in public. What if other beauties hear and whisk me away?" "Oh, that's not what I meant. You're insufferable." Su Qing playfully glared at him and playfully bit his finger, prompting Xiao Xingyun to plead for mercy. Amidst their laughter, they reached the entrance of the Jinyu Lianyuan jade shop. The business was thriving, with 2 female sales assistants overwhelmed and even the cashier assisting and attending to customers. Fatty Luo was busier still, flitting between conversations with various patrons, evidently friends with whom he shared a good rapport. Noticing Xiao Xingyun arriving with his girlfriend, Luo de Zhao approached with a jest. "Brother Yun, have you brought your little sister-in-law along?" "What sister-in-law? You know I have but one," Xiao Xingyun retorted with mock annoyance. "What is going on today? Why is business so booming?" "Hee, I posted on Moments, announcing that I opened a jade shop, urging everyone to come and support my business. Look, everyone is being quite gracious. So many have shown up, and many more are on their way." Xiao Xingyun was left speechless. This evening, it is certain that the parents of Luo de Zhao will seek a heartfelt conversation with Fatty, further reinforcing their commitment to family safety education. Chapter 74. Absurdity at Mount Wutai. Within the abbot's chamber, Hu Lili, accompanied by 2 male bodyguards, humbly sat before a solemn elder monk, seeking clarity for her inner turmoil. "Master, do you believe there are ghosts, demons, and deities in this world? Such is but a fleeting thought. Master, if I have inadvertently attracted something unclean, how may I rid myself of it? Let go, and liberation shall follow. Master, I find myself harboring inappropriate thoughts about a man, dreaming of him incessantly to the point of obsession. Whenever I close my eyes, he fills my dreams. What should I do? Resolve the matter with him. Could you speak in plain terms?" "Madam Hu, it is you who first issued straightforward discourse. I am merely an abbot, versed in management, psychology, economics, and literature. Yet I have scarcely delved into Buddhist studies. Your inquiries are better directed to Master Jishin, not to me. I donated 500,000 in incense offerings, and Master Jishin merely glanced at me, suggesting I was either mentally ill or irrational, claiming I had not attracted anything unclean before dismissing me. What am I to do? If not you, then who shall I seek? Can I request a refund?" "Ba, Master Jishin speaks wisely. Madam Hu, if there are no further issues, you may take your leave." The old monk's countenance remained grave and dignified as he intoned a solemn chant, preparing to bid farewell. "The 3-eyed evil Buddha must surely have connections to your Buddhist community. Are you truly oblivious to its significance? Ever since I encountered the shattered 3rd jade eye of the 3-eyed evil Buddha, my dreams have been plagued with turmoil, distorting the genuine tragic memories of my youth. Ba, it should have been sealed within Qianling. It is your kind who have allowed it to resurface. Every action is predetermined, and one reaps what one sows. Thus, this matter is not one for our Buddhist sect. Perhaps you might inquire at the neighboring Taoist temple?" Hu Lili could hardly fathom that these monks would relinquish their core business to a rival. Was the 3-eyed evil Buddha truly so perilous that even the ancient temple of Mount Wutai could not contain it? The neighboring Taoist temple? The only Taoist establishment at Mount Wutai is the Fanjian Temple, also known as the Fox Immortal Temple. Its origins and truths have long since been submerged in the river of history. Yet a Taoist temple has stood resilient for a millennium amidst the sacred grounds of Mount Wutai, attesting to its extraordinary nature. Hu Lili was not in search of the origins of the 3-eyed evil Buddha. That was the domain of historians and archaeologists. Her sole desire was to resolve her current predicament. Thus, clutching the abbot's token, she ascended the nameless hill with her bodyguards, where Fanjian Temple awaited at its summit. In the afternoon, Xiao Xingyun finally received a return call from Lu Cheng. "Xiao, this matter has been discussed at length with several experts and leaders. Although it presents certain challenges, with persistence in navigating various departments and expending additional effort, there remains a significant hope for success in our application. However, the premise is that the Su Group must first settle its debts. The complexities of the underlying liabilities place it on the brink of bankruptcy, and we, as supervising entities, would certainly hesitate to grant any approvals to such a company. Naturally, the paramount reason for clearing the debts is to prevent others from seizing this ripe peach, thus robbing us of our interests. Do you comprehend? The emphasis in Lu Cheng's final remark lies in safeguarding our benefits. Xiao Xingyun understood immediately. No one would assist you without reason. Even a savior would expect a share of the profits if the matter were to be resolved. I understand. Thank you, Brother Lu. Tomorrow I will travel to Hangcheng and seek a way to address the Su Group's debt issues. Very well, once the debt is resolved. Come to me for a face-to-face discussion. After hanging up, Xiao Xingyun promptly took Su Qing to a nearby restaurant for dinner. They then returned to the Tian villa to prepare their belongings for an early departure to Hangcheng the following morning. The loudspeaker was unbearable. Xiao Xingyun could hardly tolerate it and turned it off upon entering the house. The moment they stepped into the row house, tranquility enveloped them. Yet, tranquility was short-lived. As the neighboring residents of Tangshi erupted in a cacophony, unwilling to concede and daring to test Xiao Xingyun's limits during the night. Su Qing had just changed into her performance attire and was about to begin her live stream when the violent music from next door shattered her concentration. Reluctantly, she donned her earphones and hummed a few tunes to maintain the warmth of her live streaming audience. Xiao Xingyun, who had cultivated a commendable habit of reading and studying at night, usually perused literature on gemology and antique appraisal. Disturbed by the neighbor's music, he resorted to wearing noise-canceling headphones to immerse himself in soothing melodies, attempting to shield himself from the clamor. As the clock struck 11, it was time for rest. Yet the raucous sounds from next door intensified rather than diminished, ultimately exhausting Xiao Xingyun's remaining patience. I originally intended to coexist with my neighbors as an ordinary person. Yet you fail to recognize your limits and push me to the brink. Do not blame me for utilizing extraordinary means to deal with you. A fierce determination arose within him as he approached the courtyard wall and effortlessly scaled into the neighboring yard. The towering fence was no obstacle for him. Xiao Xingyun was aware that the courtyard must be under surveillance, yet he felt no fear. He rang the doorbell, but it went unanswered. He pressed it again. Still no response, perhaps due to the overpowering music. Using his piercing vision, he glimpsed inside the living room, which had been transformed into a stage for a performance. Tang Shi, adorned in stage attire, stood before a microphone, flanked by 4 musicians, 2 men and 2 women, swaying to the rhythm of the music. As one song concluded, seizing the brief moment of silence, Xiao Xingyun rang the doorbell once more. This time, Tang Shi finally approached the door. It's you? How dare you trespass into my yard and ring the doorbell to my living room? Do you want me to call the police on you? She said, standing at the entrance, her tone unfriendly. Xiao Xingyun had no desire to waste time on her. An unusual glint flashed in his eyes as he commanded, "Be quiet and instruct your musicians to leave immediately. From now on, maintain silence. Refrain from making any noise within the confines of this house. You have no authority over me, yet I shall heed your words and henceforth remain utterly silent." Tang Shi, with a tempestuous temperament, exclaimed the first part of her statement. But in the latter half, her demeanor grew distant, obediently acquiescing to Xiao Xingyun's will. At that moment, the 4 accompanying musicians, alerted by the commotion, approached. As members of the band, they were accustomed to a carefree and unrestrained lifestyle. Noticing that Tang Shi's temper today differed from her usual self, the bassist shouted, "Who do you think you are to command, Shi? Why should we leave? Do you even know how to speak properly?" The keyboardist, equally eager to showcase his bravado, added, "If you don't leave now, do you believe we want to take action against you? We've been supporting Shi in her rehearsals for a year or 2, and never has any fool dared to cause a disturbance." With a sharp slap, Xiao Xingyun retaliated, a strange glimmer flashing in his eyes. He was deliberately filled with violent intent, roaring like a madman, "Leave. If you utter another word, I will toss you all into the Huangpu River to feed the fish." Yes, we'll leave immediately." The 4 musicians trembled in fear, scurrying away in a panic. They did not merely walk out. They literally rolled from in front of Xiao Xingyun, tumbling into the yard before scrambling out through the villa's gate, as if they truly believed they would be thrown into the river if they lingered any longer. Witnessing such an absurd spectacle, Xiao Xingyun found himself momentarily stunned. This ability of mental control was profoundly sinister. Those under its influence seemed to lose their sense of self, acting purely on instinct. Before him stood Tang Shi, resembling a marionette, her gaze vacant, exuding a submissiveness that evoked pity. Chapter 75. Arrival in Hangzhou. Xiao Xingyun continually reminded himself to refrain from utilizing his powers. particularly mental control, out of fear of unforeseen consequences. He was uncertain how long the effects of mental control lasted or how long it would take for the controlled individuals to regain their normalcy. If they did return to their senses, he wondered if they would remember the events that had transpired. Due to these unpredictable outcomes, he had consistently sought to avoid employing such a malevolent ability in his daily life. The events of this night had been entirely precipitated by Tang Shi's insistence, compelling him to intervene and silence her ruckus while also dispersing the other band members. However, in wielding his powers, he had lost control over his emotions, had struck someone, and had ordered them to leave. To his astonishment, they had indeed rolled away, scuttling from his presence. Xiao Xingyun discerned a troubling truth when utilizing his powers. His emotions and demeanor became exceedingly erratic, as if possessed by a three-eyed deity, filled with brutality and dominance, disregarding anyone else, brimming with aggression. The urge to lash out at anyone who displeased him, to strike them and humiliate them, was perilously dangerous. At this moment, Xiao Xingyun, noticing the absence of others around him, and with the night enveloped in tranquil silence, found himself before a rather dazed Tang Shi. A bold idea began to take shape in his mind. Tang Shi, who am I? You are Xiao Xingyun. What did I just instruct you to do? You asked me to be quiet and not make any noise. Is my request excessive? It is not excessive. It seems quite reasonable to me that it should be this way. Excellent. I am gratified by your understanding. Now, obediently return to your slumber. Very well, Tang Shi replied, a flicker of struggle passing through his eyes as he hesitated. But I slept all day. I am not tired now and cannot fall asleep. Witnessing the turmoil in Tang Shi's gaze and the rebellion in his words, Xiao Xingyun was instantly filled with fury, as though the dignity of a deity had been affronted. A more peculiar light glimmered in his eyes, and in an even more authoritative tone, he commanded, my orders are not to be defied. Return to your sleep immediately. Understood. The hesitation and struggle in Tang Shi's eyes vanished in an instant. He no longer appeared dazed but rather respectful and sincere. I shall obey your command and return to sleep at once. With that, Tang Shi turned and went back to his room, forgetting to close the entrance door. Xiao Xingyun, having overexerted himself, felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. The intense energy he had expended had nearly drained him completely. As he closed the door behind Tang Shi and climbed back over the wall to his own courtyard, his legs buckled, nearly causing him to tumble into the lawn. Physical weakness often follows excessive fatigue. With a sigh of resignation, Xiao Xingyun reminded himself to exercise caution when using his extraordinary abilities in the future, to remain humble and composed, and not to let the temper of the three-eyed divine clan influence him. Upon returning to his room, Xiao Xingyun lay down on his bed and quickly drifted into slumber, unaware of when Su Qing had snuggled up next to him. When dawn broke, Xiao Xingyun finally regained his vigor, though he was exceedingly hungry. Fortunately, he had prepared ahead, storing ample beef jerky in the refrigerator, which he could easily heat in the microwave. As he replenished his strength, Su Qing awoke, clad in a thin nightgown, emerging with sleepy eyes, evidently roused by the alarm clock. What are we having for breakfast? Su Qing inquired. I just had beef and milk. Would you like the same? No, eating meat will make me gain weight. Su Qing yawned and sat before Xiao Xingyun. Then shall I prepare something for you? All right. But make sure there is plenty of noodle soup and vegetables. Too many noodles will choke me. You certainly have many requests. Hurry and wash up. Today a schedule is tight. Don't dawdle like yesterday. Upon hearing this, Su Qing perked up, realizing her sluggishness this morning stemmed from skipping a step in her routine. However, since they needed to return to Hangzhou today, she refrained from procrastination, diligently washing up and eating. Afterward, the two of them each took a suitcase and boarded a Mercedes, heading straight for Hangzhou. More than 2 hours later, Xiao Xingyun parked his car in front of a villa in the Qiantang New district of Hangzhou, which was the residence of Su Qing. Upon exiting the vehicle, Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing noticed several individuals lurking nearby, vigilantly monitoring the villa. It was evident that these individuals were creditors of Su Hongwei, a multitude of them, unable to reclaim their debts, resorting to surveilling his home. Wherever Su Hongwei ventured, his creditors shadowed him, though he was too fearful to leave his abode, which inadvertently facilitated the efforts of those keeping watch. Upon recognizing the figures of Xiao Xingyun and Su Qing, the watchers became agitated. There stood Su Qing, the daughter of Su Hongwei, having returned in a luxurious Mercedes, accompanied by what appeared to be her wealthy boyfriend. Would he perhaps assist in settling the debts? Unlikely. As the sums were considerable, nearly 200 million owed to the notorious Duan, over 100 million to commercial banks, and additional debts to various small contractors and suppliers, accumulating to over 300 million. Who among them would be foolish enough to lend a hand? Sighing, one murmured in agreement with Duan's sentiment that if Su Hongwei remained unable to repay, his daughter might be seized and taken to a club. Even if the 100 million owed could not be recovered, some interest could be extracted from her. Many more vile comments circulated. Yet Xiao Xingyun intentionally urged Su Qing to ring the doorbell and communicate with her parents, ensuring she remained oblivious to the malicious remarks, sparing her heartache. Soon, Su Qing's parents peered out from a window, spotting their daughter standing with a young man at the entrance, prompting them to press the remote control to unlock the door. They cautioned Su Qing through the window to lock the door swiftly upon entering, lest the debt collectors intruded. Understood, she replied. However, Xiao Xingyun, acting with greater haste, secured the door from the inside, as several creditors with bloodshot eyes attempted to force their way in, hurling the most venomous insults, demanding Su Hongwei repay his debts. Clearly shaken by the creditor's aggressive behavior, Su Qing clung tightly to Xiao Xingyun's arm, retreating backward. Xiao Xingyun frowned. While he empathized with the creditor's plight, their language was excessively harsh, with some even threatening to vandalize his Mercedes. Silence. Whoever dares touch my car shall forfeit any hope of recovering the debts. I have come specifically to address the financial issues of Su Real Estate. If you can be patient for a few more days, you shall receive your due, he asserted firmly. Although Xiao Xingyun did not utilize his supernatural abilities, the power of his financial acumen proved more effective. Upon hearing that he intended to resolve the debts of Su Real Estate, the creditors felt a glimmer of hope, and those who had been most vociferous began to calm down, at least ceasing their threats against the vehicle. Can we trust your word? Are you not deceiving us? They inquired. What reason would I have to mislead you? Am I simply wasting time? If I lacked confidence in resolving this matter, would I have come here? Xiao Xingyun replied with conviction. Very well, we shall place our trust in you this once. With that, Xiao Xingyun led Su Qing into her home, where they were greeted by her parents. Her father appeared somewhat aged and weary, yet her mother remained youthful and beautiful, seemingly in her 30s despite being in her 40s. Even amidst such significant turmoil at home, she maintained an exquisite appearance, radiating a mature beauty. Chapter 76. The mother-in-law evaluates her son-in-law as Xiao Xingyun assessed Su Qing's parents. They, in turn, scrutinized him. In essence, regardless of age, there exists a mutual critique among same-sex individuals, while the opposite sex tends to appreciate one another. Su Hongwei regarded Xiao Xingyun as average in build, looks, and demeanor. Essentially, he found him to be unremarkable and unworthy of his daughter. Conversely, Xiao Xingyun perceived Su Hongwei as aged and superficial. Despite not being particularly old, his face was lined with wrinkles, and his beer belly resembled that of a woman in late pregnancy, lacking the grandeur typically associated with affluent individuals. Thus, after exchanging a few glances, both men discreetly frowned. Are you Xiao Xingyun, Xiao Qing's boyfriend? Where is your hometown? Su Hongwei adopted a tone befitting an elder, launching into his inquiries as soon as Xiao Xingyun entered the living room. Before Xiao Xingyun could respond, Su Qing's mother, Bai Jiu, smiled and interjected, Xiao, please have a seat. After such a long drive, you must be thirsty. Lao Su, hurry and brew some tea. Make sure to use the Dahong Pao I've been saving for him. Thank you, Auntie. Xiao Xingyun felt this was a proper way to host guests. Lao Su was rather unrefined. He must not forget that, aside from being Xiao Qing's boyfriend, he was also their potential lifeline. Bai Jiu scrutinized Xiao Xingyun for a moment, feeling quite satisfied. He was tall and robust, but what pleased her even more was that this sturdy young man was also exceptionally handsome. His eyes, particularly, were deep and captivating, reminiscent of a starry sky, imbued with an enchanting allure that beckoned exploration. It was indeed true what they say. The more a mother-in-law observes her son-in-law, the more she grows fond of him. Xiao Xingyun, likewise, found his mother-in-law appealing, intellectual, mature, gentle, and well-mannered. She exuded the refinement of a cultured lady. Su Qing bore some resemblance to Bai Jiu. Perhaps in 20 years, she too would blossom into a gentle and beautiful woman, with fair skin and a curvaceous figure. Very well, it seems I have secured my future father-in-law in Su Hongwei. Xiao Xingyun mused. When Su Hongwei prepared the tea and poured a cup for Xiao Xingyun, he did so with a hint of reluctance. Xiao Xingyun could have taken the initiative to pour it himself, but he suddenly felt disinclined to move. As the potential savior of the Su family, Su Hongwei was oblivious to the importance of this dynamic. "This is excellent tea," Xiao Xingyun remarked. Although he was not adept at tea tasting, he knew enough to recognize quality and compliment the host. "Xiao, you can appreciate tea as well. By the way, I asked where your hometown is earlier, and you have yet to respond," Su Hongwei pressed on. Having learned the previous day that Su Qing intended to bring her boyfriend Xiao Xingyun home, he had questioned her. But his daughter remained tight-lipped. This led him to suspect that Xiao Xingyun's background might not be particularly distinguished. Clearly, with a less than stellar background. Yet boasting publicly about being able to resolve the crisis of the Su real estate group, could he possibly be a fraud? Su Hongwei's scrutiny of Xiao Xingyun stemmed from his skepticism about the young man's ability to assist him in alleviating debts exceeding 300 million. Xiao Xingyun replied, "I hail from a rural area in Sichuan province. After studying in Shanghai, I opened a jade store there upon graduation. How is the income?" Su Hongwei pressed insistently. "It suffices to support my family and keep hunger at bay," Xiao Xingyun responded, employing a touch of Tai Chi to counter Su Hongwei's aggressive demeanor. Intending to broaden the conversation, Su Hongwei's countenance shifted, revealing his displeasure as he retorted, "Merely managing to support your family gives you the audacity to claim you can resolve my debt exceeding 300 million? Young man, boasting is not a commendable habit." Remaining composed, Xiao Xingyun replied, "I could indeed resolve it, but I have suddenly lost the desire to do so. I do not wish to be perceived as a braggart in the eyes of others." Su Hongwei faltered momentarily, akin to a duck grasped by the throat, struggling to catch his breath. "Do you truly possess the capability to assist me with this monumental debt?" he scoffed. Xiao Xingyun merely smiled and remained silent. Though he had not encountered many formidable figures, he discerned that Su Hongwei lacked depth. It was no small feat to manage such an extensive enterprise. It was only a matter of time before he faced ruin, perhaps aided by Bai Jiu, who contributed to the current scale of Su's real estate company. Su Qing noticed her boyfriend's discontent and promptly complained, "Dad, how can you be like this? You walk in the door and, before even finishing a cup of tea, you start interrogating. Isn't this a matter of concern for you?" Her father responded, "You, my child, have yet to engage with the world and comprehend its treacherous nature." Bai Jiu interjected, "Old Su, it's time to prepare lunch. Given our current circumstances, dining out is not an option. We must eat at home. Please check the refrigerator and prepare 4 dishes and a soup. Xiao Xing is from Sichuan, so add plenty of spice. I enjoy spicy food as well. But I haven't even spoken much yet. Why must I be the one to cook?" Su Hongwei stammered, reluctant to leave the living room. Bai Jiu simply smiled and fixed her gaze upon him. After 10 seconds of unwavering attention, Su Hongwei conceded, obediently tying on an apron and heading to the kitchen. The dynamics of their household were evident, revealing who held the upper hand. Once Su Hongwei was preoccupied, Bai Jiu turned to her daughter and instructed, "Xiao Qing, please tidy up a guest room upstairs for Xiao Xing to rest." "All right, I will prepare the room next to mine," Su Qing replied, ascending the stairs with a cheerful demeanor. At that moment, only Xiao Xingyun and Bai Jiu remained in the living room. Bai Jiu took a sip of tea and smiled gently, saying, "Xiao Xing, I apologize for the commotion. Old Su's character is such that he cannot conceal his thoughts. Whatever he feels is written all over his face. He is, in truth, a straightforward individual with no ill intentions. Auntie, there is no need for explanations. I can empathize with Uncle's feelings. Anyone who has nurtured a cabbage for 2 decades only to have it ravaged by pigs would lose their composure." Bai Jiu erupted in laughter, her tea spilling and dampening her clothing, yet her grace remained intact. "Indeed, I appreciate that metaphor." After Bai Jiu finished laughing, she set down her teacup, delicately covering the damp marks on her chest with one hand while resting the other on her abdomen. With an air of composure, she stated, "I had similar thoughts earlier, but hesitated to voice them. Since it was Xiao Xiao who brought it up, we cannot blame Annie for agreeing. It was not Annie's fault. Xiao Xingyun merely sought to alleviate the earlier awkwardness. As you can see, after the laughter, the atmosphere has shifted from its previous heaviness and gloom. As elders, we ought not to interfere too much in the affairs of the young. As long as you are well, we can rest easy. By the way, you mentioned yesterday that you have a solution for the debt issues of the Su Corporation. Is it convenient to discuss now? I heard that you owe over 300 million. If I help you repay it, wouldn't that resolve the matter?" Bai Jiu's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. Her upper body leaning forward, her ample form nearly pressing against the tea table. "You have over 300 million? What do you think?" Xiao Xingyun mused. I possess far more than 300 million. As long as you have quality, fertile assets for me to invest in, the amount is limitless. What are your conditions? Bai Jiyu, unlike ordinary women, was not naive but rather exceptionally astute, pinpointing the crux of the matter. Xiao Xingyun replied, using this land as the core asset. We will establish a new company. I will invest 400 million to offset the debts, acquiring a 40% stake. Regardless of whether this land becomes a sand extraction site, a water amusement park, or even a botanical garden, the shareholding ratio will remain unchanged. Bai Jiyu immediately grasped Xiao Xingyun's focus, her breath quickening as she inquired, Establish a new company? Invest 400 million? Are you suggesting it could potentially become a sand extraction site? Do you truly have connections? What are the chances of success? Chapter 77. Tangled Interests. Last night, after receiving a call from Lu Cheng, Xiao Xingyun merely informed Su Qing that there was hope in resolving her family's debt issues and asked her to notify her parents that he would visit the next day for a face-to-face discussion. Therefore, Su Qing's parents only had a vague understanding and were unaware of the details, let alone Xiao Xingyun's true background. Moreover, Su Qing was so innocent that she remained oblivious to how she ended up involved with Xiao Xingyun, living somewhat in a haze. In short, she was unaware of Xiao Xingyun's depths, while he was acutely aware of her shallows. Faced with Bai Jiyu's urgent questioning, Xiao Xingyun did not answer directly, but rather continued. If I manage to secure the sand extraction rights, based on your previous experience and regulations, what percentage of shares should be allocated to the intermediary? Or what would be a one-time payment? Bai Jiyu forced herself to remain calm, her ample bosom rising and falling sharply before she responded. As the sand extraction site falls within a gray industry, approval can be granted or denied. Even with complete documentation, the governing authorities may refuse. Thus, if someone can assist in securing the sand extraction rights, I could offer them 10 to 20% in shares. A minimum of 10 and a maximum of 20? That is quite generous, Xiao Xingyun expressed his surprise. The entanglements of interests are manifold, falling under market pricing. If the counterpart demands cash, given the sand content of our land, it would require at least 20 to 30 million, with a ceiling of no more than 50 million. Xiao Xingyun nodded slightly. Comprehending Bai Jiyu's meaning, this was merely a rough estimate, significantly influenced by the level of greed exhibited by the executor. All right, I understand. After lunch, I shall conduct a thorough on-site inspection of the land to ascertain whether it warrants an investment of 400 million. Indeed, this reflects the prudent nature expected of an investor. Bai Jiyu felt a growing satisfaction, increasingly finding her son-in-law agreeable. She refrained from questioning the source of Xiao Xingyun's funds, believing that his assertions were likely truthful, for at that moment, the Su real estate company possessed no resources left to deceive him, and there was little within their household of value worth swindling. The family's only precious treasure had presumably already been secured by him, so what was there to fear? Nothing remained that could be lost. As long as Xiao Xingyun resolved the existential crisis facing her family, he could choose whatever he desired from their household without her batting an eyelash. Before long, Su Hongwei prepared a meal of 4 dishes and a soup, reluctantly calling everyone to the table. Clearly, Su Hongwei's culinary skills had been honed over time, as the meal turned out surprisingly delightful. Since they had plans to drive later that afternoon, they abstained from alcohol. Dear, what did you and Xiao talk about in the living room? Su Hongwei inquired after taking a few bites. Just some small talk. By the way, after lunch, take Xiao to inspect that piece of land and let him evaluate it. Bai Jiyu replied. Su Hongwei harbored a nagging suspicion that his wife was withholding something, grumbling discontentedly. What does he need to inspect? And what happens after? Does he possess the means to purchase that land? I spent 16 billion on it when I acquired it. Bai Jiyu maintained her gentle tone, yet her words were laced with sharpness. Yes, you are quite impressive. You wagered everything on that piece of land. Should anything go awry, the entire company would collapse in an instant, and you still have the audacity to brag? Su Hongwei fell silent, bowing his head and eating meekly. Bai Jiyu served a piece of dompa pork to Xiao Xingyun, saying, This is one of Su's specialties. He always makes it when Xiao Qing returns home. Do give it a try. Delicious. Thank you, Auntie, but please, allow me to serve myself, Xiao Xingyun replied politely. Su Qing, feeling slightly jealous, waved her bowl of rice in front of Bai Jiyu, pouting, Mom, I am your biological child. Why don't you serve me a piece? I'm not paying attention to you right now. I'm focusing on Xiao. Mom is biased, forgetting her daughter now that she has a son-in-law. Oh, Your father and I have yet to agree to this match, and here you are, already helping your mother choose her son-in-law? How annoying. Su Qing, ever bashful around her parents, hesitated to voice too much. In such a setting, Xiao Xingyun found it difficult to interject. Exchanging a knowing glance with the quietly dining Su Hongwei as the two men shared a mutual understanding, silently enjoying their meal. After the meal, Xiao Xingyun instructed the two women to secure the doors and windows before he and Su Hongwei set off in a Mercedes, heading straight for the sandy plot they had acquired. Nearby, creditors lurked, some remaining in place while a few pursued Xiao Xingyun and Su Hongwei in their vehicles, determined to keep them within sight. Unfazed by these creditors, Xiao Xingyun was resolute. As long as the land concealed abundant high-quality river sand beneath its surface, he would certainly invest and assist the Su family in settling their debts. Before long, Xiao Xingyun arrived at the site. Although somewhat remote, the expanse was vast, with riverside properties already constructed several kilometers away. If this land lacked significant sand deposits, any constructed buildings would still possess considerable appreciation potential, marking it as a prime future investment. However, upon scrutinizing the ground, Xiao Xingyun discerned an immense sand content, seemingly bottomless, leaving him curious about its accumulation. The financial return from excavating all this sand could potentially exceed that of erecting buildings. Moreover, the excavated area could be transformed into a water park or similar attraction. Should this site reveal immense potential in the future, a more aggressive approach could be taken. Directly filling the pit to construct buildings would certainly be easier than land reclamation. Previously, Xiao Xingyun had perceived the investment of 400 million as merely a means to secure modest profits. Now, it appeared to be a veritable golden goose, capable of yielding substantial annual returns with minimal effort. Xiao, are you competent or not? You've been here for ages. Have you found anything of value? Su Hongwei questioned, skeptical of Xiao Xingyun's expertise. He recalled his previous endeavor of excavating a large sand pit in the central area, bemused by Zhao's decision to inspect the surrounding wasteland rather than the sand itself. The sand's quality had been appraised, confirming its suitability for construction as premium river sand, ranked among the highest in pricing. Securing the sand mining rights would turn this location into a veritable treasure trove, generating wealth daily. Regrettably, despite his exhaustive efforts, he had yet to meet even a minor official from the governing body, let alone discuss approvals. Hope seemed futile. Xiao Xingyun's insistence on reviewing documents led Su to believe he could facilitate an introduction to an official. Yet discovering that Xiao hailed from distant Sichuan and was merely a recent graduate left him disheartened about any connections to leaders in Hangzhou. What a disappointment. Just wait. Let me make a call first, Xiao replied, retrieving his phone to call Lu Cheng. After 3 rings, Lu Cheng answered, timing impeccable. Is that you, Xiao? What brings you to me? Brother Lu, I have arrived in Hangzhou, and I have found a solution for the Su family's debt issue. We can discuss the sand mining rights for that land in person. Oh, Xiao, your capabilities are impressive. You've managed to secure over 3 billion in funding so swiftly? Fortune smiled upon me. A benefactor stepped in, and this sum is but a trifle. Huh. Very well, I shall send you the address shortly. Let's meet at the tea house. By the way, what tea do you prefer? I will inform the owner in advance. I enjoy fresh green tea. Very well, let it be Longjing then, Lu Cheng said before hanging up the phone. No sooner had he ended the call than he sent a location via WeChat to a tea house named Qinglian Pavilion. Su Hongwei, who had been waiting impatiently, urged, Xiao, who were you on the phone with? You still haven't answered my question. Come. I will take you to a place where you will understand, Xiao Xingyun replied, already stepping into a luxurious Mercedes-Benz. Su Hongwei, feeling utterly led by the nose, confusedly followed him into the car, yet he harbored a growing frustration, silently vowing that if Xiao Xingyun dared to deceive him with inconsequential figures, he would certainly make him pay. Chapter 78. I am not that kind of person. Before long, Xiao Xingyun brought Su Hongwei to Qinglian Pavilion, a name that resembled a foot massage parlor more than a tea house, yet it was decorated in an extravagantly opulent style and was quite expansive. Xiao Xingyun suspected that this establishment offered not only aged tea but also premium varieties, priced at 998 or 1288 per brew. After parking the car, as they entered the grand entrance, they encountered a crowd gathered in the hall, seemingly embroiled in a heated argument. Although Xiao Xingyun intended to head straight to the reserved private room, he was drawn to the sound of Lu Cheng's voice. Lu Cheng, visibly agitated, exclaimed, "You are engaging in a scam. You deliberately collided with me, causing the porcelain to shatter." I have seen this tactic many times before. I have already called the police to investigate. I refuse to believe you lack a criminal record. I am not afraid of the police. Everyone has seen the surveillance footage, which clearly shows you crashing into me, causing the porcelain inside the box to break. A slick middle-aged man, brimming with confidence, shouted back, "You intentionally ran into me. I didn't even have time to dodge. Besides, what kind of worthless porcelain is this? You expect me to pay 280,000? This is a Qing Dynasty Guangxu-era Famille Rose Peach vase, with a certificate from a reputable institution. The appraiser at the auction house has confirmed its value at 280,000. I will not accept a single penny less." Lu Cheng was acutely aware that this was a setup, yet ensnared in their trap. He found himself unable to extricate himself from their extortion. Xiao Xingyun approached, observing the shattered porcelain on the ground. A flash of insight crossed his eyes as he recognized it as a counterfeit, devoid of any energy or historical significance. It certainly was not from the Qing dynasty, and it was highly likely to have been crafted just last week. "Lu Go, are you all right?" Xiao Xingyun inquired with concern. "Xiao, you've arrived." "I am in a bit of trouble, and we may need to postpone our plans," Lu Cheng replied, his brow furrowed and his mood sour. "It's a trivial matter. I will assist you," Xiao Xingyun said with calm assurance. "Oh, you have a solution?" Lu Cheng's eyes brightened, a glimmer of hope igniting within him. "Let me give it a try," Xiao Xingyun thought to himself, intending to employ his mental control abilities to compel the scammer to confess. However, he realized that such an action would be too illogical and would likely arouse suspicion among the onlookers. As Xiao Xingyun hesitated, he suddenly noticed a middle-aged woman behind the porcelain owner, who was holding a suitcase and occasionally interjecting, insisting that damages should be compensated. It was evident she was merely reveling in the spectacle, saying anything to escalate the situation. However, her conspicuous presence in the tea house with a suitcase was rather alarming. Utilizing his extraordinary ability of clairvoyance, Xiao Xingyun nearly burst into laughter upon discovering that the suitcase contained two porcelain pieces identical to those shattered on the floor. It was unmistakable, they were in cahoots. Once compensation was acquired, they would likely relocate and execute the same ruse again. Yet today, they had crossed paths with Xiao Xingyun, the extraordinary seer, which was bound to spell their misfortune. "Tell me, is your line of work profitable?" Xiao Xingyun inquired of the porcelain owner. "Profitable? What do you mean?" "I deal in antiques, of course it's profitable." The porcelain owner glared at Xiao Xingyun with suspicion. "Do not be so tense. In truth, we are colleagues in this business," Xiao Xingyun replied with a smile. "Colleagues?" The porcelain owner became increasingly wary, his anxiety palpable. "Damn it, I've encountered a fellow swindler? This is going to be difficult." Xiao Xingyun's smile took on a more mischievous tone. "Do not misunderstand. I mean that I too am in the antique trade. By the way, have you heard of the Treasure Pavilion?" "I have heard of it. Could it be that you are the proprietor?" The porcelain owner's expression turned to one of astonishment. "Not quite. My shop is right next to the Treasure Pavilion, although it's a small establishment. I am quite aware of the happenings in our circle." "What are you getting at?" The porcelain owner's tone had softened considerably. "Take my advice and let this matter rest. There is no need to contest the authenticity of your porcelain. Frankly, if the constables arrive, you too will find it impossible to leave." Xiao Xingyun said this while deliberately gesturing toward the middle-aged woman behind the porcelain owner. Yet, the porcelain owner stubbornly held his ground, unwilling to concede. "Are you threatening me? We live in a society governed by law. Should he not compensate for the damage he caused to my porcelain? Even if the constables arrive, reason should prevail, right? Even if not at the original price, at least half should be compensated." Xiao Xingyun's smile faded. "Are you truly so audacious? You've brought unnecessary trouble upon my brother Lu, and I have yet to seek an explanation from you. Money? What nonsense." Fuming, Xiao Xingyun seized the porcelain owner's hair and dragged him towards the shards of porcelain, pointing at the fragments. "With such counterfeit porcelain, you dare to deceive others? Do you think you are the only one adept at appraising porcelain? Let go of me. Let go. You're hitting me. Someone call the police. They've shattered my antique porcelain and are assaulting me. Is there no law?" The porcelain owner was utterly terrified, unable to move under the grip of the towering Xiao Xingyun. Meanwhile, the middle-aged woman with the suitcase panicked, her voice rising in urgency as she cried out, "Oh no! Everyone, come quickly! They've not only broken something, but are also assaulting. This is utterly outrageous. We must apprehend the assailants." However, those who come here to savor tea are individuals of considerable wealth and status, none of whom are inclined to take risks. Instead, they retreat a few steps. content to observe the unfolding spectacle. Xiao refrained from resorting to violence. It could have adverse repercussions, Lu Qing cautioned, watching Xiao Xingyun prepare to strike. Feeling an undeniable sense of relief, yet maintaining his composure. Brother Lu, I am not striking him. I merely grasped his hair to rouse him from his stupor. Well, it does appear that you haven't struck him, Lu Cheng conceded, though the owner of the porcelain was wailing in agony, suffering far worse than a mere slap. At that moment, several officers finally arrived on the scene, and Xiao Xingyun seized the opportunity to release his grip, adopting an air of nonchalance. Su Hongwei had been observing the entire affair from within the crowd. He had no intention of assisting Xiao Xingyun and instead perceived the youth as impulsive, prone to violence, and unworthy of his daughter's trust. He contemplated whether to advise his daughter, Su Qing, to sever ties with such a volatile man, as marrying him could spell difficulty in attaining happiness. What troubled him further was the realization that the man who had invited Xiao Xingyun for tea was likely Mr. Lu, a man of about 50, lacking any discernible aura of authority, dressed in ordinary attire, presumably a mere clerk from some organization, wasting his time in discussions. Who called the police? What transpired? The officers inquired as part of their standard procedure. The porcelain owner, emboldened by the presence of authority, proclaimed loudly, "Someone shattered my antique porcelain, valued at 280,000, and not only refused to compensate me, but also assaulted me." In response, Xiao Xingyun asserted, "He is a fraud, and the shattered item is a counterfeit. The woman beside him is his accomplice, and there should be evidence in her suitcase." The porcelain owner was taken aback, never having anticipated that Xiao Xingyun would recognize his cohort so readily and deduce the existence of evidence in the suitcase. I did not. He is fabricating stories," the woman with the suitcase stammered in panic, attempting to flee. The officers swiftly intervened, apprehending the middle-aged woman. Upon opening the suitcase, they discovered 2 exquisitely packaged identical porcelain pieces, down to the matching certificate numbers. Faced with irrefutable evidence, the officers remained silent, directly restraining the porcelain owner and handcuffing him to the middle-aged woman. The porcelain owner, filled with regret and despair, resorted to desperation, shouting, "This young man assaulted me. You must arrest him as well. Is that so?" The leading officer scrutinized Xiao Xingyun. "I did not strike him. I am not that kind of person. If you don't believe me, ask the onlookers if I did anything." Chapter 79. A pleasant collaboration. Xiao Xingyun spoke the truth. He had not laid a hand on anyone, and he confidently relayed this to the officers. The spectators exchanged peculiar glances, some unable to suppress laughter, echoing, "Indeed, officer, this gentleman did not strike anyone." While they relished the commotion, their sense of right and wrong remained intact. They harbored a deep-seated disdain for deceitful swindlers. Witnessing the deceiver's face, their just deserts brought immense satisfaction to the onlookers, prompting many to step forward in support of Xiao Xingyun. Lu Cheng, having just recovered from his astonishment, was taken aback by Xiao Xingyun's remarkable ability to identify the accomplices of the scam artists within the crowd, as well as uncover evidence from their suitcase. At last, he felt liberated from financial liability and found solace in the resolution of the ordeal. It was an unparalleled relief. As the officer in charge questioned Xiao Xingyun about whether he had resorted to violence, Lu Cheng promptly approached and addressed the officer, asserting that these fraudsters were exceedingly brazen and deserved severe punishment. He promised to contact Officer Zhang shortly to expedite the handling of the case. "Are you Director Lu? I'm Zhao, from our last encounter when you and the district leaders inspected the governance of the Qiantang River. I was responsible for the surrounding security issues and had the pleasure of shaking your hand for a photo," the young officer exclaimed. "Ah, Zhao, I appreciate your hard work. Thank you for your assistance in today's matter," Lu Cheng replied amiably, shaking Zhao's hand once more. Zhao was visibly thrilled, engaging in brief conversation before swiftly leading away the 2 fraudsters, along with the evidence, from the Qinglian Pavilion Tea House. As for the porcelain owner's complaint against Xiao Xingyun for alleged assault, the crowd unanimously attested that no such act had occurred, rendering further inquiries unnecessary. The tea house manager eventually emerged to soothe the guests and instructed the staff to clear the remnants of the shattered porcelain from the floor. Lu Cheng, filled with gratitude, patted Xiao Xingyun on the shoulder and remarked, "Young Xiao, you are quite impressive. How did you discern that the middle-aged woman was an accomplice? And how did you know there was evidence in the suitcase?" "I was merely lucky, stumbling upon it by chance," Xiao Xingyun humbly responded with a smile. "You, young man, are remarkable. Come, let us retreat to a private room upstairs for a more in-depth discussion." Lu Qing said, leading the way with heartfelt appreciation. It was only then that Xiao Xingyun remembered he had brought someone along. Turning around, he spotted Su Hongwei, whose expression was a mixture of confusion and embarrassment as he awkwardly fidgeted with his feet. The man he had previously looked down upon had indeed managed to assist someone in dealing with the scam artists. Furthermore, the seemingly insignificant Lu Cheng turned out to be a person of considerable status, eliciting smiles of excitement from the officers upon their recognition of him. Uncle Su, this is my brother Lu. You may simply refer to him as Brother Lu, Xiao Xingyun introduced. Brother Lu. Su Hongwei, caught off guard by the introduction, echoed without much thought. Only after uttering the words did he realize the incongruity of the situation. You call me uncle, yet I am calling him brother? What sort of hierarchy is this? Haha, I am in high spirits today. Lu Cheng laughed heartily. Let us each address one another as we see fit, Brother Su. Shall we head upstairs together? Ah, certainly, Su Hongwei replied, following Lu Cheng and Xiao Xingyun up the stairs while discreetly wiping the sweat from his brow. It seemed his son-in-law's connections were indeed remarkable, as he was able to forge camaraderie with such influential figures. Today, he had underestimated him. His daughter's judgment was astute. He had firmly decided on this son-in-law. Soon, the trio entered the private room, which was spacious and comprised a complete tea space, along with a lounge and restroom. Xiao Xingyun began to harbor doubts regarding the operational scope of this tea house. The three individuals settled into their seats. And soon 3 young and beautiful tea masters clad in delicate white hanfu entered the private room to serve them tea. Their attire, sheer and elegantly draping, accentuated their graceful figures. Adding an air of mystique and ethereal beauty, each was adorned with a translucent veil. However, the purpose of their visit was not to engage in a display of tea artistry. Once the tea was prepared, Lu Cheng waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. It was only then that Xiao Xingyun formally introduced the identities of the parties involved. Acting as the intermediary, he deemed it essential to establish their identities. Lu Cheng and Su Hongwei then shook hands. Ah, Director Lu, it is an honor to finally meet you, Su Hongwei remarked, sincerity evident in his tone. For he had long admired Lu Cheng's reputation, but had never been able to step into his office. Lu Cheng responded with a modest smile, subtly reaffirming his status. Mr. Su, you are too kind. Since Xiao has introduced us, let us dispense with formalities and discuss matters as they arise. Indeed, let us proceed accordingly, Su Hongwei replied, somewhat bewildered and struggling to grasp the nuances of the conversation. Xiao Xingyun nearly chuckled aloud, understanding the reason for his presence rather than Baijiu. He merely needed to serve as a figurehead, while he himself represented the negotiations. Lu Gu, to be candid, my girlfriend Su Qing is the daughter of Mr. Su. This connection is why I have become involved in the debt issues of Su's real estate company. With this, Xiao Xingyun recounted the plan to register a new company, inject 400 million in funds to resolve the debts, and subsequently take a 40% stake. Fearing that Su Hongwei might oppose the idea naively, he emphasized that this had already been discussed with Bai Jiu, who had consented. After sharing this, Xiao Xingyun directly inquired, Lu Gu, regarding your assistance in resolving the sand extraction rights, what cooperation do you require from us? Lu Qing took a sip of tea and smiled. Well, I happen to be related to the Li family, and we co-own a construction materials company. I am currently seeking a source for sand. So once your sand mine commences operations, it would greatly please me to have them procure some. That sounds excellent. It is indeed a mutually beneficial collaboration. And I have no objections, Xiao Xingyun replied. By the way, we plan to establish 10 sand extraction production lines. How many can your relative's materials company accommodate? According to market standards, 1 line will suffice. Any more would be excessive. Moreover, I have high hopes for Xiao. Only through mutual benefit can friendship endure. As for my friend, Old Li, he greatly enjoys hearing your friend, Xiao Luo, discuss jade knowledge. When can you bring him to Hangzhou? I will reserve some fine wine for your visit. Haha, Lu Gu, your generosity is commendable. Then let it be 1 line. Hereas to a pleasant collaboration. As for visiting, it can happen at any time. I will make arrangements and bring along Luo Pengzi. Xiao Xingyun felt satisfied, as the negotiations required no strenuous effort. They had presented their lowest offer outright. He also discerned that this arrangement bore the influence of Li Hongliang, a favor that merely required an introduction to Luo Pengzi's father. The terms offered were agreeable and aligned with market expectations. 10 sand extraction production lines were in operation, and Lu Cheng mentioned that his relative only required 1, amounting to a mere 1/10 of the equity stake. Naturally, the method of profit distribution would involve transporting away a tenth of the total sand extracted. This was considerably less than Bai Jiu had anticipated. After all, she was even willing to part with 2/10 for the extraction rights. More importantly, the request was for equity rather than cash, ensuring that Lu Cheng would lend his assistance should any complications arise. This steady flow of income represented a sustainable business model. It is possible that Lu Cheng valued the long-term benefits of this sand mine, opting for a prolonged partnership rather than a quick transaction. This aligned perfectly with Xiao Xingyun's intentions. Hangzhou was too distant, and he could not constantly oversee the affairs of the sand mine. His focus lay with the Chenghuang Temple in Shanghai, and he might eventually venture to the Panjiayuan in the capital. Jade, gemstones, and antiques were the domains he was familiar with, the world where he could fully showcase his talents. Su Hongwei stood by, utterly bewildered, with no opportunity to interject, and he could hardly comprehend the nature of their conversation. Just as he was feeling frustrated, his phone suddenly rang, and he heard Su Qing's terrified voice. "Dad, you need to come back quickly. The debt collectors have barged in and are threatening to take me and Mom away. It's Duan Shouwen's gang." Chapter 80. An opportunity for linguistic reconfiguration. After concluding their discussions, the three were supposed to share a meal and perhaps enjoy a drink to strengthen their bond. If they could summon Li Hongliang to further solidify their alliance, that would be even better. However, Su Qing's call disrupted their plans. Su Hongwei, unable to contain his anxiety, changed his expression upon receiving the call and exclaimed, "You all keep Duan Shouen at bay. Don't provoke him. We are heading back immediately." The urgency of the debt collection implied they had received some alarming news. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Xingyun's eyes, hoping that Duan Shouen would not overstep, lest he succumb to his own violent tendencies. Lu Cheng, with a serious demeanor, instructed, "You all return to resolve the debt issue. Should you encounter insurmountable troubles, do not hesitate to call me." "Thank you, Brother Lu. We will head back now," Xiao Xingyun replied, foregoing further niceties as he hurriedly left with Su Hongwei. At that moment, the front door of Su Qing's home had been violently breached. 6 menacing tattooed individuals, bare-armed, formed 2 lines blocking the entrance to the living room, exuding an aura that warned against any approach. Duan Shouen, in his 30s, of average build, donned gold-rimmed glasses and an Armani suit, resembling more of a tech company executive than a loan shark operating in the shadows of legality. He lounged on the sofa, a smile plastered on his face as he watched the panicked Su Qing and Bai Jiu frantically dial for help, making no effort to intervene. "Finished with your call? Then let us sit and converse. After all, we have time to spare." "Huh, weren't you just intent on abducting us?" Su Qing was momentarily taken aback. Duan Shouen chuckled. "Since you've summoned Su Hongwei back, I no longer feel the urgency to take anyone. Why not conduct business in a harmonious family setting?" Bai Jiu had just finished her phone call and pulled Su Qing to sit on the opposite sofa. Though her heart raced with anxiety, she maintained a facade of composure. President Duan has granted us 3 days, and this is only the 2nd day. Why the urgency to pay us a visit? Even if we fled, the land would remain," Bai Jiu remarked with a smile. "I have heard that your daughter's boyfriend intends to assist your family in repaying your debts?" Duan Shouen inquired. Bai Jiu raised an eyebrow, her surprise evident. "Indeed, upon hearing this news, shouldn't President Duan be pleased? Why does it seem you are here to reprimand us? Do you not wish for us to settle this debt?" Duan Shouen revealed a menacing smile. "Bai Zong, spare me the pretense. I do not believe someone of your intellect could misinterpret my true intentions. I do not seek to reclaim this debt. Rather, I desire your parcel of land." Bai Jiu did not hide her derision. "You wish to acquire over 100 acres of riverside land with a mere 200 million in debt? This is the hard-earned wealth that my husband and I have accumulated over a lifetime. Your greed is quite unseemly. We require only a moment's respite, and that land could appreciate 2-fold, even 3-fold. Besides the debt I owe you, I can also settle the debt with the commercial bank." Duan Shouen, conceding slightly, retorted, "I can assist you with the commercial bank's debt. Consider yourselves fortunate. Bai Jiu, do not overstep your bounds. If you provoke me, you know the consequences. Many patrons at my establishment enjoy the company of women like you and your daughter. Shameless." Bai Jiu's chest heaved with indignation. Having traversed life with ease and privilege, she had never been subjected to such lewdness. "Shameless? Should you push me, I will show you what true shamelessness looks like. When your husband and son-in-law return, believe me, I will not hesitate to demonstrate my intentions before them." Bai Jiu and Su Qing were left pale with fear, clinging tightly to one another. "I do not believe it. came the voice of Xiao Xingyun from the doorway. Duan Shouwen rose, his gaze fixed on the figure of Xiao Xingyun. Haha, you must be Bai Zhiyu's son-in-law. If you doubt me, I shall show you. Xiao Xingyun strode forward, and to his surprise, none of the tattooed men blocking the entrance dared to intervene. A dangerous smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Duan Shouwen hesitated, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Why did his men not restrain this intruder? Show me? Xiao Xingyun scoffed, delivering a resounding slap to Duan Shouwen's face, sending his gold-rimmed glasses flying. Before Duan could react, Xiao raised his foot and kicked him in the abdomen, sending him sprawling onto the sofa. Then he seized Duan Shouwen's hair, forcefully pressing him against the coffee table, and lifted the half-pot of hot tea, pouring it all over his face. Are you insane? Are you looking for death? How dare you strike me in Hangzhou? You are doomed. I will annihilate your entire family. Duan Shouwen shrieked, it's scalding. Stop pouring it. I'll be disfigured. Danzi, Sameo, you fools, are you all dead? Can't you see I'm being assaulted? Come save me. His voice echoed in despair, yet the 6 tattooed men standing at the doorway appeared oblivious, lost in their own thoughts. Su Hongwei had just returned with Xiao Xingyun, but being somewhat timid, he hesitated at the threshold, contemplating whether to enter and what to say. However, before he could gather his thoughts, he was startled by the sound of Duan Shouwen's horrific cries. Rushing in, he nearly fainted at the sight. It was not Chong Wei but Xiao Xingyun who was beating Duan Shouwen. How could Xiao Xingyun dare to strike someone, especially Duan Shouwen? This is the end for us. Provoking Duan Shouwen means our family is doomed. Su Hongwei's legs weakened, and he collapsed at the entrance. What did you just show me? Here's your chance to rephrase. Xiao Xingyun demanded fiercely, gripping the teapot after emptying it. I will end you. Duan Shouwen, driven to madness, had never been so brutally beaten and humiliated. His face contorted with rage, he yearned for blood. Crack! The purple clay pot struck Duan Shouwen's head with pinpoint accuracy, shattering upon impact, blood streaming down from his scalp, trickling into his mouth. The metallic taste of blood jolted Duan Shouwen into clarity. He suddenly realized that his assailant might be a more ruthless individual than himself, someone far beyond his reach. Ah, stop. Xiao, please stop. That was my favorite teapot, which cost me tens of thousands. Bai Zhiyu exclaimed, clutching her chest, having seemingly recovered from her initial terror. She was distressed over her treasured teapot, but feared for Duan Shouwen's well-being. Despite her worries, witnessing Xiao Xingyun fiercely protect her and her daughter filled her with admiration. Such a man was worth following. In contrast, the man she had chosen, cowering at the doorway, left much to be desired. The matchmaker responsible for her fate must have been a fraud. Su Qing also regained her composure, rushing to grasp Xiao Xingyun's arm, pleading, Brother Yun, you must stop. If you continue, someone will die. The ferocity in Xiao Xingyun's eyes gradually subsided. Yet a sinister voice echoed in his mind. Those who offend my divine might shall be met with no mercy. Kill him. Chapter 81. I will avenge with my remaining life. Xiao Xingyun felt a profound sense of helplessness. Ever since he heard that Duan Shouwen intended to take Bai Zhiyu and Su Qing, a thunderous roar erupted within his mind, as if it had exploded. A frenzied voice clamored loudly. How dare you covet what belongs to me? Kill. His eyes, imbued with extraordinary abilities, surged beyond their usual limits. He swiftly subdued the tattooed men blocking the doorway, then confronted Duan Shouwen with reckless fury. As the confrontation escalated, the voice in his mind shifted its refrain. Those who offend my might shall be met with no mercy. Kill. Had it not been for Su Qing pulling him back, he might have succumbed to the strange voice in his head and truly killed Duan Shouwen. Once Xiao Xingyun regained his composure, a wave of fear washed over him. Had he been possessed? Was he unable to control his own actions? He had always known that the gift of clairvoyance came with a price, but he had not anticipated such a steep cost. While exerting control over others, he had also fallen under the sway of an eerie force. The realization sent chills down his spine, twisting his expression into one of torment and ferocity. Duan Shouwen, battered and bloodied, heaved a sigh of relief when Xiao Xingyun finally released him. Yet, upon lifting his gaze, he caught sight of Xiao Xingyun's monstrous visage, staring at him like a demon, which compelled him to avert his gaze and obediently lie down on the coffee table, paralyzed with fear. Su Qing was on the verge of tears. The sight of Xiao Xingyun in such a state was truly terrifying. Nevertheless, she did not let go of him, guiding him to the sofa, where she and her mother flanked him, linking their arms through his to prevent him from erupting into violence once more. Duan Xiaowen had taken a severe beating, bloodied and bruised. Although the two women felt a sense of vindication, they genuinely feared that Xiao Xingyun might inadvertently kill him. Xiao, please calm down. You cannot continue to strike him, Bai Jiyu urged, holding onto Xiao Xingyun's arm with a firm yet gentle touch. Su Qing echoed her sentiment, securing his other arm and pleading with a quivering voice. Brother Yun, let us take a moment to breathe. Taking a life is not worth it. Both women were genuinely alarmed by Xiao Xingyun's demeanor. As intuitive as they were, they could sense that he truly harbored murderous intent. Emerging from the bizarre illusion, Xiao Xingyun struggled slightly, attempting to free his arms. However, the two women, believing he still intended to lash out, tightened their grip around him. Having expended a considerable amount of his mysterious energy, he felt exceedingly weak, the softness of their embrace rendering him powerless to escape. Very well, in light of your pleas, I shall spare him today. Xiao Xingyun exhaled a long breath of frustration, fixing his gaze on the still cowering figure of Duan Xiaowen. Your name is Duan Xiaowen, is it not? Yes, it is I, came the trembling response. Duan Xiaowen was engulfed in a tempest of anger and fear, responding in a subdued tone. Have you brought the loan contract? I am here to repay on behalf of X Real Estate Company. Xiao Xingyun replied calmly. What? You truly wish to repay them? Right now? Duan Xiaowen was taken aback and bewildered, unable to fathom Xiao Xingyun's intentions. Could it be that this individual, lacking any formidable backing, was merely acting on impulse without considering the consequences? Unperturbed by Duan Xiaowen's inner turmoil, Xiao Xingyun asserted, indeed, repaying debts is a moral obligation. It is the principle I abide by. This is a loan shark situation with exorbitant interest rates. Do you acknowledge that? Duan Xiaowen was astonished by his audacious maneuver, even admitting it was usury, probing further. I acknowledge it, and I shall adhere to the loan contract. I will repay you the full amount, principal and interest, without a single cent missing, Xiao Xingyun solemnly assured, displaying no inclination to reveal his background or negotiate terms. The interest on such usurious loans is typically colossal, allowing for potential discussions on reductions during repayment. Very well. Duan Xiaowen concluded his probing and resolved to accept the payment. Any retribution could wait for another day. Gritting his teeth, he straightened his posture and ceased leaning on the coffee table. He retrieved a leather briefcase he had set aside on the sofa, producing two contracts from within. One was a standard loan agreement with an annual interest rate of 20. Although steep, it fell within legal parameters, allowing for litigation to reclaim both principal and interest if necessary. The second contract was a supplementary agreement, astonishingly indicating a 20-year service fee, meaning that collectively, X Real Estate Company would owe Duan Xiaowen an interest of 40. This was a common tactic employed in usurious contracts to circumvent legal scrutiny. Such exorbitant rates indicated that both lender and borrower were formidable players. As Xiao Xingyun requested to examine the contracts, the two women finally released his arms. At the conclusion of the contracts were the signatures and fingerprints of XHNGWI and BIZHY, accompanied by the company's seal. This signified that both had jointly incurred this usurious debt. You are indeed audacious to borrow at such exorbitant interest, Xiao Xingyun could not help but exclaim. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, BIZHY explained, at that time, Old X was in a frenzy, mortgaging and liquidating all assets, amassing over 10 billion earned over a lifetime. He secured the Land King title from the previous year by purchasing over 100 acres. Before the first phase of the project could receive approval, we discovered the land was entirely sandy. Once the news spread, we could no longer secure financing from banks, and the funding chain abruptly collapsed. As you are aware, the subsequent events unfolded with banks demanding repayment, usurers pressing for debts, and various partners collectively pursuing debts, leaving only this piece of land, which creditors sought to protect through court applications, rendering us incapable of any further action. Xiao Xingyun nodded, stating, understood. Can you calculate the total amount required for repayment today? As Xiao Xingyun perused the contract, Duan Xiaowen had already wiped the blood from his face and retrieved his dislodged glasses. He responded, if the debt is settled today, my company will require a total payment of 208 million, as the outstanding amount includes not only substantial interest, but also penalties for late repayment. Very well. I shall contact the bank and clear the debt within 20 minutes. Auntie will handle the repayment contract and all necessary procedures to ensure there are no lingering issues, stated Xiao Xingyun. Thank you, Xiao. I appreciate your efforts. I will ensure the contract is properly managed, Bai Jiu assured him, suppressing her complex emotions. In addition to having Duan Xiaowen sign a debt clearance document on the original loan agreement, a seal and fingerprint were also required. Bai Jiu would prepare a formal repayment contract to avert any future disputes. Fortunately, her household was equipped with the necessary office supplies, and a simple repayment contract template was readily available, needing only minor adjustments. Once Xiao Xingyun had contacted the bank's VIP hotline and completed the necessary information via mobile banking, the bank subsequently called to confirm the transaction, and after a text verification, the transfer was officially made. Shortly thereafter, Duan Xiaowen received a call from the company's finance department confirming that the debt had been fully credited to the company account. He then affixed his fingerprints to finalize the repayment process. Duan Xiaowen rose, tidying his disheveled, blood-streaked hair, and, clutching his briefcase, remarked with a sinister expression, "Excellent. The debt issue is resolved, but we will settle the matter of your assault at a later time. I have never been so brutally struck in my life. This memory will haunt me eternally. Are you prepared? I intend to spend the remainder of my life exacting revenge on you, and it shall be quite spectacular. I can hardly wait." With that, he turned sharply and strode away. As he reached the threshold of the living room, he glanced disdainfully at Su Hongwei, who lay crumpled on the floor, and bellowed at the 6 tattooed men standing at the door, "Are you imbeciles asleep? Let's return to the company, and I will settle accounts with you." "Yes, boss." The 6 tattooed men replied respectfully, exhibiting no signs of dissent. At that moment, Su Hongwei seemed to regain his senses, suddenly crawling over to grasp Duan Xiaowen's leg, pleading, "Mr. Duan, today's incident was merely a misunderstanding. We will cover all your medical expenses without fail. Please, do not be harsh. Spare my family." Duan Xiaowen kicked Su Hongwei away, his face contorted in rage as he shouted, "Get away. What were you doing when that man assaulted me? Why didn't you intervene? Now you seek mercy? It is too late. I will ensure your entire family meets the most horrific end." Chapter 82. Intentionally getting drunk, Su Hongwei was paralyzed with fear. He truly dared not offend Duan Xiaowen. Debts could be repaid, but after being so severely beaten by Xiao Xingyun, how could he prevent retaliation? "Xiao, this mess is your doing. Come here and apologize." Su Hongwei yelled at Xiao Xingyun from the floor. Bai Jiu explained sternly, "This cannot be blamed on Xiao. He acted to protect us when he struck Duan Xiaowen. You must have heard how harshly Duan spoke at that time." Su Qing remarked, "If you wish to apologize, do it yourself. Brother Yun has protected us and even settled the high-interest debts for our family. What wrong has he committed?" Xiao Xingyun cast a scornful glance at Su Hongwei. Realizing why his standing at home was so dismal, he truly lacked responsibility. What is there to fear? As a man, if one cannot safeguard his wife and daughter, what is the meaning of life? Life is but a fleeting moment. Death is eternal. Who dares to cause trouble in my home? I will ensure their demise. Xiao Xingyun did not wish to burden the two women. As long as they were resolute in protecting themselves, his 2 billion was not spent in vain. He approached Duan Xiaowen and calmly inquired, "Do you seek vengeance? Do you wish for our deaths to be excruciating?" Upon meeting Xiao Xingyun's profound gaze, an inexplicable panic gripped Duan Xiaowen's heart, prompting him to retreat 2 steps back into the midst of the 6 muscular men he had brought along, finding solace in their presence. When you struck me earlier, you should have anticipated such consequences. Indeed, I will ensure your deaths are agonizing. However, those 2 beautiful women, I can allow them to live a bit longer. The guests at my establishment will look after them. You are truly a scoundrel. Those who commit wrongful acts shall meet their demise. Beware, you may not find a good end," Xiao Xingyun declared, forcibly activating his abilities, emanating a mesmerizing light. "If anyone is to perish, it shall be you first." At this point, Duan Xiaowen suddenly became aware of a strange voice resonating in his mind, deeply imprinting itself upon his very soul. He uttered only half of his sentence before turning to leave, followed closely by the 6 tattooed giants. Their departure was abrupt and eerie. Yet, Xiao Xingyun, having overexerted his powers, felt a sharp pain in his eyes, as if his body had been hollowed out, rendering him unsteady. Fortunately, Su Qing, concerned for him, was standing behind and promptly supported him. "Are you all right?" she asked anxiously. "I'm fine. I just need a moment to rest," Xiao Xingyun replied, sinking back onto the sofa with her assistance. Bai Jiu hurriedly sought out a purple clay teapot to brew him some tea. Su Qing wisely commented, "With Duan Xiaowen surrounded by so many people, how could you dare to strike him? I believe he intentionally provoked you to create an opportunity to threaten us. Otherwise, why bring so many bodyguards without intervening? Yes, you make a valid point. That is indeed the case. Xiao Xingyun weakly reclined on the sofa, listlessly agreeing. Bai Jiu poured him a cup of hot tea, then tidied up the shards of the teapot nearby, offering reassurance. Xiao, you need not fear. We live in a lawful society. Although Duan Xiuwen employs cruel methods, he would not dare to go too far. As long as we avoid secluded places, we should be safe. Auntie, I am not afraid. Your words should be aimed at Uncle Su. Xiao Xingyun pointed to Su Hongwei, who remained slumped at the doorway, still in a daze. Old Su will be fine. A few drinks in the evening will restore his courage, Bai Jiu said, fully understanding her partner. Su Hongwei was lost in a daze as he observed the two women of his household bustling around Xiao Xingyun, while he sat on the floor, neglected and ignored. The comparison was maddening. How could it be that within mere moments of Xiao Xingyun's arrival, he found himself relegated to a position of insignificance? His core status had vanished in an instant. Why did neither of you offer me a word of comfort? With a heavy heart, Su Hongwei pulled himself up and settled onto the sofa. Bai Jiu, with her gentle voice, delivered a stern reprimand. You saw Duan Xiuwen bullying us inside and hesitated to intervene. Why should we console you? Xiao Xiao chased him off. Yet you place blame upon him and demand an apology. This has disappointed me greatly. I was merely contemplating the best strategy to intervene against Duan Xiuwen, he sighed. Let us not dwell on this. It is in the past now. Night is approaching, and I shall prepare dinner. Su Hongwei acknowledged his own weakness, realizing that his wife and daughter looked down upon him. Thus, he plunged into the kitchen to cook. Despite any dissatisfaction he harbored towards Xiao Xingyun, he felt a sense of gratitude for the latter's assistance in clearing over 200 million in loans and establishing a connection with Lu Cheng from the Water Resources Department. While Su Hongwei was busy in the kitchen, Xiao Xingyun recounted the events of the afternoon. Upon hearing that Xiao Xingyun had successfully negotiated a deal with Lu Cheng, requiring only a 10% stake, Bai Jiu felt a wave of relief wash over her. Xiao Xiao, your efforts have been invaluable. Our family can weather this storm thanks to you, she said, gently patting his hand. A weight that had burdened her heart for half a year finally lifted. You are too kind. I also appreciate the investment opportunity you provided, Xiao Xingyun replied. We are family. There is no need for formalities. This evening, I shall drink with you to celebrate, she insisted. That sounds great, but I'm afraid my tolerance is low. I will drink just a little to mark the occasion. At that moment, Su Qing chimed in eagerly. I want to drink too. Su Qing had devised a plan to sneak into Xiao Xingyun's room later that night, intending to express her gratitude amidst the warmth of a few drinks. With her father's disappointing demeanor and her mother's lack of comfort, she felt this was a matter she must handle on her own. Soon, dinner was ready, more sumptuous than lunch. Su Hongwei opened a bottle of Wulianya, while Bai Jiu uncorked a bottle of Benfu red wine. The two men sipped on white liquor, while the two women enjoyed their red. After a few glasses, Su Hongwei, feeling the effects of the alcohol, began to embrace Xiao Xingyun as he proclaimed, Brother, today I am not being harsh with you. Rather, your impulsiveness is concerning. In business, harmony fosters prosperity. You struck Duan Xiuwen, and this may lead to significant repercussions, affecting us as well. Once we settle the bank's debts tomorrow, I will enlist the help of a well-connected friend to facilitate a reconciliation. You can cover a portion of the medical expenses to resolve this conflict. Xiao Xingyun found Su Hongwei's unreliability disconcerting. Here he was, regarding him as a father-in-law, yet he sought to position himself as a brother? Xiao Xingyun's tolerance for alcohol was equally poor, yet tonight he felt compelled to indulge in libations to fortify an alibi for a particular case. A slight intoxication, he reasoned, would suffice. In this deliberate pursuit of inebriation, he found himself more susceptible to the effects of alcohol. With a hint of drunkenness, he gravely asserted, Brother, you must heed my advice. A man in business must possess a certain ferocity that deters others from taking advantage of him. I once was a kind-hearted individual, but after enduring much bullying, I learned to safeguard myself. Su Hongwei, unwilling to concede, retorted, You are mistaken. You ought to listen to me. I possess the experience. Utilizing a cordial approach to wealth creation, I have amassed a fortune exceeding 10 billion. Can you claim the same? Xiao Xingyun countered, Your experience is worthless. You've been so thoroughly deceived that you've lost everything. How dare you lecture me about experience? You must learn from me. Observe how I've reduced Duan Xiuwen to a mere puppet. What can he do besides utter threats against me? As their argument escalated, the two women nearby intervened. Come now, Let us cease this quarrel and raise our glasses in celebration of having cleared our debts, Bai Jiu and Su Qing urged in unison. Perhaps it was the weight of suppressed emotions or the exhilaration from settling their financial burdens that led the four to open another bottle of white wine and a bottle of red. By the time the final bottle of white wine was uncorked, Su Hongwei had collapsed beneath the table, flailing his arms and shouting, "Wealth comes from cordiality. We must always be amicable." Meanwhile, Xiao Xingyun sprawled at the foot of the stairs, bellowing with bravado, "Whoever dares to bully my woman shall meet their demise. Duan Xiuwen, Duan Xiuwu, they all deserve to perish." In his drunken stupor, Xiao Xingyun's self-control deteriorated further, exacerbated by the influence of the Sanyan clan. The two women, imbibing red wine, felt the effects more gradually. At that moment, Su Qing and Bai Jiu remained sober, albeit somewhat dazed. Observing the two men slumped and slurring, they decided to assist Xiao Xingyun upstairs. Bai Jiu, tipsy yet determined, attempted to lift him but struggled, feeling disheartened. "Xiao Qing, your boyfriend is rather heavy. The two of us might not manage. Perhaps we should just place him in my room tonight, and we can share a bed. Indeed, he is quite heavy. But why not put him in my father's room?" Su Qing, feeling increasingly inebriated, plopped down beside Xiao Xingyun, resting her head against him. "Your father's room reeks. The sheets are saturated with oil from his hair, and they haven't been changed in 2 days. It would be impossible to sleep there. Besides, your father is also intoxicated, and we would need to carry him back to his room later." "True enough. Very well, let my boyfriend stay in your room tonight." Su Qing conceded, and together with Bai Jiu, they endeavored to lift Xiao Xingyun, making their way toward the master bedroom on the first floor. Chapter 83. President Duan leaps from the building. Xiao Xingyun, thoroughly intoxicated and disoriented, was unaware of his surroundings, feeling as though his breath was constricted. He could not discern whether he was pressing against someone or being pressed upon. The dizzying sensation of drunkenness was most unpleasant. He attempted to push away but lacked the strength, having exhausted his peculiar energy earlier that day, leaving his body feeling as fragile as that of a child just over 200 months old. After much struggle, his head finally emerged from the sheets, allowing him to take deep breaths once more. He vaguely recalled arriving at his girlfriend's home today, where he was supposed to be sleeping in the guest room. What were all these things around him? Could it be that his girlfriend, fearing his loneliness, had squeezed in beside him? Yet, the fragrance emanating from her today was utterly intoxicating, reminiscent of ripe summer peaches, further intoxicating the already inebriated Xiao Xingyun. In a daze, he turned halfway, wrapping his arms around his girlfriend's slightly curvaceous waist, and drifted back into slumber. At this moment, it was already 1:30 in the morning, and even the most bustling nightclubs were beginning to quiet down. A music bar named Alluring Night featured private singing booths on the second floor, where patrons could choose beautiful princesses to accompany them. This was one of Duan Xiuwen's venues, albeit with several shareholders, all wealthy enough to share the profits and shoulder any troubles together. Haha, today I am exceedingly happy. The Su Real Estate Company is truly foolish, cowardly, and timid. Just a few threats, and they obediently repaid their debts, not daring to negotiate even a penny on the exorbitant interest. Duan Xiuwen boisterously laughed, surrounded by two beautiful women who joined him in drinking and revelry. Along with him were 3 business partners of notable status, each accompanied by individuals who diligently served them. Displaying utmost humility, one lean man picked up a piece of fruit, munching as he inquired, "Mosquito, didn't you aspire to acquire that land with substantial sand content? Why did you accept their repayment?" Duan Xiuwen was taken aback. Had he ever entertained such a thought? It was utterly baffling. What land? Over the past 6 months, he had earned tens of millions from Su Real Estate. What business was as lucrative as this? Haha, now is the time for fun. Let us not discuss business. Let us drink. Duan Xiuwen raised a glass of iced whiskey and downed it in one gulp. After drinking, he buried his head once more into the embrace of the woman beside him, causing her to erupt in laughter. A few friends nearby noticed something amiss in Duan Xiuwen's speech, suspecting him to be overly intoxicated. They urged him, "All right, let us call it a night. Take your chosen companion back to your room. Once the door is closed, you can do as you please. The noise here might not be well received." Haha, you have a point. Then let us head upstairs and continue the fun. I intend to revel all night. Duan Xiuwen exclaimed joyfully, leading 2 companions as they staggered into the elevator. Inside, those supporting him attempted to press the button for the 3rd floor, where Duan Xiuwen had reserved a luxurious suite, fully equipped with all the necessary amenities. well known to the bar's regular female staff. Yet, Duan Xiaowen erupted into wild laughter, insisting repeatedly, "Upstairs, upstairs. We must go to the top floor. That's where the excitement lies." A peculiar voice echoed in his mind, affirming his notion of ascending to the rooftop. Indeed, ascend to the rooftop. I yearn for the terrace. Thus, Duan Xiaowen pressed the button for the 18th floor. The young female attendant beside him exhibited a fleeting glimmer of helplessness in her eyes, but dared not defy Duan Xiaowen's wishes. In such an establishment, who was unaware of his notorious methods, when he commanded a trip to the rooftop, the two female attendants had no choice but to accompany him. Regardless of how extravagant or wild his whims might be, they were obliged to comply. On the rooftop of the 18th floor, the night air was brisk and blustery. Duan Xiaowen forcefully pushed aside the two attendants, his arms flailing in exuberance as he shouted, "Yes, this is the place. The rooftop terrace, haha." The two young attendants, resigning themselves to his caprices, were about to disrobe when they witnessed Duan Xiaowen climb to the edge of the terrace and leap without hesitation, leaving not a word behind. Oh no, President Duan has jumped. The terrace erupted with the piercing screams of the two attendants. Duan Xiaowen's three companions, not particularly virtuous themselves, typically frequented their own established venues for safety, avoiding play in unfamiliar territories, even among familiar faces. As they stepped outside, preparing to summon a chauffeur for their vehicle, a dull thud resonated from the adjacent area, akin to a watermelon striking the ground. It was muffled yet startlingly loud. Before they could discern the situation, the nearby crowd erupted in panicked cries. "Someone has jumped. Quick, call for an ambulance." "No need, the body is shattered." "Then call the police." "Good heavens. It's a mere pulp. Even if his mother arrived, she wouldn't recognize him." "How tragic. Absolutely horrific. It's unbearable to witness. Step aside. Don't obstruct my view. I need to capture this for my social media." As the three men approached, they could only glimpse a grotesque mass through the gaps in the throng of onlookers. Yet, the clothing draped over that mangled form appeared achingly familiar. Wait, doesn't that resemble the attire worn by Mosquito? Could it be mere coincidence? The Hermes belt around the waist looked strikingly like the birthday gift I had given to Mosquito. The tattoo on the back of his neck mirrored the design on this disfigured flesh. At this juncture, the three exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting horror and disbelief. Could it truly be Mosquito? Was he not just moments ago ascending with the two female attendants? How had this transpired? They pressed into the crowd, and the more they scrutinized, the more the resemblance intensified, their minds buzzing in confusion. How could such a calamity occur in the mere span of a few minutes? Only when the officers arrived, extracting a shattered phone and identification from the pockets of the deceased, did they emerge from their shock. Upon encountering the officers, they promptly relayed the circumstances, confirming Duan Xiaowen's identity, prompting the officers to contact his family. Thus, the tumult of that night unfurled into silence. The dawn broke, and Xiao Xingyun remained in a deep slumber, cradling a warm body. In his dreams, he was desperately searching for a restroom. Yet the cruel boss relentlessly compelled him to pick peaches. He harvested basket after basket, but the peaches seemed endless, leaving him unable to relieve himself. Panic set in as he felt on the verge of wetting himself. His temper flared, and he shouted at the oppressive figure of his boss, "Enough. I refuse to continue. No living soul should be subjected to such humiliation. With peaches abundant, how long must I toil?" Upon awakening with a start, Xiao Xingyun opened his eyes, sensing something amiss. Where was his hand resting? Who was the woman in his embrace, so voluptuous and mature? The scent surrounding him felt foreign. Confounded, he thought, where am I? What is this place? Attempting to turn, he found himself tightly held by a woman behind him, rendering him immobile. Realization struck him. Had he truly made a grave mistake the previous night? What had transpired? In an instant, clarity washed over him, nearly overwhelming him with dread as cold sweat enveloped his body. Chapter 84. The investigators arrived. Xiao Xingyun was nearly terrified to death. Had he not just awakened and been unable to relieve himself, he might have succumbed to the fright. Cautiously, he extracted his hand, gently adjusting the hem of her skirt to cover her alabaster legs. As he did so, he felt the woman quiver slightly, but remained still, her soft form becoming somewhat rigid. Not wanting to dwell on it, he held his breath and delicately pried his girlfriend's arms away, extricating himself from this predicament. He descended from the bed, not daring to don his shoes, and padded barefoot, carrying them as he exited the room. Once he gently closed the door, he finally allowed himself to breathe deeply. Curse it, This damned drinking had led to an unforeseen calamity. His initial intent had merely been to indulge in a few drinks, to feign inebriation and avoid suspicion when the investigators arrived after Duan Xiuwen's mishap. Little did he know that the fine liquor would affect him so profoundly. After just a few glasses, he was indeed intoxicated. The thunderous sound of snoring resonated from a corner of the dining area. Approaching, Xiao Xingyun discovered Su Hongwei, soundly asleep while clutching the table leg. Ah, ignorance is bliss. Let him continue in his slumber. Xiao Xingyun tiptoed upstairs, retrieved a change of clothes from his suitcase, and proceeded to the restroom. After answering Nature's call, he washed himself thoroughly. Once this entire process was complete, any incriminating evidence had vanished. Only the scent of shower gel lingered. Perfect. After consuming half a bottle of mineral water, Xiao Xingyun settled at the head of his bed to recharge his devices while casually browsing the local news. As anticipated, he was not disappointed. Amidst the headlines, he discovered the incident concerning Duan Xiuwen's fall from grace. From the journalist's brief portrayal of Duan's identity and the subsequent recounting of the event, Xiao Xingyun deduced that the obscured mass of flesh was none other than himself. Xiao Xingyun felt no overwhelming excitement as he sat at the edge of his bed, a profound sense of dread and trepidation enveloping him regarding his peculiar abilities. He had indeed succeeded. Was this power divine or demonic in nature? Initially, when he acquired his extraordinary vision, his aspirations were merely to attain wealth, to seek fortune. Why then had he strayed from his original intentions? Why had he wandered further down the path of carnage? Was he still himself, or had he become possessed by the three-eyed deity of his dreams? Knock, knock, knock. A sound resonated from the door. Xiao Gu, are you in there? Su Qing's voice floated in from the outside. Ah, I'm charging my phone. Just a moment. I'll open the door, Xiao Xingyun replied, roused from his reverie as he moved to unlock the door. Su Qing had already bathed and changed into fresh attire. Upon entering, she embraced Xiao Xingyun tightly. I drank too much last night and ended up sleeping in my mother's room until dawn. I intended to sneak over to see you, but I forgot in my slumber. Feeling somewhat guilty, Xiao Xingyun responded, I also drank too much. I barely recall how I got back to my room. Su Qing thought little of it, relishing their close embrace for a moment before saying, My mother is about to finish breakfast. I came upstairs to call you for the meal. All right, let us head down. In the dining room, for individuals gathered for breakfast. Aside from Su Hongwei, who rubbed his temples complaining of a headache, the others appeared composed, quietly enjoying their meal. Bai Jiu wore a gentle smile, continually serving Xiao Xingyun food. Eat more. Too much alcohol is detrimental to your health. I've specially prepared congee for you. Auntie, please, I can serve myself. Xiao Xingyun replied gratefully, daring not to meet her gaze. By the way, today we have an appointment with Vice President Li of the Commercial Bank. After breakfast, we shall go to the bank to settle that debt. Good. It's best to resolve the debt issue early so that Qing and I can return to Shanghai. Upon mentioning business, Su Hongwei seemed to regain some vigor, stating, in addition to the commercial bank debt, there's over 30 million owed to the small and medium suppliers. Indeed, my total investment is 400 million, sufficient to cover your debts, Xiao Xingyun asserted. Su Hongwei was already aware of Xiao Xingyun's investment plans. He marveled internally, recognizing that this future son-in-law was quite affluent, albeit with a volatile temperament that often led to offending others. If only he hadn't confronted Duan Xiuwen yesterday afternoon, we could have resolved all the debt issues today. How much better it would have been. Yet, he chose to strike Duan Xiuwen. It may have felt gratifying at the moment, but this incident now looms like a sharp blade over the Su family, and none can predict when it might fall. Ding dong, ding dong. The doorbell rang, and the visual intercom revealed several officers stationed at the entrance. Bai Jiu furrowed her brow, muttering, what could the police possibly want at this hour? Despite her apprehension, she approached the door to open it. Good day, Miss Bai. Due to an incident that occurred last night, we require your family's cooperation for an investigation, said the officer leading the team, his tone notably courteous. What incident? Bai Jiu was taken aback. Her family had been at home since yesterday afternoon, and what kind of case would require their cooperation? Let us discuss this inside. I would also like to inquire about the other members of your household, said the captain of the police. Very well, please come in. Shortly thereafter, Bai Jiu led several officers into the living room, where everyone had just finished breakfast. Bai Jiu's family and Xiao Xingyun occupied one sofa, while the officers settled on the opposite one, separated by a tea table. One officer inquired, Did Duan Xiuwen come to your home yesterday afternoon to demand repayment? Were there any unusual circumstances during this process, such as altercations or conflicts? Bai Jiu cast a quick glance at Xiao Xingyun before responding with composure. As you are aware, Duan Shouwen is a loan shark. What sort of temperament could one expect from him when demanding repayment? There were indeed some minor conflicts during the process, but no one was injured, and after we settled the debt, Duan Shouwen departed with his associates. Xiao Xingyun was taken aback by Bai Jiu's astuteness. Her reply was impeccably crafted, leaving him with no choice but to adopt a similarly diplomatic tone. Indeed, there was a minor conflict primarily between myself and him. But after we cleared the debt, the atmosphere was relatively amicable. The 6 associates Duan Shouwen brought along can attest to this. Su Hongwei felt somewhat anxious, but the officers did not direct any questions at him, so he remained silent. The officers appeared satisfied with their responses and proceeded to ask. After Duan Shouwen and his associates left, where did your family go? Bai Jiu replied gently, we did not go anywhere. It was nearly dark. So I asked Lao Su to prepare dinner. After we finished eating, we celebrated the repayment of the loan with a few drinks, and then we went to bed. Su Hongwei rubbed his temples and asserted, yes, I am still feeling the effects of the alcohol. My head aches. No matter how fine the liquor, overindulgence brings discomfort. The scent of alcohol still clung to him, easily detectable by the officers without the need for deliberate inspection. Well, our questioning has concluded. If you can assure us that your statements are truthful, please sign your names on this investigation record, said the officer, placing a pen and notepad on the tea table for the family to sign. While signing, Bai Jiu could not contain her curiosity and asked, may I inquire what has transpired? Duan Shouwen is dead. How could this happen? Bai Jiu's pen dropped to the floor with a clatter. How did he die? Xiao Xingyun exclaimed, his eyes wide with shock. Su Hongwei and Su Qing exchanged glances, wanting to say something, but found their words preempted by Bai Jiu and Xiao Xingyun. The officers were pleased with the reactions of Bai Jiu and Xiao Xingyun, feeling that they had effectively eliminated any suspicions. Thus, they did not hold back, stating, Duan Shouwen fell to his death last night. However, the uncertainty looms over whether it was a suicide or homicide. At the insistence of the deceased's family, we proceeded to investigate any suspicious individuals with whom the deceased had recently interacted. Su Hongwei stood in stunned silence, torn between laughter and restraint. Muttering to himself with a contorted expression, how could he have died? Just yesterday he was so arrogant, and now he has fallen to his death? Truly, life is unpredictable. Su Qing, with her naive disposition and limited worldly experience, scoffed, he deserves it. After years of loan sharking, who knows how many lives he has ruined. If no one in my family had helped, I would have been driven to my demise by him too. The officers, clearly aware of Duan Shouwen's line of work, exchanged awkward smiles before excusing themselves. Bai Jiu cast a doubtful glance at Xiao Xingyun, but quickly dispelled the frightening thought from her mind. She reassured herself that it must be a coincidence. It was impossible that it was murder, especially since Xiao Xingyun had been so inebriated the night before that he could not possibly have gone out to commit a crime. After the officers departed, Bai Jiu, Xiao Xingyun, and others arrived at the local commercial bank at the agreed time to settle their loans. Although the bank was somewhat reluctant, they were a legitimate institution, unlike Duan Shouwen's loan sharking operation, and had to adhere to proper procedures. Upon leaving the bank, Bai Jiu began calling the small and medium-sized suppliers and contractors, instructing them to gather their outstanding payment documents and wait at her doorstep. Today, she intended to settle all their debts. Sure enough, when they arrived home, Xiao Xingyun noticed that over 20 anxious individuals had already congregated at the entrance of the villa, waiting expectantly. They lined up, coming forward one by one. As they had cleared the debts owed to Duan Shouwen and the bank, having settled several hundred million, leaving no room for their minor dues. At the entrance, Su Hongwei was responsible for the first round of screening, verifying the authenticity of the IOUs and debts. Bai Jiu handled the second round, assisting Xiao Xingyun in confirming the transfer amounts. Xiao Xingyun functioned merely as an emotionless transfer machine, while Su Qing meticulously organized the collected IOU documents, preparing to destroy them once the accounts were settled. After a busy morning, they finally cleared all debts. The remaining tasks were entrusted to Bai Jiu and Su Hongwei. Once the new company was officially established, Xiao Xingyun would merely need to sign a few agreements to passively collect profits. Additionally, Xiao Xingyun had already connected Su Hongwei with Lu Cheng. If he failed to handle that, it would indeed be a wasted life. In the afternoon, Xiao Xingyun intended to return to Shanghai with Su Qing, but Bai Jiu insisted on showing him the land once more. Su Hongwei and Su Qing accompanied them. Upon entering the plot, they discovered that beneath the surface layer of several meters of soil lay a vast expanse of sand. A large pit had been excavated in the central area, yet it still showed no signs of bottoming out. Bai Jiu pointed to a section covered with large trees, stating, "According to the plan, there will be a second phase of buildings there. However, with the first phase now turned into a sand pit, the subsequent land cannot be replanned. With the debts now settled, the land has been successfully unfrozen from the court's hold. While extracting sand, we shall also take the opportunity to explore the geological conditions of the remaining area. If it proves suitable for construction, our profits will be significantly enhanced." Xiao Xingyun, lacking any real understanding of these matters, is only aware that a ton of quality river sand is approximately 200 yuan, with a truck containing over 30 tons, amounting to roughly 6,000 yuan. A large-scale sand extraction operation, running 24 hours a day, can effortlessly yield 4 to 5,000 tons, translating to nearly $1 million in revenue per extraction line. If we adhere to our planned course of action and establish 10 extraction lines, that would result in close to 10 million in income. Of course, this figure remains theoretical. Unforeseen complications may arise during the actual extraction process. Nevertheless, the mere thought of approaching 10 million in revenue, which is faster than stealing, drives anyone to madness. It is no surprise that Duan Xiuwen would prefer not to have the Su family repay their debts, opting instead to seize this piece of land. One can also understand why commercial banks, reluctant to allow the Su family to settle their debts, even suggested taking equity in this land. If everything proceeds smoothly, it would take just over a month for Xiao Xingyun to recoup his 400 million investment. The Su family, having invested over 10 billion, would only need about 6 months to break even. Naturally, the sand beneath this land will eventually be exhausted. The resulting pit, once repaired and transformed, could become a water amusement park. Such a venture could yield substantial profits, allowing Su Real Estate Company to pivot entirely away from the fiercely competitive real estate development market. As Xiao Xingyun descended the steps into the vast sandpit, he noticed numerous small stones resembling pebbles scattered throughout. Initially indifferent, he was drawn to a white stone, roughly the size of an egg, which glimmered under the sunlight, exuding the unique oily luster characteristic of jade. "What is this stone?" Xiao Xingyun mused, picking it up in astonishment and examining it closely. Under the bright light, its crystalline transparency suggested a commendable degree of jade quality, with fine internal patterns clearly visible. Even without the aid of X-ray vision, he could discern that this stone's composition closely resembled that of jade. Su Qing rushed over, exclaiming upon seeing the stone in his hand, "Brother Yun, what are you looking at?" "Oh, this stone is stunning. The surface is actually golden." Su Hongwei scoffed dismissively. "What is so special about a worthless stone? There are plenty like it in the sand." As he spoke, he kicked at the sand beneath his feet, revealing another white stone, pebble-shaped and the size of a child's fist, its surface coated with a layer of yellow wax. Xiao Xingyun handed the small stone to Su Qing while he picked up the larger stone from the ground. This one was not as well preserved as the previous one. Its yellow surface appeared somewhat stiff, and its texture was too pronounced, resembling the yellow wax stone he had seen in books. However, its color was indeed striking, with a faint golden hue shimmering under the sunlight. Bai Jiu approached, wafting a fragrant breeze as she leaned closer to Xiao Xingyun, her curiosity piqued. "Xiao, what kind of stone is this? Is it valuable?" Xiao Xingyun replied, "It bears a striking resemblance to yellow wax stone, yet its quality is exceptional, with a high degree of jade-like characteristics, making it suitable for carving. While it cannot compare to authentic jade, it is certainly more valuable than mere sand. Do you wish to have it? If so, during the sand collection, my aunt can have someone gather these stones specifically for you. Once a sufficient quantity is amassed, I shall arrange for them to be delivered to Shanghai." Bai Jiu's soft and melodious voice, akin to a gentle whisper in Xiao Xingyun's ear, was particularly enchanting. Xiao Xingyun felt she was uncomfortably close. Her words seemed to graze his ear like a warm breath. He discreetly took a half-step back and smiled at Bai Jiu, saying, "That sounds wonderful. Thank you, Annie. I appreciate your help with this." "Not at all. We are all family sooner or later. There is no need for formality," Bai Jiu replied, bending down to pick up 2 exquisite white stones that lay at his feet. She crouched slightly, tilting her head upward, and inquired, "Xiao, do you find these 2 white stones beautiful?" Xiao Xingyun focused intently, and his gaze instantly sharpened.